Chapter 3101. Hera had long stood before the Supreme Gate. She never dared to step through. She had asked Emmon, and she had asked Levi. She knew intimately the cost of attaining the Supreme. She understood the perils within. But now, the time had come. The Death Throne, for a long period, ranked just below the dark ancient tower, as a top-level treasure. This placement made the position of Hera in the Panplane barely second to the Fire Sovereign. Among the materials forged into this treasure, one thing stands out. It is the Death Shedding. This is a primordial relic of no low rank. It once belonged to a being who also wielded death, though less than the underworld source river. This primordial spirit was known as the Dawn and Dusk Worm. Compared to many original forms of life, it was most unfortunate, living only half a day from its first deed shuffling toward death. Its whole existence was like a mayfly, born at dawn, dead by dusk, infinitesimally brief. Infinite closeness to death alone allows one to grasp the true essence of life. Relying on this relic, Sauron used forging to create the Death Throne, the top-level treasure, and he gifted it to Hera. She was his daughter, and the daughter of the Netherworld ancestor. Or perhaps she was a bastard child. The underworld, lofty, withdrawn, and absolutely neutral, must never mate and produce crystals with the ancestor of wizards. This would send a signal to other giants. The union of the wizard world and the underworld is clearly a bid for dominion. So, to this day, besides Sauron, the Netherworld ancestor, Mother River, and Hera, none know the true identity of the renowned Death Throne. Of course, though Hera is the daughter of Sauron, she feels little for her father. After all, she never saw Sauron. At her birth, Sauron was already dead. The Netherworld ancestor quietly sent her outside the Panplane to grow alone. By the time Hera achieved fame, she was already a top-tier power. Hera rose so swiftly solely because of the Death Throne left within her by her parents. The Death Shedding was, naturally, gifted by Mother River. Such a precious supreme thing is rare beyond compare. As the River of Death, the underworld had gathered many death-type primordial relics since ancient times. Most were forged into the Netherworld Ancestor Hall, while some were used as Netherworld artifacts for powerful Nether Emperors. In a sense, Hera was also a Nether Emperor outside the established system. After the Underworld and Nora publicly joined forces, the Netherworld Ancestor also invited Hera to join the Underworld. Yet, Hera refused. She was a top-tier warrior, yet also a wandering child without parents. She cared solely for her own cause and felt nothing for Sauron and the Netherworld Ancestor. Affection is born of companionship. She founded the Void Holy Temple, forming a pan-plane duality with a wizard civilization. But ultimately, the methods of her parents left her far behind Nora today. She was unwilling. She would ally, but not annex herself. Perhaps deep in her heart, she remained a little girl sulking at her parents. She wanted to be strong, to prove herself. Buzz. A surge of dense chi erupted like a newborn sun. The universe trembled violently once more. In a single day, 2 Supremes were born. The land of darkness was stunned. Where once a single Supreme per epoch was a miracle, this time, 5 would barely be contained. The ascent to Supreme does not require tribulation. The Supreme Realm itself is tribulation, or a curse. It is common knowledge. Those entering the Supreme rarely end well. The Supreme faces 2 immense tribulations. The first arises from the vested interests of other giants, the Supreme wills. As the saying goes, on the couch, how could one let others sleep soundly? They will not permit Supremes that threaten their own status to be born. Origin Divine Tree, Double Dragons, Frost Giant Ancestor, Ultimate Creation, Sauron. No matter their splendor, all have sunk into silence, fleeting as a meteor. The Mother of Darkness needn't strike herself. She can strangle any Supreme beyond her control. The second tribulation follows attaining Supreme. The Supreme Realm is ineffable. Life forms shed convention, begin to become pure rules. They act as if returning to the ancestors of primordial spirits. They cease to be strict life forms. Emotion, desire, anger, joy, sadness, familiar people and things, beautiful memories. The things of the world cease to matter, like a numb program. Living in the world, merely proceeding step by step. Frequent use of supreme power accelerates this process. Only slumber can delay it. Otherwise, one becomes lost. Personality is lost, like the sun, moon, and stars. This tribulation renders the Supreme less free than a level 10 being. This is the most important reason Hera hesitated at this step. These 2 tribulations suffice to block 99% of would-be Supremes outside the giants. Across time, apart from a few lingering, hardly any Supreme endures in the world. High above, the Netherworld Ancestor, battling the Master of Horror, for the first time showed emotion in her expression. Hera is about to take that step. Her heart was conflicted. To this day, she had never acknowledged Hera as her daughter. Hera always answered with silence. For reasons unknown, a nameless sense of loss filled her heart. The Master of Horror sensed the change in the Netherworld Ancestor, and increased his assault. He laughed, a ragged, desperate sound. Everyone wants to step into the Supreme, truly madness. He was faintly burning himself, beginning to fight with desperation. The Netherworld Ancestor saw this, and refused to back down. At this point, there was no retreat. Only forward, forward, forward. The Underworld Source River and Nightmare Will were also moved. The situation on site had shifted beyond the expectation of everyone. The Civil War had too many unpredictable variables. To Mother River, tethering the Nightmare Will counted as victory. On the other side, Emmon, giving his all to halt the spread of Disaster World, also gazed toward that figure. She is to be Supreme as well? Emmon had thought Hera would abandon the path to Supreme. Chapter 3102. Bless you. Emmon unleashed all his strength, going all out. The disaster world has erupted to this point, but for those at level 9 and above, the damage is not significant. They have 10 chances to teleport via the ancient tower, and even the most reckless would not waste those so quickly. Yet for those below level 9, it indeed exacted considerable loss. This was hard to foresee. The nightmare showed immense resolve this time. Cutting off the tail to survive is not enough to describe it. Fortunately, Levi's nightmare methods were powerful enough. He immediately sent many legions into the nightmare world for refuge. It can only be said that fate is unfathomable. Who would have thought the treacherous heart of the enemy would become a haven for countless lives? Moreover, Nora had rehearsed for such scenarios before, so many level 10 strongmen responded swiftly, joining forces with the Sword Chi Great Wall to send the main forces to safe locations outside. Overall, the current losses are still within the bearable range. After all, the nightmare also lost a large number of its own in that wave. The greatest problem now is that the newly ascended Supreme is burning themselves, causing the disaster world to expand seemingly without end. Judging from this momentum, it might even spread to Nora. With Nora's will, it may not be able to completely repel it. If this is not stopped in time, the losses will escalate further. After all those who can fight are already Nora's elite. Those left within are too many at the bottom, and mortal rookies. Even the slightest leakage of the power of disaster would be enough to slaughter billions of lives. With full firepower, Emmon's suppression of the Lord of Disaster grows more pronounced. But he himself is walking the edge of being lost. This state cannot last too long. If Hera advances to Supreme, it could indeed resolve the immediate crisis. 3 Supremes united should be able to slay the Lord of Disaster quicker. Void Holy Temple. The Star Sky Sword Saint faces 2 at once. Surrounding it are the Sloth Demon Lord and the Black Heart Demon Lord, 2 top-level strongmen. Now its sword skill is close to level 10, but it cannot make that final step. If it reached level 10 sword skill, it would be confident in holding off both. Suddenly, the Star Sky Sword Saint shifted its gaze. Hera, Supreme Ascension, watched by all. But Levi cannot spare the attention now. He launches relentless attacks, battering the Lord of Disaster again and again. The aura of the Lord of Disaster falters, life force bleeding away, but the disaster heart is only worn down bit by bit. It is as hard to erase as if it were the cosmic rule itself. Levi's spiritual origin also burns like a candle. Such consumption would have killed any other legendary wizard, but he endures. First, his soul strength is extremely high. Second, the Ancestor Body continuously nourishes his spiritual origin. Unknowingly, the 2 completely distinct paths of spirit and body show faint signs of connecting. The fusion of dual professions rises another 10%. This is a happy surprise. Hera intends to ascend Supreme. The nightmare will certainly not sit idle. The Black Heart Demon Lord and the Sloth Demon Lord abandon the Star Sky Sword Saint and fly rapidly toward Hera. Power of greed and sloth combine into a blade, slashing straight toward her. Get lost. The Star Sky Sword Saint roared, striking again. Secret skill, Star Shifting. This sword skill is even greater than the Galaxy Sword Manual, containing the inverted power of space. The 2 Demon Lords' attacks missed, landing in empty air. They spoke coldly. If you want to die, we will grant your wish. The Star Sky Sword Saint gasped, voice rough as a bull. We will see if you have the skill. In an instant, chaos broke out. More and more nightmare monarchs struck toward Hera, trying to disrupt her supreme ascension. Strongmen from the Starry Sky Holy Hall refused to yield, rushing to aid. Beneath the Sword Chi Great Wall, shielding the retreat from the disaster world, the Frost Witch spoke. I am going to support Hera. Hera chose the risky ascension to reduce Nora's casualties. Emotionally and reasonably, they could not ignore her. Over 700 level 10 battles, truly grinding even the Tao to dust, rules and domains interwove, turning the battlefield into the universe's frontier. Meanwhile, Underworld. With the Netherworld Ancestor Hall departed, the defense here is empty. Why gather in the abyss? This king comes straight to the Underworld. The road is wide open. Not a single level 10 here. How could anyone stop me? A figure, like a fish and snake, full of tentacles, descended in majesty. Water Demon Lord Suke, Abyssal Floor 640 Lord. It has long been fighting blood battles outside. Not long ago, the Supreme Will wanted it to return home. As a demon, it naturally would not heed the leader, even if that leader was its father. This is why the Abyss will decided to lead all to Nora. With the chaotic nature and efficiency of demons, gathering the army might take forever. Just move the home near Nora. It is actually faster. Behind the Water Demon Lord stood 6 level 10 demons. When the group delved deep into the underworld, arriving where the Netherworld Ancestor Hall once stood, the place was empty, only the Netherworld River flowing. It connects to the void, exuding the aura of death from the primordial ages. Hiss, the underworld truly goes all out. The Water Demon Lord resisted the urge to seize the river's spring. The demon scanned the area, senses prickling. Damn, it is a trap. It remembered something and suddenly retreated, but it was too late. Boom. 72 towering pillars descended. Together they formed the mysterious 8 formation array. At every extreme, 9 hell pillars sit as guardians. Divided into 8 level 9, 1 level 10. The leader is the first pillar, the king of hell. Its head bears bovine horns, body mighty, like an ancient wild god, wielding a chain hammer that stirs wind, distorting spacetime, making heaven and earth tremble. Supreme treasure, the poem of hell. The second pillar was once the radiant prison dragon king, now it is the eye of revenge. Chapter 3103. The sequence follows. The third pillar is the netherworld dog lord. The fourth pillar is the fertile sheep mother. The fifth pillar is the beast lord. The sixth pillar is Shira's eye. The seventh pillar is the tomb king. The others are familiar faces, so let us not discuss them for now. The sixth and seventh pillars are both outstanding among the original 9th level pillars. Recently, both gained opportunities due to the Nightmare War, advancing to level 10. The former belongs to the Shira Eye clan, humanoid and cyclopean. This clan excels in combat techniques, mastering the powerful Azura pupil technique. It is said that just one look can determine life and death, truly formidable. The Tomb King is the strongest undead, second only to the Death Knight. It controls the land of 1,000 tombs, commanding thousands of undead, with an appearance like a skeleton king. It rides a level 9 undead bone dragon, wielding the supreme treasure forest ghost. Beside the Tomb King stands Levi's subordinate, the Bloody Queen. It was impressed by Mary's riding talent, and took her under its banner, as she now thrives. The final extreme of the 8 formation map is the master of the absurd, Gargamel. He is a legendary wizard from the Astral World. The grand array seals heaven and earth, ensuring demons fail to escape. The King of Hell spoke in a low tone. He said that just as the netherworld ancestor expected, you damned insects never miss an opportunity to exploit. He asked Suke if only he and Pazuzu remained of the 4 great demon lords. The water demon lord's expression changed as he retorted, Hell is merely a defeated entity under our abyss. He asked if the King of Hell truly thought he had him cornered. He suggested letting him go to spare both their lives. He noted that the nightmare outside creates such pressure, and both the astral world and underworld are scrambling for self-preservation. So why would the King of Hell still wish to provoke the abyss? Gargamel laughed as he stated that they were targeting the abyss. Tasked as the demon specialist, he was stationed there by Levi. Using the empty city strategy in ambush, besieging any unexpected guests, Levi learned from Surgard and the Shadow Demon Queen that the abyss never plays by common rules. They are a group of madmen devoid of any order, even daring to defy the supreme will. Vigilance should not be relaxed just because most abyss forces are on the move. The home front must be defended. The King of Hell swung out his chain hammer, striking the water demon lord. He shouted for the soldiers to join him in capturing these 7 demons. A small-scale underworld defense battle simultaneously commenced. The realm of Nora. The dream wall operates around the clock. These days, many people often dream of a small golden spinning top while sleeping, unaware that countless others are fighting in secret. The Soren continent. The Daydreamer and Blazing Star God Witch sat facing each other. One dealt with enemies in dreams, while the other handled foes in reality. The Blazing Star God Witch remarked that thankfully there is the dream wall, saving billions of lives. The war has not lasted a day, yet hundreds of nightmare overlords invaded Nora during the chaos, overwhelming both of them, relying solely on the dream wall. The real-time interception and strike capabilities of the Heavenly Net are too powerful. The Daydreamer suggested that perhaps the mechanical school will be our short-lived species' greatest reliance in the future. From the clouds, across the continent, mechanical celestials occasionally descend. They shimmer with electric light, creating magnetic fields, brutally tearing apart overlords, extremely satisfying. The mechanical roars across the sky converge into the strongest sound of the era. Herman acts like the cybernetic god. On the basis of the Heavenly Net, he is omnipresent and all-knowing. As an electronic signal, he can appear anywhere within mechanical creations, personally resolving crisis after crisis. To date, he has saved billions of lives. The Nora Dark Side. Wagner encountered enemies too. A group of shadow demons quietly invaded the dark side, using this as a pathway to enter the front side of Nora, causing considerable trouble, but he eradicated them in time. Wagner furrowed his brows. Were the Shadow Demon Queen dead, and were there still level 10 shadow demons? For now, no nightmare creatures have invaded through here. His work remains relatively calm. Suddenly, his expression turned cold, as a sneaky shadow quietly penetrated deep into the dark side, difficult to notice without close inspection. With a thought, Wagner manifested a giant hand, crossing over with immense force. The shadow's palm descended, and the shadow exploded. A figure flew towards the outside sky, looking panicked, hooded in a black robe, followed by tens of thousands of death crows. Wagner smirked coldly, amplifying his strength, and unleashed a vast spiritual force. The figure suddenly halted, gasping, as tens of thousands of giant shadow palms descended from the high sky, leaving absolutely no place to hide. The Shadow Lord exclaimed in disbelief, asking how it was possible, and how Wagner could possess such strength. He had descended with divine power incarnation, hoping to exploit chaos, like the Bloodfire Dominator, believing with his intermediate divine strength, he could succeed. Those shadow demons were his tools to cover his actions. He had underestimated Wagner's strength. The shadow incarnation was smashed to the ground, vanished like smoke, dying swiftly, as Wagner immediately began a thorough investigation across the dark side to prevent other forces from taking advantage. The Astral World. Within the Shadow Divine Country, the Shadow Lord's expression was grim. He lost a divine power incarnation. Almost, he was about to fall in realm, back to weak divine power. He knew his power is already infinitely close to strong divine power. He cursed, noting that this descent really took a wrong turn. Before, he profited from the Double Dragon's War, but Wagner actually detected his presence, which was quite troublesome. Chapter 3104. The Earth Saint and the Green Forest Master stood with grave expressions. News just arrived. The Lord of Disaster had driven his ascension to the extreme, letting his trump card, the Disaster World domain, expand without limit. It might even spread to Nora. The Green Forest Master paced the floor. Do we ask for Nora's will? Prepare for the worst, the Earth Saint replied, keeping his gaze on the horizon. A supreme war is ever-changing and unpredictable. The Green Forest Master nodded. All right, very soon. Above the crystal wall that covered Nora's entire territory, a hazy white radiance lit up once more. Normally, a plane would not take the initiative to defend itself like this. Nora could do so only because this was Sauron's unique protection, gifted specially to Nora. The Land of Darkness. The Level 10 war had entered its white-hot phase. The two sides, those guarding Hera and those stopping Hera, fought with true fire. They used every last card they had. Every now and then a level 9, even a level 10, would fall. Among the dead were monarchs and a very small number of nether emperors. With 3 ancient tower teleportation chances as a safety net, none of Nora's powerhouses had died yet. If not for the current carrying capacity of the ancient tower being limited, Levi would have bound all level 10s to the tower, including those of the underworld. A massive boom shook the ground. A joint strike from several monarchs landed. The supreme treasure, the sealing star Mad Blade, fell from the sky. The chaotic heaven saint grimaced in pain as his body disintegrated. He closed his eyes, life slipping away. This time, I still lost. The war was too brutal. His luck was poor. His 3 chances were already used up. He sank into darkness, unwilling yet helpless. The frost, which had long since released giant power, granting her level 10 peak battle power. She stood alone, locked in bitter combat with multiple monarchs. At this moment, she split off a duplication to slash out with a sword. The blade forced back the 3 monarchs surging toward her. Quick, she shouted to the void. Protect the true soul of the chaotic heaven saint. The void shattered. A dragon claw stretched out, snatching away a confused soul. Saved. I grant you a second life. The void nether emperor did not delay. He chanted as he sent the true soul into the mother river. This was the underworld and Nora's promise to these powerhouses. They could not go back on their word. In a daze, the chaotic heaven saint swiftly reincarnated. In this life, I will be a knight as well. His current path held little potential. After crawling and struggling for 18,000 years, he had only just reached level 10 early stage. His end was near. The mid-stage remained hopeless. He found a target and began reincarnation. The chaotic heaven saint had fallen. Nora had finally suffered casualties. Not long after, the giant wood king rushed over and picked up the sealing star Mad Blade. Damn it, you dare kill my brother chaotic heaven, the king roared. His whole body sprouted countless branches that spread in all directions. The giant stone king, like a fortress, guarded at his side, cooperating with him perfectly. On the other side, the Wind Empress stepped on 10,000 winds, abandoning defense and going all out on the attack. So far, she had slain 2 level 10 early stage monarchs. Her face burned with an abnormal flush of red. She had used an ascension secret technique. Because she lacked defenses, her 3 ancient tower teleportation chances had been rapidly burned through just to keep her alive. A cyan ghost hand reached out from the void, its palm shaped like a ghost face. The hand lunged straight at her. A level 10 late stage nightmare powerhouse with a blue face and fanged mouth had been lying in ambush. The evil ghost monarch. He still held the body of a nether emperor clamped in his mouth. The Wind Empress had no time to react. Her defensive field shattered. The ghost hand shot straight for her primordial soul, swatting aside her legendary wizard tool and yanking out a female primordial soul. When it came to dealing with wizards, the evil ghost monarch possessed deep experience. Just as the primordial soul entered the ghost's maw, it vanished from the hand. Damn it, how did it disappear again? The evil ghost monarch cursed inwardly. Since the start of the war, he had encountered several dying enemies who inexplicably vanished. This time, however, it was not the dark ancient tower. The figure of an aged white-haired wizard appeared in the ghost hand. Mist Sky Guardian Marvin. He had used the legendary spell, the Klein Shifting Shadow Technique. He had forcibly swapped his position with the target. Marvin was a 10-ring senior. His realm was inferior to the evil ghost monarch, but he specialized in defense. Though swallowed, he propped open the giant mouth with a barrier. The Wind Empress, her primordial soul returned to her body, rushed over to support him. Winds, come. The killing winds blew into the land of darkness. Razor-sharp dense chi sliced apart the ghost hand, rescuing the controlled Marvin. His special spiritual creature, a giant turtle-like longborn from the Earth God series, rushed over and blocked a fatal blow. Marvin and Andrea retreated. Good, a narrow escape, Marvin said. My thanks, Andrea replied. Why are you burning your spiritual force? Aren't you doing the same? I don't have much lifespan left anyway, Marvin whispered. I was just waiting to reincarnate after this battle. But you are still young, girl. You have hope of becoming one of our Storm faction's top-level powerhouses. If we cannot win this war, we will not live to see that day. Forget it then. Let's go all in. The two shared a helpless smile. Together, they launched into a fierce battle with the evil ghost monarch. The 2 burning legendaries heavily wounded the evil ghost monarch. Damn it, why are you fighting like you want to die? The evil ghost monarch cursed and swore. He wanted to muddle through this war. He did not want to die. Just as he prepared to slip into the void, an incomparably vast blood sea surged back toward him. A blood-colored figure, identical in appearance to Levi, raised his sword and slashed. The evil ghost monarch screamed, fleeing in panic. The blood-dark dragon spirit pursued like a shadow, clinging to him relentlessly. The star dragon spirit appeared at the perfect moment, cutting off his escape. The three dragon spirits joined forces and finished off this heavily wounded top-level powerhouse. A golden sword chi hooked out his true soul. It was Leon. For now, the evacuation of personnel had been completed. Levi's summoned creatures patrolled and supported across the battlefield. Marvin, Andrea called out. She looked at the Mist Sky Guardian, whose figure was beginning to turn illusory. This white-haired elder had burned his lifespan. His end had arrived early, and death energy clung to him densely. Marvin handed his legendary wizard tool to her. The sea winds there played by no hand, yet keened on its own. Its mournful song echoed across the starry sky. It lamented the passing of its master's life, utterly unwilling to part. Chapter 3105. Please keep it for me. Andrea did not take it. She shook her head. I still have a bottle of rejuvenation potion. It can restore spiritual origin. Mawin shook his head. Do not waste the divine medicine. Death is not my end, but the beginning of my journey toward the new worlds. We can win this battle. We will meet again in the new worlds. Go, help the others. And protect yourself. Attacking without defending cannot last. Ma Wen's form dissipated. 66 marks of truth vanished into heaven and earth. The primordial soul crumbled. Spiritual force dispersed. Gentle sea winds carried the Thur's song and melody, sweeping across the battlefield and washing away the exhaustion of countless warriors. Singer who summons the sea wind. Holy master who commands the mountain mists. Mist Sky Guardian has fallen. See you in the new worlds. The Wind Empress murmured the words, then struck out toward other battlefields. The sea winds there raised a blue barrier, automatically acting as her protector. This was Ma Wen's final ripple slash. Over the years, he and Andrea had attacked and defended as one, perfectly in tune. Now, as the music ends, the people disperse. On the battlefield near Hera, a mountain-like, flaming figure crashed down. It was already headless, its life force corroded by some dark power, and in an instant, it turned to a withered corpse. Before its last breath faded, Fire Giant King Guman threw the flame soul sword from his hand. Give this sword to Thousand Eyed. The three remaining giant kings of mountain, wind, and water glared with rage. The four brothers had endured thousands of years of storms together, never parted until now. Damn you, nightmare. Beep you. Guman, do not die. Raffi put away the flame soul, picking up his brother's remains. Chase. Avenge Guman. In this war that felt like the end of the world, such scenes played out again and again. A month passed. Nora calendar, year 3500. The protracted final battle raged on. Chaotic Heaven Saint, Mist Sky Guardian, Fire Giant King, and in total 6 Nora and underworld powerhouses had fallen. Up to now, 30 nightmare monarchs perished. 12 years passed. The war in the land of darkness grew ever fiercer. Casualties became mere numbers. Through the efforts of Levi and Emmon, the expansion of the disaster world slowed, but still could not be completely curbed. At this rate, within 50 years, it would spread to Nora and consume her borderlands. Before Nora calendar 3600, Nora's entire territory could be swallowed. Nightmare means to perish together. Hera's place of ascension had become a melee field, a meat grinder. For more than 10 years now, many level 10 strongmen perished annually, mainly nightmare monarchs, but Nora and the underworld also suffered deaths, though obviously less frequently than the former. After all, their overall strength surpassed the nightmares by a great margin. And with the ancient tower as their life-saving trump card, to defeat the nightmares, while preserving most of Nora's strength, is not a fantasy. The crux is destroying the disaster world, eradicating the Supreme. At the same time, in the Star Realm ruined sea, the Lord of Storms gathered all gods. The threat of the insects gradually receded. Already 500 gods had answered the call, waiting for the Star Ancestor to free himself and descend in power upon Nora. In the deep astral world, the exile ritual of Star Ancestor and the 2 Supreme Incarnations was nearing its end. Now was the crucial moment, allowing for no distraction. The Star Realm's top 10 strongest had gathered here. The Lord of Chaos, Sovereign of 10,000 gold, Blood Fire Dominator, Heavenly Father, and more, all beings who shake the multidimensional plane. Suddenly, strange blood water dripped from the sky. Where each droplet landed, a figure manifested. A handsome, long-haired man. He drew a bow in the void, crimson power gathering in his right hand, which formed into a blood arrow. The bow arched like a full moon. The arrow flashed like a meteor. With a swish, the blood arrow pierced 10,000 ages, bearing endless resentment, and exploded forth. Old bastard, long time no see. Chapter 3106. The faces of all the gods turned pale. A shout rang out across the expanse. Kaz. The blood arrow expanded in the breeze, transforming into countless crimson lives. It formed a blood-colored black snake stretching for thousands of miles. The creature roared, devouring everything in its path. Quick, stop it. The Star Ancestor wore a gloomy expression. He knew the ultimate creation had not perished. Yet, he could not fathom how the other party had achieved supreme status again in just 300,000 years. Worse, the power rivaled the old proxy supremes. Where was he hiding? The gathered gods stood at the 4 emperors level. They joined forces, raising divine power walls that spanned from the earth to the sky. It is useless, useless, useless. The long-haired man laughed wildly. His body shot forward with explosive speed. He used the blood-colored black snake like a whip, lashing out at the sea of ruins. Heaven and earth began to spin in a violent vortex. The walls shattered like rotted weeds. The blood-colored black snake held a clear target. It aimed directly at the mother nest while sealed inside the cocoon. Kaz knew this trick would not cause substantial harm to the star ancestor. He only had one chance. After this strike, he planned to flee. He would let the terrifying mother nest will descend upon the world again. How it ended was not Kaz's concern. His agreement with Sauron was complete. Solving the aftermath was Sauron's problem. A thunderous boom echoed. The black snake shook the seal. Space and time exploded. Everything returned to ruins. The three Supremes had barely maintained the expulsion of the mother nest will. Now the balance shattered. The seal broke instantly. An invisible, terrifying will rushed out. It formed a wormhole vortex with a radius of tens of thousands of miles. An astral world appeared, marred by a heart-stopping hole. A buzzing sound filled the air. Swarm after swarm of insect queens and billions of insects emerged. Many great gods turned livid, their faces pale as if mourning their own parents. Only they understood the price the astral world had paid for this situation. Now they were right back where they started. It was more painful than death. The star ancestor stood, not even bothering to look at the mother nest will die. He struck with full force. His power transformed into a giant starlit hand, stirring across billions of miles. Within it, the reflections of 3,000 worlds and billions of sentient beings flickered. The divine scale complete heaven star destruction decimated the area. In an instant, 99.9% of Kaz's duplicates vanished. Shortly after, a large batch of duplicates died. In the end, more than a dozen escaped safe and sound. They disappeared without a trace. A voice echoed, "I will return." Only mocking laughter echoed in the sea of ruins. The star ancestor did not pursue Kaz. He turned to face the approaching mother nest will. "I can seal you once, and I can seal you twice. Why are you so persistent in troubling me?" The star ancestor divine power rose, vast as a galaxy, shaking off the mother nest. The mother of all gods and the father of all gods spoke. "Chaos, Wanjin, gather all the gods. This time, all gods of the astral world must be mobilized. If not, when it comes time to settle accounts, there will be no mercy." The Lord of Chaos and the others cursed inwardly. They had lived for billions of years and never encountered such a bothersome situation. On the other side, the Lord of Storm formulated tactics. He looked invigorated. Finally, he could enact divine punishment and chastise those blasphemers. He and the gods had waited far too long for this day. Suddenly, a violent fluctuation hit. The astral world trembled 3 times. The Lord of Storm expression changed. Then, the voices of the Father and Mother of all gods echoed in his mind. What is going on? Again, is there no end to this? Damn Kaz. He had finally found someone even more loathsome than the Chaos Emperor. If he could become supreme, he would grind Kaz to dust. The Nora calendar marked the year 3512. The blood battle marked 3400. The ultimate creation resurrected, emerging suddenly. With supreme means, it shattered the insect seal. The insect catastrophe had returned. Turmoil in the astral world rose anew. In the nameless dimension, a long-haired figure emerged within the blood pool. The figure coughed. The ultimate creation face was weak, his breath unstable. The star ancestor is truly hard to deal with. 300,000 years have passed, yet he remains strong, even after being weakened by the insects. At his heyday, he was perhaps almost transcending the universe. He is a truly big trouble. The mother nest will realm should only just reach level 11 late stage. It is not as powerful as Nightmare, Underworld and Abyss, but its growth is too fast. If not eliminated, it will be a disaster for this universe sooner or later. All lives in other multi-universes will be erased, leaving only a cold universe, devouring all organic matter. That is the nature of the insects. I must recover first. I have already created an opportunity for Nora. Next, let us see if the Chaos Emperor can open up the situation, destroy Nightmare, and then pacify Abyss. In the Red Plain, the Fire Sovereign returned to his old nest. He continued to sleep soundly. As it turned out, he had overthought things. Nora and the Underworld joined hands. Nightmare stood no chance. That newly promoted Supreme faced extermination. It was only a matter of time. The current situation did not warrant his intervention. He was the blade thrust into the astral world, and he could not unsheath yet. Minimizing losses was Nora's concern. Suddenly, a fluctuation made the Fire Sovereign open his eyes. This comes from the astral world. Could it be? He looked up, and the smoke rose again over the sea of ruins. The war between insects and gods had reignited. I see. Sauron still reserved other tactics. It must be that one, the strongest among today non-giant supremes. The ultimate creation, Kaz. Midway, the Abyss realm worm trudged forward in the dark void. On Chaotic City, the Abyss will face changed slightly. The ultimate creation. The chaotic servant spoke. Indeed, it is him. This one actually dared to show up. He even destroyed the astral world plan to seal the insects. What is his aim? Giving Nora and the underworld a chance. Is he also aligned with Nora? Chapter 3107. The Abyss will spoke. It is possible, but it might also be the Revenge Star realm. Interesting, throughout history, the moments of supremacy have been like a performance, and this epoch is overly lively. The Chaos Servant replied. Since the primordial epoch, so many supremacies coexisting in one era, this is the first time. It seems someone has devised a grand scheme to stir things up. Lord, do we proceed or pause to observe? The Abyss will looked mad. Continue forward, sense that ultimate creation helps hold off the astral world. We must seize such a great opportunity. Rest assured, I am fully prepared. Time passed and 18 years went by. It was the Nora calendar year 3530. The battlefield remained in fierce combat. With the rapidly expanding disaster world affecting both sides indiscriminately, they tacitly moved the battle further afar. With the Ancient Tower's help, the Nora Alliance army inflicted devastating damage on the Nightmare army with minimal casualties. To date, the Nora Alliance army lost 12 level 10 strongmen. After Mist Sky Guardian left, Emperor Levi, a newly ascended legendary, also exhausted her life-saving chances, and was unlucky to be killed by the enemy's Dark Knight Monarch, an expert in assassination. Emperor Levi exploded, escaping only her remnants, and sought rebirth. Dark Knight Monarch is a top-level strongman, skilled in the shadow and darkness path, and was a hidden ace of the Nightmare world. Its deployment caused considerable trouble for Nora. Characters personally hunted this villain, inflicting injuries upon him. Dark Knight Monarch fled, whereabouts unknown. 30 years of war, 2 legendary fallen. Such achievements are already commendable, but parting is always sorrowful and many grieve. The soldiers of Nora turn grief into strength, fighting tenaciously against the enemy, to the bitter end. This is a war without retreat. Thus, even if the Ancient Tower's life-saving chances were exhausted, no one would evade it. One person fleeing might not matter much, not enough to affect the big picture. But if everyone thinks this way, the war cannot be sustained. In a chain reaction, Nora's original advantage would instead disappear. Among the barbarian tribes, the Eagle God barbarian chief was unlucky to be ambushed and severely injured. Although the Ancient Tower teleported him away to stabilize his wound and preserve his life, his realm fell. He was sent to the medical department inside the Ancient Tower for treatment. It is difficult for him to return to the 10-level realm in the short term, which counts as the fall of a level 10. Also, for more fell, 2 from the Void Holy Temple and 2 from the Underworld. So far, the sacrifice of these 12 fallen level 10 fighters exchanged for the lives of 60 monarchs, equivalent to 1 life for 5, weakening the Nightmare further. By maintaining this advantage, they could completely annihilate the Nightmare. However, at this point, many level 10 and level 9 life-saving chances were also nearing depletion, the Ancient Tower running under high load, reaching its limits. Without the Ancient Tower's teleportation, Nora's casualty rate may increase slightly, but now, the numerical advantage of the Nightmare is no longer apparent. Offsetting each other, it should not be very severe. The initial goal set by the Supreme Council was this: at the higher levels, to annihilate the Nightmare at the cost of no more than 40 level 10 fighters and 500 level 9 fighters. At the mid and low levels, to preserve at least 80% of Nora's living forces. Now it seems entirely possible to overachieve. Provided the supreme strongmen of Nora are free to tackle the disaster world unrestrainedly, the Chaos Emperor could sweep across the enemies. Hence at present, Nora's strategy shifts again to a defensive one. Focusing on self-preservation, stalling time to ensure Hera's ascent, she is crucial to swiftly break the deadlock. The situation within the Nightmare world is very promising. Blood Sea Mosquito Lord smiled. Lord, this is the last big domain in Western Nightmare. I know the location of its owner now. Fingal nodded. Good, lead me to him. Fingal's aura grew ever stronger, the majesty of a king fully revealed. Through years of expansion, the strength of the Dusk army swelled threefold, sweeping 80+ big domains of the Nightmare, taking over the western region excluding some special forbidden zones. During this time, he, the 9 Death Swordsmen, the Blood Sea Mosquito Lord, and other level 10 fighters, collectively killed 4 hiding level 10 monarchs, who refused to surrender, alongside dozens of overlords. They also subdued 2 monarchs, namely the Panic Monarch and the Greedy Life Monarch. To date, Fingal has 4 monarchs and over 20 overlords under his command. The Dusk army is already the strongest force within the Nightmare world. Pushing through the east, west, south, north, and central 5 big domains is just a matter of time. Led by the Blood Sea Mosquito Lord, the owner of this land was soon discovered. A desolate figure awakened from the wilderness. Seeing several level 10 auras encircling him, the fallen monarch stood there, clothed in rags, an impoverished aura permeating the air. His strength was decent, at the level 10 middle stage. Blood Sea Mosquito Lord stepped forward. You are surrounded, surrender. Nightmare's extinction is only a matter of time. More than 60 monarchs have died in battle, the general trend is gone. The fallen monarch swallowed a mouthful. I surrender. He had always intended not to participate in battle, having little fighting spirit. Seeing the Nightmare falling apart now, he lacked any noble thought to perish with it. In such chaotic times, survival for a moment is a moment. 2 years later, the Nora battlefield erupted. The Astral World's upheaval reverberated like an earthquake. Other supreme strongmen sensed it, but the battle between the Nightmare and Nora already blurred the sky, and no one cared what this signified. At the place of Hera's ascent, a level 10 late-stage monarch ended his life amidst furious roars, the shockwave sweeping away a circle of level 10 strongmen. Accompanying the world-shaking self-destruction, he shouted for them to die together. This was the fallen lord, besieged by the 1,000 Mountains Immortal, the light ancient Saint Emperor, and other level 10 middle-stage strongmen, all of whom showed unease in their hearts. Chapter 3108. The 1,000 Mountains Immortal put away the shattered legendary wizard tool. He coughed, his chest rattling. Is everyone all right? He asked. We are fine. How about you? One of the warriors shouted back. I cannot go on anymore, haha, the immortal chuckled. At this age, lasting until now and exhausting another top-level powerhouse, I suppose I have died for a worthy cause. Farewell, everyone. Mountains piled up. 10,000 peaks stood tall. Vast plains, fertile earth, forests, and snowy tundra stretched out across the landscape. Someone murmured, his voice heavy with grief. This is Midland. The Thousand Mountains immortal was born in the central earth realm. Acclaimed at a young age, he joined the Soren Holy Tower. He rose as swiftly as a bamboo breaking through, becoming a legendary wizard. The demiplane known as Palmid Middle Earth was the miniature world he formed from the geomancy of the Midland continent landscape. As life slipped away, the Midland began to collapse. There were no living beings in the demiplane. Before this battle, the Thousand Mountains immortal had moved all residents to Gondar City, governed by his descendant Lucian. His lifespan was nearly exhausted. Prolonged combat in the complexity of the battlefield left little hope for survival. Thus, he deceived Triss. He truly harbored a death wish. But as a legend, he must die magnificently. All men must die. His death weighed more than 1,000 mountains and rivers. A legendary wizard is not merely a realm title. It is a heartfelt longing. They are the radiant stars lighting the night sky of civilization. They are the towering mountains of truth atop this era. His primordial soul disintegrated, and his witch mark faded. Ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The shattered mountain range staff turned into a streak of light, flying toward Nora. The warriors of the Midland battle group watched the legendary passing, sorrowful yet singing. The king seated upon mountains, the wise one carrying virtue and earth. Nora calendar, year 3532. Alexander fell. From the deep blue sage, to the dragon flame god, survivor of the vast sea, Mr. Silver, Mist Sky Guardian, and Thousand Mountains immortal, one after another, the legends of the old era fell. Few remained. On the battlefield, the battered true form of Emmon suddenly looked back. A final silent sigh escaped him. The great sun expanded, light and heat surging forth, driving away the power of disaster. Days later, Soren Continent, Pharmacist Association. Triss finished her experiment. She was studying a new medicine made from nightmare creatures, capable of restoring spiritual origin. After this war, surely many wizards would be gravely wounded. Traditional recovery potions were expensive and difficult to widespread. These wizards could not be healed in time. At best, they would fall from their realm. At worst, they would lose cultivation, or even die. This project was originally proposed and led by her teacher, the Thousand Mountains immortal. 4/5 of it was already completed. Later, her teacher went to the battlefield, leaving it to her, the vice president. Now, her cultivation was ever closer to 9 rings perfect. She felt confident she could finish the medicine within 100 years. When she opened the laboratory door, she found a staff covered in cracks hovering there. Majestic mountains marked it, and an earthy yellow aura swirled around the wood. Triss felt something stir within her. Teacher, she whispered. Taking up the staff, Triss gazed into the depths of darkness. Until now, many stars had fallen, pulling at countless hearts. This was already a scene from the cruelty of civil war, weakened several times over by the overwhelming might of Nora. I will definitely develop the dream returning potion, she vowed. Meanwhile, Nightmare World. The Dusk Army began advancing into the central Nightmare World, where remnants were more numerous and strong foes plentiful. Progress moved slower than in the west, yet all were united, orderly, and determined. Lucian stood among them. His father's death left a hollow ache in his chest. He sat alone beneath a tree, briefly recalling the past. Moments later, he gathered himself and joined the battle. Now, the Gondar 3 heroes had all temporarily exited the Nightmare World, heading for the ancient dragon continent to seclude themselves and break through to the 9 rings perfect realm. The Legion needed every hand. None could slacken. Parting is not farewell forever. Today's exit is for a brighter stage tomorrow. Legend never falls. 8 years later, the site of Hera's ascension. That golden figure remained bathed in endless death breath. 40 years passed. Hera arrived at the crucial turning point for her breakthrough. Countless people watched, longing for her to shatter the deadlock. The fighting on both sides grew more and more frenzied. This was a level 10 group battle unseen in 10 million years. No matter how good your physical defense, or how powerful your means, you might be struck by a sudden enemy. Your rhythm could break, and you could be plunged into peril. It was far more dangerous than small-scale war. Star River Sword, the fighter shouted. After 40 years of fierce fighting, the sword intent of the Star Sky Sword Saint grew ever stronger. It was exhausted. Never had it fought so desperately. But its condition was incomparably good. The breakthrough to the legendary level 10 sword skill stood within reach. That was the supreme realm pioneered by the Sword Dao ancestor. Just one swing of this sword, it could severely injure, even kill, the Black Heart Demon Lord before it. Immersed in the world of swords, it did not notice. Its flesh had dried up. Its bones were shattered. Its armor was rusted. Its supreme treasure, the autumn water, trembled with weeping. Human strength has its maximum, so too does supreme treasure. After decades of high-intensity battles against top-level foes, without maintenance, and without honing, the durability had already reached bottom. Like a dried corpse, only the eyes of the Star Sky Sword Saint burned bright. It gazed at the myriad stars. In the galaxy, a figure seemed to appear practicing sword. It had learned the sword young, entrusting its emotions to the blade. Its dream was to be the first sword saint beneath the starry sky, though it had never achieved that title yet. The Dusk Hall Master was simply monstrous. So be it. Then I will become the second sword saint beneath the stars, the entity declared. The Star Sky Sword Saint unleashed the last sword of its life, also its greatest sword. This was the final profound meaning of the Starry Sky Sword scripture. The galaxy becomes the sword, it roared. Sword chi spanning 1,000,000 miles surged forth, as if the heavenly river split the cosmos. Chapter 3109. The face of the Black Heart Demon Lord twisted as he realized he could not dodge. In all his years, he had witnessed only two breakthroughs on the battlefield. One was the ascension of Hera, the other was the breakthrough of the Star Sky Sword Saint. The demon struggled for a moment, his reserves exhausted, before the torrent of sword energy consumed him. I have achieved level 10 sword Dao, the Star Sky Sword Saint laughed, his voice ringing across the void. Thousand-eyed swordsman, I will go before you. The saint hurled the autumn water sword through the air. Catch the sword. The blade sliced through the sky, and left the battlefield behind. The form of the Star Sky Sword Saint disintegrated. His true soul vanished into the Mother River without a shred of regret. In the next life, I will still be a swordsman. In the year 3540 of the Nora calendar, the deputy of the Void Holy Tower, the Star Sky Sword Saint, fell. He was the first top-level powerhouse from the side of Nora to die in battle. The supreme treasure, autumn water, fell upon the giant continent and landed before the door of the secluded thousand-eyed swordsman. Beside it lay another supreme treasure, the Flame Soul. The Nora Alliance army had lost 20 level 10 strong men, including the king of the underworld. 300 level 9 experts had perished in battle. The side of the Nightmare had lost 80 Nightmare monarchs. 10 had surrendered, and 10 had escaped. Over 300 still resisted with desperation, but they were no match for the joint army of Nora and the underworld. Level 9 dominators, a total of 1001, had been wiped out. Eliminating all Nightmare forces was now merely a matter of time. At the same time, on the ancient dragon continent, 3 perfect ninth circle auras soared toward the heavens. 3 gigantic wizard forms, shoulder to shoulder with the sky, hovered aloft. They were an ancient god, a divine dragon, and the golden star. 1,700 years had passed since they ascended the ninth circle. The Gondor 3 heroes attained 9 rings perfection at the same moment. The next step is legendary, one of them stated. Let us strive to ascend before the abyss arrives. Another added. It should not be an issue. For now, let us sweep out the Nightmare remnants. Once they stabilized their realms, the 3 headed toward the Nightmare world. 2 fronts pushed from both within and without the realm. The moment the war was won would be the day the Nightmare vanished. 20 years later, on the battlefield at the site of the fall of the Star Sky Sword Saint, the force of a vast galaxy sword chi lingered. It kept ordinary level 10 warriors from approaching. Suddenly, a furtive, shadowy figure crawled out from within the Star River. His aura was weak. It was the Black Heart Demon Lord. He had relied on a life-saving secret art to survive, though he had dropped to the middle stage of level 10. I cannot die, for I am the Seven Sins Demon Lord, the creature hissed. He crept from the battlefield, but a giant form covered in eyes blocked his path. The giant held 2 swords in his hands, and a great sword remained clamped in his mouth. All 3 were supreme treasures. They were Flame Soul, Autumn Water, and Divine Wind. After years in seclusion, the thousand-eyed swordsman had not only reached the late stage of level 10, but he had also comprehended a level 10 sword skill. His power now eclipsed an ordinary top-level powerhouse. The mightiest of the giants was no longer the mountain giant king. It was him. So it was you who killed the Star Sky Sword Saint, the thousand-eyed swordsman growled. You deserve death. My worthy opponent is gone just like that. How will you repay me? He struck with a ferocious slash. The thousand-eyed sword scripture allowed the sword to follow wherever the heart reached. It lacked the sweeping grandeur of the Galaxy Sword Manual, but it was even harder to evade. The invisible heart sword light swept over the Black Heart Demon Lord. Caught inside, the demon struggled on the brink of death. Even his true soul was wiped out. Of the 7 demon lords, 6 had died. Only the Sloth Demon Lord remained. As before, he had fled once more. He was no longer to be found on the battlefield. An invisible surge of force swept out, sending many level 10 strongmen flying. The thousand-eyed swordsman focused his mind. Supreme Hera. It was the year 3560 of the Nora calendar. Hera ascended to Supreme. The path of Hera was likewise a road of death. Her eyes were like dead, silent pools. In her vision, all living things were as mayflies that arose with the dawn and died with the dusk. It was a fleeting instant. Dawn and dusk worm, another insect of life and death, she whispered. Hera gazed around. The monarchs who had wished to kill her moments ago had scattered in panic and vanished. The apocalypse of the Nightmare had arrived. They were frightened half to death. The side of Nora now possessed 5 supreme combat powers. The Nightmare would gain nothing here now, and neither would the Astral World. The utter defeat of the Nightmare was no longer in question. Hera, go assist Levi, Emmon called out. The voice of Emmon pulled Hera back to reality from her supreme state. After 60 years of expansion, the disaster world was already approaching the Dusk Sword River. The flood-like power of disaster would soon beat upon the shield of Nora. At the heart of the battlefield, the Lord of Disaster no longer possessed a human form. Its state resembled a nebula born from stellar detonation. It was undying, unextinguishable, and devoid of self. It was completely lost. In a sense, this newly ascended Supreme was already dead. Yet even its death throes could deal grievous harm to Nora. At the center of its nebula body, cracks finally appeared in the disaster stone. This was the reward for 60 years of ceaseless assault by Levi. He was not supreme. He was only level 10. To have battered a law-like disaster stone to such a state was a feat to take pride in. The consciousness of Hera swayed. Logically, she should not yet wield supreme power just after her ascension. But Nora could wait no longer. She strode forward. In the blink of an eye, she arrived at the heart of the disaster world. Levi stood before her, his indifferent features visible through the chaos. "Thank you," Levi said. Hera offered no reply. Her golden hair danced wildly, and death energy entangled her longsword. It was a supreme treasure, transformed by her supreme power. She named it Mayfly. Supreme sword chi boomed forth. The skill of Hera in sword Tao was not high. It did not equal the star sky sword saint or the thousand-eyed swordsman, but her realm was far greater, so her might far surpassed them both. The sword chi struck the disaster stone, and cleaved a white scar into it. Levi breathed a sigh of relief. Hera's attack was far more effective than his own. It was not because her power was greater, but because she was supreme. She was a force on the same level as the disaster stone. Only supreme could erase supreme. Levi caught his breath and began hacking away again. He was exhausted in body and soul. Every strike spent all his strength. It was as if a mortal were made to run a marathon at the pace of a sprinter. He constantly burned himself down. The ability of the Ancestor Body to repair could no longer keep up with the depletion of his spiritual origin. Levi knew he would be left deeply scarred at the very least when the battle ended. But he did not care. Compared to companions and kin who had perished, to emerge from the civil war merely wounded was the kindest fate possible. Days passed. Levi chatted occasionally with Hera. Although she ignored him, he did not give up. This golden-haired swordswoman at his side seemed no longer mortal. Her state was most unnatural. She hovered between life and death. Sometimes she would abruptly vanish, like death itself. Then, after a while, she would reappear and resume her silent attack. "Hera, perhaps you should leave," Levi said, sensing her change. "If you wish to erase the disaster stone by yourself, it would need decades at least. The all-consuming eternal plan of my father is in danger of failure." At last, Hera spoke. Her voice was icy and emotionless. "Your father is Sauron. Your mother is the netherworld ancestor." Levi guessed at the truth. Hera gave him no reply. The woman vanished once more. It was then dusk. Levi realized she always appeared at dawn and faded at dusk. She existed only in daylight, like a mayfly born in the morning and dying by sundown. Chapter 3110. Levi could not fathom how Hera achieved supreme power. It clearly connected to her supreme treasure. Hera was far from well, yet at this moment, no better choice existed. Levi wondered if Hera ascending to supreme was merely another part of Sauron's plan. He dismissed the thought. Sauron would not stoop to such tactics. All of this surely stemmed from Hera's own decision. Had she not ascended to supreme, Disaster World would have destroyed Nora. The world would have suffered severe losses and failed its intended goal. The coming struggles would prove even more arduous, yet it remained within Sauron's calculations, and it fell within what Nora could bear. Levi advised Hera to leave for the time being. He respected her choice. Time and again, Levi broke through his maximum. He burned his spiritual origin. He burned his life force and even his lifespan for another shred of strength. Possessing a long lifespan, he could afford the cost. Once, the wizard's path promised him eternal life. Now, after witnessing the immortality of giants, he felt only emptiness. With Hera's help, the shattering of the disaster stone accelerated. Consequently, the expansion of Disaster World slowed. 10 years passed. Disaster World no longer threatened Nora. Levi could handle it alone. Levi said, "Hera, you should stop and rest." He reached out, yet she had vanished, yet again. The following day, the sun rose as usual. Levi continued his assault upon the disaster stone. His face tightened as he scanned the horizon, but Hera remained absent. Days passed, one after another. Over 3,000 days and nights crept by, until the Nora calendar reached the year 3580. On this day, the disaster stone reached its limit, riddled with cracks. Levi delivered his final strike. The stone shattered into countless fragments. He reached out with the hand of the universe and intercepted most of them. A small portion vanished into the void nonetheless. A deep rumble shook the ground. Disaster World began to collapse. From a great height, a boundless, scarred, circular brand appeared etched into the lands of darkness. Within the scar, all manner of disaster rampaged. No life could survive. Normal laws failed here. For a long time to come, this remained a super forbidden zone. Levi leaned on his longsword, silent. Hera had not returned since the day she vanished. Unless something unexpected happened, she was lost. Elsewhere, after 80 years of ceaselessly releasing his power, Emmon looked ragged. His true sun form resembled the sun itself more than a man. His expression remained calm, as serene as the sun and moon. Emmon broke the silence. "Levi, how are you?" Levi replied, "I am fine. How are you holding up?" Emmon spoke frankly. "Not too well. I need to slumber to suppress my power. I do not know how long I will sleep." "Levi, everything is up to you for now." His tone carried utter exhaustion. After all, he had not been supreme for long. He fared better than newly ascended ones like Hera, or the Lord of Disaster. Thus, he managed 80 years without losing himself. If another 20 years passed, he could not guarantee his stability. "Go rest." Levi waved his hand, and a golden barrier formed around Emmon. The barrier condensed from the power of his golden emperor dragon origin. None but a supreme could break it. An ordinary level 10 could only slowly grind it away. It sufficed for Emmon to recuperate. Emmon had no time for thanks. He sat cross-legged like an old monk, bowing his head. Yet the blazing supreme power he released remained. Emmon did not withdraw it because he could not. He could only control it after awakening from his slumber. Levi felt a trace of bitterness. Despite their preparations, the price to defeat a supreme remained heavy. Hera was lost. Emmon slept. Only Levi remained able to move upon the battlefield. He was near his limit and desperate for sleep. But this was not the time. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the Master of Horror sensed the demise of the Lord of Disaster. Despair washed over its face as it howled to the heavens. The Nightmare's desperate gambit had failed. It had sacrificed a third of Nightmare life to have a supreme ascend, just to annihilate Nora. Now it had lost both Madam and troops. A cry tore through the air. Mad with impotent fury, it burned itself to drag the Netherworld ancestor down with it. On a higher battlefield, Nightmare will felt equal despair. It had never imagined Nightmare would see such a day. Whether it retreated back to Nightmare or fought on, it could not reverse the tide. With the Dusk Palace Master freed up, and though Emmon slumbered, he was not dead. Hera was lost, and that thought, for now, had to be set aside. Surveying the field, Nora's side held a crushing supreme combat power advantage. Nightmare had no way to force up two more supremes. If it tried, it would destroy itself without Nora needing to attack. It would arrive at extinction regardless. The final result would still leave only a solitary Nightmare will commander behind. It pondered the path ahead, an inner struggle raging within. The underworld source river's assault grew fiercer. It finally saw the light of victory. The structure of the four great giants would break. Next came the era of tripartite balance. Returning to the fray, Levi noticed his crimson dragon slash was nicked and chipped all over its blade. Unless it was a cosmic-level supreme treasure, no treasure could withstand such use. Thank you, old friend. Levi put away his divine weapon, sending it into his body to be nurtured. He did not hurry to aid the Netherworld ancestor, or the Mother River. To defeat another supreme would consume too much time. Since the other two battlefields remained in temporary balance, he might as well take this chance to deal with the other four emperors and relieve Nora's burden. Chapter 3111. Levi focused his awareness inward. The pure white primordial soul flickered, faint as a candle in the wind. Threads of spiritual origin flowed into it, slow and steady. He murmured the words Ancestor Body. Levi retrieved a bottle of rejuvenation potion from his inventory, a supply obtained from the council treasury before the journey began. He swallowed the contents. The injury to his spiritual origin recovered somewhat, but given his massive scale, a single bottle was insufficient. The Congress had no more to spare. 80 years of brutal war had taken a toll. The legendary rejuvenation potions were exhausted. Beyond those, many similar divine medicines were in short supply, as replenishment could not keep up with the constant consumption. Thousand Mountains immortal. Levi thought of the elders who had witnessed his growth now lost to the void. A cold ache settled in his chest. He dismissed the costly ancestor form, and his figure shifted. The giant vanished, replaced by the familiar silhouette of a black armored swordsman. The cost of burning spiritual force remained substantial. He lacked the Klein crystal ball to measure the loss, but he could sense the drain. He did not mind. He would recover in a few hundred years. Besides, after this battle, he could refine many legendary artifacts. Those disaster stone fragments were valuable assets as well. 3 days passed swiftly. Levi rested and surveyed his physical form. Beyond the deficiency in his origin, another injury persisted. Countless microscopic holes permeated his being, allowing the power of disaster to flow freely through his veins. He had attempted methods like self-detonation and disintegration, yet all proved futile. He recognized the state as supreme erosion. Though he possessed the brute strength to shake the supreme, his current level was not enough to eradicate it entirely. To remove these forces, he would have to wear them down with time, or wait until he achieved the supreme status himself. What a hassle, he thought. Levi temporarily ignored the dark ailments. The erosion of the power of disaster remained chronic, failing to affect his combat power in the short term. As long as he ended the war quickly, he could recuperate. After confirming that nothing was critically wrong, Levi stepped into the chaos dimension. In the void lay a vast tomb shrouded in black gas. The resurrected Red Lotus dragon, and several mythical giant beasts, besieged the black and white Netherworld Emperor. The aura of life and death swirled around two Netherworld artifacts, strangling the giant beasts. The battle between the third Netherworld Emperor and the Archdevil of Hell had lasted for 80 years. The black and white Netherworld Emperor held the upper hand, but taking down the Archdevil of Hell remained a difficult task. The Lost is dead and disaster is dead too, the Archdevil of Hell mused. Is my nightmare truly at its end? The battle felt destined to be lost, and the Archdevil of Hell felt its momentum drowning in despair. Yet it dared not defy the nightmare will. It had to persist. The black and white Netherworld Emperor pressed the attack. Surrender, he commanded. If you truly join my underworld, the Mother River will spare your life. You need not worry about the Master of Horror, and the nightmare will. The Archdevil of Hell sneered. What do you take me for? I am the first life born from the Supreme Will's creation of heaven and earth, even older than the Master of Horror. As one of the four emperors, it possessed an immense pride. It would not betray its father. It glanced toward the ignorant monarch, who was fiercely battling the heavenly will. By rights, the barbarian ancestor should have been weaker. The barbarian ancestor took the path of faith and totem, and the loss of a level 10 barbarian lord should have diminished its strength compared to 80 years ago. Yet that opponent, one of the 4 emperors, grew more and more difficult to fight. The Archdevil of Hell sent a mental transmission. Ignorant, what do you plan next? The response arrived instantly. I will perish with the nightmare. Good. Having lived for billions of years is enough. The Archdevil of Hell burned its own essence, and its momentum surged. The black and white Netherworld Emperor frowned and retreated to a distance. He needed to maintain remote constraint and avoid the blast radius of a potential self-detonation. Actually achieving extreme ascension, he muttered. Truly loyal. The Archdevil of Hell laughed loudly, charging toward the black and white Netherworld Emperor. Come, let me show you what the 4 emperors mean. At that moment, the battlefield fell silent. A pure white immaculate giant hand broke into the world. Chaotic power gave birth to earth, fire, wind, water, frost, and thunder. Under the giant hand, life was nurtured. The legendary spell Universal Hand, the air crackled with the name of the technique. Boom. A world-shaking slap sent the Archdevil of Hell into the chaotic void at the peak of its momentum. Moments later, a weary and beaten figure emerged. The Archdevil of Hell paled. Chaos Emperor. With just one palm, the strike had nearly destroyed the Archdevil after its outburst. Levi had achieved this while in a state of spiritual origin deficiency and weakness. The disparity in power was plain to see. Sensing the approach of Levi, the ignorant monarch knew the nightmare was destined for defeat. The 2 supreme beings of the nightmare might protect themselves, but covering the retreat of so many nightmare monarchs would be difficult. It could execute the A plan listed on the slates. The nightmare was over. The best ending left would be the 2 supreme beings hanging on by the skin of their teeth. If they could not even keep the nightmare world as a base, there was no future to speak of. The ignorant monarch suddenly shouted, I am willing to submit to Nora. From now on, I sever all ties with the nightmare. It swung an invisible blade toward itself. An invisible line snapped, severing its connection with the nightmare will. Its face turned pale, and its momentum plummeted until it could only maintain the late stage of level 10. It could no longer be called one of the 4 emperors. This was the only way Nora would believe its sincerity. The heavenly will seemed visibly taken aback, clearly not expecting such an outcome. To demonstrate its resolve, the ignorant monarch instantly charged toward the Archdevil of Hell, which was already precarious under the fierce assault of Levi. Boom. The great sword manifesting from the power of delusion stabbed into the back of the Archdevil of Hell. The latter looked back in disbelief. Weren't you going to perish with the nightmare? It questioned. The ignorant monarch replied emotionlessly. Chapter 3112. Yes, I will live and die with the nightmare, the ignorant monarch said, gripping his weapon. Don't you understand? The nightmare might perish, but the nightmare world has already become part of this universe. It is just exchanging one master for another. I am still one of the nightmare people. The Archdevil of Hell spat blood, his face twisted in fury. You betrayed the supreme will. The ignorant monarch ignored the accusation, stirring the greatsword within the Archdevil of Hell's body. Farewell. As of today, the era of the 4 emperors is over. A red giant dragon descended from the sky with a roar, claws outstretched. A dragon claw pressed down on the Archdevil of Hell, and all-consuming dragon breath spewed forth. After a stick of incense time passed, the Archdevil of Hell had no breath remaining. Dragon flames burned a void passage stretching millions of miles, entwined with waves of heat. Leon appeared on horseback, reaching out to take the true soul of the Archdevil of Hell. Ignorant fool. You deserve a bad death, the true soul cursed. Leon gave it a good thrashing before sealing it away. A resplendent death crystal floated in the sky. Levi gathered the corpse and spoils of the Archdevil of Hell. The ignorant monarch knelt, bowing his head to the victor. Hail, Emperor. Levi summoned the Supreme Council round table, forcing the ignorant monarch to swear again. The ignorant monarch hesitated for a moment, eventually swearing a life and death oath. Not bad, Levi said. Though you are called ignorant, you see far. The era has changed, the ignorant monarch replied. Indeed, some old things should be outmoded. Keep fighting, Levi instructed. If you can bring more monarchs to surrender, consider it a way to redeem yourself. When the nightmare world opens new heavens, you will have a share of the credit. All right, I will try my best, the ignorant monarch promised. Levi watched the departing figure and pondered. This battle has cost Nora greatly. If we can supplement some through the nightmare monarchs, that is a good thing. Even if there is some rebellious intent, as long as they can be used against the abyss, it is not a problem. I just will not entrust heavy duties. These monarchs were external personnel. They would not participate in Nora's Supreme Council until the nightmare will was completely eradicated. They were slaves and tools. Henceforth, among the nightmare 4 emperors, 3 had died and 1 had surrendered. News spread rapidly across the battlefield, shocking everyone. Ha ha ha, all 4 emperors are gone, a warrior shouted. The nightmare is nothing to fear. The time to counterattack has come. Everyone hold on. On the battlefield, the morale of Nora and underworld strongmen soared. Damn ignorant, you actually betrayed the nightmare, the master of horror screamed. His mind reeled as he surveyed the field. Nightmare loss of level 10 strongmen had already reached nearly 120. No 4 emperors remained, and several top-level strongmen had died. On the other hand, the opponent offensive grew fiercer. Morale remained the deciding factor in war. The Netherworld ancestor sneered. Nightmare is going to end. The scale of victory in the war tilted completely towards Nora. Barring the involvement of another giant, no one could turn the tide. The abyss had not arrived. The Astral World had twice been plunged into insect plagues. Other fiends and demons were not sufficient to change anything. The Netherworld Ancestor roared to the enemy lines. Nightmare people, those who surrender now, we can give you the chance to continue living in the nightmare world. Otherwise, you will face complete death, with no coming reincarnation. The words spread across the battlefield, reaching countless besieged nightmare creatures. The Master of Horror shouted in anger. Who dares to surrender? I will be the first to kill them. Pass my test first, then speak, the Netherworld Ancestor challenged. At the same time, the Chaos Emperor, draped in a pure white wizard robe and crown, transformed heaven and earth. His majestic voice rang out. Surrender leniently, resist strictly. These numerous nightmare creatures were excellent cannon fodder. If captured, they could be used against the abyss, effectively reducing civilizational loss. The Master of Horror refused to yield. Nightmare will not be defeated. We are the primordial beings that exist through eternity. We tussle with the astral world, we shatter the shadows, the nightmare will never perish. Panic gripped the creature. Even the 4 emperors had surrendered. Other mid to lower levels would only follow suit. Moreover, Nightmare had mercilessly sacrificed 1/3 of its creatures recently. This certainly affected morale. I surrender, the sloth demon lord appeared from nowhere to cry out. It had originally hidden away to evade war, but Charactus discovered it and chased it across half the universe. It had no choice but to return to the Nora battlefield. Charactus paused, his thoughts clearing. The shadow world had always been bullied by nightmare colonists. Today, at last, roles reversed in a fierce venting of resentment. Good, you are also very discerning, Levi noted. He had the sloth demon lord swear an oath. The sloth demon lord finally exhaled. Actually, I did not want to fight a war. I was forced. After expressing loyalty, it joined the ignorant monarch in persuading others to surrender. Henceforth, among the 7 demon lords, 6 had died and 1 had surrendered. The Nightmare 4 emperors and 7 sins demon lords, as Nightmare top-level strongmen, had traversed eternity and dominated the clouds. During epochs without Supreme, they were the highest power. But now, all became history. This day would surely be recorded in the annals. The upper ranks surrendered, setting a clear example. Following this, nightmare creatures surrendered one after another. This included nightmare overlords and even monarchs. The Master of Horror grew furious. Unbelievable. Beyond belief. It scanned the battles in higher dimensions. Supreme will, please decide. At present, continuing the fight would obviously lead to inevitable defeat. According to its thinking, it was better to retreat temporarily. Chapter 3113. As for whether to return to the nightmare, or to hide somewhere, we will discuss that later. For now, preserve the living forces. While the nightmare will remain undying, those people find it difficult to completely control the nightmare world. After all, the world is the shell of will. As for the looting of resources, there is no solution for that. Facing the underworld source river, the nightmare will gradually found itself lacking strength. Strictly speaking, all nightmare creatures are its children. But now, many of these offspring have betrayed it. This feeling makes it angry and humiliates it. The nightmare will shudder with rage, its internal voice echoing. Is my era truly coming to an end? The nightmare will refuse to accept the reality. Retreat the entire army. The nightmare will burn a large portion of its origin strength to achieve a brief ascension. It shook the universe with tumultuous gestures and ultimately broke the shackles of the Mother River. In this moment, it nearly dropped to level 11 mid-stage. The nightmare will swiftly carried the blood and flesh palace, along with some nearby monarchs, and disappeared without a trace. The underworld source river released vast yellow streams, exploring everywhere in the universe. Ultimately, it failed to find the nightmare will. A cunning rabbit has many burrows. At the early establishment of the nightmare world, to counter the astral world, the nightmare will must have found a place to hide outside the nightmare world. In the short term, it remained hidden. However, for the Mother River, the universe is only that large. With its branches spread across the multidimensional planes, it is just a matter of time before it finds it. On the other side, the Master of Horror unleashed his power, forcing the Netherworld Ancestor to retreat. The escape of 2 supreme combat powers shocked the battlefield. Now, all nightmare creatures knew the truth. They had lost. The nightmare was doomed. For a moment, panic gripped the ranks, and more middle and lower levels began to surrender. They had no way to leave the nightmare world for long. Instead of hiding, it was better to switch allegiance and choose a new master. More nightmare creatures scattered and fled. They either escaped to the multidimensional planes or hid within the life dream. Mostly, they returned to the familiar nightmare world. The nightmare monarchs fled the fastest. With the 2 supreme powers creating opportunities, they each used their methods to force the warriors of Nora to retreat, disappearing in an instant. Over 180 of them fled. The forgotten monarch at the level 10 peak quickly withdrew, his whereabouts unknown. Nora and the underworld warriors tried their best to intercept. Levi, the Netherworld Ancestor, and even the Mother River personally acted, ultimately leaving 101 monarchs on the battlefield. Completely surround them. Do not let a single one escape. The offensive had turned. Combined with some surrendering monarchs, Nora's side had nearly 300 level 10 elites. Solving these monarchs would be easy. This group of over 100 monarchs was utterly in despair. They had no time to escape and were abandoned here. The Mother River personally intervened, using its mighty water to form a barrier and imprisoning them. The Netherworld Ancestor and Chaos Emperor, those two Supremes acted aggressively. 3 Supremes joining forces made resistance futile. The ignorant monarch and sloth demon lord stepped forward and addressed the crowd. Everyone, surrender. The greater situation has passed. Levi issued his ultimatum. The Mother River is here. You have no chance of escaping. Whether you live or die is all within your decision. I will give you a day to consider. What followed were 24 hours of torment. Ultimately, all 101 monarchs surrendered. They knelt upon the ground, completely devoid of the dignity of a giant. At this moment, they fell from heaven to the dust, becoming prisoners of war. This was a day they had never envisioned. Levi summoned Fingal. Fingal had them swear both an allegiance oath to the Lord and an oath of the Excalibur. Combined with the Congress Round Table, it made for a 3-layer oath. The Netherworld Ancestor asked how the monarchs should be dealt with, and if Fingal should take them to the nightmare. Levi shook his head. No need for now, just keep them with Nora. The Nightmare Will and Master of Horror are still on the loose. If they are not dealt with, the Nightmare World will not be safe, and I am afraid the Nightmare will might use special means again to control these monarchs. After all, they are all born from the Nightmare World. On the battlefield, the battle groups cleaned up the aftermath. Levi shouted his commands to the assembled forces. We have initially achieved victory in the war, but there are still 2 supreme powers, and remnants led by 200 monarchs yet to be eliminated. Everyone quickly clean up the battlefield, return to Nora to recover, place the dead, treat the wounded, and digest the spoils of war. Soon, we will launch the second wave of war. Next, we will divide into 2 routes. One route goes to the Nightmare World, together with the Dusk Army, swiftly wiping out those remnants who fled to the Nightmare, gather resources, and compensate for the war's consumption. Another route tracks the remnants of the Nightmare. Wherever they hide, we will chase them to the end, until the Nightmare Will and Master of Horror are extinguished. Pursue the enemy with remaining courage. Do not seek fame like the Overlord. Leaving such disasters outside, Nora will never be at peace. Emperor, Grand Council Chairman. Countless cheers rang out in the darkness. No matter what, Nora had won. In 80 years, they annihilated 108 monarchs, 1,364 overlords, and erased 1/3 of the Nightmare's life supreme. The giant nightmare had been slashed to half power. As for the side of Nora, so far, no more than 28 level 10 warriors were dead or wounded, along with over 360 level 9 warriors. In the Civil War, these were minimal losses, never seen before nor after. Of course, the ancient tower's transport function remained indispensable. Otherwise, the losses of Nora in this battle would at least double. Everyone saw the efforts of the Grand Council Chairman. In 80 years, he incarnated as the dragon-headed giant, in the center of the most dangerous disaster world, faced the supreme attack directly, and forcibly wiped out the Lord of Disaster. He is still only level 10. There is also Hera of the Void Holy Temple. Though she only briefly tread into the supreme level, she was dazzling as a meteor. Without her, the loss of Nora cannot be estimated. Everyone who sacrificed in this war is worth commemorating. 1 month later, the battlefield returned to tranquility. Only the army responsible for cleanup continued searching for spoils of war. The Underworld Source River and Netherworld Ancestor returned to the Underworld to rest and recuperate. The Netherworld Ancestor casually slayed the Water Demon Lord with a single slash. This one, trapped within the 8 formation map for a full 80 years, was truly miserable. Gargamel received another great opportunity. With the help of the Netherworld Ancestor, his Sealing Demon Book welcomed a heavyweight member, the Water Demon Lord. However, because his cultivation is not enough, he did not dare use it yet, fearing backlash. When he advances to 10 Ring Senior, he can barely command this Demon Lord. Thus, he will also have top-level strength. The Netherworld Ancestor Hall also returned to the Underworld. The Mother River regained peace, yet did not forget searching for the Nightmare Will's trace. With one more heavy blow, the Nightmare would drop to level 11 mid-stage, losing the qualification to become a giant, never to compare with it again. The Netherworld Ancestor soaked in the spring water. She brooded, her mood darkening as she thought of her lost daughter. From the beginning to the end, Hera never spoke to her. The Soren quotations on the table shone with a faint light. The Netherworld Ancestor took it up, opened it, and her eyes froze. Suddenly, she revealed a smile unseen through eternal years. Madam, I will find Hera. Chapter 3114. Netherworld Ancestor set the Soren quotations aside. Being lost did not mean total extinction. There remained a chance to save oneself. Hera was still in this universe, simply undiscovered. At least you care somewhat. The Ancestor snorted softly. The Abyss Worm ceased its advance. Intelligence arrived from the front lines. Nightmare suffered a crushing defeat, and the 2 Supremes fled with fewer than 200 kings. The battlefield suggested Nora, and the Underworld had emerged relatively unscathed. The chaotic servant paused in confusion. That is it. It is over. He had planned to reap the spoils, while the factions battered each other into bloody ruins. Now that seemed unlikely. This nightmare was just weak as hell. As a giant, they should have held out for at least 500 years. Only 80 years had passed, and already they fled with tails between their legs. The armies of Nora and the Underworld possessed formidable strength. The Abyss will issued a command. Halt the march. Locate the Nightmare Will first. The chaotic servant sought clarification. Lord, are we teaming up with Nightmare? Logic dictated that with the current state of affairs, Nightmare had nowhere to retreat. They had only one option, which was to join forces with the Abyss. The Abyss will chuckled. No, we are going to devour Nightmare. Rather than clash with Nora at their prime, it was better to strike the falling dog. They would chip away at Nightmare piece by piece. Once they grew stronger, perhaps even surpassing the Star Ancestor, the land of darkness would fall into their pockets. All this time, the Astral World had steadily pressed down upon the other three factions. Now, the situation had shifted. The insect plague had the Astral World exhausted, as their strength dropped bit by bit. Nightmare had lost half its power. They were like a kicked-out, homeless dog. This made the Abyss will, who always saw the Astral World as the ultimate adversary, start to reconsider. In this era, perhaps Nora and the Underworld were the true final opponents. Whoever devoured Nightmare first would take control of the war. The war between the insects and gods raged even more fiercely than before. With a numerical advantage, more than a dozen of the 800 gods had fallen. By contrast, the insects had lost only 2 insect queens. The mother nest will continue to produce new queens and soldier species. At this rate, the astral forces might fall below 700 in less than 1,000 years. Even if they repelled the insects, their advantage over other giants would diminish. This realization brought a sense of anxiety to the Star Ancestor. Whether he wanted to admit it or not, the Astral World, once sitting firmly at the top, had entered a decline. This trend was unstoppable and had become a vicious cycle. Originally, the Astral World easily used divine enthronement as a bargaining chip to attract level 9 and level 10 strongmen from the multidimensional plane. Now, those individuals either hid away or joined the Underworld or Nora. The Astral World was no longer the optimal choice. The Star Ancestor swore that once the insects were pacified, he would find Kars, even if he had to search the ocean floor for a needle. Today, the Star Ancestor received more bad news. Lord, Nightmare is utterly defeated. The Supremes have escaped. Nora has won a great victory. The Star Ancestor, whose mental state usually remained as still as a pond, felt waves of disturbance. How could Nightmare be so useless? When they fought the Astral World, they had shown far more resilience. The Star Ancestor could not figure it out. He spent a month reviewing all the intelligence and data on the war, and finally reached a conclusion. The outcome connected to one person, Chaos Emperor. More precisely, it pointed to the mastermind behind him, the Ancestor Wizard, Sauron. Good. Excellent. The Fire Sovereign banged a drum and sang, drinking without restraint. Nora and the Underworld joining forces can wield such strength. This is Sauron. If I lost to him, I have nothing to feel ashamed about. If Sauron had not prepared so many seamless backup plans, the twists and turns Nora faced in this war would have exceeded Nightmare's capabilities. If the Astral World had made a move then, it might have meant the total annihilation of their civilization. Only when all conditions were met did the perfect closed loop form, allowing them to reap today's results. Sauron was a badass. In the Fire Sovereign's heart, Sauron stood as the strongest in the universe. Even the Star Ancestor could not compare. The sky-piercing, earth-shattering golden ancient tree swayed restlessly. Its emotions remained in turmoil. Nora has taken the advantage. Even Nightmare has lost. These wizards want to conquer the multidimensional plane and dominate the universe we live in. The 4 sacred kings were long faces. The undying Saint King spoke. Lord, should we try leaving this universe altogether? The Mingzi Saint King added his thought. By the look of things, even the Astral World might not be Nora's match. The golden ancient tree offered a deep response. Leaving the universe is easier said than done. At the very least, one needed to be a supreme to manage it. Even then, other universes might not offer better conditions. After deep consideration, the Golden Will formulated a plan. In the past, before the Origin Divine Tree fell, it opened a secret dimension. It is isolated from the world. There are no resources, but at least there are no conflicts. Gather the whole race. Bring resources sufficient for at least 10,000 years of development. We will move the entire realm inside. Then, we will seal the realm for 10,000 years. We shall not concern ourselves with worldly affairs. The Heavenly Wisdom Saint King raised a question. Lord, what about after 10,000 years? The Golden Will replied in a discouraged voice. After 10,000 years, we will decide according to the situation. With matters so complicated, he dared not make a rash prediction. Surviving the next 10,000 years was the priority. Levi had no time to rest. He gathered everyone together, as post-war matters required urgent handling. In the darkness, Emmon remained asleep inside the golden light barrier Levi had set up. Levi addressed the group. First, Lord Emmon's safety is the priority. Lord King Tien, please stand guard for 100 years until Emmon awakens. If anything happens, report to me immediately. Lord King Tien nodded. No problem. Levi continued. As for the Eagle God Barbarian Chief's injuries, those need healing as soon as possible. If the resources are lacking, the Congress must find a way. Just get him back to the 10-level realm as early as possible. Chapter 3115. With one god missing, the strength of the Heavenly Will is incomplete. This is the downside of the path of faith. The Heavenly Will turned toward the Grand Council Chairman, expressing gratitude. Many thanks, Grand Council Chairman. Levi gazed at the 21 legendary wizards. During this protracted war, many have suffered damage to their spiritual origin. The Vice President of the Pharmacist Association is developing a dream-returning potion, using nightmare creature materials as the main ingredient. If you have time, you are welcome to participate and help speed up progress. Miss Jin Feng nodded, her expression resolute. No problem. From now on, pharmacy must move with the times and undergo a major transformation. We must harness the resources of the nightmare world. Legendary alchemists are all legendary wizards, but not all legendary wizards are legendary alchemists. Even Levi, having no time to devote to study, has not yet passed the legendary alchemist qualification. His early 3 arts skills can only be picked up again in the future. The Congress possesses few legendary alchemists, most being from the old era. Emmon remains skilled in weapon refinement, but he lacks knowledge in pharmacy. The Frost Witch is young and only skilled in battle, her 3 arts merely at a usable level. Now, many old legends have perished. There are many surviving legendary wizards, but only a few legendary alchemists. The main force consists of Black Abyss Sovereign, Hand of Creation, and the Lord of Northern Abyss. Among the newly advanced legends, Green Forest Master is likely to become a legendary alchemist. During this respite for development, Levi hopes to see a few more born to stockpile more medicine in preparation for the coming war. Levi looked to the Lady of Thunder. With Emperor Wanli lost, the lightning school of thought has only you, a solitary pillar. We must cultivate new legends swiftly. If you face difficulties, inform me. Lady of Thunder sighed, acknowledging the heavy burden. All right. Our school currently has several promising 9th Circle candidates, and I will focus on them. Also, do you know the current reincarnation status of Emperor Wanli? Levi shook his head slowly. Still unclear. She may be waiting for the right moment. Now, everyone wishes to reincarnate as a knight on the ancient dragon continent. The Dusk Holy Temple holds 49 types of mythical bloodlines and 7 supreme bloodlines. It seems numerous, but during wartime, few have the desire to reproduce. Most had children before the war to prevent extinction. Thus, those wanting to become reincarnated knights must wait for stability and relative peace. These days, becoming a knight is not easy. The discards of the last era have suddenly become a top profession. Many people never would have imagined this turn of events. Not only Emperor Wanli, but the Fire Giant King, Thousand Mountains Immortal, and Star Sky Sword Saint's second lives are still waiting. Only Mist Sky Guardian and Chaotic Heaven Saint have completed reincarnation. The former reincarnated as the great-grandson of a Blood Knight in the Nora calendar year 3560. He seemed to covet the Jade Kylan bloodline's mastery over wind. His name is Andet, titled the Wind-Chasing Knight, a wind element child. The latter reincarnated as the grandson of a Saint Ape Knight in the Nora calendar year 3570. Chaotic Heaven Saint cares not for attributes, as he seeks only powerful strength. The Zuyan bloodline suits his taste well. His knight title is the Chaos Knight. Overall, these level 10 strongmen do not choose supreme bloodlines when reincarnating. For the same bloodline, the supreme already occupies the top. If they wish to surpass, it is better to pick a mythical bloodline and carve their own path to supremacy, seizing the crown alone. With the advantage of being level 10 first, unless you are a fire dragon knight monster, or a cheater like Levi, ordinary supernovas cannot compete. Levi reminded the leaders of the Earth and Storm schools of thought that the coming period must accelerate development and make up for the lack of legends. As for the giant, the Fire Giant King has fallen, and the Mountain Giant King is badly wounded and in seclusion. Thousand-Eyed Swordsman has become the new leader. Levi congratulated him on advancing to Sword Dao level 10. The path is not lonely. Thousand-Eyed Swordsman bowed his head. The Fire Giant King may reincarnate in the Fire Dragon Knight family. Since the Fire Dragon family already possesses giant bloodline, it will suit him perfectly. Levi nodded. Yes, the Fire Dragon family is abundant. There are plenty of opportunities for reincarnation. Other Beast Masters and Sea Clan civilizations have suffered losses to varying degrees, but no level 10 deaths occurred, only injuries, which is considered lucky. For smaller civilizations, if a level 10 leader falls, who knows how many years it will take to produce another leader. 2 years later, the final casualty and gain statistics for the battle were published, including those who died later from heavy injuries or who reincarnated voluntarily. The Nora Alliance army lost a total of 30 level 10 fighters and 380 level 9 fighters. A total of 680 official battle groups were lost, with 548 New World units wiped out by Nightmare or Abyss forces via guerrilla or suicide attacks. The numbers of casualties are significant. Among them, Nora lost 7 level 10 fighters, including 2 Shadow Strongmen. The Void Holy Temple lost 5 level 10 fighters, marking the most tragic losses. The Underworld lost 13 level 10 fighters, all of whom have reincarnated as Nether Emperors. After becoming a Nether Emperor, except for a few privileged individuals, such as Leon, everyone for all their lives can only be Nether Emperors. This is the cost of eternal life. The so-called life where you see the end from the beginning is just like this. Of course, the desire to become a Nether Emperor remains strong and uninterrupted. This universe is so dark. Being alive is already a blessing. Who dares to hope for anything else? All in all, for scale, Nora won a perfect victory. Consider it a sacrifice of a third of the lowest ranks. The nightmare losses in this war multiplied Nora's losses by more than tenfold. Levi, overall, is very satisfied with this outcome. But there are regrets. First, Hera, the Supreme, is lost and may miss subsequent wars. Second, Emmon has fallen asleep, and it is unknown when he will awaken. Currently, these dazzling statistics come at the cost of Hera and Emmon. Moreover, as Ancient Tower Master, Levi can see certain statistics. Chapter 3116. 30% of the level 10 strongmen have already used all 3 teleportations of the Ancient Tower. 90% have used it at least once. Those who have never used it are just 10%. The situation for level 9 is even more severe. The ancient tower is merely a cosmic level supreme treasure forged by Sauron, not a truly invincible plug-in. The multitude of functions it possesses were all paid for with Sauron's entire life. Once all usage times are completely depleted, Nora's losses in future civil wars will only rise. Levi tries everything possible to enslave nightmares as cannon fodder. The Abyss and the Astral World have yet to reveal their true trump cards. Their strength remains an enigma to him. The gains from this battle are considerable. Nightmare Monarch's body materials and precious crystals, including several late-stage level 10 entities and 1,400 Nightmare Overlord's spoils, fill the coffers. Other levels are too numerous to count. After feeding about 1/10 of the Nightmare spoils and a Disaster Stone fragment, Dreams of Revolving underwent a qualitative change. It was reborn. Its quality rivals that of the Dark Ancient Tower. It can truly be called a cosmic treasure. Its power is enough to simultaneously produce 3 million duplications descending into the dreams of all beings. Ordinary early-stage level 10 strongmen can kill it with little effort. Top-level strongmen dare not confront Dreams of Revolving directly. Dreams of Revolving has now become Nora's third greatest combat force, right after Emmon and Levi. Of course, it still cannot compare to the 4 primordial treasures. Those are treasures enough to shake the Supreme Will itself. From here on, the School of Dreams and Night Perception Dimension will usher in explosive growth once more. All industries in Nora are entering the second wave of rapid development, the Golden Era. Whether they can hold their ground and stand against the Abyss Netherworld depends on this wave. Gargamel will hand over the Water Demon Lord Crystal Core to the Congress. He has no use for it when sealing demons. This Demon Lord level Crystal Core contains knowledge and rules that are of great benefit to the Ocean School Wizard's study of spells. Levi has everyone take turns borrowing it. After finishing Congress business, Levi returned to the ancient dragon continent. Under saturated defense, losses here are negligible. Levi scanned the reports. The casualties originated only from expeditions to the Land of Darkness, or supporting other regions of Nora. They remained manageable. The ancient dragon continent is filled with elites, and at the outbreak of the Disaster World, his family stood as the priority for evacuation. This counts as a bit of the Grand Council Chairman's personal bias. It is only human, so no one criticized him. Elena's side is absolutely safe. She has 3 level 9 paths beneath level 10, she has no rivals. She gained power recently, and remains in seclusion. Levi returned to the ancient Banyan Fairyland. Mana has already advanced to level 9 late stage. She refined all items containing divine tree power, including Earth Mother Chi. Great changes have occurred. In the ancient Banyan Fairyland, with one realm's blessing, her combat power is boosted by a small realm. The tribe's growth speed and upper limit have also increased thanks to Mana's rise in power. The Mana ecology is ever more complete. Mana peered at the exhausted Levi and asked, "Has the war ended?" "It is over," Levi replied. "Go get some real sleep," Mana urged. Levi nodded, his eyelids heavy. He was indeed exhausted. He moved to the small stone pond. After bathing, he drifted into a deep slumber. The residual power of disaster in his body gradually dissipated as Levi recovered. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Triss arrived at the ancient Banyan Fairyland. Her face beamed with excitement. She entered the chamber and peered at Levi sleeping like a child. Mana lowered her voice. "He is really tired. He still has not woken up." Triss paced the room. "It is fine. When he wakes up, just tell him I need to talk to him." "All right," Mana replied. Just then, Levi opened his sleepy eyes. He yawned and looked at the two women. "What is it, madam?" Triss stepped forward. "Nothing. Go back to sleep." Levi rubbed his eyes. "I am already awake." "Don't wear yourself out too much," Triss cautioned. "Really, it is nothing." "Well then, the dream returning potion is a success," Triss announced with a grin. Levi sat up, looking astonished. "So fast?" "Yep," Triss confirmed. "Excellent. If there is no issue, hurry and mass produce it. All those injured in this war should receive the dream returning potion for free. Funding will be handled by Congress." "Production is underway," Triss noted. "Currently, a few legendary alchemists are researching the recipe for the legendary level dream returning potion. It will take a bit more time." "Thank you, and congrats on your 9 rings perfection," Levi said, smiling. "Many thanks." Not having chatted for a long while, the two exchanged warm words. After seeing Triss off, Levi headed to the Heavenly Realm. The Dragon clan lived comfortably these years. They only need to battle within the Nightmare World, where no danger exists. The Dragon clan and transcendent creatures do not multiply quickly. Before their population is truly large, Levi will not let them join dangerous battles, which would damage the Knight's foundation. "Now that I have recovered, I must urgently cultivate strength," Levi thought to himself. Nora entered a brief period of peaceful development. Everyone rushed to cultivate strength. This will let Levi realize he is still a step away from supreme existence. Otherwise, dealing with the Lord of Disaster would not have taken so much time. Taking advantage of this period, he worked hard again. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, it was already Nora calendar year 3600. Except for regular centennial work reports, Levi spent all other time in cultivation. In the Land of Darkness, Emmon still slumbers. His scattered true sun is gradually being reclaimed. This is a sign of recovery. During this peace, the Dusk Holy Temple operates normally. With birth policies encouraging fertility, many new children are born to the various mythical families. All the big shots reincarnation and cultivation projects continue. According to the Underworld's investigation, the Thousand Mountains Immortal has reincarnated into the Jade Elephant family, now as the grandson of the 18 Riders. Chapter 3117. The talent is the double affinity of earth and fire. The Jade Elephant bloodline is mainly of the earth element, which truly suits his development path. With the earth element knowledge from the previous life, recultivation will definitely prioritize the earth school of thought. The Star Sky Sword Saint reincarnated as the great-grandson of the Dark Moon Knight, showcasing amazing combat skill talent at a young age. In this life, he remains a swordsman, titled the Star Moon Knight. The Fire Giant King, as desired, reincarnated into the Fire Dragon family. He became the grandson of the giant spirit god Witch, a child of the fire element. In this world, he follows the path of dual cultivation as a wizard and knight, titled the Extreme Fire Knight. The ancient dragon continent has become a genuine sacred land of reincarnation. The wounds caused by the war are gradually healing. Recently, Triss advanced to 9 rings perfect cultivation. She is praised by the outside world as the little medicine god. The newly developed dream returning potion has saved thousands of wizards' lives and cultivation careers, making damage to the spiritual origin no longer a severe issue. Thus, the Congress recognizes it as a potion of epical significance. It stands at the same level as the 1000-year potion and water of erasure. With so many achievements, the name of medicine god is well deserved. What Triss lacks is merely cultivation. Once she advances to legendary, she will be the true new era medicine goddess. The Lord of Northern Abyss currently holds the presidency of the Pharmacist Association. Triss remains the vice president. However, in reality, Triss holds more actual power. To facilitate her potion research, the Congress has offered maximum support. Thus, Triss has never worried about funding issues. What the association lacks is more research-oriented innovative talents. After the war, the number of Nora level 10 strongmen once briefly fell below 1,000. But with the development over 20 years, it has gradually compensated. Yet, this is far from enough. The Congress goal is for the 4th millennium, to break through 2,000 level 9 experts. Paired with 3,000 Netherworld kings, this would mean 5,000 level 9 experts. In terms of quantity, it is not inferior to the Congress estimated data on the Abyss. In terms of quality, it must surpass the enemy. On Nora's side, the war caused the most severe losses to the Void Holy Temple. Hera got lost, and strongmen like the Sword Saint fell. This organization fell from its peak of 11 to 6 members. Most died in the battle to protect Hera. The Underworld has also fulfilled its promise, allowing all the sacrifice to reincarnate. Except for one unfortunate true soul obliterated, all successfully entered the Mother River. Before Hera ascended to Supreme, she also made arrangements for them. If she were to meet misfortune, everyone could freely choose their destination. Her suggestion was to join Nora. Thus, all 6 alien strongmen joined the Supreme Council. The Congress used generous rewards to thank them for their heroic efforts. Everyone received a level 10 crystal core and a Supreme Treasure. Of course, the Supreme Treasure is still in forging, currently unavailable. So far, the Void Holy Temple is history, officially integrated into Nora. Nora also has one member outside of the official roster, the Primordial Demon Lord. This one finally advanced to level 10 middle stage, with significantly enhanced strength. In this battle, he held his own against a top-level strongman without being overshadowed. With the talent of the Primordial Demon Lord, if placed in an appropriate universe, his progress would likely be much faster than here. Additionally, during this war, Nora figured out the bottom line of the Underworld. Including the Hell roster and various miscellaneous contract workers, the Underworld totals 211 level 10 strongmen. In terms of quantity, compared to the other 3 great giants, it is much less. Only less than half of Nightmare and Abyss, and a quarter of the Astral World. But among these 200 Nether Emperors, each is at least level 10 middle stage. Only a few are level 10 early stage, all reincarnations of old Nether Emperors. Moreover, the Underworld possesses the greatest number of top-level strongmen among the 4 great giants, even exceeding the elder brother Astral World by a few. Plus, the advantage of controlling life and death and reincarnation is innate in the Mother River. This makes the Underworld comprehensive strength not inferior to Nightmare and Abyss. Every giant has its foundation. If not for the Underworld assistance, Nora would surely have lost this battle. Nightmare prisoners of war are temporarily placed around Nora, guarded by strongmen sent by the Underworld and Nora, just in case. Therefore, Nora has 72, the Underworld has 211, and Nightmare has 101. Totaling 384. This accounts for all of Nora current level 10 strongmen. Of course, this does not include various summoned creatures and the Dusk Army. The Dusk Army continues to advance in Nightmare Central Region. According to Frontline Intelligence, Nightmare will, and those fleeing troops have not returned to Nightmare. Otherwise such a return of strongmen would not leave a trace. Besides, Abyss paused marching, possibly intending to take advantage of the situation to annex Nightmare. Nora naturally would not hand over its prey. We must find the remnants of Nightmare before Abyss. As for the turmoil in the Astral World, the Congress is already aware. The ultimate creation once again emerges, undoubtedly a favorable situation for Nora. An enemy of an enemy is a friend. If this Supreme could be wooed over, future wars would be easier. Sadly, no one knows where this one is hiding. The world situation is roughly like this. Time flies, 100 years pass swiftly. The Nora calendar 3700 arrives. Levi awakens from seclusion. He inwardly examines his body, and there is no remaining power of disaster. Moreover, his spiritual force has increased significantly. Currently, it is 165,000. Only 5,000 away from 10 rings perfection. And he has advanced to legendary within just 900 years. Luckily, I have the Ancestor Body. Otherwise, the previously burned spiritual origin would have been enough to kill several legendary wizards. Physical cultivation must not be abandoned, Levi remarked. The path of a wizard is not wrong, but his path is better. Thus, he also encourages legendary wizards to reincarnate and pursue dual cultivation of knight and wizard. This way, once at level 10, combat power is not simply 1+1. The body can nurture the spirit. Now looking back, the path of spiritualizing the body has somewhat deviated. This theory is not accurate enough. Levi believes the three-headed demonic snake and the demonic god of blood fear represent the right path. When Nora achieves final victory and settles, he wants to create a profession distinct from wizard and knight. Of course, these are also future considerations. At least, it must wait until he reaches Supreme and even transcends before discussing further. In these years, he has researched 2 legendary spells. They are the 10 Directions Sealing of the Sealing Sequence and Palace of the Soul series. The former is the culmination of space sealing. Once cast, all within 10 directions are fully locked, giving enemies no chance to escape. The latter is a large-scale mind spell. Once cast, it forms an invisible mind palace covering a radius of 10,000 miles, within which life is immune to any mind attack under level 10, providing excellent defense against nightmare invasions. With these spells, my battle group can be effectively sheltered. As for the third Chaos Emperor profession spell, Levi has some clues. In recent years, he occasionally enters the multidimensional space to ponder, but he has been thinking of too many things, not daring to remain in seclusion for too long. So for now, there is not much progress. Fortunately, Hand of the Universe is completely adequate, no urgent rush. The path of knights is being advanced step by step. After the mid-stage, the cultivation speed slows down. Currently, the progress of the 6 major breathing techniques is nearly equal, except the Green Emperor Dragon is 4 stars, the others are 5 stars, totaling 29 stars. Every bit of improvement in strength makes Levi feel closer to traversing this universe. He has lived over 4,000 years, mostly spent in wars. He has grown weary of it. Once he completes the unfinished business of Sauron, he plans to leave, to travel. Chapter 3118. The Golden Warhammer Expedition. After the retreat, Levi opened his eyes. He found Elena beside him. She had also just come out of seclusion. Levi asked, Knight 9th level middle stage. Yes. What about those 3 guys? They are in seclusion, hoping to reach level 9 early and join the Dusk Army. Let them follow the Dusk Army in the Nightmare world for a few centuries. Once they have enough combat experience, they can go to the real battlefield. He wished for the 3 siblings to soon handle things independently. When he and Elena traveled the multiverse in the future, the descendants could guard this multidimensional plane in his stead. Since becoming the Grand Council chairman, Levi was always busy with council duties or retreating into cultivation. Moreover, the continuous wars over the years kept him tense. Suddenly, he remembered he had not celebrated with Elena for a long time. Looking at the beauty before him, now slightly less spirited since becoming a mother, with a more tender and gentle demeanor, Levi chuckled. He embraced Elena into the hot spring. After an intense battle lasting 3 months, the two rested on the shore. They chatted like they did long ago, until the starry night. Elena said, I really hope the war ends soon, so you can step down as Grand Council Chairman. It feels like we have seen each other less and less over the years. When you are in seclusion, I am out. When you are out, I am in seclusion again. Levi said, I do not want to be the Grand Council Chairman either, but since Sauron accomplished so much, someone has to carry on the work. Just manage to endure this millennium. Elena understood Levi and changed the topic. By the way, while you were in seclusion, someone came to the ancient dragon continent and left a golden leaf for me to give to you. It seemed related to the golden sacred realm. She took out a golden leaf as she spoke. Levi took it. It instantly disintegrated into a golden mist, manifesting into a bald phantom with long brows and a wise, kind countenance. Levi had never seen this person, but he knew his identity. Heavenly Wisdom Saint King. The bald phantom said, Yes, I am Tian Hui. Levi asked, You actually dare to come to Nora? Tian Hui Saint King replied, Why would I not dare? In a way, this is also my home. As he spoke, the Heavenly Wisdom Saint King transformed. He created the image of a figure in a white robe. He appeared handsome, with deep eyes. He gazed at the sky with hands behind his back. Levi and Elena watched as their expressions changed. Sauron, you are Sauron. The Heavenly Wisdom Saint King shook his head and smiled. I am not Sauron. At most, I am a duplicate of Sauron. Sauron has long since died, and these duplicates have little to do with the original. Levi thought so indeed. He knew to create multiple duplicates. Sauron, the ancestor of wizards, would not make sense without several duplicates. The Heavenly Wisdom Saint King too was one of his backups. Levi asked, What do you want with me? The Heavenly Wisdom Saint King said, Now is the best time to solve the Sacred Realm issue. How so? After learning of Nora's defeat of the Nightmare, the Golden Will realized the Astral World could not shelter the Sacred Realm, so they led the entire clan to migrate to the Land of Origin. The Land of Origin. Yes, you may think of it as a hidden dimension opened by the Origin Divine Tree. Most supreme existences, to avoid the tracking of the giants, would set up a small stronghold. Does Sauron have one? No, he does not need to hide. Do you know the coordinates of the land of origin? Yes, that is why I am here to tell you. Why would you do that? You should be independent from Sauron by now. After all, Sauron is dead. You do not have to follow his orders. Your words. Sauron is dead, but I still fear him. Who knows what kind of contingency he left against me. It is better to just follow orders. The words of Tian Hui Saint King left Levi speechless for a moment. Truly worthy of being the ancestor of wizards, his residual power can still intimidate a duplicate. Even in death, his influence remains. The projection of the heavenly wisdom Saint King left a set of coordinates for Levi. He said, the land of origin is isolated from the world. I am inside now, and only the golden will can open it from the inside, so I cannot open the door for you. However, with your supreme level strength, coupled with some special means, you should be able to open a crack and sneak in with the coordinates specified. Inside the land of origin, quietly annihilating the sacred realm without alerting anyone, should prevent the starry world's people from waging war on Nora. Besides, the astral world is preoccupied with the insect disaster. This matter will most likely go unresolved. Levi asked, are you not afraid I might kill you too? The heavenly wisdom Saint King laughed. Sauron said, once I complete his mission, my purpose will be fulfilled, and I can truly be myself, no longer living as a duplicate under his shadow. I suppose he said this certain that you will not kill me. Levi laughed. Ha ha ha, it seems you are indeed a duplicate of Sauron. Surely, you carry a fragment of the wisdom tablet left by Sauron. The heavenly wisdom Saint King replied, yes. Levi asked, and Sauron should have several duplicates like you, right? I presume so, yes. Who are they? I do not know either. It is just a guess. Sauron would not have allowed communication between his duplicates, so even if one betrays due to certain factors, it would not affect his overall plan. But I think Sauron's duplicates should all be rather smart. Thank you for informing me. Levi understood. First of all, exclude the ignorant monarch, who is too foolish, and somehow became the nightmare tactician with the embodiment of blind foolishness. There are quite a number of smart people in the multidimensional plane. He could not guess which other duplicates Sauron had, but he knew among the 4 great giants, apart from the uncertain underworld, the others would definitely have duplicates arranged. Chapter 3119. They are deeply hidden and have yet to be exposed. The phantom of the heavenly wisdom Saint King faded away. A trace of relief softened the phantom's expression. It must have been a heavy burden to be Sauron's duplicate. Elena tilted her head and asked, are you heading to the golden sacred realm next? Levi replied, yes, this matter too must reach its end. In the sacred realm lies what I need, an entire world of ready-made truth oddities, needing no refinement. The wizard civilization can also benefit from it. Elena said, then be careful. Levi looked toward a distant spot. In Destruction Heaven, the 7th layer heaven, a dragon-scaled giant wielding a greatsword tore open the heavens and barged in. He laughed and shouted, the Fire Dragon Knight has reached level 9 late stage. Soon enough, our holy temple will witness the birth of its 2nd star knight. Let us go congratulate him. Time passed and things changed. The Dusk Holy Temple now has 45 level 9 knights. In Destruction Heaven alone, there are 13. Of these, the Fire Dragon Knight has climbed the highest, while the Black Knight, Emperor Mew, the Golden Lion, and others remain in the level 9 middle stage realm. Among these 13, the Fire Dragon family alone accounts for 3, the Fire Dragon Knight and his 2 sons. On the path of bloodline breathing technique, the strong become ever stronger. It is easy for family-based cliques to form. Although Levi has faith in these old friends, in the future, they are likely to turn from dragon slayers to evil dragons themselves, much like the wizard families. Thus, the Dusk Holy Temple has put certain measures in place. For example, of the 18 Riders of Dusk, each bloodline can only have 1 member. Among those of the same bloodline, the strongest is chosen to enter. Otherwise the Fire Dragon family alone could dominate half the ranks. Many such policies exist. The path of bloodline is most susceptible to solidification, and to completely prevent it is impossible. Levi has not thought too far ahead. His only concern is to lay down the foundations. How future generations govern will depend on their wisdom. Over the past century, the Dusk Holy Temple has developed rapidly. There are now 56 types of mythical bloodline, with 7 supreme bloodlines remaining, and as many as 300 types of legendary bloodline. Among the 6 dimensions, even in the rarest perception dimension, there are now 3 level 9 knights. By the end of this 3rd millennium, the number of level 9 knights is expected to break 100. This has also indirectly increased Levi's own strength. On the Tower of Dawn side, there has been a spate of new grand wizards. First among them are the twin duo, the Thunderfire Sword. They are the reincarnations of Winnie and Leah. In their previous lives, their talent was average, their lives ending before the Golden Age's great eruption. In this life, as children of the elements, with ample resources, their cultivation has gone smoothly. Because of their twin synergy, and both being 9 circle, the Thunderfire Sword has attracted many suitors in Nora. But the sisters clearly favor the men of their Dusk Holy Temple. As the saying goes, the near waters get the moon first. Eventually, they were won by 2 senior single level 9 knights. The Sakura Witch, after taking a 1000-year potion, barely advanced to 9 rings in her old age, becoming the sole survivor of the 24 flowers, a bittersweet achievement. Given her talent, the primordial soul would have ordinarily been her maximum. The attainment of 9 rings owed much to Elena's assistance. The wife of the Dark Moon Knight, Kalina, failed to advance in her later years, but survived thanks to a rare treasure bestowed by the organization, though her spiritual origin suffered severe damage. But she did not become too disheartened. After taking life-prolonging potions, she still has 1,000 years before her. Now, with the dream-returning potion, her spiritual origin can also be restored. Spending several centuries to heal, she might yet fight one last time. If she succeeds, all is well. If not, she will leave this world with no regrets. Now she has many descendants, her family flourishes, and her husband stands poised to reach level 10. To become a heroic spirit, and continue to be with her family, is not a bad fate. Heim's parents, Lillian, failed to reach the 8th circle, and passed away of old age. His father, Peak, fell in the early wars. Heim himself has made steady strides forward. He is just 3,000 years old, already approaching 9 rings perfect cultivation. Before he is 4,000, he stands a chance to step into the legendary realm. Setting aside the reincarnated rebuilders, for a legendary of such age, even through history, those above him are less than the fingers on one hand. In this era, only the Frost Witch, Emmon, and Levi surpassed him in advancement speed. Yet aside from Emmon, the other two are cheaters. Besides, Old Kidman, whom Levi brought from the ancient tower, has also passed away. He chose to die in the ancient Banyan fairyland, wishing to live as a beast in the next life. The Dream Academy has produced its first Grand Wizard, the Heartmoon Spirit Witch, Natasha. She too is a model of long-standing groundwork blossoming later. She was unremarkable at first, but after the primordial soul, she rose against all odds. She is worthy of the years of investment Levi has made. There are several other 9-circle wizards, all knights cultivating in parallel. For example, Green Bird Knight Eddie, and Yufeng Knight Saifa. They were originally geniuses in wizarding talent, and with increasingly powerful bloodline resonance, their dual cultivation is ever smoother. Ina's son, Air, as he wished, became a Skynet mechanic. He joined Herman's Skynet, and continues to add to its construction. The Purgatory Demon Sword's pupil, Alflame, became a body-refining great wizard. Since Gonduf, body-refining great wizards have surged in numbers. Now, there are already more than 10. Under the King of Body Refining, everyone has begun making lists like the King's 7 body refiners, and so on. And then there is Toby of Fire Dragon Skywork. Not yet 4,000 years old, he became a Grand Wizard of Earth and Fire dual cultivation. With sect leader Ace stepping back, Toby has been entrusted with significant responsibilities. His grandfather's Fire God's hammer technique is once again being revived and passed down. But of course, these are the lucky ones with the greatest fate. Countless other talents have perished in the passage of time and the flames of war. Many who finally reached the threshold of 9 circles could still not step through it. Chapter 3120. Overall, to quote the original words of the great councilman Levi from his speech in the year 3700, "Children, you are blessed with great fortune. You came at the best of times. 10,000 years ago, many with even greater talent and diligence than yourselves stopped at the threshold of primordial soul, let alone reaching the 9th circle. So, you must cherish this era and guard it well. For a better tomorrow, fight to the end against our enemies." Black Swamp World. The headquarters of the School of Insects has produced 2 more 9 ringworm masters. Besides the Golden Blade Guest, a new type of legendary Zerg, the gold-eating purple crystal dragon centipede, has also been bred. It is impervious to blades and arrows, encased in purple armor, and can devour immense wealth to grow stronger. Moreover, its resistance to spells and elements is quite high. The School of Insects calls it the purple crystal worm. Its combat power far exceeds the average standard of wizards. In battles against magical professions, it is extremely effective. However, its cost of creation is also quite exorbitant, and mass production is currently unfeasible. At the Giant Beast Paradise, the old director, Melina, passed away, and the paradise held a grand funeral in her honor. As a contemporary of Levi, she ultimately failed to step into the 9th circle, and unwilling to waste the 1,000-year potion, bequeathed her quota to her descendant with greater talent. In 100 years of seclusion, many familiar faces have departed as well. Levi felt much regret. Now, the Giant Beast Paradise has become the largest dragon clan and rare transcendent creature breeding base in Nora, together with the Spirit Summoning Continent and the Beast Tamer Continent. They are known as the 3 royal families. Every beast master and spiritual beast with dreams comes here on a pilgrimage. The beast taming faction continues to become more refined. The way of beast tamer, commanding dragons, is the highest honor. To ride the dragon clan remains the most glorious of things. The circumstances in the ancient dragon empire are not ideal. Lord Kang, Feather King, and Wing King, the old 3 kings, are all stuck at level 8 middle or late stage. They are now reaching the end of their lifespan, with no hope of reaching level 9. The new crop of level 8s feels as if their potential is also being exhausted. Perhaps the shackles of lizardman genetics naturally lie at level 9. However, there has been a notable emergence of powerful beings above level 6. Levi ordered the Dusk Holy Temple to establish a research team. He seeks to help the ancient dragon empire out of its predicament and strive for further progress as soon as possible. The early development of the ancient dragon continent was all bought with the lives of the lizardmen. To this day, they still devoutly worship the emperor. Naturally, Levi would never abandon those left behind. The Arcane Academy flourishes. To hold a place among wizard civilization, the principal, Viken, has blazed a new trail, choosing a different path. A great number of those lacking wizarding talent but gifted with arcane abilities, were sent here. Many promising candidates have emerged: wizard, ancient mage, arcanist, and the road of spiritual ability user pioneered by the top-level spiritual venerable. These are all flourishing spell professions of today. Now, in Nora, the strong are establishing various dojos one after another. They preach and teach, aspiring to spread their doctrines far and wide. As 100 schools of thought contend, the speed of transcendent civilization's evolution far surpasses the past. Once Levi emerged from seclusion, the first thing he did was, at the report of 3,700, to officially acknowledge those level 10 strongmen who fell in war, ensuring they are ever remembered by the public. The lower levels cannot glimpse the views from the summits above. If the Congress does not say, many might still think the dragon flame god lives on. The Congress has compiled the legendary chronicles. Through subtle artistic embellishment, they present to the public, for the first time, the major life achievements of each legendary wizard, rendered vividly and in detail, and it was highly acclaimed. On this day, on Soren continent, a towering aura swept across the land. A bystander pointed, it is in the direction of the hand of Netherworld prison. Someone else cheered, he has broken through again. A roar went up from the crowd, our Nora has gained yet another top-level power. The vast monumental tomb nearly shrouded all of Soren continent. Upon it stands the imposing heroic spirit temple, surrounded by mighty experts. The hand of Netherworld prison threw his head back in laughter, utterly delighted. It had only been 1,300 years since he became a 10-ring senior, and for him to break through so quickly, he could not have done so without the help of the Archdevil of Hell. After the war, the Congress bought the spoils of the Archdevil of Hell and allocated the entirety to him through compensation of other goods. He was fully funded to become a top-level powerhouse. This old legend of a past era did not disappoint expectations. Of what the Archdevil of Hell brought, he has only absorbed a portion. With time, to become 4 Emperor level, and even step into Supreme, is possible. The masses arrived to pay tribute. In the past century, there have been quite a few level 10 strongmen, whose strength has grown greatly. Blue Dream Star Lord advanced to level 10 middle stage. Shadow Civilization gained another level 10 power. The Spiritual Venerable has even become the new level 10 peak expert. Among the allies of the underworld, there has also been much progress. After all, 2/3 of the spoils of this battle were distributed to the underworld. Once those are digested, surely more top-level powers will be born. Furthermore, after recuperating, the number of level 9 experts has rebounded, with 40 knights, 440 grand wizards, and 640 from all clans, though they are still some distance from the peak period. Both Nora and the underworld are searching for traces of nightmare. Yet so far, there have been no results. Levi convened the Supreme Council, ordering each department to prepare. Once he returned from his journey, they would launch the second large-scale expedition to the Nightmare World. He simply refused to believe that the Nightmare World would really abandon its eons-old foundation. He would force the Nightmare World to appear. In the meantime, Nora, too, must rapidly strengthen itself. As the years pass, 30 years later, Land of Darkness. The Heavenly Will has stationed here for 150 years. On this day, a disturbance came from the Golden Barrier. The giant, who slumbered with a surface bright as the sun, awakened. Emmon blinked, eyes dazed. He asked, "What year is it now?" The observer replied, "Nora, year 3730. Emmon sighed, "Good, I have not slept too long." The observer watched the giant carefully. "How are you? If you have not recovered yet, sleep a while longer. With me standing watch, no one can disturb you." Nightmare has already vanished without a trace. Chapter 3121. No need, that is enough. Emmon waved a hand, and the true sun that had been radiating around him gradually receded, until the light vanished completely. Emmon turned his attention to Heavenly Will to ask about the current situation. He learned that Hera was still lost, with no news whatsoever. Emmon sighed. To be honest, Emmon had not expected Hera would do such a thing. Heavenly Will spoke as it drifted closer. "Come on, let us return to the Congress. The Grand Council Chairman is waiting for you." They arrived at the round table where only Levi was waiting. Levi looked up as they approached. "I have found traces of the Golden Sacred Realm, and I plan to travel afar for a while. How are you now? Is there any problem guarding Nora alone?" Emmon nodded and replied, "I am all right. I just cannot wield strength for long, but there is no problem with brief use. The Nora and Netherworld coalition still holds significant power. No one dares to invade. Times have changed, and the initiative is now ours." Levi leaned back and replied, "That is good." Levi then looked to Heavenly Will. "I need you to trouble the barbarian ancestor to go with me as well. The Golden Will should be at the 4 Emperor level." To be safe, Levi decided to bring another top-level powerhouse for the journey. The most suitable companion was certainly the all-knowing Heavenly Will. It had fought the Golden Will before, and was quite familiar with its ability. Heavenly Will bowed its head and said, "No problem." Though its power was no longer at its peak, it could still spar with the 4 Emperors. Finally, after making some arrangements, Levi led Heavenly Will into the Chaos Dimension. As for the Dark Ancient Tower, it had expended too much energy recently, and was still recharging. For this reason, Levi urged everyone to initiate 10 draws at once whenever they were idle. It would not result in a loss, and no one would be tricked. Inside the Ancient Tower, 2 supreme treasures still remained unretrieved. One was the Void Blade, and the other was the Blood Tai Sui Bone. A form like a fleshly fetus floated in the void. After the Great Chaos explosion, a number of things were released. The fleshly fetus was one of them, and the red and black mother was spawned from it. Its form looked like a placenta above any dimension. After billions of years, it had lost its liveliness, leaving only a single space. No resources existed here, so survival was not sustainable. The blood and flesh palace stood in the void, surrounded by tired nightmare monarchs. There were already fewer than 180 of them, with just 150 left. As the saying goes, even a tiger will not eat its cubs. But in this universe, that does not apply. To heal their wounds, the nightmare will devour 20 monarchs. The master of horror devoured 10 more. The surviving monarchs were utterly regretful. Had they known, surrender would have been better. It would have been better to become slaves than to be food for others. The master of horror looked toward the shifting shadows and asked, "Lord, what do we do next?" The nightmare will answered, "Let me recuperate for a while first. We have lost our giant qualification. If we go out, most likely we will be devoured by the other 3 factions. Now, our best hope is that the Abyss and Nora start fighting. The Abyss was born earliest and surely has a foundation. If the two clash, both will be harmed. The reason we lost so badly this time was because the Dark Ancient Tower and the Treasure of Soren saved the Nora level 9 and level 10 elites countless times. But such a function must consume plenty of resources. It cannot be infinite. After this battle, it should be severely weakened." The master of horror agreed. If the Abyss is smart enough, now is the time to hunt for the whereabouts of the ancient tower and destroy it, or else it will just cause more trouble. In the chaotic city, the Abyss will kept its eyes tightly shut. Supreme Strength was searching this universe. I faintly remember the location of the fleshly fetus, but after so many years, it might have changed. Nightmare Will, I know you are hiding in there. Time flew by, and in a blink, 10 years passed. It was the Nora calendar year 3740. In hell, at Black King City, time showed no mercy. The demon fox main mother faced the final moments of her life. Devil as she was, at least she had shown kindness to the purgatory demon sword, and her second sister had come to visit her. "My 2 useless daughters, I ask the Lord to take care of them." The purgatory demon sword replied, "Mistress, rest assured. Because of the war, among the 3 demon realm sisters, only the eldest and second survived. Now, with the help of the purgatory demon sword, both had stepped into the level 8 realm. For him, this settled that portion of karma. After new secrecy oaths were made, the eldest also lifted the Black Emperor enslavement from these devils, granting them freedom. Things were not what they used to be. Hel and Nora were a family united. The enslavement quotas of Levi kept increasing, but the targets grew smaller. Still, it was a kind of growth. Mind flayers and succubus were of no use to Levi anymore. Both were only at level 8 cultivation, so Levi sent them off to hide, far from the Abyss. He had not lifted the Black Emperor enslavement. When Nora campaigns into the Abyss, they will not be harmed by accident. The Green Giant enslaved years ago also regained freedom. He was now living on the giant continent with a peaceful life. On the list of Levi, only some spies in the nightmare remained. For example, the Pale Monarch. This guy had profound luck, as it managed to flee with the Supreme Will. But, because it was in some special space, Levi lost the sense of its presence. According to the Netherworld Ancestor, that place might be the birthplace of the Nightmare Will. The Mother River was searching now, even briefly clashing with the Abyss Will. The once Overlord Nightmare was reduced to a hunted, hiding prey. It was truly a cause for reflection. In the land of darkness, within the stardust, the giant spider revealed its form. "Master, long time no see. How are things lately? We have taken over the territory of the former council of 10,000 clans. Here are resources and intelligence collected over the years. Please check, Master." "All right." On the road to the Sacred Realm expedition, Levi came to visit the big and little spiders. He tallied up the harvest with a grin. There were 4 kinds of divine iron, 3 divine medicines, 26 sun-refining artifacts, and 12,333 other oddities. These things could no longer excite Levi. He spread his palm, and an orb of jewel-blue dense chi swirled above it. It hovered like mist, shifting like clouds, humid and cold. Levi asked, "Where did you find this?" The big spider replied, "My duplication found it in a tomb in the water world." Levi said, "Give me the coordinates." Levi parted from the big and little spiders. Just half a year later, he was billions of miles away. In the dark deep space, a water world hovered. Levi stepped within, his spiritual force sweeping out. The water veins of this entire world are a natural array, and the destroyed tomb is the center of the array. Someone forged something here. Levi took out the swirling watery chi, restored the tomb, and murmured incantations. In the next moment, the world began to tremble. A vast ocean gathered to form a giant female silhouette, towering 100,000 miles tall. She wore an imperial robe and a crown. All around her, springs, rivers, lakes, and oceans gathered. Every drop of water converged. She held a jewel-blue bead in her palms with her head bowed slightly. Emperor Wan Chuan greets the Chaos Emperor. Levi did not take the bead, but asked with curiosity, "Did you not already perish in the ancient age?" He had researched some multidimensional plane history, and knew this was a top-level ancient strongman, the master of the Way of Water and possessor of the supreme treasure water summoning boots. The cause of her demise was unknown. Later, the water summoning boots had resurfaced. The Panplane stirred up a bloody storm for it, but who claimed it was something no one ever found out. Chapter 3122. The consort of Emperor Wan Chuan stood, her gaze steady. At the end of the ancient age, the giant's heavenly assault enraged the astral world. After the destruction of the giant royal court, the Astral World carried out a great purge against the Panplane's mighty beings. She paused, looking toward the horizon. I was caught in the crossfire. Severely wounded in battle with the sea god, I self-detonated, letting my true soul escape, yet I did not perish. Sauron, ancestor of wizards, saved me. She moved toward the water. He settled me in this place. Using the water veins of a world as an array, he refined me into an acquired water element spirit, and also tasked me with guarding an object here. She pointed to the blue jewel in her palm. This is the heart of Wan Chuan, a primordial relic. It was once the foundation of my achievement as a top-level powerhouse. This is the item I have been guarding. Levi stood before her. How did you know I would come here? The consort held the jewel tight. That wisp of river chi was sent forth by me. Otherwise, with the power of that spider, it would never have left here. I knew that the star spider works under you. Moreover, when you rescued it under Lord of Storm's hand, I was present as well. She looked at him with an inscrutable expression. I am not certain if this object was left by Sauron for you, but since you are the Grand Council chairman of the wizard civilization, entrusting it to you should not be amiss. Back when Levi confronted the legendary emperor, the only spectators were the emperor's subordinate gods. Perhaps an informant of the emperor's consort hid among them. He took the heart of Wan Chuan. In an instant, a wondrous dimension enveloped him. Countless great rivers surged endlessly, ever-flowing. Vapors swirled, and mists billowed in abundance. The consort gestured toward the swirling mist. The heart of Wan Chuan is the relic of a primordial existence from ages past. Upon its shattering, it separated into 4 great parts: Heart of Wan Chuan, Heart of the Four Seas, Heart of Lake, and Heart of Clear Spring, all innate artifacts. Gaining any one allows one to become a top-level powerhouse. Should all be gathered together, even supreme existence becomes possible. Levi turned the jewel over in his hand. Where are the other 3 items? The consort sighed, the sound echoing in the chamber. Heart of Lake is with the mighty divine being Lady of the Lake in the Astral World. She styles herself Water God. Heart of the Four Seas is with the powerful Sea God. As for Heart of Clear Spring, I do not know. In years past, she too had yearned to collect the 4 hearts and ascend to the Supreme. But later, she discovered it was mere fantasy talking. The challenge was too daunting, and so she gave up. Back then, the Sea God moved against her precisely for the heart of Wan Chuan. Of the 4 hearts, Heart of the Four Seas is the most formidable. This is the core of the Sea God's great power. Not to mention, he has fused many other miscellaneous authorities, making his strength comparable to a level 10 peak powerhouse. He ranks among the top 20 in the Astral World. The Lady of the Lake is slightly weaker, at level 10 late stage. Levi tucked the jewel away. What reward did Sauron promise you for guarding this place? The consort straightened her posture. He promised to help me ascend further. Levi studied the surroundings. Can you leave this world? I cannot. Very well. Remain here for now and wait for my return. He needed time to study the great array that Sauron laid upon the water veins to seal the spirits. If he could replicate it in Nora, and refine with the power of 4 seas, he could enable Emperor Wan Chuan to become the water god of the human realm, his strength infinitely approaching the supreme. The consort bowed her head. Thank you, Chaos Emperor. What is your current strength? After countless years, I have barely reached level 10 late stage. I will fulfill Sauron's promise to you. Very well. Thank you, my lord. By the way, there is also a supreme treasure of mine, lost in that battle. I later found out it was in the hands of the Amethyst Saint. The Amethyst Saint already underwent divine enthronement. I know. If, my lord, you have dealt with it, you may take the treasure. I have no further use for it, but presenting it to madam as a gift would be quite fitting. Though confined here, the consort seemed remarkably well informed. Levi smiled. You are thoughtful. He gathered the 4 hearts in order to lay the supreme foundation for Elena. Even if she could not achieve the supreme, it would let her easily become a top-level powerhouse. Having learned some ancient secrets from the consort, Levi departed. He gazed upon the gradually fading blue world. In his mind arose a vision. On the verge of death, Sauron journeyed across countless mountains and rivers, seeking out various fated women, mostly female, binding them with various promises to safeguard certain objects. These were all Sauron's contingencies. Even now, Levi remained ignorant as to how many legacies Sauron left behind. This universe was filled with his Easter eggs. Levi moved like a player, triggering them by accident. Sauron in his previous life was undoubtedly a game designer. The void stretched endlessly. A white-robed figure strode through the emptiness. After standing for a while, he glanced around, then gazed toward a certain point. With a wave of his hand, a majestic middle-aged man appeared out of thin air. Levi stood in the void. This is the location given by the coordinates I obtained. After the heavenly will surveyed with perception, he looked at Levi. Seems no different from other places. As expected, a space opened by a supreme existence. Who knows how many such secret chambers there are across this universe? Levi looked to the horizon. Please stand guard for me while I try. He possessed 2 trump cards. One was the perception of the nightmare Emperor Dragon, the other was divine tree mana. If he could not do it, Emmon likely would fail as well. He would have to turn to the netherworld ancestor, or underworld source river. The heavenly will waved his hand. 6 divine beast phantoms appeared at the 6 directions. Levi nodded slightly, then sat in meditation within the void and began spellcasting. The vertical eye at the center of his brow split open. An entire month passed. The heavenly will hovered nearby. How is it? Levi shook his head. Under the deep red eye's perception, This place was no different than elsewhere. Still too low in realm, powerless before the Supreme. Levi produced the holy grail of immortality and summoned Mana. Sorry for the trouble. Mana nodded her head. Let me give it a try. As a divine tree herself, she possessed the ability to sense the land of origin. Levi believed the origin divine tree had not created this space merely for the golden holy tree. Chapter 3123. For the sake of returning home, it was slain by the astral world. Now, the golden holy tree is colluding with the astral world, unworthy of this place. Time flows. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. Deep in space, a verdant giant tree proudly stands here, its canopy covering thousands of miles, with billions of branches and roots sprawling into the endless void. Mana said, found it. But there is a particularly thick barrier blocking me. I cannot shake it in the slightest. It should be set personally by a supreme existence. Levi said, let me try, take me there. As the words fell, Levi transformed into countless chaotic particles and penetrated into Mana's body. Under Mana's guidance, he found a path in the complex root passages, appearing at a node as quickly as transmitting electronic signals. With Mana's help, the barrier appeared before him. It appeared in a dreamy indigo and light purple, like a giant egg, with withered branches and roots entwined, emanating supreme power. Mana said, this is residue power from the origin divine tree. Levi's figure emerged. According to current intelligence, this entity at its peak was at the level 11 middle stage realm. It can be said it was the first powerful being nurtured by the astral world, the king of star gods. But now, these powers have lost their foundation. Under the erosion of long epochs, it only barely maintains a supreme level. Mana, you step back. Why? I am going to start spellcasting. Oh. Mana withdrew consciousness and quickly retreated. Meanwhile, Levi muttered words. Hand of the universe. All things returned to ruins. Endless chaotic power surged, then condensed into a pure white giant hand bearing the sun, moon, and stars, slammed fiercely onto the barrier. Boom. Accompanied by violent tremors, the barrier continued to shake. The 5 fingers of the pure white giant hand formed claws, scooping out like dragon claws. Ear-piercing cracking sounds echoed. With a bang, a cavity with a diameter of 100,000 miles appeared. Instantly, a vast quasi-supreme thought swept over. It exuded amazement, disbelief, fear. It was the Golden Will. The land of origin is its last trump card. Apart from itself and all saint kings, high-level saints, the lower-tier ones have no clue about the situation here. The people of the Golden Absolute's race still think they are in the Golden Sacred Realm. Now that the enemy came knocking, there must be a traitor. An aged golden human face emerged. The Golden Will said, Chaos Emperor, are you not going too far? Levi snapped his fingers. Heavenly Will appeared beside him. He said, your Golden Sacred Realm takes advantage of others' misfortune, sending 3 Saint Kings to plunder Lady Pandora. If we had not reacted swiftly, she should have been consumed by you, right? Old thing, pray tell, who is unjust first? I have never seen such a shameless person. The Golden Will was momentarily speechless. Before the 3 Saint Kings acted, Nora indeed had not invaded the Golden Sacred Realm. But it knew Nora would inevitably do so. Hence, it acted first. It was these greedy wizards coveting their holy clan's bodies. Now, it turned out to be their own fault. Levi laughed. Nowhere to talk, right? Even without the affair of the 3 Saint Kings, he would still come. It is just now there is a legitimate reason, it is perfect. Even if this matter is discovered by the astral world, he is fearless. The Golden Will said, maybe you do not know, I am friends with the Lord of Storm, also a disciple of Star Ancestor. If I die, can Nora withstand the wrath of the astral world? You have already offended the abyss and nightmare. Do not add fuel to the fire. Levi was too lazy to waste words with it. Will you commit suicide, or shall I personally annihilate you? The Golden Will angered, big words. With its quasi-supreme strength, even if it is not the opponent of the Chaos Emperor, if it desperately escapes, there should be no problem. Besides, to guard against unforeseen events, it has long set up a lot of duplications in the multidimensional plane as a backup. Once its main body perishes, the backup will activate. It will wait for the Chaos Emperor's demise or Nora's decline. Then its revenge begins. It believes no civilization can eternally thrive. Without answering Levi, the Golden Will took the lead to act. Thousands of golden branches extended from the cavity, twisting together into a golden long whip, with immense momentum. Heavenly Will, lead my force to blockade this dimension. Okay. Levi raised a hand. 6 level 10 middle stage giants appeared across the sky. 10,000 dragons birth. The spirit of the twin dragons and the army of 10,000 shadow army followed closely. After numerous nightmare battles, the shadow dragon group is not what it used to be. It consists of monsters, 120 demon kings, 36 demon emperors, and 1 demon emperor. The demon emperor, naturally, is the lord of disaster. Born at level 10, strongest in strength, with the potential to step into supreme. 12 demon emperors, all died under Levi's command at level 10. Now 12 have returned to the level 10 realm. In other words, just the strength of the shadow army alone crushes the golden sacred realm, already close to the native strongmen born in the shadow world. As for those above level 6, numbering in the tens of thousands, these also form a force not inferior to top large civilizations. It is just not included in the statistics of the Supreme Council. Nora can win significantly, it relies on them too. Now they are all out, vast and mighty, divine weapons descend from the skies. Under the shelter of Heavenly Will, the army of summoned creatures poured in from the cavity. They resembled locusts, ruthlessly harvesting the life of the Golden Absolute's race. Chapter 3124. The golden leaves soared into the sky. They spiraled, merging into the giant tree at the center of the world. This caused the momentum of the golden will to increase slightly. Levi addressed the entity, his voice echoing across the void. You are farming as well, old guy. His hand of the universe crossed the endless distance, arriving above the giant tree in an instant. It struck down fiercely. The golden giant tree released a dazzling golden light to counter the giant hand. A deep rumble shook the foundations of space. The battle of two top-tier powerhouses in this part of the universe began. Time passed. As a large number of the Golden Absolute's race fell, the momentum of the golden will rose instead of falling. Levi knew he must fight quickly. Otherwise, dragging it out would only become more troublesome. The pure white witch form separated from him, independently holding back the golden giant tree. 10 swords, light and dark heart, eternal blazing sun, all creation thunder. Various legendary spells played out one after another, destroying heaven and earth. The barrier of the golden giant tree trembled constantly, clearly unable to hold on for long. Not only that, the 7 treasures and blood battle spirit also quietly emerged, attacking from both sides. On one side, clouds of 7 disasters descended like heavenly might. On the other side, a bizarre blood sea echoed with the roars of billions of evil spirits. 2 additional top-tier powerhouses joined the fray. This deepened the despair within the Golden Will's heart. The gap between it and the enemies was too large. It had to find a way to escape as soon as possible. As for the tribe it painstakingly cultivated over several epochs, it could only abandon them here. As the saying goes, leave the green hills and worry not about firewood. The golden giant tree utilized its ancestral tree secret technique, blossoms of flowers. In an instant, it sprouted hundreds of thousands of golden flower buds. Flowers blossomed in a moment. Each golden flower was a powerful pseudo-legendary spell. Rumble. Although the golden giant tree had not cultivated the chaos path, it borrowed the strength of countless tribes under its command. It successfully cast earth, fire, wind, water, frost, and thunder. The vast power instantly blasted away the 7 treasures and blood battle spirit. The 7 treasures hissed in pain. It hurts, the entity cried out. Cracks appeared on its body. Levi quickly intervened, worried that 7 treasures might be damaged. Go assist elsewhere and call Heavenly Will over, he commanded. Okay, master, 7 treasures replied, retreating. The golden ancient tree, worthy of defeating Heavenly Will, was indeed very strong. Its own strength reached the 4 emperors level, but borrowing the tribe's power, it exceeded the 4 emperors. It was not much weaker than the Lord of Disaster, who just ascended to supreme status before burning and ascending, making it almost a half supreme. Before long, Heavenly Will arrived riding the 6 beasts. Grand Council Chairman, I am here to lend you a hand, he called out. Let us combine our forces and quickly obliterate this foe. Heavenly Will was surrounded by 29 dimension stars shining brightly. Giant power, divine weapon power, and the bloodbath effect were all activated. Of course, he had not burned the spiritual origin. His old wounds had just healed, and fighting a fake supreme was not worth risking his life. The Crimson Dragon Slash was pushed to the extreme, transforming into a slender divine dragon stretching 3 million miles. Adorned in 6-colored dragon scales, it raised its dragon head high above. Levi swung his sword, and the Crimson Dragon roared as it flew out. The absolute skill, Red Dragon Destruction, was unleashed. This was his strongest move, realized after 100 years of seclusion. The Crimson Dragon was like a runaway train, smashing golden flowers and extinguishing pseudo-legendary spells as it crashed ruthlessly towards the golden giant tree. The Golden Will utilized its ancestor tree secret technique, Creation Umbrella. It burned a third of its leaves in an instant. Torrents of golden flames poured into the sky dome, forming a massive umbrella covering millions of miles. The giant umbrella spun, stirring the space-time vortex. When the Crimson Dragon collided, it was as if 1,000 stars exploded simultaneously. Shockwaves spread across millions and billions of miles of void, obliterating everything. Red and golden colors blended like the Yangtze, and yellow rivers merging. Scarlet expanded continuously, while the golden dimmed. Evidently, Levi had gained the upper hand. Die, Levi shouted. Suddenly, a scarred golden giant snake traversed the void, appearing before Levi. It was the undying Saint King, previously wounded by Heavenly Will and fleeing. Seeing Levi and the Golden Will clash, it thought to seize the opportunity. A heavy impact resonated, shaking the air. The giant snake crashed into an invisible barrier around Levi, and was forced to stop. Its bones shattered, and its flesh exploded. This, the creature sputtered. Levi glanced sideways, his expression devoid of emotion. The big shots are fighting, so little critters should not join the fun, he stated. What kind of rabble dared to sneak attack him? He casually punched, the fist wind tearing the giant snake's flesh like a spur. Golden blood fluttered in the sky, and even the true soul was struck out and fragmented. Leon, eat it, Levi commanded. Coming, master, Leon replied. Leon, who had a bulging belly from feasting on the battlefield, promptly left with the undying Saint King's true soul. Suddenly, the spinning scarlet gold vortex exploded, affecting the entire land of origin. The already unstable space structure began to collapse, and numerous golden absolutes race entities fell. The golden giant tree was already desperate. Its entire golden leaves and branches were ablaze, and even the towering trunk started to character. Its momentum rose ever higher. Let us perish together, it roared. The divine tree power summoned a prison woven by sprawling roots and branches that blotted out the sky, trapping Levi within. Afterward, tree roots like stars rose from the ground, coiling together like a golden sun. The surface looked like tentacle roots, dancing as they pierced through space. Damn it, epochs of accumulation, ruined in one go, the golden will muttered. It gazed at the temporarily trapped Levi, resentment soaring. What was hateful was that it still did not know who the traitor was. But in the next moment, it found out. Just when it was about to escape smoothly, a bald figure exuding a top-tier aura appeared. The heavenly wisdom Saint King recited incantations, emitting a sacred, solemn sound. Chapter 3125. Golden Sun Absolute Law Wisdom Spirit Mountain. A phantom peak descended from the sky, striking the golden Sunday. If it were the peak period, the golden will would break free in an instant, but it was already exhausted and out of tricks. After being suppressed, it could not move for a short time. Damn it, Tian Hui, you betrayed me. The golden will broke its defense, cursing. Heavenly Wisdom Saint King spoke with a bland tone. It was not I who betrayed you, it is the arrangement of fate. The golden will did not understand what it meant, but Heavenly Wisdom Saint King knew that over 4,000 years ago, the Golden Absolute's race ship Blackstone, taken by the Dark Ancient Tower, was sent in by his hand. When Levi first met the Golden Absolute's race on the 5th level, the power from the mortal circle marked the Golden Ancient Tree from nowhere. If not supreme, one cannot escape. The struggles of the Golden Sacred Realm were merely to delay their meeting. As the duplication of Saran, Tian Hui knew how powerful that treasure, made by combining several primordial and supreme objects, was. It could completely change a person. Strangers and protagonists, mortals and child of destiny, all could defy the heavens. You traitor. The golden will use 10 breaths to break free from the restraint, but it was already late. The cage used to imprison Levi turned to ashes in the red flames. A 6-headed giant dragon with wings spanning a million leagues appeared. Red, gold, black, white, green, and illusion, the 6 massive dragon heads clashed together in a discordant pose. It was ugly, it was bizarre, but it did not matter. It was extremely powerful. Levi once again broke his own limits. He found that he seemed to be able to initially fuse the 6-dimensional breathing technique. At the same time, on the proficiency panel, the occupational fusion rate became 50%. Pure white which rode the 6-headed dragon, stepping through the air. Legendary spells and spell-like abilities descended overwhelmingly. 6 distinct dragon breaths shot out simultaneously. For dragon claws, like columns that support the sky, pinned the golden sun in the void. No matter how it struggled, the giant dragon remained unmoved. In the shrill cries, the aura of the golden will became weaker and weaker. But as the world tree, its life force was strong, comparable to supreme. The battle lasted day and night, persisting for a full 3 years. Until this day, Levi no longer felt a hint of the enemy's aura. A grand and majestic true soul flew out, knocking Leon away. 6 God Sky Blue Hand. Heavenly will fell from the sky, blasting at 18 levels underground with one palm. It was only then that Leon used his utmost effort to take away this true soul. After consuming this, it would have to sleep for a period to digest. The 6-headed dragon stopped its breath, gasping heavily. This breath had been continuously spewed by Levi for 3 years. He was truly exhausted. Everyone close to Supreme is difficult to erase. No wonder the Astral World exterminating the Frost Giant ancestor back then took quite some time. Levi looked around. The civil war between the Shadow Army and the Golden Absolute's race also concluded. The Shadow Dragon Group and 10,000 Dragon Ascension Group won without suspense. There was also Heavenly Wisdom Saint King the Spy. In the void, 3 special golden leaves floated. On them were respectively embroidered with serpent, bull, and deer patterns. These 3 were Undying, Ming Shi, and Spirit Heart Saint King, and like their deceased 3 brothers, they were once some sort of ancient mythical giant beasts, later evolved into oddities. Besides, there were 107 lesser golden leaves. Presumably, those belonged to the saint crowd. Even Earth Awakening fell because of the death of the Golden Holy Tree. Other levels of golden leaves numbered in the billions. These were the wealth accumulated by the golden will over millions of years. Even Levi, who had seen much of the world, could not help but breathe heavily. If Nora were to completely digest these, the civilization would overall advance to the next level. These are truth oddities that can be used without the cost of refinement. Though incomplete, at the very least, they could be treasures directly, increasing a great deal of spiritual force. Not to mention, some other special functions could also be obtained. For example, the holy image law Levi had used for a long time. Though the golden will was dead, the law on the panel had not dimmed. It was evident that it did not affect its continued usage. Of course, the most precious item was the corpse of the golden will. The entangled roots, still shining golden light after death, like thousands of golden dragons twisted together, constantly secreted a kind of supreme power. This was the purest power of origin. It possessed creation, transformative powers, and other numerous abilities. This was a domain no less than chaotic power, with unlimited potential. It was just that the origin divine tree died young, unable to bring forth its might. Mana, beside Levi, had her chest heaving irregularly. She was in a complex mood, facing ancestors she had never met before. Levi grabbed the root and chanted the mantra to reduce it, finally bringing it to bonsai size. Mana, you will take charge of this new origin divine tree. Mana looked up. For me? Why not give it to Pandora? After all, it is already level 10 middle stage. Perhaps if it is refined, it can quickly become a top strong one, even step onto Supreme. Levi shook his head. Pandora has my own arrangements. Mana's eyes were slightly moist. Perhaps happiness came too suddenly, making her cry. She spoke, laughing with tears. At the moment I received a leaf of origin and gained sentience, I never thought one day I would own nearly an entire origin tree. Heavenly Will chimed in. What is there not to dare to think about? You follow the Emperor, you might as well expand your courage. Levi laughed heartily. Exactly. As big as your heart is, as big as the stage. Mana was cheered by the two and broke into a smile. She returned, blushing, to the ancient Banyan fairyland. This was a world-shattering creation. Looking at the land of origin, already broken into countless fragments, shadows diligently swept up leaves, and Leon dragged a large net, constantly collecting true souls. Heavenly Will took out a book and, like a historian, started recording. Year 3743 of the Nora calendar. Grand Council Chairman Levi single-handedly ventured into the land of origin. With his power, he pushed flat the sacred realm, slashed the three kings, uprooted the ancestor tree, and the Golden Absolute's race was obliterated. Of course, not completely annihilated, but only one person survived. That was Heavenly Wisdom Saint King. He seemed visibly older. As a tribe of the Golden Ancient Tree, generally, when the ancient tree dies, others inevitably die as well. But being able to cultivate to level 10 meant he naturally had his own means. Heavenly Wisdom Saint King's eyes sparkled with spirit. He had never been so liberated. The moment the Golden Ancient Tree fell, it saw its great wisdom seeing an invisible thread of destiny starting to snap. This line connected to Nora. It was connected to the tower. It was also connected to Levi in front. He looked somewhat surprised. Originally, after Sauron died, he had himself buried in these three places. He replaced Nora's will with his own will and soul, incorporated flesh into the dark ancient tower, and poured vast spirit and supreme power into casting that supreme treasure. Now, Sauron fulfilled his promise. The invisible bindings on this duplication of Heavenly Wisdom Saint King were completely lifted. From this moment, Heavenly Wisdom Saint King was free. He was no longer someone else's tool and duplication. He no longer carried any responsibilities and missions. He laughed heartily, stepped into boundless darkness, and disappeared without a trace. Seeing this, Heavenly Will recorded. Heavenly Wisdom Saint King was overawed by the power of the Grand Council Chairman, and became mentally unstable. Due to his meritorious service, the Grand Council Chairman pardoned his departure. Since then, there has been no news. Chapter 3126. Nora Calendar Year 3745. Outside the Panplane. In a remote, primitive small world, tens of thousands of people from primitive tribes worship a giant tree, towering 1,000 feet. They sing and dance around it, sacrificing cattle and sheep. The giant tree sways, sacred and extraordinary. An idea awakens within the giant tree. The original body died. This Chaos Emperor truly has some techniques. The saying goes, a crafty rabbit has 3 burrows. This old antique, Golden Will, idly enjoys creating duplications. It collects saplings of strange wood. Then, through the power of the divine tree, it induces them to embed the brand of Golden Will. It creates 666 divine tree avatars across the multidimensional plane. They mostly grow hidden within primeval forests, barbaric tribes, or the underground world. They serve as totem beliefs of low-grade civilizations, enjoying worship. Through this wide-net approach, the survival rate is ensured. Once the original body dies, a duplication awakens to consciousness. It shares the original body's memory through the divine tree power, then lies dormant, biding its time for return. Therefore, exterminating such beings is very difficult. Humph, my lifespan is long. Even the Nora civilization may not outlast me. Watch and see. If not 10,000 years, then 100,000, or 1,000,000 years. Nora will pay the price for this. Having sworn this, it continues to sleep until the calls of the tribespeople wake it. High above the sky, a pure white vortex spins, stirring the winds and clouds of the world. Miracle. This is a miracle. Countless people exclaim, kowtowing with reverence. They completely forget the existence of the totemic giant tree. This broken tree has only performed an apparent sanctity once in millennia, bringing rain to relieve a drought. Most of the time, it does not respond to prayers. It is not that it does not want to, it simply lacks the ability. It is only level 6, unable to frequently use divine power. Thus, these blindly following individuals see a greater miracle and instantly abandon it. The giant tree senses an ominous feeling. At a distance of billions of miles from the golden sacred realm, even a supreme expert would have difficulty finding me, like picking a needle from the sea. It must be an expert passing by. A handsome figure emerges, dressed in a pure white wizard robe. He stands with hands behind his back, spirited and vigorous. Chaos Emperor Levi. Damn it. The giant tree watches helplessly as Levi strides through the void to stand overhead. Levi surveys the surrounding primitive people. Ha. Secretly fostering the path of faith here. You are quite something. He knew the old relic Golden Will would not easily fall, so he used deep red eyes to track other similar primal chi through the roots. Sure enough, he tracked it all the way here. Indeed, a strange wood of several tens of thousands of years. Let us use it as firewood. Levi smiles. His right hand makes a grabbing motion in the void, uprooting the giant tree. No. A hoarse voice erupts. The giant tree begins to plead. A stream of chaotic power surges in, erasing its nascent consciousness. Levi does not intend to take its life, but plans to obliterate the imprint of Golden Will. Using such living trees for a wizard tower is very wasteful. Nowadays, biological material technology is highly advanced. In the era of civilization's wizard towers, composite materials are used. Better a green mountain and river than mountains of gold and silver. Living for tens of thousands of years is not easy. After resolving this place, Levi proceeds to the next. 15 years later, Nora calendar year 3760. After uprooting 66 giant trees across the multidimensional plane, he gave up. That old relic, creating so many duplications, wore me out. Forget it. I cannot waste time now. These duplications will not grow quickly in a short time. Set them aside for now. Rush back to Nora to preside over the situation. Once the major matters are done, then uproot them one by one. Astral World. The death of Golden will stirs no waves. The Star Ancestor orders the Heavenly Father to unite every survivable force against the Taya insect race. Then, the Lord of Storm thinks of those people from the Golden Sacred Realm. Upon reaching the original location of the Sacred Realm, it is already deserted. Thereafter, a subordinate god searches for a while, but finally to no avail. The Astral World no longer expends effort, focusing on the enemy. The sheer size of the Golden Sacred Realm, in this war, is inconsequential. Nora calendar year 3766. The Chaos Emperor returns to his loyal Nora. By now, it has been nearly 200 years since Nightmare's defeat. The ample recuperation time has allowed Nora to recover its peak state. All of civilization prepares for war, ready for an expedition. 4 years later, on the Sauron continent, a towering swordsman in golden armor descends. He is like the Lion King with golden fur, surrounded by flashes of mysterious secret brands. Ha ha ha. I have also become a pioneer of the level 10 path. The Lion Emperor laughs, and Cain congratulates him. Pioneering level 10 is far more difficult than stepping into level 10. Teacher, you will be a remarkable figure in Nora, possessing your own place of teaching. Ha ha ha. Ancestor of secret mark warriors. Cain, in Fred's reincarnation, is now also a level 9 expert. He followed the Lion Emperor for years. Supreme Council provisions. Anyone who creates a transcendent system recognized under the Congress Originality Transcendent Path Recognition Standard Rules may be granted the status of Ancestor of the Path. The Lion Emperor says, I do not care for such fame. I simply want the Congress Supreme Treasure Reward. We are just about to embark on the Nightmare Conquest. We must hurry to improve our strength. Nora calendar year 3770. Lion Emperor Solomon joins the Supreme Council. He is bestowed with the title Ancestor of Secret Mark Warriors, and rewarded with the blueprint and materials for the Supreme Treasure Lion Heart Holy Sword. The Lion Emperor may use the Congress voucher to visit Master Baolong for a free customized Supreme Treasure. The Supreme Council and this artisan god have signed a long-term cooperation agreement. Chapter 3127. Time flashed by like a fleeting horse. 30 years later, in the Nora calendar year 3800, on the first day of the new year, on the entirety of Nora's 140,000 territories in the New World, gongs and drums thundered in celebration. Billions of citizens gathered before giant projection slates. Relying on the real-time live broadcast capability of the mechanical Skynet, the Chaos Emperor would announce a momentous event today. The noonday sun beamed straight down from the zenith. Atop the Tower of Heaven, the Emperor, clad in pure white wizard robes, emerged draped in golden radiance. Behind him, his wizard form manifested, as immense as the heavens and earth of Nora itself. Levi spoke solemnly. In the past 3,800 years, we have suffered unimaginable oppression and invasion. Countless compatriots perished, numbering in the billions. 3 abyss blood battles, 2 nightmare wars failed to break us. On the contrary, we rose from adversity and achieved inconceivable feats. Nightmare remnants cower in darkness, barely clinging to existence. We shall once again take the initiative to strike. We will fight until Nightmare can never fight back. For our peaceful livelihoods, we shall take control of that land of evil, Nightmare itself. From this day forth, we are the masters of Nightmare. This is not vengeance, but a self-defense forced upon us. Upon hearing Levi's speech, some enemy spies among the crowd could not help but curse under their breath. Since when does self-defense reach into another's territory? Exactly. Dressing up conquest and invasion in such dignified terms. Damn Chaos Emperor. Shameless. In the eyes of the enemy, Nora was being utterly pretentious. Some even secretly cursed Levi in their hearts. In the next moment, those harboring malice exploded into blood fog. Within Nora's borders, over 10,000 people self-detonated at the same instant. Soon, the law enforcement team investigated the identities of the dead. Every one of them was a spy controlled by hostile forces. On the podium, the Nightmare Emperor dragon power within Levi quietly subsided. He had deliberately spoken those words, hoping to break some enemy agent's psychological defenses and elicit malice toward himself, seizing the opportunity to wipe out a batch. Perhaps a few mistakes were made, but the probability was very low. These years, his achievements were plain for all to see. The ordinary people's respect for him had even reached a near fanatical level. One might say it had become pure faith, enough to potentially birth a faith god. Levi continued. From tomorrow, we march to the Nightmare battlefield. I shall personally command at the front. Before Nora calendar year 4000, we will seize Nightmare, come what may. When he finished, thunderous cheers cascaded across the Nora continent, their roar converging into the tidal wave that would lead this era, stirring the hearts of all, as if at the very creation of heaven and earth. In this unprecedented surge of Nora's confidence, the second, even grander great expedition began. Black Dragon territory. Black clouds pressed down upon the city as vast armies assembled. This expedition was to be conducted by an alliance army of Nora and the Underworld. The Underworld was commanded by the Reincarnation Emperor, dispatching a total of 50 Nether Emperors. Nora's forces were led by Charactus, also fielding 50 mighty warriors. For this campaign, Nora would set out from the Western Nightmare, cleansing Nightmare remnants along the way, then advancing north. The Underworld's main force would sweep southward, fighting on two fronts. Of course, the Underworld would assign some Nether Emperors to follow Nora, subduing true souls. The one with the fastest progress from the two armies would head for the eastern battle zone. In the end, both forces would converge in Central Nightmare, where, under the command of the Dusk Army, they would claim the toughest stronghold, while forcing the Nightmare will to show itself. In the ranks of level 9, the Underworld dispatched 300 kings of the Underworld. Nora, on the other hand, assembled a force of 400 knights, wizards, and other various races and professions, organized into 58 formation map battle groups with level 10 combat power. After 2 centuries of development, Nora possessed 521 grand wizards, 779 level 9 alien races, and 44 level 9 knights, yet now was deploying less than a third of those forces. The rest of the level 9 members stood guard over Nora. At the level 10 tier, with Solomon included, 4 more beings had emerged. First, the evil god barbarian chief returned to the 10-level realm. Second, the shadow civilization birthed 2 new level 10 beings. A total of 25 mighty beings now guarded Nora proper. This included Emmon, the Heavenly Will, the Frost Witch, these top-level powerhouses. In fact, with Nora's current might, there was little fear of any lesser foe. Only the Astral World and the Abyss demanded attention. As for those Nightmare Will remnants, if they dared invade Nora, the Mother River would strike instantly. This time, all preparations were ample. At least another Supreme was expected to be slain. After a brief round of pre-war mobilization, the 2 mighty armies surged toward the front lines of war. Meanwhile, word of the great expedition spread rapidly across the multidimensional plane. Before the furnace, Master Baolong finally completed Lord of Storm's commission. He withdrew a crimson-hot greatsword from the flames, its blade etched with patterns of the stars, embracing the 3,000 worlds and all living beings. There was no doubt, this was a top-level treasure, but in actual combat, its power might not be inferior to a cosmic treasure. Primordial heavy stone was simply too formidable. Most primordial relics could not even compare to it. Owing to his own realm, Master Baolong actually found it hard to bring forth its full potential through forging in this supreme artifact. After all, he was not a supreme-level powerhouse himself. Yet it is sturdy enough that not even a supreme could easily break it. That alone is enough. I hope its future master will be pleased with this sword. And it is not merely the Dragon Slayer sword. It is a peerless blade capable of rending the astral world in twain. Soon after, Lord of Storm descended in a busy incarnation to collect the blade in person. Alas, not even the divine power of subordinate gods was sufficient to lift it. After examining it, he smiled. Excellent. Truly a fine sword. Our transaction is complete, Master Baolong said with a chuckle. If you require anything else, do recommend me without hesitation. Lord of Storm pondered for a moment then said, I hear you are also cooperating with Nora. Chapter 3128. Master Baolong spoke with frankness. That is right, what is the matter? I am also collaborating with the Abyss. The Lord of Storm frowned. Our astral world can offer you more benefits, as long as you swear to cease your cooperation with Nora from now on, and stop forging supreme treasures for them. How about that? Master Baolong replied with righteousness. You, what kind of person do you think I am? For me, forging is my lifelong passion. Sorry, I will not do that. It goes against professional ethics. The Lord of Storm watched Master Baolong's demeanor. He stopped insisting. This person's character is just like that. The Lord of Storm was just trying his luck. In any case, Master Baolong remains absolutely neutral. That is not an issue. The astral world does not want to see him completely lean towards Nora's camp in the future. If that is the case, it would be better to eliminate him in advance. No one should think about forging anymore. The Lord of Storm dissipated into the void. Master Baolong remained expressionless. He sighed, eyeing the dense list of orders. These were all sent by Nora. The Lionheart Holy Sword. This is good. Abyss Realm Worm. Chaotic City. Lord, Nora has started a new round of expeditions. I know. Are we going to do nothing? The Nightmare's resources should not all go to Nora. How about sending a legion to compete with them? If we die over there, it is a real death. Rest assured, Lord. Eternal Sleep has also researched a method to enter the Nightmare through an incarnation during this time. We should be able to transport a batch of forces there. Even if killed, it is just losing a duplication. No harm done. Oh, this Celestia has made some progress. How many forces can be dispatched? 10 or so level 10 lords can go without issue. Compared to that Chaos Emperor's ability, it is far off, but it should be enough to seize resources, cause trouble for Nora, and hinder its development. I think so too. All right, you arrange this matter. The chaotic servant arrived at the 650th layer of the abyss, with a cold gaze. Where is Pazuzu? The servant sensed the surroundings, but found no trace of Pazuzu. A trembling level 9 wind demon appeared. Lord, the wind demon lord is in seclusion. Seclusion? Nonsense. Wake him up. That is not appropriate. This is an order from the Supreme Will. Soon, Pazuzu appeared looking pale. Lord, what is the matter? The chaotic servant spoke coldly. What is with you? Is there a need for seclusion with your strength? Are you going to break through to the Supreme within 1,000 years? Or were you injured recently? Pazuzu stood speechless. It merely wanted to take this opportunity to avoid the war these days. There was no choice, as the Chaos Emperor was too fierce. He had twice repelled the nightmare, and even killed the Supreme. Such achievements made Pazuzu reluctant to face Levi, especially since among the 4 great demon lords, 3 had already fallen, with no possibility of reincarnation. This made Pazuzu feel like its life could end at any moment. Only staying in the abyss brought it a sense of security. The chaotic servant continued. There is a task without much danger I want to assign to you. Pazuzu looked full of disbelief. Lord, are there still tasks without danger these days? Eternal sleep has the ability to create duplications to enter the nightmare world. You just need to lie in the abyss, and your consciousness can enter it. Isn't this the ability of the Chaos Emperor? Yes, but it is not unique to him. Is this eternal sleep ability reliable? It has been tested, no problems at all. If facing the Chaos Emperor, could he use special means to invade from the nightmare world back to the abyss body here, and kill us? Why so many questions? Just go if you are told to. The chaotic servant looked impatient, the supreme power emanating from him. Pazuzu felt the pressure, and had no choice but to agree. All right, I will go. You bring 10 level 10 demons, and 100 level 9 demons. Your goals are only 2. One is to seize resources, the other is to sabotage Nora's actions. 2 years later, in Nora calendar 3802, after some recruitment, Pazuzu finally gathered the troops. It acted as the commander-in-chief, while the offspring of the Water Demon Lord, the Black Water Demon Emperor, served as deputy commander. Along with the master of 10,000 poisons and other middle and late-stage level 10 demon lords, they formed the Nightmare Squad. They led hundreds of elite demon legions and invaded the nightmare. Their landing point was the Nightmare North. 8 years later, fleshly fetus. The wrathful voice of the nightmare will echoed. Despicable. Nora boldly launched a second expedition against the nightmare. This time, it aimed at the central region, wanting to swallow the entire world. This is its territory, its shell. The master of horror spoke. Lord, let us fight our way out. The nightmare will replied. Going out now is exactly falling into their trap. After hundreds of years of development, Nora and the underworld's strength must have recovered for the most part, or even further strengthened. How can we be their match? But sitting and waiting like this, we are still on a path to death. When they completely invade and assimilate the nightmare resources, we will not have the slightest hope. No, not long ago, intelligence arrived. The abyss has also infiltrated the nightmare. These two sides are definitely going to fight. We will just hide here and watch from the sidelines, and act when the opportunity arises. Black Dragon Territory. Levi sat in the castle, a blood-red crystal in his palm. Over these years, he continuously studied and comprehended crimson blood. Whenever the flow of Black Emperor Dragon power passed through the crystal, it always washed away a trace of blood chi into the body. Then he discovered something. His Black Emperor Dragon power significantly strengthened. This shows that this primordial relic can be directly refined. If completely assimilated, his Black Emperor Dragon might even become the strongest in the 6 dimensions. Chapter 3129. He guarded the entire Black Dragon territory alone. The Shadow Army and various summoned creatures remained under the command of the Blood Battle Spirit, heading to the northern battle zone to unleash havoc. He focused solely on his cultivation. After 10 years of war, the remaining forces of the Nightmare in the northern battle zone proved no match for Nora, and the army crushed them easily. Nora had already taken down 23 big domains. The underworld swept away the southern battle zone similarly. The final battle with the nightmare drew near. Ancient Dragon Continent. 9 rings perfect. The Purgatory Demon Sword stood surrounded by an aura of malice, his momentum sky high. As the second top body refiner after Gondaf, his progress moved rapidly. With my current strength, I can kill that murder angel. I hope that filthy thing does not die in the insect war, as I still want to ascend to the astral world and take revenge personally. The Purgatory Demon Sword radiated confidence. If he stepped into the legendary realm with the dual cultivation body tempering technique, even facing the brilliant prison dragon god would hold no fear. Just as he prepared to enter the nightmare world to deliver the good news to his elder brother, a figure in a black imperial robe stepped into view without a sound. The Purgatory Demon Sword had never seen this person, but a familiar blood connection pulsed in his veins. Black King, he asked. The figure in the black robe responded calmly. Yes, I am your father. What are you doing in Nora? The Purgatory Demon Sword felt no affection for his father. He had offended enemies that indirectly led to his mother's death, and he failed to avenge her in the end. The Dragon Clan produced scoundrels, and he was no exception. The Black King spoke. I am taking you to a place. What place? The Star Realm battlefield. What do you mean? I want to find my elder brother. The Emperor of Torture and the brilliant prison dragon god are trapped by the Sandworm Queen on a battlefield somewhere in the astral world, and they are in imminent danger. If we go too late, they might fall. What? Although the Purgatory Demon Sword felt indifferent to himself, he cared about the situation. The Black King showed no anger at the cold reception. He had to admit, he had been a scoundrel, but that did not prevent him from trying to be a good father now. He spoke sincerely. Child, I know you have always wanted to avenge your mother. This obsession remains even if thousands of years have passed. You may have forgotten your mother's appearance, but this obsession will not fade. If you are to be legendary, you must have a clear mind. If you cannot personally kill the Emperor of Torture, You may not get over this hurdle. The Purgatory Demon Sword pondered the words. The mother was just a mortal. To a wizard, that might not be important. But the obsession lingered. His current achievements felt inseparable from the whip of the Emperor of Torture. The Purgatory Demon Sword replied, "Okay, I will go with you. But I need to tell my elder brother." "All right, go ahead. And I will not forget my mother's appearance. I am not you." "All right. It is my fault." The Black King smiled with a touch of helplessness. In his long dragon life, women were as numerous as small loaves of bread. Only his bloodline felt eternal. If his offspring lacked talent or achievements, he could not bother to care. He deliberately found the Purgatory Demon Sword today, knowing that this child held the posture of a legend. His future achievements would likely surpass his own. Black Dragon Territory. "Elder brother, my father is here." The Purgatory Demon Sword gazed at his elder brother, who floated in a white robe. "Go ahead." Initially, I wanted us brothers to eventually go to the Astral World to take revenge together, but who would have thought this Emperor of Torture is so weak, he is already dying." Levi chuckled. "Trust me, no one in this world understands your current feelings better than I do. Do not let waiting become a regret. Go early, return early, and prioritize safety." Levi lacked any obsession with revenge, so he held no grudges. But his second brother occupied a different situation. "Elder brother, I am going." "Wait a moment, stretch out your hand." The Purgatory Demon Sword extended his palm, and Levi tapped it with a finger. He ran his energy like a dragon, simmering dragon blood outlining a faint UN character. "Elder brother, what is this?" "This is a secret technique containing some of my strength. The astral realm is full of strong beings, and although your father is at level 10 mid-stage, which is close to top-level strength, he may not be able to fully protect your safety. If you encounter a special situation, activate this character." Levi had not even used this secret technique for Elena. The Astral World was special, filled with insects and the star ancestor. It served as the ultimate instance, and Nora was not prepared. His second brother went ahead, and he seemed a bit uneasy. The Purgatory Demon Sword knelt on the ground with tears in his eyes. "Thank you, big brother. I will definitely return safely. My ancient tower still has 7 transmissions left. Only big brother is good in the world." If it had not been for meeting Levi, even with legendary potential, he might have been buried in the dust of history, possibly unable to advance to the 9th circle. "Go ahead." Astral World. The Sea of Ruins was vast. It was a battlefield where the world was shattered. A gigantic beast, tens of thousands of miles long, shaped like an insect yet covered with dragon scales, was swallowing endless yellow sands and corroding the astral world. Where it passed, all things withered, and deathly silence prevailed. In the yellow sands, swarming insects swept in. Ahead, a group of figures ran wildly. The leader was a pitch-black giant dragon. Its form was stout, its divine body covered in scars, and its tail was broken. Beside it, the Emperor of Torture and other angels ran like homeless dogs. "When will the Chaos Main God come to support us? Damn, are we going to be abandoned? Damn it, I do not want to die." This troop had all followed the brilliant prison dragon god back in the day. It was a pity they had not been majestic for long before being used as cannon fodder and sent into the Star Realm battlefield. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared ahead. One wore a black robe, the other black armor. Reinforcements. No. Damn it, why is it them? The brilliant prison dragon god looked at the former enemy, eyes filled with despair. The Purgatory Demon Sword erupted with 9 rings perfect energy, and his body refinement and magic which form emerged simultaneously, combining into one. The Black King transformed with a single move into a sky-reaching giant dragon. The father and son said nothing, directly engaging in battle. The black-armored swordsman slashed out a sword. The 4 extremities of the world trembled as 18 black tornadoes approached from afar. The Purgatory Black King Dragon flapped his wings, unleashing black flame covering 10,000 miles around. Wind and fire intertwined, blocking the way of Heavenly Father. The Emperor of Torture, that weakling, fell first. The sword chi of the Purgatory Demon Sword executed him within 10 breaths. He died with an expression of confusion, and evidently, he died with unclosed eyes. He did not even know who the person before him was. As a brutal devil, he had killed countless humans. The brilliant prison dragon god did not last long either. For 1,000 years, Levi had repeatedly destroyed his belief land, and his strength declined continuously. He had become a weak divine power user, and suffered heavy injuries from the Sandworm Queen, which almost cost him his life. Facing the onslaught of the Purgatory Black King Dragon, he was utterly powerless to resist. Soon, the father and son completed a splendid revenge. Retreat. The Black King collected the spoils of war, but he clashed against the Sandworm Queen's offensive, and he felt outmatched as his internal organs ruptured. He grabbed the Purgatory Demon Sword and escaped into the void. In the next instant, sharp buzzing filled the air. Another gigantic insect queen descended from the sky, covered with spikes, and resembling a giant caterpillar. Its imposing manner was not much inferior to the 4 emperors. Stinging Snake Queen. The Black King glanced at the Purgatory Demon Sword. "Son, it is up to you." He knew the Chaos Emperor surely left a life-saving trump card for his son. That was why he dared to come to the Astral World for revenge. The Purgatory Demon Sword cursed this unreliable father inwardly, but he still extended his right palm helplessly. Big Brother had also mentioned that if there was a chance, he should test the strength of the Insect Queen. In the future, Nora surely would have to oppose the insects too. Having a spar in advance seemed excellent. The golden UN character shone brightly. The earth trembled, war drums roared, and dragon roars echoed in all directions. A towering six-headed dragon phantom emerged into the sky. It looked at the approaching stinging snake queen and leaped up fiercely. Indifferent eyes looked down upon the opponent. The six dragons breathed simultaneously, intertwined together. Boom! The earth-shaking blow reverberated through the astral world. The stinging snake queen, comparable to the four emperors, was struck as if by lightning. A significant portion of her body shattered completely. Without any hesitation, she immediately used a wormhole to flee the scene. The sandworm queen also stopped, turned back, and ran away. Black dragon territory. Levi opened his eyes and exhaled. Such tenacious vitality, indeed formidable. But I did not intend to kill it. That would be too cheap for the astral world, and it would attract too much hatred from the will of the mother nest. In the letter Sauron sent to Levi, this ancestor of wizards was actually most worried. Not about the astral world, but the insects. Chapter 3130. The astral world stood silent. The turmoil subsided. The Black King vanished into the sea of ruins, alongside the Purgatory Demon Sword. He looked out in wonder. Indeed, he is worthy of the Chaos Emperor. The Purgatory Demon Sword puffed out his chest, pride radiating from him. Naturally, my elder brother has slain a Supreme. The elder brother had long predicted that he would face this tribulation upon coming to the astral world. He wrote that word in the palm of his hand. He was truly worthy of being the elder brother. The realm already exceeded the limits of imagination. He was omniscient and omnipotent. He had personally struck down his foe. The Purgatory Demon Sword felt elated. So this is the feeling of thoughts being unburdened. Does the elder brother understand me in the same way? Does he also have unavenged blood relatives and loved ones? Images swirled in his mind. The Purgatory Demon Sword and the Black King stood face to face back in Nora. The father and son reunion felt awkward. The Black King held out a ring toward the Purgatory Demon Sword. This is for you. The Purgatory Demon Sword took the ring. What is this? The divine persona of the brilliant prison dragon god, and other battle trophies. The Purgatory Demon Sword looked at him. You do not want it. I am merely a giant dragon. What use do I have for it? Besides, I have already grown to the strongest realm ever reached by the Purgatory Black King Dragon. There is no path ahead. The Purgatory Demon Sword asked, what do you plan to do next? Do you want to join Nora? He still hoped his father would stay. Nora was flourishing. It was the best time to join. Forget it. I am used to being free like the clouds and cranes. I cannot stand any restrictions. The Black King was near the end of his life. From now on, he just wanted to live out his days happily. He had no interest in ambitions, civil war, or even proving the supreme path. As long as his bloodline continued to flow and grow. Then goodbye. The Purgatory Demon Sword turned to leave. The Black King watched his son walk away. He sighed. He has quite a character. In the Black Dragon territory, the Purgatory Demon Sword approached Levi. Elder brother, these are the battle trophies. He handed the ring over to Levi. Levi inspected the contents. A few items looked quite good. One was the divine persona and divine crystal. Another was the shedding left before the brilliant prison dragon god's divine enthronement. A longsword exuded death energy. It looked extremely ominous. The Nether River life-taking sword. It can cut down a person's lifespan. Levi flicked his fingers. The longsword shattered. Red flames instantly refined it into a piece of raw ore. This item is bad for us. It is best to store it away. Many level 9 treasures sat in the ring, but Levi felt no interest. He took the dragon god's divine persona and held out the rest to the Purgatory Demon Sword. These are useless to me. Take them and exchange them for cultivation resources. Quickly advance to legendary status. Become the Pillar of Nora. By the way, did your father leave? He is gone. How are you planning to walk the legendary path next? Levi asked the question suddenly, his tone shifting to that of a teacher interrogating a student. Gondalf did not need to worry. He followed the Chaos Body refinement path. Moreover, he possessed the 6 Kings' relics and the yet-to-be-obtained blood Tai Sui bone. Everything was ready. Only cultivation remained. The Purgatory Demon Sword replied, I want to use the wind and fire purgatory manual I created as a foundation. I will use the brilliant prison dragon god's shedding left after divine enthronement as fire. Then, I will search for appropriate wind element affinity items to refine the wind-fire intersecting Black Brilliance heart. I do not know if it can work. The Black King voluntarily sought the Purgatory Demon Sword. He aimed to help his son collect legendary materials. Levi nodded. It is good. Wind and fire complement each other. This path suits you. But sect dual cultivation to advance to legendary status is highly difficult. You need to prepare well. Legendary status can come later, but ensure success once. Other great tribulations might still spare your life upon failure. Legendary great tribulation failure means death. Even Levi could not intervene in a rescue there. The only current exception was the Green Forest Master. According to her recollection, Sauron guided her out of the Great Tribulation. The Purgatory Demon Sword said, I understand. I will first stabilize the realm, then go to the front lines. Levi nodded. Go on. A projection manifested beside Levi. It was Caractus, Grand Council Chairman. We have important news to report. Speak. We found many traces of demons. No problem. Kill them and you are done. There is no need to worry about Abyss retaliation. We killed them, and then the demons came back. Levi frowned. Could they be nightmare avatars like us? It seems similar. It looks like the Abyss also has experts in the nightmare path. Could it be Eternal Slumber Celestia? Possibly. What is our damage? Tolerable, not very severe. It is just that these demons constantly plunder our resource areas and launch surprise attacks on some outposts. Many people have returned to the city. I see. After ending the call, Levi instructed Fingal to pause his work. Next, Fingal would go to the northern battle zone for an on-site investigation. Levi wanted to test if he could reverse invade the abyss through the demon's nightmare avatars. If possible, solutions for eternal slumber must be realized. Nora's battle trophies are not to be shared with the enemy. 20 years later, in the Nora calendar year 3830, on the ancient dragon continent, in the Tower of Summer Flowers, the system prompted. Spiritual force 64,000 out of 72,000. 9 rings perfect. This heart of Wan Chuan is indeed a primordial relic. Elena stored away the azure blue bead floating before her. She had not refined it. She only absorbed some 10,000 rivers water chi during usual times. Although it could not directly enhance spiritual force, it silently improved elemental talent. Additionally, it greatly boosted meditation efficiency and stacked with medicine effects. Together with the previously refined sun refining artifact, Mountain Spring Sound, it ultimately allowed her to break through to the 9 rings perfect realm. Now I have refined the Water God, Sea God series, and Tide Spirit. Plus, I have the River Heart, Ocean's Heart, Heart of Lake, and Heart of Mountain Spring. These 4 are great sun refining artifacts. Chapter 3131. The preparations are more or less done. Next is to integrate everything into one, then add the primordial relics, the Heart of Wan Chuan, to refine it into the proof of 10,000 waters, and prove the legendary. As for the other 3 great relics that Emperor Wan Chuan and Empress mentioned, those are all things you can only come across by chance, not by seeking. Even if Levi were to kill the Sea God and the Lady Lake, he still wouldn't be able to gather the complete Heart of Clear Spring. Besides, Nora at this stage absolutely cannot go to war with the Astral World. But if she encounters a suitable opportunity, she will definitely advance to legendary. After becoming legendary, it still won't be too late to go looking for the other 3 waters. Once I have brought my night and energy sect progress up to par, and my 3 paths of energy and spirit all step into the peak, I wonder if my strength will be enough to exchange blows with the weakest level 10. Compared to others, Elena possesses a unique 3-path talent. Even Levi, if you do not count the duplications, is essentially just cultivating both knight and wizard at the same time. After leaving seclusion, Elena came to the Black Dragon territory. Levi, I want to test the gap between me and level 10. Levi smiled, his eyes twinkling. You are still far off, but you can give it a try. With a single thought, the earth rose and fell, transforming into a level 10 early stage giant soldier. Master, what are your orders? Levi gave the command. Go all out and see how long she can hold on. The giant soldier looked at Elena, somewhat hesitant. Its intelligence was not high, but it still knew this was the master's madam. Elena took a breath. Do not worry, I cannot die here. The giant soldier scratched its head and spoke honestly. All right, I will give it a try. It threw a plain and simple punch at Elena. Mountains shifted along its path. Rivers changed course. Heaven and earth crumbled. Elena dodged the strike. She cast her self-created 9th circle spell, dripping water to sword. This was currently her strongest attack. Using the spell as cover, Elena let the power of Candle Dragon burn. With a delicate shout, her golden hair fluttered like the wind, passing through thousands of water swords. A cyan sword chi, that made all things sprout and vegetation, surge madly slashed onto the giant soldier. Vine entanglement wrapped around its 4 limbs, strangling like a black snake. Seizing the opportunity, Elena unleashed an absolute skill of the energy sect. A vermilion bird of raging flames rode the wind, and crashed into the giant soldier. This combo was flashy, seamless as if made by heaven. Even the giant soldier did not react in time for the moment. But aside from cracking open a few fissures, it remained unscathed. It suddenly exerted force, broke free of the restraints, and let out a roar. The sound wave spread, scattering 10,000 swords and knocking Elena's figure out of concealment. Relying on the wizard tower, she held on for a while longer. In the end she still lost. In less than a quarter of an hour, she turned into white light, and returned to the city. Back in the Black Dragon territory, she saw Levi's lips curl upward. She spoke dispiritedly. The gap is that huge, huh? Levi chuckled. What did you think? That reverse/level 10 of mine. You think the gold content is just for show? Ha ha ha, after all this time, no one has broken the record yet. Elena laughed, shaking her head. Look how smug you are. But that kind of gap was truly palpable. Logically speaking, among the 9th circle, she was already a phoenix among humans. But compared to Levi's performance back then, the difference was like falling off a cliff. Levi turned serious. But you do not need to feel discouraged. Although I have suppressed this giant soldier's realm to level 10 early stage, its combat power is on the high side. 80% of the weak gods in the astral world cannot compare. Once your 3 paths are all at peak level 9, reverse slashing a weak god will not be hard. With a supreme treasure on top, it will be even more secured. For a level 9 body to kill a weak god is not that novel throughout history. Even before Levi, there were some monsters who pulled it off. Elena nodded. Hearing you say that, I feel relieved. Levi gestured for her to continue. Hurry up with your cultivation. If things go smoothly, it is possible that before you advance to legendary, our Nora will already be attacking the astral world. When the time comes we will take back the Heart of Lake and Heart of the 4 Seas, and let you refine them into the proof of 10,000 waters as well. Elena agreed. I understand, everything is subject to the bigger picture. To her, these primordial relics were not necessities. She was the longest-lived candle dragon bloodline. Once she becomes mythical, her lifespan will be exceedingly long, enough for her to accompany Levi for a very long time. As for reaching Supreme, she truly did not care much about that right now. Besides, Hera's lost status made her all the more certain. In this universe, becoming Supreme is not a good thing. She was instead quite looking forward to Levi taking her to a world more suitable for the development of the energy sect. After that, Levi told Elena about some things to keep in mind for becoming legendary. Not long after, she headed to the front lines to temper her techniques in battle. 3 days later, Fingal's figure appeared from afar. I captured a demon duplication alive. Behind him, a level 6 demon was bound with pitch black chains. Fingal continued. Level 9 demons kill themselves too quickly. I could not capture any alive. Levi nodded. I understand. You can leave first. Then contact me if you need anything. Levi drew the wind demon avatar over. The deep red eyes split open, and streams of nightmare emperor dragon power poured into the demon duplication like ink falling into water, diffusing outward. Boom. In an instant, his consciousness crossed endless space like a kaleidoscope, as if falling continuously from the high heavens, falling until he saw a giant insect. It was black-brown in color. Aside from the head, its body had 666 segments, and after the 666th segment, there was half a segment of even more bloated and massive body that was slowly taking shape, likely the future 667th layer. Abyss. Levi did not rashly enter. Eternal sleep, he could destroy with one hand. What he feared were only those two supreme. He temporarily withdrew his consciousness. With my current level 10 middle stage nightmare emperor dragon power, it is still not enough to invade from afar and annihilate eternal sleep. I can only wait until I advance further, or use the Black Emperor parasite. Levi pondered. He issued an order to the Supreme Council, telling them to find a way to capture a level 10 demon alive from the blood battlefield of the multidimensional plane, strength unrestricted. Chapter 3132. The White Emperor Palace suppresses some demons, but it is not convenient to infiltrate the abyss. Astral battlefield. A giant dragon figure, as wild as a raging bull, rampages through the area. It wears starry heavy armor, occasionally standing upright. Its thick dragon claws wield a heavy sword, ready for a cross slash. With a single strike of Mount splitting force, the level 10 late-stage Sandworm Queen is cut in half and flees in panic. The Lord of Storm stands atop the dragon head and laughs towards the sky. He shouts that it is no wonder the creature is called the Power Dragon. He remarks that it wields the sword with such ease, as if it were as light as grass or a bamboo sword. He asks who could withstand the 3,000 worlds under one sword. The Power Dragon is among the top 5 combat powers in the Astral World. Now clothed in the top-level treasure known as the Star God armor, and mastering the Dragon Slayer sword, it truly ranks in the top 4. It is only second to the Star Ancestor and the 2 Supreme Beings. In terms of direct offensive power, it is perhaps even more ferocious than the Priest and the Divine Mother. The Lord of Storm wonders how the Chaos Emperor will defend himself against the Dragon Slayer sword. In the distance, the Great Prophet watches the excited Lord of Storm. He sighs internally and calls him a foolish child. Land of Darkness. Outside the Panplane lies the Star Tomb. It is a place shrouded in death energy, and it is currently falling apart. The Dark Sun Sovereign awakes from a long slumber. His eyes reflect astonishment. High above, a black-robed wizard floats in the air. The Dark Sun Sovereign asks Adam why he has returned. The Black Sun answers calmly that Dia is about to die. The Dark Sun Sovereign looks at the land beneath him. He nods and agrees that in the end, death is inevitable. The Black Sun explains that all humans inevitably meet death. He tells the Sovereign that if he wishes for his death to have value, he should fulfill him. He has been on the move for thousands of years, collecting oddities from around the world. He is missing just one to become legendary. The Dark Sun Sovereign asks if he means himself. The Black Sun laughs and confirms it. He says that without the Sovereign, he is incomplete and inaccessible. The Dark Sun Sovereign is not very surprised. He remarks that when he initially set the wizard free, he knew this day would come. The Black Sun asks why he set him free then. The Sovereign explains that he was not free himself, and he did not want to see the other not be free. He asks about the current state of the outside world, and how Nora is faring. The Black Sun explains that Emmon is the supreme. Levi is legendary. Purple Crystal is divine enthronement. Nora has defeated the Abyss 3 times, and the Nightmare twice. The Nightmare will fled, and now Nora is sweeping the Nightmare. Upon hearing of the world situation, the Dark Sun Sovereign smiles bitterly. Things have reached this point, and there is no turning back. Once, he was also the Grand Council Chairman. Unfortunately, Emmon achieved success and fame, while he ends without a peaceful rest. Different choices lead to different outcomes. In the history of the wizard world, legendary wizards who betrayed civilization are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. The Dark Wizard Emperor counts as one, and he counts as one. Now, the Dark Wizard Emperor is trapped by the insect plague in the astral world, with his life hanging by a thread. The Sovereign is here, growing old with gloom. He underestimated Sauron after all. He thought Sauron could not accomplish the grand task of the rise of Nora. But now, Nora has become a true giant. It is swallowing the position that belonged to the Nightmare, forming a fusion with the underworld, and giving many a chance to reincarnate. Many are becoming knights and wizards with great prospects through dual cultivation. The sovereign cannot help but feel envious. In the end, the Dark Sun sovereign tells him to go ahead, because he will not resist. The Black Sun deploys the array he prepared across the world. He intends to refine the Dark Sun sovereign and the world, synthesizing the legendary artifact he has been plotting, which is the eternal Dark Sunday. Time flies, and 10 years pass. Nora calendar year 3840. In the northern battle zone of the Nightmare World, the confrontation between the army of Nora and the army of the Abyss is endless. Each time, the Abyss is thoroughly defeated, only to be reborn upon returning to the city. However, due to the delays caused by the Abyss, the progress of Nora does not match expectations. Moreover, the Abyss has abducted many resources. The mighty figures of Nora are determined to kill but remain helpless. They experience the agony of the nightmare creatures for the first time. On a certain blood battlefield, a battle begins. A voice screams that it is the six god-covering sky hand. A gigantic hand filled with lightning locks the heavens and imprisons the earth before it strikes. Underneath the hand, a flame demon emitting a level 10 aura shivers in fear. It is the master of volcano, possessing early-stage cultivation. It exerts every effort to escape the bind, but it is encased by an ice wall, and ultimately subdued instantly. Soon, it feels incredibly cold, and its consciousness turns numb. The Frost Witch exhales a breath of chill. She speaks calmly and says that inside the Eternal Zero realm, it will slumber eternally. The Heavenly will urges them to hurry because time is of the essence. He tells them to go find the Grand Council Chairman. In the Black Dragon territory, Levi greets them. They thank him for his efforts. They mention that although there was a clue of a level 10 middle stage mind flayers are cunning and troublesome. To be safe, they chose this one. Levi says it is enough. He grabs the thoroughly frozen master of volcano with one hand. The surging Black Emperor dragon power flows into it. A month passes. This invasion is a one-time opportunity. It must succeed. If it fails, the Abyss will inevitably shut its doors tightly, and no demon will find a way in. Levi has repeatedly used the puppet of the Black Emperor parasite to infiltrate the Abyss, but at that time, the Abyss will was dormant. He was unsure if it could detect him. It is worth a try. 10 years later, in Nora calendar year 3850, on Soren continent, a mighty figure bearing the Thunder World ventures west. Soon after, it returns successfully, bathing in lightning. A vast purple tower virtual image hangs behind it, with 81 flashing which marks on it, teeming with special spiritual creatures inside. Destruction Realm Thunder withdraws its divine light, and reveals a look of joy. Emmon appears with a group of legendary wizards to welcome him personally. He asks if the visitor is the Dust World Thunder Isu. The visitor asks if Lord Emmon has heard of his past life. Emmon confirms it. He says that on the visitor, he can still see some of those tracking marks. Chapter 3133. The Thunder of Destruction stood before the white-robed figure and chuckled. Old habits die hard. Your promotion was very timely. The Lady of Thunder has headed to the front lines, and the Lightning School is lacking a legendary wizard to guard it. You should stabilize your realm for now. The Thunder of Destruction nodded. All right. Inside the Black Dragon territory, Levi stood before the Thunder of Destruction. The latter studied the white-robed figure, his expression one of awe. He had expected that Levi would achieve greatness in the future, but the reality far exceeded his predictions. Even though he was a legendary reincarnation, he felt left far behind. Levi leaned in and asked, "Did Sauron give you anything?" The Thunder of Destruction shook his head. Levi let out a sigh. Sauron has limits too. Even the universe has limits, let alone humans. The Thunder of Destruction shifted uncomfortably. Indeed. Levi looked toward the horizon. I have nothing else here. You should go back and rest. These are universal legendary spells that a legendary wizard should master. Take them and study. Learn them soon. The Thunder of Destruction bowed his head. Thank you, Grand Council Chairman. After nearly 300 years of development, Nora finally birthed the first legendary wizard after the war. His legendary title followed the old Thunder of Destruction, with the legendary profession Thunder Tower, the legendary demiplane Land of Thunder Destruction, and the legendary honorific The Steeple Bathed in Lightning, thunder that destroys 10,000 realms. Soon after, the Thunderfire Governor Ji Fei, who dominated the first place on the original level 9 demon slaying list for a long time, was promoted, becoming a legendary wizard across both the lightning and burning factions. This one was also a legendary reincarnation. Levi raised an eyebrow at the ambition shown by such a path. Lightning and fire are attributes prone to ignition and explosion. Generally, dual cultivation of fire and earth is more common, like Duke Ruman and Toby. To achieve legendary status was no less challenging than the Lord of Light and Shadow. Ji Fei's legendary title was Thunderfire Master, perhaps to take care of the declining lightning faction, so he registered himself on the lightning side. Otherwise, according to the Burning School of Thought's convention, after becoming legendary, it is customary to choose the title of God which. Thunderfire Master's demiplane is Hot Melt Heaven Realm, where thunder and fire merge, and apart from some Thunderfire elemental spirits, normal people cannot live properly. His legendary title is the Wildfire that melts gold, the spring thunder that illuminates the wilderness. Thus, there were once again 24 living legendary wizards. This was not the end. The earliest batch of legendary reincarnation wizards were gradually reaching 9 rings perfection, like the IC, Witch of the Dusk Squad, and Molten Core Hand. In the near future, these people were highly likely to become legendary. As Grand Council Chairman, Levi held many current identities of legendary reincarnators. Up to now, the cases of reincarnation, retrain failure, and promotion remain 0. Ancient Banyan Fairyland. Mana greedily absorbed the divine tree power brought by the Golden Will. Each branch and leaf bore a glittering golden leaf. Apart from the root, Levi divided the golden leaves into 2 parts. A 10th was kept for Mana to use for its promotion, and the remaining incomplete truth oddities were all placed in the ancient Dragon Continent's treasury for exchange. The remaining 9/10 went entirely to the Pandora matriarch. She was very close to becoming a top-tier powerhouse. These golden leaves were enough to send her into level 10 late stage, or even the level 10 peak realm, thus fulfilling the promise made by Sauron. Pandora refined the remaining incomplete oddities to enrich the council treasury. As for the duplications of the golden ancient tree, Levi erased their consciousness and planted them around the Soren continent. These incomplete oddities were named golden holy objects by the Congress. In these years, geniuses continuously exchanged for the sacred relics for cultivation. Some relatively lucky ones even gained various laws. All Flame obtained the golden elephant law. The power attribute significantly increased. It was the upper law of Levi's holy image law, derived from Earth Awakening. With the advent of the sacred relics, everyone realized the truth. The Grand Council Chairman had silently obliterated the once harmful golden sacred realm of Nora, overthrew the evil golden ancient tree, and refined oddities to share with civilization. Such selflessness and pioneering spirit remained unmatched. As time passed, with billions of golden holy objects flowing into society, the number of official wizards, primordial soul wizards, and grand wizards exploded at an unprecedented rate. It still needed time to digest the resources gained from the Civil War, but these sacred relics required none. They were ready-made truth oddities, ready to use. When the Age History book reached the year 3900 of the Nora calendar, the number of Nora great wizards reached an astonishing 555. Other powerful beings from all clans numbered more than 800, and knights numbered more than 50, totaling over 1,400 level 9 experts, almost reaching half of the underworld. If the previous era was the Golden Age, then this was the Diamond Age. Even Black Pearl Boy Garcia, the dean of the Chaos School, unknownly cultivated to the 9 Rings perfect realm, making one marvel. The over 5,000-year-old Garcia originally had no confidence in becoming legendary. Now he occasionally says that if luck favors him, even an old thing like him can admire that legendary scenery, thanks to the Grand Council Chairman, and thanks to Nora. Over time, among the populace, the golden holy objects gained another name, the Emperor's Gift. Meanwhile, Abyss Layer 657, a stunningly beautiful woman with closed eyes and a pale complexion lay sleeping on a sumptuous soft bed. She was the Eternal Sleep. Her form was a sleep demon. All around Eternal Sleep, for sleep demons emitting the aura of level 10 formed an array, and only this way could they barely maintain defense against the nightmare's demon duplications. Compared to the composed demeanor Levi held as an old artist, the Abyss was undoubtedly far inferior. Suddenly, Eternal Sleep's brow slightly furrowed. It sensed that an uninvited guest had arrived on Abyss Layer 657. The Master of Volcano, the late Demon Lord Surgard's subordinate, stood in the shadows. Eternal Sleep was unfamiliar with this demon. It immediately ordered its subordinates to drive it away. At that moment, a change suddenly occurred. The Master of Volcano transformed into a gigantic dragon-headed giant. Its appearance bore a striking resemblance to the Chaos Emperor. It clapped its hands and extinguished 2 level 9 demons. In a step, it arrived at the sleep demon's palace, then unleashed a punch. About half of Ancestor Levi's strength poured out. Layer 657's heaven and earth shattered inch by inch, and everything was annihilated. Eternal Sleep's face paled, and it immediately commanded the 4 subordinates to intercept. Its figure flashed, heading deeper, but the dragon-headed giant was faster, already avoiding the 4. Dragon Claw clenched the void, and Dragon Breath surged and roared. Supreme Will, Eternal Sleep called out. This place was very close to the depths of the abyss. This commotion was immediately sensed by the Supreme Will. Sure enough, an even more terrifying power than the Nightmare Will descended. Before it, the dragon-headed giant was like a boat in monstrous waves, swaying unpredictably. Eternal Sleep had no time to be pleased. The Dragon Breath already engulfed its form a moment before the Supreme descended. The high temperature swept through, and the demon body rapidly melted. Even the 4 emperors were no match for Levi, much less a sleep demon. The Black Emperor dragon power invaded its body, toxins spread, and destroyed everything violently. In a moment, Eternal Sleep fell into a severe state, nearly perishing. Yet the Supreme Will descended, still saving it. Simultaneously, the dragon-headed giant could not withstand it either, turning into blood fog and dissipating. Only laughter echoed through the void. A mere abyss, so be it. I come and go as I please. Chapter 3134. The Abyss Will and the Chaotic Servant descended simultaneously. They gazed at the mortally wounded Eternal Sleep. How outrageous, the Abyss Will boomed. Assassinating a high-ranking Abyss official right under the eyes of 2 Supremes, though ultimately failing, was still a heavy blow to the Abyss Will's pride. It spoke coldly, attempting to salvage its dignity. If I were not busy searching for the Nightmare, how could he have succeeded? The Abyss Will then sealed off all major entrances to the Abyss. Simultaneously, it ordered a thorough investigation within the realm. When you find one cockroach at home, there are probably already many. After 3 years of inspection, turning the abyss inside out. No clues remained. In the end, the matter had to be dropped. Good news never goes beyond the door, while bad news spreads far and wide. This matter eventually spread to the multidimensional plane. When everyone heard that the Chaos Emperor had quietly infiltrated the 657th layer of the abyss and severely injured eternal sleep right under the noses of the Supremes, they all marveled at the feat. The abyss is a forbidden land. Just entering it requires courage. Delving beyond the 600th layer is a task for only the most elite. Those who operate there are usually top-level strongmen. The Chaos Emperor's ability to infiltrate indeed shows some skill. The fleshly fetus watched the news reports. Indeed, Nora and the abyss are going to clash. Upon learning the news, the nightmare will felt a glimmer of hope. If it were in its place, having been bullied to its doorstep, it would have to regain its ground. The act of the Chaos Emperor was a challenge to the authority of the abyss. The master of horror peered into the distance. Lord, the nightmare north, south, and west have all fallen. Only the east and central regions remain. If we do not act, the black dragon flag will be planted all over the nightmare realm. The nightmare will replied, do not rush. Our opportunity is here. After discovering its hard power was no match for the star ancestor, the mother nests will abandon the idea of frontal confrontation. It started a game of hide and seek with the star ancestor, leading the insect swarm through the sea of ruins, where all gods fled, losing their helmets and armor. The star ancestor, leading a group of powerful deities, formed a heavenly net. Several times they almost encircled the mother nest's will, but ultimately all efforts failed at the last hurdle. As the encounters increased, he could clearly feel the mother nests will continuously adapting and evolving. Its tactics became increasingly perfect, which made the star ancestor uneasy. He had a premonition. Sooner or later, the insect race would become the calamity of the multidimensional plane. That damned Kars was utterly unaware of the seriousness of the situation. When the star ancestor heard about the Chaos Emperor's invasion of the abyss, he sneered coldly inside. This bunch of fools has no sense of the bigger picture. Each wants to challenge the authority of the Astral World leader. But without the Astral World, who would hold up the sky? Who would resist the insect race? They are blind, following the crowd, and short-sighted. Mortal rookies are always so ignorant. Only the Astral World can lead this universe. Only I, the star ancestor, can carry this great responsibility. After being provoked again and again, the star ancestor lost all patience. He decided to resolve the insect disaster first, then exhaust the power of the star realm to bring all gods and angels down to the mortal realm, to level the three realms and Nora. From then on, the entire universe's order would be governed by the Astral World, including life and death reincarnation. Let the mother of darkness go to hell. If there is to be madness, let us all go mad together. Nora calendar year 3903. In the northern region of the nightmare world, eternal sleep lay wounded. Though it had not died, it remained severely injured. During the healing period, it could not descend as a nightmare avatar. Pazuzu and the demon army were also forced to awaken from the abyss. This wind demon lord showed a look of relief after the catastrophe. Luckily, I always knew eternal sleep was unreliable. In past years it had been wiped out by the Nora army 3 times. The real sense of death made it, as a longevity species, very uncomfortable. It fears death. It does not want to follow in the footsteps of the other 3 demon lords. For the rest of its days, it only wants to stay in the abyss. Without the abyss intervening, the Nora army finally took over hundreds of big domains in the Nightmare North, subsequently merging with the underworld in the Nightmare East. Within just 27 years, the Alliance army from both sides conquered hundreds of big domains in the east. They successfully stormed the final dungeon, the Nightmare Central region. This was once the land where the Nightmare will slumbered. Now, the Dusk army led by Fingal is making a difficult advance. Altogether over 20 Nightmare monarchs, for various reasons, have gathered in the Central region. They have formed the Resistance army, stubbornly resisting. They still fantasize that the Nightmare would return to save them. Some of them even remain immersed in the kingdom's old dreams, unwilling to believe that the Nightmare had already become a forsaken dog. Currently, the Underworld, Nora, and the Dusk army have achieved a triad victory meeting. A total of 108 level 10 strongmen lead the army commanders, penetrating directly. With new big domains conquered every month, they took less than 10 years to reach the very core of the Nightmare realm. Nora calendar year 3940. Over 20 monarchs gathered at Nightmare City, once the site of the Blood and Flesh Palace. Now without the supreme treasure, left as an empty giant city, desolate and bleak. Their expressions were complex, uncertain about their thoughts. Within the city, countless Nightmare lords also could not see beyond to tomorrow and the future. When did the Nightmare start to decline to this point? Clearly, thousands of years ago. They were still the embodiment of fear for the multidimensional plane. Why do the people before them feel no fear? Is the Nightmare truly about to perish? The sky full of shadows coalesced into the imposing figure of Charactus. After years of battles, its power had also progressed. It was infinitely close to the 4 Emperor level. As the leader of the Shadow Civilization, such strength was necessary. After all, it was once a quasi-giant. Charactus announced, surrender, for the Nightmare has abandoned you. Chapter 3135. The Reincarnation Emperor stood tall, his gaze sweeping the battlefield. Surrender and live, he called out. Otherwise, you will be cast into abyss hell and never reincarnated. Hundreds of strongmen emitted a fierce aura, dispersing the red-black sky of the Nightmare. 200 years of war finally ushered in this day. It had been so difficult. Beside Fingal, the fallen monarch, and the Blood Sea Mosquito Lord spoke in unison. Everyone, surrender. Do not make meaningless resistance. You may be asleep and unaware that the nightmare will has abandoned us. You are also unaware of how strong Nora is now. They are invincible, and only living is the truth. The Blood Sea Mosquito Lord watched the nightmare forces being crushed by these people all the way to the end. The era had changed. A premonition gripped it that the epoch belonging to gods and demons was about to meet its end. These short-lived species were about to dominate the world. Even the Astral World could not stop them. The army was incredibly united. They were not insects, but superior to insects. The loyalty of these people to the Chaos Emperor, or the Supreme Council, was comparable to the loyalty of believers to gods. Their devotion was heartfelt. They had witnessed the birth of miracles. They had witnessed generations of persistent efforts. They steadfastly believed that this was the era of Nora. On the city wall, a monarch exuding a level 10 late stage aura rebuked them furiously. Blood Sea, if the Supreme Will returns, you will die a miserable death. You would rather trust these mortals than the nightmare. The world we live in is all the body of the Supreme Will. The Blood Sea Mosquito Lord sighed. I have spoken my piece. I just do not want to see you die. It returned to the ranks, feeling relieved. It had surrendered quickly. Now, it was deeply trusted by the Dusk Monarch. Fingal, wearing demonic armor, pointed his longsword at the city. You are wrong. The nightmare world is not the body of the Supreme Will. You monarchs, lords, and countless nightmare creatures are the nightmare world. Without your strength, how could an individual power birth such a vast world? You were indeed created by the nightmare, but the moment you were born, you were already independent and complete entities. This world is your world, not its. The so-called Supreme Will is nothing but a parasite absorbing your strength. This nightmare lord, capable of the Supreme Will, you are also capable. You can continue living in the nightmare, and continue being your incarnations of fear. The only thing to disappear is the nightmare will. Fingal's words made some nightmare creatures waver. They noticed a problem. Most creatures in their short lives seemed to have nothing to do with the nightmare will. Except for a few upper echelons, nobody had seen the nightmare will. Why must they obey its commands? They even went as far as becoming moths to a flame. They were dying without knowing for whom they were serving. From start to finish, the sole constraint on them was the constraint within their bloodlines. The nightmare will was heaven. The nightmare will was the creator. It could do anything and knew everything. But actually, the nightmare will did not seem that powerful. If it were, it would not have abandoned its born world. In this universe, omniscience and omnipotence simply did not exist. Time passed minute by minute. Under the dual effects of flowers and sticks, finally, a monarch could not withstand the pressure. I surrender. With someone opening the door, it became easier. The remaining monarchs also surrendered. Only the level 10 late-stage monarch remained undecided. It had once seen the nightmare will. The monarch beside it urged him. Surrender, the great tide has turned. Indeed, they have reached Nightmare City, yet the Supreme Will has not appeared. Precisely, we are discarded pieces. Witnessing such a scene, the strongest monarch sighed. I surrender too. Fingal smiled. Until now, the nightmare will had not appeared. This old thing was too resilient. It seemed to completely disregard the nightmare world. Abandoning the shell, it chose an eternal will. Afterward, numerous monarchs and overlords swore an oath. Fingal transformed into the nightmare black dragon, landed on Nightmare City, and planted the black dragon flag. The nightmare persists, but the master is us. In the Nora calendar year 3940, the entire nightmare world was unified. Nora, the underworld, and the submitted nightmare monarchs, secretly prepared to establish a new governing institution for the nightmare world in Nightmare City. It was called the Nightmare Council. Everyone unanimously agreed for the authentic nightmare creature, the Dusk Monarch, to serve as the Grand Council chairman. Up to now, Nora's 79 level 10 strongmen, including Fingal, the underworld's 214 nether emperors, 101 monarchs who surrendered outside the nightmare realm, and 26 monarchs who submitted within, totaling 127 monarchs, jointly formed the high ranks of the Nightmare Council. This was the initial 420 Nightmare Comasters. The power of the Nightmare Council was limited to managing and protecting the Nightmare world. It belonged to the Nora Council. If any Nightmare Monarch made contributions in the subsequent civil war, upon approval of the Nora Council and the Grand Council Chairman, they might join the Nora Council. This temporary governing institution served mainly to counter the rogue Nightmare will and its remnants. Moreover, Levi had not yet decided how to handle these Nightmare Monarchs, or what type of regime to establish to sustain this giant world. For now, they would proceed, trial and error step by step. The core objective remained to ensure Nora's dominant position over the nightmare. In the blink of an eye, 60 years passed. Through a series of scrupulous preparations, the day arrived at the Tower of Heaven. Including many nightmare monarchs, the shadows of more than 400 strongmen descended. These nightmare strongmen stood behind the majestic figure clad in a pure white imperial robe. Chapter 3136. The people of Nora watched in awe, solemn and uneasy. They saw so many nightmare powerhouses and felt shock. Everyone waited for the Emperor's speech. Levi stepped forward. Today, as we bid farewell to 4 millennia of the Nora Emperor, on the eve of the 5th millennium, I solemnly announce the establishment of the Nightmare Council. He paused, letting the weight of his words settle over the crowd. Yes, the nightmare has changed hands. The era belonging to the nightmare will has ended, and those who fled in disarray now cower in the shadows, evading reality. The era of the new nightmare begins. I am honored to introduce to you these allies, who have turned away from darkness. After enduring the oppression of the Supreme Will, they still harbor courage and join us in embracing the new worlds. Levi gestured to the figures behind him. They are monarchs of the old era, overlords, now the upper senators and lower members of the new nightmare. They are our allies, co-governing the nightmare with us. They will stand with us to resist the fierce foes that covet us, eliminate the malicious ghosts eyeing Nora, and crush the oppressive forces attempting to lord over us. On the occasion of Nora's 4,000th year, I solemnly announce to everyone, to the multidimensional plane, that the Nightmare Council is established. Thunderous applause and overwhelming shouts filled the air. A nightmare black dragon overlooking the world spiraled between heaven and earth. It transformed, standing atop the Tower of Heaven. It was Fingal, the fourth incarnation of the Chaos Emperor, a firm practitioner of the Emperor's will, eternally loyal to the Nightmare Council of Nora, the supreme leader of all nightmare creatures. Fingal formally announced the members of the Nightmare Council, as well as the future goals, principles, and policies of the Nightmare Council. The assembly lasted a day and a night before it finally concluded. During this period, no force dared to disturb. Before the round table, the Heavenly Will took up the pen to write. The record read, Nora 4,000 years. Nightmare changes hands. Council established. Nora Epic Volume 5 Nightmare Invasion Chapter. With the help of the Council, the news of the nightmare changing hands quickly spread to the multidimensional plane. In the red plane, the face of the Fire Sovereign turned colorful. Interesting, not quite what I imagined. The Nightmare Council temporarily pulling these monarchs in is also a good thing. But Nora's foundation is still lacking. Outside forces must be relied upon. But these old, outdated things will be hard to subdue. For now, it is fine. The Emperor exerts pressure over the realm, and no one dares to disobey. If the Emperor were to depart, governance would be problematic. But that is a matter for future generations. Overall, this move was good, taking down the nightmare with minimal loss. Next, it depends on how the remnants of the nightmare and the abyss, Astral World respond. In the nameless dimension, shadows stirred. The Nightmare Council? An unforeseen path. If it were me, I would first cleanse these nightmare natives. But with Nora now flanked by adversaries, drawing in a group temporarily is also a good thing. I am looking forward to the day of confrontation with the Astral World. In the abyss, on the 657th layer, Eternal Sleep recovered from severe injuries. But now, it was all too late. The forces sent in were just to add minor troubles for Nora. Punched by the Chaos Emperor, it became clear-sighted. It was better not to be the pioneer. No wonder Pazuzu remained secluded constantly. This man was truly terrifying. In Chaos City, two supreme beings appeared grim, humph, attempting to absorb nightmare power to contend with us. It is digging its own grave. Nightmare creatures are exceedingly cunning. How can they be trusted? Never mind these. Swallow the nightmare will early is the right path. We must find their hiding place before the underworld source river. In the Astral World, the Lord of Storm rode the power dragon, his brow furrowed. Nightmare Council? What new trick is this? He never thought Nora would spare these monarchs' lives. Does the Chaos Emperor truly believe he can control these terrifying incarnations? I think it is merely to use nightmare creatures as cannon fodder. Must quickly resolve the insects, or the dragon head status in the Astral World will not hold. Nora's rapid rise intensified the sense of crisis in the Astral World. If not for that damned Kars, the Astral World would have conquered Nora by now. Deep in the fleshly fetus, the nightmare will roared. Outrageous! Outrageous! That is my true body. That is my nightmare. Those people dare betray me. Upon hearing that the nightmare was either dead or surrendered, the nightmare will finally could not remain still. But now its power no longer rivaled the underworld source river and abyss will. Once venturing out, it might be beset by a group of supremes. It hesitated, not knowing what to do. Suddenly, the space of the fleshly fetus buzzed and trembled. Thud, thud, thud. It sounded as if giant hands were slapping the city walls. The nightmare will's expression changed dramatically. Damn it, the fleshly fetus has been found. Outside the flesh barrier, a giant shadow with a human head and insect body appeared. Beside it, the chaotic servant extended millions of chains, surrounding the fleshly fetus. The abyss will had unexpectedly arrived first. It smiled blandly. You may hide from others, but not me. We have known each other for eons, deeply understood. Rather than let it be the Mother River's advantage, why not fulfill me? I will carry your will and flatten Nora and the underworld. The nightmare will sneered. How could you be so confident in securing me, if not for Nora and the underworld joining forces? How could my nightmare have fallen? Do you think the abyss is stronger than the nightmare? The abyss will replied. If that is the case, then we will see after we merge. The giant insect opened its abyssal mouth, and a terrifying suction ensued. Front and back were formidable foes. The nightmare will immediately made a decision. Chapter 3137. It must return to the nightmare world. Since you all want to feast on me, let us see your skills. Boom. The creature and the master of horror ignited their essence simultaneously. The aura after ascension caused the abyss will to shift. A dying struggle. Behind the two supreme beings of the abyss, another figure appeared. Its body was deep blue and adorned with countless stars. Star trails connected to form elusive and incredibly mysterious lines of destiny, imbued with worldly wisdom. Fallen Star-Lord Ogrian. The master of horror shifted as he stared. The master of horror looked at the creature with a changed face. He wondered if the abyss was ruled by two supreme beings. Why was there another one? Could it be like the nightmare, sacrificing the living to summon it? The Abyss will laughed. There are many things you do not know. The endless bloodshed in the Abyss served today's situation. The Abyss appeared mad and chaotic, waging relentless wars. In reality, beneath these appearances, the Abyssal will accumulated and prepared for billions of years. As the first giant world to resist the Mother of Darkness, the Abyss refused to be just one of the 4 great giants. It aspired to replace the Astral World and desired to conquer the multi-universe. To some extent, its thoughts aligned with Nora. The 3 supreme beings besieged the nightmare, and a great battle ensued. By the year 4002 of the Nora calendar, the nightmare will lead the strong to break through the encirclement. At this time, the team dwindled to only 120 monarchs, a drop of 30. The Master of Horror fell to the 11th level early stage. The nightmare will almost fell out of the late stage realm. The Abyss will gazed at the shattered battlefield with a grim expression. Still, we could not keep it. This supreme being who only wanted to flee proved too hard to trap. Even 3 supreme beings could not manage it. This represented all the strength the Abyss could muster at the moment. The Lord of Chaotic Star and the Lord of Buried Stars remained a long way from becoming supreme. The Abyss will devour the nightmare, intending to assist these 2 while also elevating itself, so that the abyssal strength would surpass the Astral World. You cannot escape. Regrouping, the Abyss continued the pursuit. Year 4017 of the Nora calendar. Outside the Pen Plain, Star Ruins. The Dark Sun Plain had already vanished without a trace. A figure in a black robe rose from the ruins, exhaling a breath of foul air. Unparalleled power coursed through Adam. Is this the feeling of being legendary? Reborn anew, like a new life. He squeezed his hand, seizing a vast darkness. Endless power of darkness surged in, transforming into a terrifying black sun. In this boundless universe, no onlookers existed, and no praises echoed. As time passed, a void opened inside him. After becoming legendary, the experience felt less pleasant than he imagined. He reached an epiphany. Being legendary required the contrast of civilization. Only those who existed in the memory of all beings, who existed in historical books, and who left a bold stroke in the river of time, truly earned the title of legendary. Otherwise, no matter how powerful, he remained no different from the sun, moon, and stars deep in space. Lonely, desolate, and dreary. He possessed no civilization. He acted as a dark wizard. He represented the incarnation of the traitor to civilization, the Dark Sunday. Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear. Black Sun Adam, a wizard figure also in a black robe, wearing a divine crown, descended. More accurately, he was a god. Dark Wizard Emperor, Asta. This being, though engaged in warfare in the astral world, had always secretly watched the Black Sunday. Yes, what of it? I think you have great potential. Would you like to join the astral world and collaborate on great pursuits? Not interested. Upon saying that, Adam conjured a black sun, obliterating the projection of the Dark Wizard Emperor. You blasphemer. The voice of the Dark Wizard Emperor dissipated. Adam wandered aimlessly, the darkness yielding to him. In his heart, a voice echoed faintly. He recognized the darkness speaking. He recognized the master of the universe, the mother of darkness. Compared to other legendary wizards, Adam's great tribulation went very smoothly. He sensed the goodwill conveyed by the mother of darkness. She seemed to have high hopes for him. She believed he possessed a supreme demeanor. She wanted him to carry out her will. But the Black Sun remained equally uninterested. On this day, he saw a bald man on his journey. He wore a golden robe, with kind eyes and a wise gaze. You are Black Sun Adam, are you not? Who are you? I am the Heavenly Wisdom Saint King, a citizen of the Golden Sacred Realm. Yes, but the Sacred Realm has become history. Then where are you going? I do not know. How about you? I do not know either. Why not travel together, since neither of us has a destination? The Black Sun hesitated for a moment, then spoke. All right. He sensed that this Saint King understood all things without malice. He remained a top-level strong figure. Staying by his side seemed like a reasonable idea. Soren Continent, Blazing Sun Sky City. A figure in a red robe stood by the window, looking far into the deep space. The sound of knocking disrupted Emmon's thoughts. Come in. Levi, wearing white robes, walked in. In 200 years, your wager with prankster god Erosion will expire. Should we eliminate him in advance? Emmon already reached supreme status. He would demote his divine persona and descend into the mortal world at that time. But that would prove too cheap for him. Levi's idea involved acting first and taking him down. Previously, caution regarding the astral world always held him back. Now, such timidity was unnecessary. Emmon spoke. I am not in a hurry. He is just a jumping clown. Levi spoke. The only fear is that he might escape. Emmon spoke. Feel free to kill him. Just act from the perspective of Nora's grand scheme. Do not worry about me. Levi nodded. Then I will decide on my own. After a moment of silence, he asked. Lord Emmon, are you okay? Any danger of getting lost? Until now, Hera had not appeared. Emmon spoke. I am fine. Plus, I have backup plans. Even if I get lost, I feel I will be able to return. You need not worry. Upon hearing he had backup plans, Levi felt reassured. All right, then you should rest. Ha ha ha. Rest for what? The Duke of Rumen and I.C. which both reached legendary status today. It is a rare sight throughout history. We must observe. The leaders of Nora, old and new, came outside. The celestial realm of Soren Continent had become a world of ice and fire. On the left, the I.C. which resembled a fairy tale princess, with snow-white skin. The Milky Way flowed upwards, freezing into a magnificent spiral staircase under her cold breath. She ascended the steps with a resolute face. On the right, Duke Rumen became the king of magma, with underground fire erupting and magma flowing. A pair of red fists soared to the sky, tearing the sky open and embarking on the legendary path. 2 legends on the same day. Unbelievable. Indeed, I have never seen such a scene. Both high-level figures and the masses watched and prayed. After the celestial anomaly dissipated, Levi and Emmon waited silently. A month later, 2 magnificent bridges of light extended from deep in space. Levi clapped his hands. Congratulations to both on reaffirming your legendary status. Emmon could not help joking. 2 is better than 4. Ha ha ha. The value of dual cultivation in legends was proven in previous wars. Although it proved difficult, for legendary reincarnations, relying on a golden era carried hope for achievement. As legendary reincarnations, given their age, they should have been legends long ago. But Rumen detoured to study as a knight, and IC which also faced some changes. Finally, it dragged on until now, but it was not too late. Duke Rumen joked. Lord Emmon, let me state this first. I belong to the Earth faction. The burning faction is too strong. I must balance it out. Chapter 3138. The Supreme Council and Nightmare Council simultaneously released an announcement. They declared the ascension of 2 new legendary members as new counselors. The former IC, which now bore the legendary title of IC Traveler. Her legendary profession was the IC Realm Master. Her demiplane was the IC Dual Realm. Her legendary honorific was the Hermit of IC Extreme, true god across 2 realms. In the legendary honorifics of Wizard Civilization, the word god rarely appeared. Firstly, to the legendary, a god was nothing more than a powerful creature. Secondly, before Nora was too weak, openly claiming to be a god was not good, so it was avoided. Now, with Nora's rise, confidence had increased. Everyone gradually opened up. This legendary honorific was very domineering. It emphasized being a true god, rather than a fake god in the sky. Duke Rumen's legendary title was the Melting Core King. His legendary profession was Earth Fire Control. His legendary demiplane was the Molten Sea. His legendary honorific was the Threshold of Merged Earth Fire, King of Lava. Although Duke Rumen was a spell wizard, the influence of the Path of a Knight caused his style to deviate over the years. His later original spells possessed a touch of body refinement style. He wore lava as armor and flame as a robe. He unleashed a magma iron fist to solve the enemy. This gave spell wizards the feeling of punch after punch. He claimed this was a man's romance. Consequently, the number of legendary wizards finally surpassed the pre-war peak level, reaching 26. Nora's level 10 members numbered 80 people. This laid a better foundation for the next war. Levi returned to the ancient dragon continent and arrived at the Dusk Holy Temple. Emperor Mu waited there. He shared the news that the goddess knight intended to break through to knight 9th level. Even with the knight lifespan bonus, the old knight was approaching old age. Fortunately, taking advantage of the golden holy object's momentum, the goddess knight's wizard cultivation came from behind. She stepped into the 9th circle realm, which extended her life slightly. Now, the weathered knight struggled to walk towards the invisible heaven. Emperor Mu, Eddie, and their family's younger generations watched, afraid to blink. Dad, don't be nervous, you are sweating, his son said. You are the one who is nervous, son, Emperor Mu replied. The 2 knight middle stage level 9 warriors shook at this moment. The goddess knight had come a long way. She watched as many of her extraordinarily talented descendants surpassed her. You too, don't be nervous. With me here, she is safe without worry. A long unseen black-armored swordsman figure patted the father and son on the shoulders. Commander, you have arrived, Emperor Mu said. He invited Levi over, just in case. If the worst outcome occurred, the wife would go to Heroic Spirit Hall for reincarnation. It was better than being separated forever from their father and son. In a thought, Levi's primordial spirit descended into Black Emperor Heaven. Here, he could even adjust the strength of the knight's tribulation. With him present, there was no need to worry. Levi generally did not interfere with normal order. But for an old friend of over 4,000 years, he did not mind bending the rules. No matter what, he had to help the goddess knight ascend. Speaking of which, to this current moment, I haven't used this backdoor method. My knights are still diligent, Levi murmured to himself. Levi did not lend a hand. The goddess knight overcame many obstacles and successfully surmounted the tribulation on her own. After reaching invisible heaven, she lay on the ground, face up to the sky. She felt as if half her life had left her. Almost didn't make it, she gasped. Ascending to the 9th circle undoubtedly increased the success rate. This small difference became her lifeline. After resting, Emperor Mu's family reunited. The head of the family, Emperor Mu, hugged Levi like an ape clinging to a tree. Commander, thank you. You scared me, Emperor Mu confessed. The green bird knight laughed. Dad, you said you weren't nervous. The goddess knight added, your dad just doesn't believe in my ability. Not at all, Emperor Mu said helplessly. Levi looked at the happy family, smiling as he returned to Soren Continent. After becoming the Grand Council chairman, he focused more on the civilizational situation. Many of the new generation of young people in various organizations were strangers to him. He would not oversee their ascension as a protector. Only the new and old 18 riders, regardless of their achievement, received his personal oversight. Our Chaos Emperor, after all, is a nostalgic person. Like the goddess knight, 9th level was the ultimate limit after exhausting everything. Unlike Emperor Mu and Eddie, who had hoped for level 10, she was destined that one day they would part ways. The Dusk Holy Temple had been established for 4,000 years. The initial group of elders who founded this organization were mostly gone, except for those burdened with fortune, who were extraordinary beings like the legendary knights of the Doomsday Era. Those alive now barely numbered 1 in 10. This is the nature of cultivation. The eliminated are always the majority. Half a year later, Levi visited the ancient Banyan fairyland. A towering green ancient tree glimmered with a soft golden sheen. Tens of thousands of Groat clan people worshipped daily, witnessing the ancestor god's constant growth. Now, with all golden leaves' divine power absorbed, Mana's aura reached the 9th level peak realm. The canopy covered thousands of miles, and roots spread tens of thousands of miles. At this moment in ancient Banyan fairyland, it stood vast among the 3 realms, far beyond what mortals could measure. East to west 90,000 miles, north to south 70,000 miles, sky height 30,000 feet, earth thickness 20,000 miles. Such a scale resembled a large world. Mana had not yet formally refined the tree root. Once refined, level 10 is surely without question, she projected. I will become a true divine tree. She was the youngest divine tree to reach level 10 in less than 10,000 years. Chapter 3139. It can only be said, it is terrifying to this extent. As the Mana ecosystem is further perfected, a 3 realms and 6 paths system attached to the divine tree takes initial shape. The living space for transcendent creatures, the Dragon Clan, also becomes more expansive. The early cave heaven blessed land becomes a true resource epicenter. 10 years later, Nora calendar 4027. Nightmare World. With Nora and the underworld settling in, based on principles of friendly cooperation and common prosperity, the exploration and development of nightmare resources proceed in an orderly manner. The Nightmare Council shattered the previous situation of independent rule by nightmare monarchy and vassal kings, emulating Nora, requiring anyone at level 9 or 10, except for specially assigned public officials, to go to the central domain's nightmare city for consolidated work. This model has shown initial success in Nora. Those entrenched powers can at most send some agents to develop locally, unable to openly claim kinghood. All resources are nationalized by the Nightmare Council, and then distributed reasonably according to needs and merits, using tangible interventions to avoid excessive monopolization. The titles of Monarch and Overlord were also rewritten. From now on, they are uniformly classified according to the standard 10-level system. Each time a new level 10 strongman is born, they automatically become an upper senator. Level 9 becomes a lower member. This is mandatory, with no option to forego or exit. Of course, compared to the not too numerous level 9 and level 10, more nightmare landowners are actually tens of thousands of nightmare lords. The Nightmare Council also employs intervention methods in governance. Firstly, the original administrative divisions of Big Domain and Small Plane are dismantled. Based on this, it is restructured under the unified management of the Nightmare Council into states and counties. Beneath counties are major territories, collectively called Nightmare Small Cities. This is the most basic administrative unit. The Nightmare Council plans to appoint through official selection Nightmare Lords to non-original territories Nightmare Small Cities as order managers on a millennial cycle. This is the City Lord, the apparent town manager. In the Lord's manor, there is another Nora, or Underworld level 6, or above strongman. They are all ombudsmen of the Nightmare Governance Committee, responsible for supervising the behavior of the Lords and reporting to the Nightmare Council. They are actually the real persons in charge behind the scenes. All committee members have to take the honorable declaration of membership under the Nora Round Table and Excalibur, ensuring they will never go against their original intent. This might not solve the root problem. After all, human nature is selfish. Some will always find loopholes to escape constraints, but it is still better than doing nothing. The same logic applies to counties and states. All in all, the governance of Nightmare must still be left to the nightmare creatures, because there is a very realistic issue at hand. The mother flesh tree, flesh and blood mountains, and similar structures can only be controlled by Nightmare Lords. Without them, Nightmare cannot operate normally. Thus, this strange and crude machinery of Nightmare's regime gradually steps onto the right track and resumes operation within 30 years of the war. 3 years later, Nora calendar 4030. The Nora Council and Nightmare Council simultaneously announce entering a state of pre-war alert. Information from the Mother River confirms the Nightmare Will has manifested. It leads a band of defeated soldiers, fleeing the pursuit by Abyss Will. According to analyses by numerous astrologers and the Snake of the End, considering the current situation, the Council believes Nightmare Will might divert disaster eastward, either back to Nora or back to Nightmare, and inevitably return. By then, Nora might still need to face the ravaging demons coming aggressively. A new, larger-scale blood battle is about to erupt. Nora's moments of respite are always so brief. In the face of a formidable foe, the entire populace strives to cultivate and grow stronger. The rapid growth period brought by the Golden Holy Object and the growth brought by Nightmare resources overlap, propelling Nora forward at an incredible speed. In the years that followed, time flew by. 30 years later, Nora calendar 4050. Nora's repeated major victories finally moved some level 10 strongmen, who had been watching for thousands of years. They emerged and hurriedly reached Nora via the Stargate. Many of these strongmen are from outside the Panplane. In the Panplane, they are not well known, but Nora still extends the highest courtesies. Every time a newcomer arrives, the Chaos Emperor personally receives them. The strongmen, seeing Levi's outstanding character, are filled with admiration. It is understandable why Nora has reached this point today. Evidently, having already slain the Supreme, ranking among the top 10 strongmen of this universe, yet still so humble, courteous, and truly rare. Speaking of being an emperor, he does not really have much of an air about him. He is friendly, affable, loves to laugh, and bright. After absorbing this wave of level 10 strongmen, and not counting large-scale civilizations, like the barbarian tribes, among the 86 seats of the Supreme Council, 25 are occupied by scattered alien level 10 warriors. Nora is renowned worldwide, and it is expected that strongmen from the multidimensional plane will gradually join to collectively battle the tyrannical abyss and the hypocritical astral world. With Nightmare already extinct, can others be far behind? The underworld also took this opportunity to expand its lineup. The total number of Nether Emperors reached 220. Some Nightmare monarchs hiding in remote corners also returned to surrender. In the Nightmare Council, Nightmare strongmen occupy 130 seats. This number even exceeds those still following Nightmare will. That side only has 120 left, intimidated by the power of the two Supremes, not daring to leave. Counting the primordial demon lord, Nora currently has 437 level 10 strongmen. Moreover, more than a quarter are top-level strongmen. In addition, the Dark Ancient Tower's teleportation times are not yet exhausted, plus the Emperor's own army of summoned creatures. Chapter 3140. In reality, the combat power of Nora, at the level 10 stage far exceeds what is apparent to the eye. The lineup is incomparably luxurious. Even the Astral World must weigh it carefully. There, although they claim to have 800 gods, too many of them are weak. The awe inspired by the Astral World comes more from the Star Ancestor, the strongest in the universe. Nora stands prepared to face all foreign enemies. By the small stone pond, Levi awakens from the multidimensional space. Soon, the third legendary spell of his main profession will be ready. Chaos Ruins is the ultimate destroyer, bringing everything to an end. Hand of the Universe is a standard technique. For the third spell, Levi plans to create a defensive one. He reviews his spell systems. After becoming legendary, he has hardly developed any defensive spells. He relies entirely on night techniques, which is somewhat dangerous when facing increasingly powerful enemies. These years, inside the multi-dimensional space, he has witnessed the birth and death of the universe. He gained some insights. He plans to use the universe as armor and chaos as a shield. He wants to let endless space-time bolster himself. He aims to create a legendary version of the Seven-Ring spell, Sauron's Unreachable. It would not resist with brute force. Instead, it would neutralize the force skillfully. It acts like the spell version of Tai Chi. Any attack that enters his surrounding field will be distorted by space-time and dissipated into the invisible. Only the Supreme might have a way to break through. Having this barrier is enough to neutralize a significant amount of strength. This way, when facing the Supreme will, he might be able to withstand it a little better. Although he previously declared with bravado in the abyss that he could come and go freely, he knows in reality that there is still a large gap between him and the abyss will. That entity feels evidently stronger than the Nightmare will. It is almost catching up to the Star Ancestor. After all, that one has been unlucky, getting nerfed repeatedly. It is uncertain whether they are still the strongest in the universe. These years, he developed the legendary version of the last two sequential spells. They are all realms reincarnation from the dream sequence, and time-space inversion from the primordial magnetic series. The former is a strengthened version of the 9 realms of descent, adding an endless loop reincarnation code on the previously layered dreams. Those caught within will spend lifetimes in dreams. After living for 10 lifetimes, they find out it is all a dream. It is all fake. Time-space inversion is the main highlight of Levi's research this time. Every Supreme possesses a limited ability to reverse time-space in small ranges. Back then, before Hera was a Supreme, she could do it. Of course, this tactic only bullied ordinary level 10 entities. If both are Supreme, they reverse each other. Ultimately, it results in moon-gaze balance, canceling each other out. It is equivalent to not being used. This time-space reversal also does not reach the level of interfering with the normal course of history and the timeline. Even the Time Dragon, as another Supreme, cannot achieve it. Under the rules of the universe, the timeline is extremely sacred. No one can rewrite it. Levi's time-space inversion cannot rewrite it either, but its extent is slightly better than the usual Supreme methods. Because his own power of the Golden Emperor Dragon gives him exceptionally strong control over magnetism, pairing it with legendary spells produces an effect greater than the sum of its parts. After casting, it can release an ultimate reversal of countless trillions of magnetic field power. This allows time-space within a radius of 1,000,000 miles to reverse up to a quarter of an hour earlier. If used well, it can have superb effects. For example, if he suffers a serious injury, or makes a fighting mistake, he can revert to a quarter of an hour prior. Of course, this rollback can be influenced by very powerful Supreme power, but Levi estimates it would need to be at mid-level 11 standards to do so. If it were the Disaster Lord at the initial Supreme level, they could only interfere partially. To him, it does not have much impact. This is much stronger than Hera's method of reversing 10 breaths. The upcoming battle might see its use. Levi closes the proficiency panel. Counting some universal spells legendary wizards must grasp, he has already mastered over 20 legendary spells. Through years of cultivation, his spiritual force has reached 174,000. It already exceeds the lower limit of 10 rings perfection. If not for previously consuming too much spiritual origin, his spiritual force could be higher. For him now, even without deliberate meditation, the spiritual force can slowly grow naturally because the ancestor body constantly nourishes its spiritual origin. In the path of nights, progress is steadily advancing. Now, aside from the green emperor dragon, all others are 6-dimensional stars. This is the strength of 35 stars. The occupational fusion rate of his compound profession is also slowly rising, now reaching 55 points. What remains is the art of war. After level 10, each advancement is extremely difficult. As to whether he can become supreme, Levi is not confident. Inspecting his cultivation, Levi arrives at the Nora Council. Listening to high-level reports from various departments, his inner self remains calm. Everything is advancing according to his plans. Next, it will be the ultimate battle with the nightmare. 10 years later, the Light Divine Sword ascends to legendary. It becomes the first true legendary of the Light School. After all, the Lord of Light and Shadow practices dual cultivation. This one is also a frequent guest on the demon-slaying list, suppressing Levi for a long time. He is also a reincarnated legend. In his past life, he was a wizard of the Burning School. He is also the currently oldest legend, because in his past life, he belonged to the early phase of wizard civilization, contemporaneous with Sauron. It has been 300,000 years since then. He reincarnated to retrain in the Bright faction, also to meet the needs of this era. His legendary title remains old, and his legendary profession is Light Saint Ming Venerate. His demiplane is Light World. The legendary honorific is Saint who brings light, the sword that dispels darkness. Chapter 3141. Dealing with the Abyss, a new general was gained. This made Levi very happy. Gargamel was already a 10-ring senior, possessing top-level combat power. If he grew, he could be used as half a top-level warrior against demons. He handed the supreme treasure, light armor, forged by Master Baolong, to the Light Divine Sword to enhance its survival rate in the upcoming battlefield. 20 years later, Fire God's hand Gatling was also ready, setting foot on the legendary path. Before departure, Levi personally saw him off. After all, they were longtime friends privately. Levi patted Gatling's shoulder, his voice filled with sincere warmth. "Take care, buddy." Gatling's face flushed with excitement, his heart emotional. "Thank you, Grand Council Chairman." The greatness of this person needed no words. His importance to the wizard civilization was second only to the ancestor of wizards, who created heaven and earth. To be friends with Levi for thousands of years made his life feel worthwhile. Gatling turned and vanished into darkness. In the anxious waiting of the Supreme Council, 3 years passed in a flash. Until the soul token he left behind shattered, shock and regret filled the air. Levi stood momentarily stunned, then his expression returned to normal. Accustomed to the frequent success of legendary reincarnations, facing Gatling's failure proved difficult to accept. But legends were cruel like this, and this was the most normal outcome. Just because Gatling was his friend, he felt this weight. Levi sighed and turned to the nearby staff. "Send some resources to Gatling's family." "Understood, Grand Council Chairman." Every failed breakthrough into legend remained a hero of the Nora civilization, and the Congress would not forget them. In the years that followed, that batch of quasi-legendary seedlings waiting before the 9 rings perfect threshold constantly stepped onto the legendary path under the eyes of many. There were successes, and there were failures. The road to legend was paved with bones. The years reached the Nora calendar year 4100. The initial digestion of resources from the Golden Sacred Realm was complete, while resources from the Nightmare were still being processed. At this time, Nora's legendary wizards reached 31 in number. The 4 who were promoted were Lady Tinhai, Lord of Disaster Wind, Undying King, and Final Fantasy, adding bricks and tiles to the ocean, storm, death, and School of Dreams. There were also rapid improvements in other civilizations. The Shadow World increased by 2 monarchs. The Fire Giant clan of the Giant civilization birthed a new king. The Many-Eyed Titan clan birthed a new Thousand-Eyed Titan, becoming the only giant tribe with 2 level 10s, making the traditional 4 tribes quite envious. It seemed in this epoch, the Many-Eyed Titan clan would lead the trend. In a few years, perhaps the ancestor of giants would become the Thousand-Eyed Swordsman. The Beastmaster civilization added a new mythical Beastmaster, titled Star-Spinning Worm Venerate. His beast was obtained from the Nightmare World's mythical creature. The Ancient Mage civilization also birthed a level 10 caster, named Supreme Mage, full of ambition. Thus, Nora's level 10 strongmen reached 97 in number. Compared to the rapidly expanding Nora, the underworld still adhered to a conservative policy, adding just 1, now 221 in total. Nightmare strongmen stood at 133. The newly joined ones were those deserters slowly returning. They observed Nora growing stronger, and their companions living well, and feeling tempted, they returned to the Nightmare after much struggle. It was obvious that those who followed the Supreme Will were now running around like dogs, their numbers dwindling. Where things were better was crystal clear. Now, the community of 445 strongmen fought to protect the Nightmare and Nora. Levi's own Green Emperor dragon breathing technique kept pace with the main group, entering the era where everyone was 6-star. The next step was to charge into the late stage of level 10. At that time, he felt confident to fight hard, and even defeat the Supreme Agent. Meanwhile, according to intelligence, the fleeing team beside the Nightmare will consisted of less than 100 people. The rest had been gradually devoured by the Abyss. Levi remained serene toward this. What the Abyss swallowed now, it would have to spit out someday. The current Nora possessed this confidence. The final event unfolded exactly as Nora predicted. On an ordinary morning, a tremor rippled across the nightmare world, and the expressions of the Nightmare Council's strongmen shifted. Even though everyone was prepared, facing the Supreme Will again still brought intense tension. A red-black figure like a demon god stood atop the blood and flesh palace, his face furious. Damned worms. I want to tear you all apart. He had been the Supreme Will, hiding for hundreds of years, falling from one of the 4 great giants to such a downfall. Ultimately, it was all because of Nora. This time he returned, ready for destruction. He would die at home, but he would make sure Nora did not fare well either. Just as the Nightmare Will prepared to break into the red-black world of the universe, a grand, yellow river intersected in front, forming a giant net to block the way. The underworld source river intervened, refusing to let the Nightmare Will return to the nightmare world. Otherwise, in its home field, it would be even harder to annihilate. A loud rumble echoed through the void. Since the primordial era, this kind of universe-encompassing warfare once again played out. Moreover, compared to the previous intensity, it was far stronger. After billions of years of growth, the power of the 4 Supreme Wills had long surpassed their original selves. The Nightmare power and Mother River power were like the Yellow Sea and Bohai Sea, colliding repeatedly, the shock waves from the interaction causing the Nightmare world, like a ship in a storm, to rock and sway. The Master of Horror seized this opportunity to enter the Nightmare world. He wanted to personally kill those traitors, devour them, and quickly regain his strength, or he would not be a match for the Netherworld Ancestor. A dazzling sword chi spread forth from within the Nightmare world, coming from the center of the world, where a figure stood atop Nightmare City. He was clad in black armor, the shadows of the 6 great Emperor dragons appearing behind him, commanding the world. Levi intervened. In the previous war, he was not qualified to contend with someone like the Master of Horror, but this time, his power had grown substantially, while the latter's power had fallen to the initial realm. The Master of Horror remained much stronger than the Lord of Disaster, but to Levi, he represented a true challenge. All because of you. Enemies met, and eyes burned with hatred. The Master of Horror transformed his energy into a giant blood-flesh hand to shatter the incoming sword chi. You despicable parasite. If Levi had not secretly siphoned nightmare power to strengthen himself, and then created those nightmare avatars, they would not have been in such a dilemma. At worst, they would still have the present world as a base. You claim to resist tyranny, to overthrow us giants, but your actions are no different than that old hag Star Ancestor. The Master of Horror struck again, aiming straight at Nightmare City. The Star Ancestor had risen by the path of parasitism, then bit back at the original Star Realm. Levi did not care to argue. History was written by the victors. He raised his hand, and a spiral crimson dragon sword chi soared to heaven, shattering the giant hand. He stood alone in the sky above Nightmare City, with 100 strongmen hovering behind him. In this war, Emmon, Heavenly Will, and other giants led over 340 strongmen in Nora's real world, guarding against other enemies and giving Nora buffer time. The mechanical celestial also stayed home. Levi led these 100 elites, which was enough to overthrow the nightmare remnants. Through these trials, the Master of Horror's offensives were all defused by Levi. Thinking of Levi's past combat records, a chill ran through him. Could this man really plan to slay a Supreme with a 10th level body? Chapter 3142. Reverse slaying level 9, and even reversing level 10, such can be understood, as history has seen it happen multiple times. This is especially true due to the existence of weak gods, which lowers the level 10 threshold. But reversing the Supreme level truly defies common sense. In all times, there have only been those few Supreme beings. Such an incident has never occurred. Wizard Levi and the Path of Knights, both exerting force, trigger the bloodbath effect once again. Perfection's spiritual force begins to surge crazily. It soon surpasses Emmon, pure white, which transforms into a giant millions of miles tall, surrounded by divine dragons manifested from 9 great innate spells, ready to be unleashed based on the battle conditions. The hand of the universe strikes from all directions. Like thousands of Buddhas worshipping, it is a magnificent sight. Where is that woman, the Netherworld Ancestor? Where is she hiding? Come out. The Master of Horror blocks Levi's attack. Its greatest concern remains the Netherworld Ancestor. Currently, its realm is only in the early stage. If she joins in, Nightmare has no hope of winning. Levi replies, "No need to trouble the Netherworld Ancestor to kill you. Recently, the Netherworld Ancestor achieved some gains and remains in seclusion. She will soon be able to emerge. If successful, her strength may infinitely approach the late-stage realm. By then, united with the Mother River, they will slay the Nightmare Will. As for the remaining remnants, they can be eradicated or absorbed, and no threat will remain. Before the Netherworld Ancestor emerges, they have 3 supreme combat fighters. If only Hera were still here." The Master of Horror sneers. The Netherworld Ancestor is clearly occupied. Is there a chance for Nightmare to turn the tide? The Master of Horror harbors a sliver of hope. On another side, the Nightmare will burns itself upon arrival, presenting a desperate stance. It currently does not match the Mother River in strength. It can only maintain balance gingerly by this method. But the Mother River advances steadily, overcoming hardness with softness. No matter the ferocity of the opponent's attack, the Mother River receives it, weaving a river net with a heavenly net, preventing the Nightmare Will from entering the Nightmare world. Of course, the Mother River naturally has worries. Up to now, the demon has yet to appear. Judging by the time, the abyss might have already reached near the Nightmare world. The Mother River's concerns are not unfounded. In the distance of the red-black world, within the dark void, the Abyss Realm worm advances. The Abyssful Realm has killed its way to surround the Nightmare World. On Chaos City, the Abyss Will and two Supreme Beings stand toweringly. The fallen Star Lord remains silent. Having just ascended as Supreme, he is already engaged in a great battle. As the greatest wisdom of the Abyss, he sees further into the future. Abyss Will asks, "Fallen Star, what is your status?" Fallen Star Lord replies, "Reporting to Lord, I am fine." "So be it. Do not get lost while fighting. Take a rest first." "Rest assured, Lord, I have my measure." Do not end up like Hera, getting lost just after breaking through, becoming a laughingstock. Over the years, news of Hera's loss spread across the multidimensional plane. This should be the shortest-lived Supreme Being in history. The chaotic servant glances at the battling Nightmare. "Lord, now that the Nightmare Will is entangled with the Mother River, if we attack Nora, we might be able to charge in and take over. Shall we send troops?" Abyss Will answers, "It is too late. Heading to Nora involves too many variables. Judging by the stance, the Nightmare Will cannot hold out for long. If the Mother River devours it, she will become this cosmos's strongest entity, disrupting my plan." Chaotic Servant speaks. "The Nightmare Will intends to set the tiger against the wolf, letting us two fight." Abyss Will concludes, "With the Chaos Emperor wielding nightmare tactics, fighting in the Nightmare puts us and Nora at a disadvantage. Our battle goal is to devour the Nightmare Will and then evacuate." Above the Sea of Ruins, the Star Ancestor along with two weary Supreme Beings chases the Mother Nest's will. After being tormented by the insects for so long, the astral gods have been reduced to only about 720. However, on the insect side, 10 insect queens have also perished. Yet the insects multiply too quickly. If not swiftly exterminated, they will recover soon. The god in charge of lower realm intelligence sends a message. "Lord, Abyss, Nightmare, Underworld, and Nora are all currently near the Nightmare World, and that Chaos Emperor can actually challenge the Master of Horror. This kid must be eliminated, or else endless troubles lie ahead." Upon hearing the news, the Star Ancestor ponders. "Besides me, everyone has taken the field. This is good. Once the insect disaster is resolved, we will seize the opportunity to capture them all." In the underworld, the death spring bubbles, surrounded by death energy. In the pool, the netherworld ancestor absorbs the aura, quietly increasing in momentum. The slate fragments of the Lord of Disaster were evenly divided between the underworld and Nora. To enhance strength swiftly, she chooses to refine the supreme power within. Such action carries risk, because the power of disaster and her power of death are not of the same origin. Their differences are vast, and she does not fully understand the power of disaster. But given the current situation, she desires to assist the Mother River, and wants to fulfill Sauron's endeavor in one go, hence the necessity. As an ancient being of the underworld, improving strength is exceedingly difficult. In this aspect, she is indeed inferior to short-lived species. This is especially true with Levi's kind of anomaly, rapidly breaking through realms post-level 10, which is also a main reason why Nether Emperor numbers grow slower compared to Nora. Not just the underworld, the other three giants are similar. They seem to have many at level 10, but are a result of lengthy accumulation. Currently, only the insect race's evolution speed matches Nora in competition. "Almost there, Levi, wait for me." The netherworld ancestor gazes at the last slate fragment, murmuring within. In Nora, the Supreme Council, Emmon, the Heavenly Will, and others stand ready. Chapter 3143. A phantom figure shimmered into existence, revealing Herman. The projection flickered as he spoke. Heavenly Net detected a small-scale demon disaster erupting in the New World. Emmon frowned as he glanced at the display. "Are there level 10 demons?" "None have been discovered yet," Herman replied. "Then it might be remnants of previous forces, or others from the blood battlefield trying to fish in troubled waters." Emmon tapped the console rhythmically. "Initiate level 1 alert. Guard against the Abyss and Astral World." "All right," Herman agreed. The Heavenly Will hovered in the air nearby. Can the Grand Council Chairman resist the Master of Horror? Moreover, this time he is heading to the Nightmare World with his real body to unleash his full power. It is extremely dangerous. Emmon sighed, his gaze drifting toward the silent horizon. Things have come to this. We must trust Levi. Our mission is to guard Nora well. Time slipped away. The war dragged on without end. Nora calendar 4112. Nightmare battlefield. Two grand and magnificent palaces collided violently. The blood and flesh palace trembled. Cracks appeared on the stone pillars and blood seeped out, revealing the countless bones embedded within, all possessing level 10 power. The netherworld ancestor hall also suffered some damage. Various indescribable monster corpses forged this treasure. From the aspect of primordial treasures, the two supreme forces remained evenly matched. But in terms of raw strength, the gap became increasingly clear. Nightmare Will, suffering heavy blows time and again, had already fallen from the top tier. It barely held on by burning its origin power, cursing inwardly. "Damn Abyss, why won't you take action? This is the best chance to resolve the Mother River." The Abyss Will remained patient, watching the battle from afar. The majestic Mother River enclosed the Nightmare Will. Supreme level death energy continuously whittled away the nightmare power around it. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the Master of Horror turned his hand. A blood and flesh forest formed, shielding the black armored swordsman. "Even if you fall from realm, you are no match for the true self," the Master of Horror declared. Taking advantage of the moment, he intended to break free from Levi and rush into the Nightmare World. In the next instant, he found his form uncontrollably reversing. Billions of elemental magnetism forces formed a giant hand, forcibly turning the clock back. Even the Supreme could not escape. Reversing space-time. Levi recognized this technique. Yet against a peer it possessed little use. What the hell? Everything within 1 million miles reversed back to 5 minutes prior. At this moment, the blood and flesh forest had yet to emerge. Levi learned from setbacks and grew wiser. Knowing the opponent possessed such means, he immediately thought of a countermeasure. In contrast, the Master of Horror found himself even more cornered. As the Supremes engaged in intense battle, the Nightmare remnants faced eradication by the 100 elite warriors behind Levi. Now only 80 remained to stubbornly resist. With one side ready and rested, and the other exhausted and depleted of ammunition, Nora held the advantage at the level 10 tier. The only variable remained the Abyss. But Levi had made arrangements. If the Abyss dared to invade, Nora's forces would all come online in the Nightmare World. Everyone would play defense against the Abyss inside the Nightmare World. Nora's side existed as duplicates, dead yet able to resurrect in reality. But the Abyss could only invade massively with its real form. Dying in the Nightmare World meant falling completely. There existed a fundamental difference between the two sides. The Mother River did not let the Nightmare will enter the Nightmare World, as Levi worried that once the original owner of the world regained control over its body, other changes might occur. So, thinking from different perspectives, if Levi were the Abyss leader, he would never wage war against Nora in the Nightmare World. He would head straight to the Nora world, engaging in close combat. The Abyss will was not foolish. This venture to the Nightmare World likely sought to gain a share of the spoils, rather than battling Nora to finality here. 3 years later, with Nightmare will further weakened, an overwhelming aura burst skyward. A giant city exuding the scent of ancient ages, piled with corpses, descended. The Abyss will acted from the chaotic city. It had been waiting for this moment. Its target was naturally the weakest among the three, the Nightmare will. Dense as ink, the demonic aura gathered into a sea. Waves soared skyward. Abyss realm worms relied on the ocean of demonic aura for shelter, approaching the battlefield. Its mouthpart opened with an abyssal maw, biting into the Nightmare will's back. A chilling gnawing sound echoed. The battles of Supreme Wills remained primitive and savage. Abyss, you are not dealing with your old nemesis the Mother River, coming after me. The Nightmare will spoke in disbelief, shocked. The devouring Abyss will showed complete disregard. Even before Nightmare Will's demise, it acted like a hyena, gouging its anus, devouring alive. Madman, madman. Front was the wolf, behind was the tiger. Nightmare Will had never felt so miserable. It desperately struggled, burning all of its origin. Let me go. I will leave here, never to return. The Nightmare Will somewhat lost its sanity. The primal survival instinct of life prompted it to plead. These primordial spirits were essentially wild beasts, first-rate fierce beings. The Mother River certainly did not want the Nightmare Will to be devoured by the Abyss. This represented the labor result of the underworld and Nora. Within the Death Spring Eye, death energy continuously flowed into the void. The Mother River previously hid some strength, but at this moment, it held nothing back. Its aura grew, starting a tug of war with the Abyss. Under heavy injury, Nightmare Will could no longer maintain its strength. Its realm finally fell. Like a dam bursting, torrential nightmare power flowed from its body, absorbed by the Nightmare World. Silent screams echoed between heaven and earth. That signified a Supreme Will on the verge of dying. First struggling with the Mother River, then encircled by the Abyss. Moreover, the Nightmare World had been occupied, and millions of citizens either perished or surrendered. Chapter 3144. Various events continuously wore down the strength and fortune of the Nightmare Will. When a civilization starts to decline, even drinking cold water can get a tooth stuck. But a civilization on the rise can ignore many problems. As the momentum plummeted, it could no longer resist the dismemberment by the two Supremes. Resentment grew in its heart. Levi, locked in intense combat with the Master of Horror, sensed internal shifts. Danger perception issued a warning. Levi struck back at the enemy with a single sword, his form exploding with a thunderous roar. The Master of Horror retreated from the sharp edges, gazing at the Supreme Will. How could this be? The entity watched the two Supremes, like wild dogs, tearing at the Nightmare Will. The Master form grew increasingly fragmented, and the Nightmare power was in decline. Levi appeared in a distant land. An unbearable white light illuminated the darkness ahead of the red and black world. The Nightmare will self-destruct. The scene of it being torn apart by the Mother River and Abyss was extremely brutal. Levi glimpsed the mutual devouring among the creatures of the primordial era. Perhaps this is the essence of this universe. Thousands of transcendent paths ultimately, all are naked plundering. Is a truth oddity not just another form of plundering? Civil war and supreme contests are essentially complex and disguised games of big fish eating small fish eating shrimp. This is the survival of the fittest. The core of the explosion. The death of the Nightmare will left little behind. Its bodily remains were that of the explosion ripped, scarred red-black Nightmare world, but its power formed a dazzling iridescent crystal. This was the core origin strength of the Nightmare Will. Nightmare Stone. The underworld source river and the Abyss will were caught in the center of the explosion. Both forces appeared weaker than before the battle, evidently injured. If it were ordinary Supremes, they might have already fallen. But the two Supremes did not care about these injuries. After all, by devouring the Nightmare, their powers could only grow further. In the backdrop of the star ancestor constant weakening, the gap between them and the Star Ancestor was closing, even surpassing. In the fight among Supremes, Levi dared not get involved, nor did he dare to partake in devouring the Nightmare Will. Nora development until now essentially relied on the Mother River authority. Without the Mother River, any Supreme will could annihilate them easily. For Nora, proceeding step by step in developing the Nightmare World was the best course of action. But the Master of Horror must die. The recent explosion of the nightmare spread rapidly. The Master of Horror reacted half a beat slower than Levi, receiving wounds. The Nightmare Will is dead, and all is now past tense. Staying here, it could not turn the tide. In the brief moment Levi dodged the explosion, it rushed into the Nightmare World, slaughtering countless. In front of the Supreme, level 10 entities are like children. In an instant, 7 upper senators perished. However, except for one Nightmare level 10 entity swallowed alive, others were merely duplications, so the impact lacked significance. All of you must die. The Master of Horror had gone mad, its bloody figure charging toward Nightmare City. Boom! An enormous shadow greatsword stabbed obliquely, slashing at the Supreme Body. Shadow stream sky explosion. Characters spoke coldly. Tens of thousands of shadow fragments splattered, piercing through the Supreme defense. Characters, you court death. Seeing the once defeated subordinate now possessing the power of the 4 emperors, the Master of Horror grew even more enraged, sending the Shadow Emperor flying with a palm. Meanwhile, the black and white Netherworld Emperor attacked, chains and streamers flying, trapping the Master of Horror once again. The combined forces of the 4 emperors brought considerable trouble to the Master of Horror. A tiger at bay is bullied by dogs, a dragon in shallow water is teased by shrimps. On another front, seeing the Supreme Leader fallen, devoured by the 2 Supremes, the Nightmare Monarchs following the Nightmare Will were already dazed and bewildered. Though they were somewhat prepared, when the day truly arrived, they could not accept it. One of the 4 leaders, dying so miserably, like in a dream. Surrender and you will not be killed. The Chaos Emperor authoritative voice echoed far and wide. During their flight, these monarchs were already tormented. They repeatedly saw the 2 Supremes swallowing their kin. They were hunted by the abyss all the way to the Nightmare. They were already on the verge of collapse. At this moment, 2 of the most loyal monarchs defied. They charged at the Chaos Emperor like moths to a flame. They believed the Nightmare downfall was all caused by him. Stubbornly persisting, Levi swung the Crimson Dragon slash with a simple horizontal stroke. A half-moon arc cut through the red-black world, severing countless mountains, instantly killing the 2 monarchs. Exuding a murderous aura, he asked once again, choose life or death yourselves. As an enemy, he was merciful enough. Any other victor would have started a massacre by now. We surrender. We surrender. Surviving monarchs groveled, swearing allegiance to Levi. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The Master of Horror had defeated Charactus, and the black and white Netherworld Emperor tangled with it. A bloody palm crossed endless distances, aiming to kill these monarchs. You traitors, all die for me. Humph, it is just impotent rage. Levi waved his hand. A swath of golden light streaking past, and the golden dragon heavenly shield flew out. After a dull impact, the massive hand was repelled, the giant shield twisted and deformed, whimpering as it returned to Levi's body. Being Levi's divine weapon was so pitiful. Being damaged was an everyday occurrence. Let us all take action. Damn it, we just want to survive. Seeing the Master of Horror aiming to kill them, these monarchs felt even less guilty about surrendering. They each displayed their techniques, with a great show of force. Chapter 3145. Although they are remnants of defeated forces, there are also level 10 peak combat powers, such as the Forgotten Monarch, among them. A combined strike is enough that even the Master of Horror can only retreat temporarily. You dare rebel against me. The Master of Horror transformed into a bloodlight and charged forward. Horrifying power manifested into thousands of tentacles behind it. It wanted to devour these monarchs and escape the scene. Fall back. A magnificent voice echoed through the sky and earth. The dragon-headed giant, once again in its primordial form, emerged. A great sword slashed from above, and 6-colored sword energy plowed a massive ravine across the Nightmare World. Bang! The Master of Horror lifted the earth as a giant shield, placing it in front. The sword energy crashed into the defensive field, causing it to shake incessantly as fine cracks spread. The nightmare-strong ones who had just surrendered also attacked the Master of Horror from afar. Levi brought over 100 elites, resembling hounds on the prairie, all attacking the Supreme together. Legendary spells, the Nether Emperor's divine power, and a blur of blades and swords filled the air. These dazzling moves became a stunning scenery line in the Nightmare World. They arrived as duplications. People were continuously affected by the Supreme power and forced offline, but as the saying goes, many ants can bite an elephant to death. Moreover, the gap between level 10 and Supreme is not that exaggerated. The Supreme power of the Master of Horror was rapidly being consumed. With Levi's permission, Nora's side dispatched nearly 100 more strong ones online for support. Round after round of attacks engulfed the Supreme entity, who had reached a dead end. The Master of Horror realized the plan was thwarted. Staying in the nightmare meant certain death. It burned itself, roaring as it broke free from the constraints of over 100 military formations, and stormed out of the Nightmare World. Just wait. I will make sure Nora finds no peace. It is a Supreme without a home or civilization, with nothing to protect. As long as it lives, it will sneak attack Nora like a mad dog. You have no chance. A cold voice rang out. The grey-robed sorters rode the river, drawing an earth-shattering slash. The Netherworld Ancestor has returned. Her aura was even stronger than before. Not to mention the severely injured Master of Horror. Even at its peak, the Netherworld Ancestor could suppress it. The Master of Horror was struck by sword energy and flew back billions of miles. Pure white light flashed, and the hand of the universe descended from the sky, beating the drowning dog. Levi rushed over, relief washing over him. Teaming up with the Netherworld Ancestor, they could undoubtedly kill this entity. On another battlefield, the fight between the underworld source river and the abyss will grew more intense. They fought fiercely like two dragons vying for a pearl, competing for the Nightmare Stone and the Blood and Flesh Palace. The Nightmare Stone is a leftover of the Nightmare Will, still possessing some spirituality. It cleverly evaded the supreme power, darting around in the universe like a fish. Two supreme entities surged forward and backward. Wherever they went, all rules were forcibly wiped away. Even the chaotic servant and fallen Star Lord dared not intrude on the battlefield. Suddenly, the Abyss Will's insect body collided with the Mother River. The insect tail swept across like a whip, capturing the Blood and Flesh Palace. While the Mother River seized the Nightmare Stone, she divided herself to form a hand of river stretching over billions of miles to grasp the other treasure, evidently wanting both. The Abyss Will flung the Blood and Flesh Palace away. Chaos, come support my true self. Fallen Star, watch over the Blood and Flesh Palace. Chaotic Servant was at level 11 middle stage. If it joined hands with the Abyss Will, there was great hope to suppress the underworld source river and seize the Nightmare Stone. Fallen Star-Lord's strength was slightly inferior, so it was assigned to guard the Blood and Flesh Palace. There were no other spare supreme combat powers on site. Presumably, no one could snatch this treasure. This was the Abyss Will's thought, methodically clear. Supreme orders could not be disobeyed. The chaotic servant ventured forth gingerly. It inserted countless chains into the Mother River to battle. The fallen Star Lord raised his hand, instantly releasing thousands of beams of starlight. The light wove into a heavenly net, enveloping the Blood and Flesh Palace. This made the underworld source river slightly concerned, but the Netherworld Ancestor and Levi were locked in killing the Master of Horror, unable to extricate themselves. The underworld lacked supreme combat powers. Outside the Nightmare World, Levi could not consolidate the Nightmare Avatar, meaning Emmon could not cross endless distances to fight here. The Blood and Flesh Palace might not be retained. Ha ha ha, you could not have imagined this. The Abyss Will seized this chance and taunted grandly. It had pretended madness and foolishness for so long, even initiating various blood battles and nurturing the fallen Star Lord to achieve supreme status just for this day. This was only the beginning. Next, the Lord of Chaotic Star and the Lord of Buried Stars could also reach the supreme level. At that time, the Abyss would have 5 supreme combat powers. It could also advance to level 11 peak. In this universe, who could withstand them? Star Ancestor, the cosmic strongest relying on the power of faith. In the eyes of the Abyss Will, nothing but a paper tiger. When it advances further, the Ancestor of Gods will be nothing to fear. The Netherworld Ancestor burned with intensity. She spoke to Levi. Levi, go find the fallen Star Lord and reclaim the Blood and Flesh Palace. Can you trap the Master of Horror? The Netherworld Ancestor replied. I will do my best. Her aura surged, and she clearly burned her origin strength. Defeating the enemy is easy, but keeping them is hard. To prevent this scourge from escaping, she had to fight desperately again. Levi summoned 6 level 10 middle stage spiritual weapons, forming a grand array to assist the Netherworld Ancestor. It was not very effective, but better than nothing. He transformed into a rainbow and departed. The hand of the universe appeared like the Buddha's palm, intercepting the fallen Star Lord. This demon seemed to have just advanced. Its aura was unstable, and the ancient star demon excelled at astrology and foreknowledge, not at direct combat. To Nora, the Blood and Flesh Palace is more important than that Nightmare Stone. It must be secured. This treasure, once dismantled, is enough for many to advance to legendary status, or to forge more powerful top-level treasures. The fallen Star Lord shattered the hand of the universe, his expression changing several times. Levi sensed the demon had a peculiar state, but could not tell exactly what was odd. In an instant, the two were locked in battle. Ancestor Levi unleashed his full power, steadily overpowering the fallen Star Lord. The latter could only continue to defend and retreat. Seeing this, the Abyss Will quickly ordered, demons beyond the 600th level, attack now. It wanted top-level Abyss strongmen to use their numbers to distract Levi. Mother River also exerted all her strength, but her power was comparable to the Abyss Will. Now the adversary had the chaotic servant aiding them. 2 fists could not match 4 hands, and she remained suppressed. After another violent collision, the Nightmare Stone that Mother River was about to sweep away was entangled by the chains of the chaotic servant. Demon flames swept forth as the servant's aura burned. Good. The Abyss Will seize this opportunity, manipulating chaotic city to descend. Rumble. The Netherworld Ancestor Hall was thrown off. Tremendous energy instantly evaporated a branch of the Mother River thousands of miles long. The Nightmare Stone fell off, and was swept away by the chains of the chaotic servant. Ha ha ha. Retreat. The Abyss Will felt ecstatic. Today was a windfall. First, with little effort, it had devoured half the Nightmare Will. It also acquired the Nightmare Stone and the Blood and Flesh Palace. From now on, the rise of the Abyss will be unstoppable. A giant possessing 2 primordial treasures already stands invincible. It exerted all its strength to block the Mother River's attacking obstruction for the chaotic servant. The latter quickly distanced, leaving even the silent Mother River in furious anger. The Netherworld Ancestor was shocked. It was her first time seeing the Mother River so furious. Just before everything settled, the chaotic servant suddenly changed expression drastically. Boom. The void within tens of thousands of miles shattered like a mirror. Countless blood-colored figures descended simultaneously. A blood python, splitting the heavens and earth, emerged. It ambushed and entwined the chaotic servant. Ultimate creation. The chains shattered. Kars seized the nightmare stone, his face full of reluctance. He really did not want to be involved in this. He had just repaid the favor Sauron saved him for recently. With no other choice, he decided to intervene. Leaving the black snake, Kars disappeared into the void. Sauron, now you owe me a favor. Chapter 3146. Kars appeared unexpectedly. Neither the abyss, nor the underworld, nor Nora foresaw it. After shattering the blood python, the chaotic servant pursued relentlessly. The roar of the abyss will reverberated through the heavens and earth. Capture it. Even if it escapes to the ends of the earth, bring it back. Daring to steal from the abyss, Kars had chosen a path to death. The abyss had pursued the nightmare will for thousands of days and nights, clashing with the Mother River all the while. Now the prize had flown away. It would have been better to have lost from the start. Luckily, apart from the nightmare stone, the blood and flesh palace was also snatched by the abyss. The abyss will turn towards another battlefield. Those nearby stood dumbfounded. The fallen Star Lord stood illusory as starlight. It did not belong to the same dimension as everyone else. It felt as if the entity might disappear in the next breath. The fallen Star Lord began to fade. The abyss will acted immediately. Its massive hand reached out to grab the fallen Star Lord. Both the fallen Star Lord and the blood and flesh palace were crucial. The abyss absolutely could not let them be lost. At the very least, it had to retrieve the blood and flesh palace. Otherwise the abyss's efforts would be in vain. The murky river water wrapped around the giant hand, blocking the attack. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the underworld source river also charged forward, once again entangled with the nightmare will. Kars had created an opening. Now, hope remained to retrieve the blood and flesh palace. The impact of the collision between the two supreme beings shattered several layers of Levi's protective force field, leaving only the last golden light barrier teetering on collapse. Levi gritted his teeth as the barriers failed. I need to research the third legendary spell soon. Levi's current defenses proved insufficient against the supreme will. Levi, quick, grab the blood and flesh palace. The Netherworld ancestor broadcasted her voice directly into Levi's mind. Levi ignored the instruction, already braving the residual supreme power. He reached the fallen Star-Lord, who stood paralyzed. As they clashed, Levi realized the entity's supreme power was losing control. It stood on the verge of fading away. The hand of the universe grasped the blood and flesh palace. Just as Levi prepared to pull it out, more than a dozen top-level demons from the abyss beyond the 600th layer attacked simultaneously. The weakest among them possessed level 10 late-stage cultivation. The leader, the Dark Spider Mother, operated at level 10 peak. She spat out a massive net, enveloping the blood and flesh palace. Courting death, Levi snarled. In an instant, he summoned the Shadow Army. Level 10 demon emperors appeared. The ones in front operated at level 10 early stage and mid stage, but the three that appeared at the end shocked all the demons. The Lost Monarch, the Archdevil of Hell, and the Disaster Monarch. The Nightmare 4 emperors, and 3 of them were here. Their realms were only at level 10 mid stage, but the aura they exuded made these demons wary. The lingering power of the 4 emperors was terrifying. More importantly, they feared becoming the shadows behind Levi. We are coming. The Nightmare Monarchs surged forward. With the sounds of battle, dozens of Nightmare Monarchs charged over. With the nightmare perished, the monarchs recognized the changing tides. They acted with wisdom, seizing this moment to prove their loyalty to their new leader. Both sides clashed together. The scattered attacks from the abyss were quickly penetrated. The group of demons hurriedly fled. Levi's immense strength erupted, pulling the blood and flesh palace back. He sensed the fallen Star-Lord offered little struggle. The lack of resistance puzzled him, though he concluded the entity remained on the verge of being lost. He held the blood and flesh palace and quickly retreated. Stop him. The abyss will roared in fury. 2 of the most important treasures had been stolen once again. It began to vaguely burn its origin, showing a desperate posture. Its wild aura seemed to break the universe. The Mother River remained equally relentless, going all out. Now the Nightmare Stone was taken by Kars. The blood and flesh palace had to be secured. These were the spoils won by Nora and the Underworld. The Master of Horror watched as these 2 factions seized its belongings, desolation filling its heart. Now it struggled to survive under the Netherworld ancestor. After making a decision, it hesitated no longer. The stone of horror within it buzzed and trembled. Its last origin power burned fiercely, ascending in extremity without reservation. The Netherworld ancestor's expression slightly changed, and she did everything in her power to stop it. Given the Master of Horror's state, it would not hold out for long. Afterward, it was bound to die. However, the Master of Horror's explosive power broke through the Netherworld ancestor's blockade. With a frenzied expression, it charged at Levi, who was fleeing with the palace. Let us die together. Compared to the equally ancient Underworld, it harbored more hatred for Nora, those short-lived cursed ones. Frantic warnings flared in Levi's mind. He intended to teleport into the ancient tower, but the supreme power blocked him. Resolute, he summoned the ancient tower directly. The heavens shattered. A space-time whirlpool formed as a pitch-black ancient tower traversed the universe. It descended from the sky like a marvel, smashing toward the Master of Horror like a falling peak. Thunder rumbled. Though the ancient tower remained incomparable to the primordial four treasures, it was still a cosmic treasure personally refined by Sauron. With one slam, it directly blasted the Master of Horror into the void. The surrounding space rippled and burst like a lake surface, and the shockwaves blasted Levi away. The Master of Horror bore the weight of the ancient tower, staggering back to its feet. The ancient tower buzzed and trembled, evidently suffering as well. Levi fled far, with the netherworld ancestor chasing after him. She burned her sword chi, slicing the Master of Horror in two. The latter could not bear the ever-expanding power, and exploded with a bang. The shockwaves recoiled, not as powerful as the previous nightmare self-destruction, but still forced everyone back. The stone of horror turned into streams of light, shooting in all directions. Levi and the netherworld ancestor each employed techniques to intercept most of those fragments. The true soul of the Master of Horror also dispersed with the self-destruction. Chapter 3147. It didn't want to leave even a shred to Nora. The two Supremes of Nightmares had perished. The old nightmare world was completely delisted from the giant ranks. The blood and flesh palace could not be taken away. Levi quickly returned to the nightmare world to prevent the abyss from seizing it. From today onwards, this red-black world belonged to Nora. The blood and flesh palace was safest kept here, the land of darkness. The battle between the two supreme wills was nearing its end. The netherworld ancestor joined the battle, besieging the abyss will alongside the mother river. The latter immediately fell at a disadvantage, the situation instantly reversing. Currently, the chaotic servant was chasing Kars, not by its side. The fallen Star-Lord had already dissipated, evidently lost. It was likely due to the intense battle with Levi, rendering it unable to control the supreme power. As for the Lord of Chaotic Star, and the Lord of Buried Stars, they had yet to reach the supreme level. They were the Nightmare Will's trump cards against the Astral World, not to be used prematurely. Other demon powerhouses wouldn't provide much help even if they came. The Abyss Will knew it had to retreat. This trip was in vain. Although it devoured half of the Nightmare Will, the most crucial blood and flesh palace and Nightmare Stone were not obtained. Coupled with the loss of the fallen Star-Lord, overall, it amounted to nothing gained. One could only say it didn't suffer a loss. The Abyss Will pierced through the Mother River and left in triumph. It was the master of its own destiny, and no one in this universe could stop it. The Abyss Realm Worm shattered the void, swiftly retreating with the demon army. The Mother River remained suspended in darkness, wary of a trap. Above the chaotic city, the gaze of the Abyss Will penetrated the void. Kars, I will kill you. The Star Ancestor couldn't bother with Kars, but it had the time. In order to reclaim the Nightmare Stone, and to vent its anger, it wanted to personally hunt down Kars. In the Nightmare World, the Abyss has retreated. Did we win? Seems so. We just witnessed the highest level of battle in the history of the multidimensional plane, witnessing the fall of the Nightmare Will, and the Master of Horror. Indeed, of the four giants, only 3 remain. The Nightmare World is ours now. Countless people cheered, reveling in victory. There was also joy in surviving a catastrophe. The recent battle among the 3 Supremes felt like the end of the world. If the Mother River hadn't held them back, the Nightmare World might also have collapsed. Then there was the Chaos Emperor. Single-handedly, he fought the Master of Horror. In the end, he used the ancient tower to crush him to death. This was a level 10 body, slaying a Supreme. Ancestor Levi brought the blood and flesh palace to Nightmare City. He had Fingal send troops to guard it. This was currently the most important trophy, and it needed to be shared with the underworld. Levi warned everyone to remain vigilant and be wary of the Abyss making a comeback. Time flew by, and a month passed. After confirming the Abyss had left, the Mother River also returned to the underworld. Levi noticed that among the Supreme Wills he had encountered, only the Mother River was always silent, having its own personality. It seemed to dislike communicating with others. With the war over, the Nightmare Council began to clean up the battlefield, simultaneously handling the appeasement of those who surrendered, and joined as more and more powerhouses joined the Nightmare Council. Ultimately, the number of Nightmare level 10 strongmen in the council was exactly 200. Next, Levi would modify and educate these powerhouses, quickly converting them into combat power. Defeating the Nightmare was only the first stage of Nora's goal. There were still the Abyss, the Astral World, and insects to be conquered. But there was no doubt that, with 2 primordial treasures, 4 supreme combat powers, and over 500 level 10 strongmen, the Nora Netherworld United Body became the strongest force in this universe. Without exception, though the number of gods of the Astral World was advantageous, if it truly came to a fight, they wouldn't be a match for Nora's over 500 people, among which there were too many weak gods of inferior rank. In retrospect, at its peak, Nightmare had 500 monarchs. After numerous wars of the weak defeating the strong, only 200 remained, the other 300 being divided among Nora, the Underworld, and the Abyss, a lamentable fate. As for the Nightmare Overlord, only 1,800 remained in the world today. Securing control over these combat powers firmly in the hands of the Council was the main focus of the Council's efforts moving forward. There were other gains from this battle. For instance, the fragment of the Stone of Horror he acquired could enhance the dreams of revolving, this supreme treasure, or be used to refine and enhance the Nightmare Emperor Dragon power. Temporarily done with nightmare matters, Levi tore through the barrier of the red-black world, returning to Nora. His first actual descent into the nightmare battle ended without incident. At the same time in the universe, Kars was fleeing for his life. The chaotic servant and abyss will relentlessly pursued him. He had played too big this time. If he couldn't shake them off, he couldn't return to his hiding place. After some thought, Kars gazed towards the astral world. He leapt and arrived above the sea of ruins. Star Ancestor, didn't expect me to return so soon. An unabashedly supreme or a sword, startling countless powerhouses in the astral world. The chaotic servant and abyss will also descended into the sea of ruins. By rights, now wasn't the time to visit the astral world, but to reclaim the nightmare stone. They were all in. Elsewhere, the star ancestor, who was chasing the mother nest's will, had a grim expression. Dare to come again? It was in a foul mood, even considering temporarily abandoning the mother nest's will. It would rather let the astral world suffer further losses to kill this person. However, upon sensing two familiar auras, its expression changed dramatically. All gods assemble, the abyss strikes. In some indescribable dimension, everywhere around were walls seemingly infinitely high. Close to the walls were rows of bookshelves, neatly stocked with a wide variety of books, from transcendent knowledge to humanities, social sciences, and world landscapes. Chapter 3148. Billions. This space is made up of books. Aside from books, there is nothing else. A true mountain of books and ocean of knowledge. Only in the very center, an antiquated desk rests. A golden-haired figure sits there, casually flipping through the books she just borrowed, thoroughly engrossed. It is the long-lost Hera. Her condition seems quite good. The last time she disappeared at dusk, she was indeed about to be lost, but eventually, she made it through, as if some external force intervened. When she woke up, she found herself in this place. An extra-dimensional space opened by supreme power. From the sheer number of books, the owner can only be one person. Sauron. That means her father. This might be where Sauron conducted his daily research and study. Now the person is gone, leaving only the mountain of books. After staying here for hundreds of years, Hera's injuries recovered, and her supreme realm stabilized. But she was not in a hurry to leave. Initially, when she disappeared in battle, the world assumed she was already lost. Presumably Levi, Emmon, and others thought the same. Perhaps barring Sauron, no one knows Hera is here. Yet here, Hera can still perceive the outside world through the crystal ball on the desk, Sauron's monitoring installation. Given this, she decided to stay for a while longer. She would create a false perception for the other giant worlds, letting them relax and wait for the crucial moment to strike, achieving unexpected effects. If she were to go out now, Nora would ostensibly possess 5 supreme combat powers. Can you imagine that? The other giants would inevitably overcome obstacles first, joining forces to eliminate Nora. That would be detrimental to Nora. With Nora's current strength, she is enough to form a tripartite balance with the 2 other major civilizations, further developing and growing. These years, Hera read books, cultivated, stayed away from strife, and found peace. It turns out aside from achieving fame and fortune, she had another life. The path she had traveled, striving to establish the Void Holy Temple, maybe was to win her parents' admiration. Not because she particularly liked it. Suddenly, the study began to tremble. Endless demonic aura poured in, transforming into a silhouette. Its body surface sparkled like stars, its eyes shining with the glow of wisdom. Welcome to Sauron's study. Hera smiled, her face unchanged. The fallen Star-Lord looked around, its expression changing upon discovering Hera. Demonic aura surged, and stars fell, a supreme strike aimed at Hera. Hera raised her hand with a longsword, repelling the attack. She chanted incantations, calmly saying, "Truth chains." The crystal ball on the table began to spin. From all directions, walls and bookshelves, billions of books spun simultaneously. Each book emitted an invisible chain, eventually forming a transparent prison. It crashed down, trapping the fallen Star-Lord inside. The latter struggled desperately. The prison echoed but remained unbroken. Hera said, "Wake up." She saw the fallen Star-Lord's body sparkle with starlight, appearing half-transparent, revealing the light blue crystals inside. They represented its supreme crystals, similar to a disaster stone. Within the crystal, however, was a fragment of slate. My star fragment. This was something it obtained long ago. Using this, it led ancient star demons to become a powerful group in the abyss, gaining favor with the abyss will, achieving war merit multiple times. It used this item as its core to achieve supremacy. This is its foundation, its secret. Unexpectedly, Hera knew. This woman says this is Sauron's study. Could it be she is Sauron reincarnated? The fallen Star-Lord still speculated. At the next moment, the slate fragment glowed. An irresistibly strong intention instantly surged into the fallen Star-Lord's spiritual sea, eventually manifesting a white-robed phantom. He had a handsome face, full of spirit. His eyes were like stars, imposing as if reaching the heavens. It was Sauron. The fallen Star-Lord finally understood. It understood why it was more excellent than other ancient star demons. It was not because it was so capable, but because it was being used. The trophy it inadvertently got during a blood battle, the star fragment, turned out to be Sauron's fallback plan. He might be trying to possess it and be reborn. I am supreme too. Sauron, you have been dead for a long time. You are not my match. The fallen Star-Lord naturally resisted. The white-robed phantom remained silent. He was emotionless, seemingly a projection of a preset program. Disappointment flickered in Hera's heart. She had thought her father intended to use this opportunity to reincarnate. Now it appeared her father indeed had perished. This white-robed phantom was merely his method left in the study. Before she became lost, it might have been what saved her. Now it was still saving the soon-to-be lost fallen Star-Lord. Perhaps this hidden study always existed within that lost dimension. But Sauron had already mastered the way to enter and leave it beforehand. Anyway, Hera was sure to aid the white-robed phantom. Sauron, no matter how strong, was not omniscient. Father was just smarter than ordinary people by a tiny bit. He plotted across the world, planned through eternity, but also had moments of error. The fallen Star-Lord should have been his fallback plan. It was supposed to be smoothly controlled by Sauron. However, a small mistake occurred now. Hera's supreme aura exploded, and the longsword slashed forth. Dawn and dusk in an instant. With one slash, this spacetime compressed. The fallen Star-Lord felt itself instantly aging. Its lifespan flowed at an unimaginable speed. The white-robed phantom chanted incantations. The wisdom tablet fragment moved like a parasite within the demon body. Chapter 3149. It made a rustling sound, finally stopping in the mind of the fallen Star-Lord. The slate extended limb-like appendages, attaching to the demon soul. At the same time, the slate and the fallen Star-Lord emitted a mechanical and cold voice simultaneously, sounding like a great prophet. Program initializing. Sauron 2 intellectual program activated. Welcome to use. Hera's eyes glazed over. She could not understand the words of the fallen Star-Lord. With her supreme realm, she could effortlessly speak the language of any civilization in the multidimensional plane. The current situation had only one explanation. This language did not originate from this universe. Father was indeed a foreigner after all, Hera murmured. This thing is also meant for foreigners to use. Levi. She whispered the name. As Sauron's successor, this unconventional being, this creature transcending all monsters, was also a foreigner. The fallen Star-Lord emitted a mechanical voice. Eliminate the astral world. Eliminate the astral world. Eliminate the astral world. Hera looked at the entity. Who are you? I am Hera. Are you Sauron? Upon hearing the name Hera, the fallen Star-Lord returned to normal. I am Sauron 2. Who is Sauron number 1? This stumped the fallen Star-Lord. It only knew it was number 2. Who number 1 was, it did not know either. Unable to answer, Hera rephrased the question. Are you a duplication made by Sauron? Yes. Hera felt skeptical. With her father's level, would he create such a low-level duplication? She considered the alternative. With the chaotic attributes of the Abyss Demon, if the duplication were too complex, the possibility of the duplication going wrong, or even betraying after Sauron's death would increase over time. It would be better to craft a simple program akin to artificial foolishness. After all, Sauron's purpose for creating this duplication was only one: to annihilate the astral world. Once the mission was completed, there was a high probability this foolish duplication would also be destroyed. This made a lot more sense. Hera asked a few more questions. She finally returned to her seat. The fallen Star-Lord stood there dumbfounded. Father will never return now, Hera murmured. She felt disappointed inside. Sauron was truly dead. No matter how many means were left behind, it could not change this established fact. In every sense, she had lost her father. You should take a rest too, Hera said. The fallen Star-Lord found a corner, sat, and hugged its knees in front of a bookshelf. Its mission is to destroy the astral world. Since it was forcibly manipulated by Sauron, becoming a mechanical puppet, it had no intelligence, let alone the capacity for cultivation. It is good to have someone here to accompany me. We can go out together when the time comes, Hera muttered to herself, continuing to read. Time flew by. Nora calendar year 4120. After a series of measures, the nightmare world was completely subdued. All the original monarchs and overlords became qualified upper and lower members of the Nightmare Council. A 3-grade administrative division of states, counties, and cities also began to be popularized. Nora and the underworld's development work on the nightmare world became smoother. Everything was on track. After discussions, relying on the power of the Mother River, many Supremes took action to smash the treasure of the Blood and Flesh Palace, cast from countless experts' corpses and numerous primordial relics. Although primordial treasures are great war power, they are ultimately external objects. It is better to let the supreme experts refine them sooner to elevate their power. It could also release a vast amount of resources for the level 9 experts to ascend to level 10. This is a solid improvement. Civilization still faces the Abyss and Astral World. Although Nora already has the advantage, it is not large enough. Next is the most crucial task. Expand the advantage, leave both behind, take the initiative in the war, and actively launch an expedition to the astral world and the abyss. No more always being on the defensive. In the final extinction battle of the nightmare, apart from the loss of a few nightmare monarchs, neither Nora nor the underworld suffered losses. Instead, the abyss lost the fallen Star-Lord. This supreme, like Hera, had also vanished without a trace. All parties have yet to find them. According to intelligence from the astral world frontline, the abyss will and chaotic servant chased Kars into the astral world. The giant leaders of the two giants clashed in the Sea of Ruins, shaking the multidimensional plane. Kars took this opportunity to escape. The Abyss Will's enraged roar echoed across the multidimensional plane. It was temporarily unwilling to engage in a life and death battle with the Star Ancestor, so it quickly retreated from the astral world. The chaotic servant was injured as a result, nearly dropping its power below the level 11 middle stage. In the Star Ancestor's home, the insect plague remained unsolved. It was helplessly constrained to chase down the mother nest's will. The result was that in just this short decade delayed by the Abyss, insects had devoured several gods, crushed many divine kingdoms, and angels fell like rain. the new Black Star Worm Queen emerged suddenly. Its strength ranked among the top 5 among the existing insect queens. Even a 4 Emperor-level expert would have to handle it carefully. The Black Star Worm Queen could also release divine power toxins spreading through the Sea of Ruins. These toxins spread like a plague. The angels hit by them lost their minds, starting to insectify. The Star Ancestor was furious, personally going to hunt down the Black Star Worm Queen. Then it confronted the mother nests with incessant barrages. Throughout the world, the scenery of Nora is uniquely beautiful. On this day, the Chaos Emperor returned to Nora. He stood in the Tower of Heaven. The pure white wizard robe fluttered in the strong wind. Emmon, the Heavenly Will, Charactus, and other elders looked elated. Since the beginning of the Nora era, 4,000 years have passed. Countless lives of Nora have come and gone. Legendary ones also fell in numerous numbers. After a long and arduous struggle, Nora finally overcame the invincible nightmare world. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it. When you face the nightmare, break through the fog. You will find that beneath the Iron Fist is nothing but illusion. Now, the Nightmare Council has 520 members. The new nightmare regime will continue to exist on this land. The only thing that disappeared was the Supreme Will and the Master of Horror. Their surrendering monarchs, regardless of reluctance, felt fortunate at heart for the moment. They still hold high positions and have long lifespans. Although not as free as before, it is better than becoming dust in history, struggling helplessly, only to die. With Nora's momentum and ambition, one day it will surely challenge the Astral World and the Abyss. Following the Chaos Emperor to accomplish the great endeavors previously unattainable by the 4 giant heads would be a delightful thing. All clans of Nora awaited eagerly before the projection screen. The past 4,000 years felt dreamlike. Yet it was the history that truly occurred. In the picture, the Grand Council chairman had thousands of words to say. He finally just raised his fist to the sky and shouted loudly, "We won." With heartfelt excitement, the Heavenly Will wrote with a pen. Nora calendar year 4120. Nightmare wiped out. The world is divided into 3. Nora Epic Volume 5 Nightmare Invasion Chapter. Nora, Emperor. The waves of cheers gathered into an earth-shattering sound of all living things. The entire territory of Nora celebrated for 3 days. At the same time, in the River of Time, a castle stood silently. The Time Dragon witnessed the extinction of the Nightmare Will in full, recording everything on the timeline, from a more objective spectator perspective, feeling the same sentiment inside. Truly unexpected. The ending, it turns out, can be rewritten. Or perhaps, in this world, there was no predetermined ending in the first place. Chapter 3150. Time flies, the seasons change. The Grand Council chairman delivered his victory speech 80 years ago. The number of new continents of Nora, having reached 150,000, gradually entered a bottleneck phase. Nora calendar 4200. At the Tower of Heaven, the Grand Council chairman solemnly announced that the great transdimensional convergence had ended. 150,000 was naturally not the total number of civilizations within the Panplane. It was not even 1/10. But the will of Nora had temporarily reached its maximum capacity. The Soren star shifting spell also came to an end. Of course, most of the lower levels were unaware that the Great Convergence was never a force of heaven and earth, but rather the personal, mighty power of Sauron. Human power has limits. This is an objective rule. This day had to come sooner or later. The period of prosperity for Nora had passed. Nora now possessed millions of civilized races, tens of thousands of transcendent paths, and billions of life forms. It was vast in territory, with primordial soul wizards flying for 1,000 years, yet unable to measure it. The scale of Nora was no less than other giants. Especially with the nightmare world as a resource-rich backyard, its potential was endless. More and more powerful beings sought refuge in Nora. Known level 10 and level 9 individuals in the Panplane sought to join Nora to secure a position. But Nora no longer grew wild and unchecked. Instead, the civilization began to formulate a range of talent selection standards. Rash expansion was not beneficial. In the short term it was fine, but in the long term, it easily led to problems. The Supreme Council remained vigilant. The Council launched hundreds of corresponding laws in succession, including the Multiracial Cooperation Act, the Extraordinary Danger Level Assessment Law, and the Multiverse Trade Law. Each law was personally drafted, reviewed, and signed by the Grand Council chairman. All Nora citizens, regardless of race and profession, were required to comply. Mortals used mortal laws, while transcendent beings used transcendent laws. Laws concerning civilization security, vital resources, and national issues were the most stringent, as they sat at the core of the country. Of course, the most significant act was also introduced. The Grand Council chairman compiled the Nora Code over 80 years. This was the fundamental law regulating all races and transcendent beings. Almost every aspect of the transcendent society that might encounter various transcendent issues was constrained by these laws. In contemplation of wizard world history, one looked back to the ancient era of darkness like the Dark Forest. Everyone remained on edge, and development was slow. Sauron established the Wizard Council, which initially improved the situation by making several legislative proposals, but the regulations for transcendent beings were not clear enough. The Supreme Council believed that the orderly development and growth of civilization especially for short-lived species, was the foundational condition. Anyone wishing to live and depend on civilization had to follow the rules. Otherwise, one could wander alone into the land of darkness. The introduction of the Nora Code faced a lot of resistance. Many transcendent beings were accustomed to the traditional rules of transcendent society, and certainly could not accept these new mandates. But reform is inevitably such. The Chaos Emperor used both soft and hard means to enforce the code. Initially, heavy punishment set the example by severely penalizing those blocking the implementation of the code, achieving quite a few results. The Nora Code was not merely a statute on paper. It relied upon corresponding transcendent power. 1,000 years ago, the Supreme Council began transforming the legendary wizard tool of Sauron called the Heart of Skynet. Through the mechanical Skynet and dreams of revolving, they reinvented it into a top-level treasure approaching cosmic level known as Nora's net. Every substantive binding clause of the Nora Code was bound to Nora's net. Every transcendent being had to register in the magic net. Once a transcendent being violated the corresponding laws, Nora's net would use nearly supreme power to apply corresponding punishment. This included, but was not limited to, warnings, admonitions, fines, revocation of qualifications, nightmare imprisonment, and real arrests. Of course, there were more serious ones, such as the death penalty, and even scarier than the death penalty was the deprivation of reincarnation rights. Those who did not register were regarded as unregistered. If caught by the enforcers of the Nora Council, the consequences were extremely severe. Of course, the provisions of the code were humane. Constraints on transcendent beings were not too severe. With regards to the death penalty, it mainly involved some serious criminal activities. The most serious were twofold: betrayal of civilization, and the wanton slaughter of mortals. As the Chaos Emperor often said, the strong should wield their swords towards strength. In Nora, even the weak had the right to survival and propagation. Otherwise, what difference was there from a giant? Furthermore, the weak were also the foundation of transcendent beings. In addition, Nora had no official faith, but respected choices regarding certain special totems, or the belief in civilization, without interference. However, the faith in star realm gods could not be spread. In many new continent regions, the Church of All Gods was demolished following the introduction of the code. Particularly those secretly worshipping the Heavenly Father, and the Blood Fire Dominator received special attention, and were not tolerated at all. Previously, the Supreme Council was occupied with war, and neglected these fine details. Now that they were settling down into an era of peace, the Council certainly would not provide soil for the gods to grow. With these actions, the Star Realm gods were further weakened. The gods gnashed their teeth in anger, but to no avail. The Nora Code was one of the most valuable legacies that Levi left to civilization. As a transmigrator, he arrived late, and could not leave many copycat quotations like Sauron. However, in his past life, he was a law major and studied domestic and foreign laws. Combining his life experience of over 5,000 years, and what he saw and heard, assembling a code was a natural duty. Chapter 3151. Of course, as time goes by, dragon slayers will eventually become evil dragons. He and the Nora Council try to do what they can to delay that day as much as possible. Whether the code can be respected from beginning to end needs the test of history. Right and wrong, merits and faults, leave it to future generations to evaluate. No matter what, after the introduction of the code, Levi received another title among the populace: Nora Order Levi. These operations by Nora appear magical in the eyes of the Abyss and the Astral World. These powerful civilizations, which have been born since ancient times, have all walked the path of the survival of the fittest. They have never engaged in these ostentatious things, and do not really favor the code or international diplomacy. After conquering Nightmare, Nora was in the spotlight for 80 years, without any petty territories daring to invade Nora, and some secret hostile forces also ceased their activities. Even the Abyss Realm worms stopped their advance towards Nora. As it turns out, Nora is no longer a soft persimmon ripe for manipulation. Even the giants must weigh the cost of initiating war. As for the Astral World, because of Karsa's and the Abyss's interference, the war with the insects has been delayed. The Mother Nest's will and the Star Ancestor are engaging in guerrilla warfare, evolving various guerrilla species. The Star Ancestor is truly unfortunate. Although he has done nothing in this epoch, his strength has continually declined, with the Nora Council analyzing that he might have already fallen out of the 11th level peak realm. However, such matters are difficult to verify. Thus, Nora temporarily has no intention of crusading against the Astral World. Of course, secretly, Nora continues to strengthen its military defense, only publicly stopping the war. Nora is still missing a Supreme level combat force. Before the Emperor advances further, he will not proactively launch attacks. Body Refining Academy. Platinum Fist Edward has advanced to the 9th circle, becoming the 18th Body Refining Great Wizard, and the 2nd Chaos Body Refining Wizard. The former Dean, King of Body Refining Gondaf, personally sent his congratulations, adding another general to the Chaos faction. Whispers rippled through the gathered students. What? The 2nd Chaos Body Refining Great Wizard has been born. How terrifying. Aside from Gondaf, is there anyone else who can cultivate up to the 9th circle? Is he a godlike figure, possibly a legendary reincarnation? Actually, no. It is just that his body refining talent is exceptional. Times have changed, and the body refining faction has thrived. From never having a 9th circle, they now have 18. Although still not comparable to the long prosperous spell wizards, reaching today is already quite an achievement. At the subsequent celebration ceremony, Gondalf descended in a white robe, his aura growing deeper. Is Gondalf also about to become a legend? Students murmured to each other. He probably has not yet, but he is close. We look forward to the first legendary body refining. Gondalf personally awarded the Ninth Circle Prize to Edward. The younger generation is formidable, truly formidable. Edward bowed modestly. I am just standing on the shoulders of giants like you, predecessor. Gondalf looked at these faces, both unfamiliar and familiar, and felt quite sentimental. Nowadays, all three avatars are busy striving towards the legendary realm. They are all old ones, and the feeling of youth and vitality is truly nostalgic. After the ceremony ended, Gondalf directed everyone on body refining cultivation. Now also an 8-circle perfect body wizard, 9 Dragons Mage Steve sought his guidance on some 9th circle knowledge. He too is a rare and outstanding body refining talent. After concluding, Gondalf smiled with confidence. Everyone, continue in Nora. I will await you in the legendary realm. He remained confident as ever, never modest. We respectfully bid farewell to the king of body refining. The eastern sea is vast. The silhouette that often herds the sword on the sea surface also fell silent after the war. The Golden Star Sword Tower, with sword chi capable of severing sun, moon, and stars, stands towering in the world. Every morning, a full 200 golden sword lights fly out like a flock of doves. Under increasingly advanced cultivation techniques, and the ripening spirit wine, the speed at which small swords are born far exceeds the past. The power of the Heavenly Star Sword formation has doubled. Below the 10th circle, no one can withstand a single strike of the 9-circle perfect Lord Victor, who had wounded a level 10 monarch in the previous civil war. However, in these times when history is witnessed every day, such matters are hardly surprising. Inside the tower, Victor woke up from his meditation. His spiritual force sat at 74,000 out of 74,000. Having stepped into the 9th circle for 2,400 years, finally, the maximum of the 9th circle. All along the way, he refined the Silver King, Golden Emperor, Golden God 3 sequences, then consecutively refined the Black Iron Sword Throne, Bronze Holy Seat, Steel Throne, Silver Order, Golden Holy Throne, these 5 sun refining artifacts. Everything was prepared, except the legend magic prototype. His legendary profession is related to the sword array. Legendary spells, also regarding sword array technique, named God Slaying. When the sword is drawn, stars fall, Dusk of the Gods, Dusk Spear. Victor summoned the ancient spear. With the power of this primordial relic, he begins his final retreat. It will not end until becoming a legend. Gonda City. After thousands of years of highs and lows, Fire Dragon Skywork has become Nora's largest weapon-making organization besides the military. It has over 1,000 excellent primordial soul artifact masters, more than 10 9-ring artifact makers, and countless low-level and middle-level craftsmen, annually paying taxes to the Nora Council in the amounts of billions. Counting sales, logistics, service personnel, Fire Dragon Skywork provides employment for millions, being rated consecutively for 1,000 years as Nora's 10 best organizations. Nowadays, Nora no longer has the so-called top-level organization title. The supreme honor for unofficial transcendent organizations is 10 best. Gandalf Pharmaceutical and Dawn Sword Academy are also frequent visitors in these 10 best. Chapter 3152. May I ask if it is possible to customize a wizard tower here? A young primordial soul wizard approached the Fire Dragon Skywork counter. Yes, you can provide the design, and we will make the core. That is great. Times have changed, yet wizard towers remain precious. Their prevalence has increased dozens of times since the Great Confluence, and essentially every top-level talent and supernova has won. The Fire Dragon Skywork saw a business opportunity. They launched the wizard tower customization business just in time. On this day, Alexandra, Elsie, Toby, and other executives of Fire Dragon Skywork discussed a major project with the Daydreamer and Blue Dream Star Lord, codenamed Dream World. The Supreme Council wanted to research a standardized wizard tool. This tool would allow more people to enter the nightmare world to explore, work, and engage in combat, without relying on the Chaos Emperor's ability. In recent years, the development work of Nightmare has been thriving. Yet, the far-sighted Emperor also saw some concerns. Firstly, relying only on him and Fingal, the number of Nightmare avatars brought in was limited, not even 1/1000th of Nora's current size. He did not trust leaving it to those native Nightmare monarchs. This greatly slowed down the development pace, and accelerating Nora's growth required nationwide exploration. Secondly, he might encounter unforeseen circumstances, or possibly leave this universe in the future. Without him, would Nora not become isolated from Nightmare again? Hence, Nora needed a new dream entering system. The Dream World project planned to utilize Nightmare creature materials to create a series of single-unit dream entering helmets, dreaming chambers, or group dream entering treasures. These independent portals would eventually converge on the cosmic treasure, Dreams of Revolving. This treasure would construct avatars for everyone in the Nightmare world. The core technology and challenges had been overcome by the Supreme Council, and now they needed suitable civilian weapon-making organizations to increase capacity and start mass production. Fire Dragon Skywork was undoubtedly the best partner. After negotiations and discussions, the two parties reached a cooperation agreement. The Daydreamer smiled. Let us have a pleasant collaboration. Toby shook the legendary wizard's hand solemnly. We will definitely complete the task. Alexandra and Elsie were also thrilled. Completing this deal meant Fire Dragon Skyworks' annual turnover for the millennium could increase several-fold. After reaching the ninth circle, the two women recognized that legendary status was out of reach, so they shifted their main focus from cultivation to weapon refinement. Both were now top-level masters in the industry, concentrating on assisting Toby in managing Fire Dragon Skywork. Not just them, but many primordial soul wizards and grand wizards, who found breakthroughs unlikely chose, in their remaining years, to delve into medicine, arrays, weapon refinement, and the fourth art, eternal cards. They earned money to cultivate their families, which was a good thing. Just as the Daydreamer and others turned to leave, the purple tower at the center of Fire Dragon Skyworks suddenly emitted a dazzling light. Ice and fire power surged for tens of thousands of miles. A figure in purple clothes laughed heartily and flew out. His handsome face had weathered many hardships. The Daydreamer exclaimed joyfully, "Ha ha ha, it seems the Master is also about to break through to legendary." This was the first duplication of the Emperor. Although the Master Fire Dragon was not as powerful as the fourth duplication, his weight in the heart of the Emperor was the highest. It made sense, given that the rapid rise of the Emperor was closely tied to Fire Dragon Skywork. The Master's early days of earning money all came with much toil and effort. Toby looked excited, as if he himself were about to become legendary. The teacher is about to become legendary. The day has finally come. Alexandra held Elsie's hand. The Master will definitely become legendary. Elsie's eyes moistened slightly. She gathered herself before shouting, "Master, show us the legendary mountain views." Who does not have a legendary dream? But they had reached the ninth circle, already savoring the full fruits of their era. Now all they could do was admire. Upon hearing the call, Ace raised his eyes and smiled confidently. "All right, today, with everyone's blessings, I shall ascend to the level of legendary." He had already refined the Cold King, Flame King, Winter Emperor, Red Dragon, Fire God, and Frost God from the 6 Great Series, as well as Radiant Fire Armor and Snow Country's Proof, those Ice and Fire Radiant Sun oddities. He achieved the maximum spiritual force of 75,000. He created the 10-ring spell prototype, Heavenly Craftsmanship, which fused his unique understanding and knowledge of weapon making, capturing the essence of the Holy Infant and aligning with legendary spells. It was also the starting point of his future legendary profession. The Holy Infant waved his hand, and the Duobao Linglong Tower spun around, bringing him to Soren Continent, with the Ice and Fire Realm armor manifesting around him, gathering the ice and fire power. This anomaly alarmed countless strong individuals. Emmon arrived. "Is the Master ready?" Ace nodded. Emmon laughed. "I will wait here for the Master's triumph." The Frost Witch also smiled. "We are about to witness the birth of the first legendary member of the Ice and Fire faction ever. The Master can join our Frost faction when the time comes, ha ha ha." Emmon sighed. "Is everyone teasing my burning school of thought for being too powerful?" In a joyful atmosphere, the Holy Infant flicked his finger. Flame Soul Fire Eyes and Frost Soul Ice Eyes, 2 primordial relics, attracted each other and revolved, forming a perfect harmonious yin-yang vortex. The Deep Cold Demon King and Red Land Calamity Monarch, 2 half-alive prisoners, also turned into light and injected into the vortex. "You will not meet a good end." The Deep Cold Demon King yelled, "Abyss will shall avenge me." The Red Land Calamity Monarch also said harshly, "Nightmare will shall avenge me." The onlookers could not help but laugh. "Fools, times have changed, the Supreme will has fallen." The Red Land Calamity Monarch stood there, stunned, saying in disbelief, "Impossible. Impossible. This must be false. Supreme Will is a true immortal god. Stop lying to me." Chapter 3153. 10 years later, a purple bead took shape. The moment it appeared, it triggered a terrifying great tribulation of a legendary artifact. Levi used the wizard tower to easily dissolve the tribulation. The title of Duobao Wizard was not for nothing. This wizard tower was filled with top-grade 9th circle wizard tools. Any method could take it head-on. After the great tribulation passed, Levi pinched the bead and muttered, "Ice and fire purple chi." Levi swallowed it. The bead turned into a warm current that shot straight into his mind. His spiritual force skyrocketed, soon surpassing the 100,000 mark. An avenue of ice and fire reached straight into the darkness. Levi strode into it without the slightest hesitation. The Chaos Emperor quietly appeared. He looked at the back of the Holy Infant and sighed with emotion. "I have finally waited for this day." Over the past millennium, many had advanced to legend. But those who could stir up such universal anticipation like the Holy Infant were rare. Since the dark ancient tower had opened, countless people witnessed the rise of Master Fire Dragon. Some with long lifespans even watched as if they were seeing a child they had raised grow up. Everyone waited for the Master's return. 1 month later, inside the Dragon Academy, the Sky Dragon Wizard looked toward the high heavens. In the direction of the Soren Continent, an immense purple chi stretched for 100,000 miles. A purple divine dragon, wrapped in boundless ice and fire, burst into existence, coiling above the Tower of Heaven. Atop the dragon's head, Levi's red hair turned into purple hair. Within his eyes, purple chi flowed. His whole being emanated an indescribably noble aura. Levi has become legendary. I have to work harder too. The Sky Dragon Wizard stood 9 rings perfect. Looking at the legendary peer of his generation, he offered a sincere blessing in his heart. Our generation is not inferior. Soren Continent. Levi enjoyed the many admiring gazes. legendary wizards and other experts came one after another to offer congratulations. Alexandra and Elsie moved to tears. Master. The two women threw themselves forward one after another and hugged Levi. This is great. We have a legendary friend now. Yeah, when we are old we can brag about it to our descendants. They were genuinely proud from the heart. With two women in his arms and a fragrant breeze on his face, Levi only smiled gently. He had become legendary, there was no war, and he no longer had to toil and run around for a living. This was precisely the golden Warhammer age of forging. He had already conceived many legendary wizard tool blueprints. In his memory, the faces of his good brothers surfaced one after another. Amethyst Saint, are you doing well in the Astral World? Levi's lips curled up. Astral World. The Amethyst Saint, who had been dragged into the insect war, was suddenly seized by a chill for no reason. Damn it. It must be that Dusk Palace master scheming about me again. After joining the Astral World, it personally witnessed Nora rising, and also the Astral World's continuous decline. This feeling of joining the army of a collapsing regime in 1949, who understands? Nora calendar year 4210. The 32nd legendary wizard of the Supreme Council was born. The Ice and Fire Dominator and Sky Craftsman Ace. Levi's legendary title was a combination of two, because he was the first legendary wizard in history to perfectly integrate the weapon refinement skill into the legendary path. His legendary profession was Ice and Fire Artisan God. His legendary wizard tool was the Heavenly Craftwork Pagoda. His legendary witch prime minister was the East Pole Divine Dragon. His legendary demiplane was Heavenly Craft City, which was said to be destined to become the future headquarters of Fire Dragon Skywork, as well as a sacred land for forge masters under heaven. Weapon craftsman, exotic treasure forger. Any craftsman, regardless of cultivation level, could step in. His legendary honorific was the Divine Dragon, who rules ice and fire, the craftsman whose skills rival heaven. Compared to Sky Craftsman, the common folk had a much simpler and more straightforward way of calling Levi Nora Artisan God. Everyone firmly believed that one day, the master would be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the artisan gods of the multidimensional plane, no weaker than Master Bao Long. He was the true god of forging, paving the way for himself, also to open up a path for forge masters all over the world. Thus, the Supreme Council set the day of Master Fire Dragon's legendary return as the Nora One Clan's Heavenly Craft Day, the festival of all forge masters. That day, Fire Dragon Skywork also made a high-profile announcement. 100,000 wizard tools would be drawn for free, to repay everyone's blessings. From now on, every Heavenly Craft Day would come with its own discount events. Land of Darkness. Not bad, Nora Artisan God. Master Bao Long looked at Nora, smiling as he muttered to himself. Pretty good. I have been forging for countless years, and I am tired too. Eastern Sea. On a calm and peaceful night, in the Letney family, an aged figure closed his eyes and passed away peacefully. Gorgeous golden lightning cut through the heart of the sky, illuminating the darkness, and countless disciples of the Letney family felt it in their hearts. The ancestor is gone. A young blonde wizard sighed. He was the Golden Skywalker, the grand wizard born not long ago in the Letney family, and also a supernova in the making. Upon hearing the news, the disciples were all in tears. At the funeral, Golden Skywalker spoke. The patriarch bent his back and exhausted himself for the family, running around all his life. I hope that all disciples of my Golden Lightning family will remember our clan precepts: curb impatience, cultivate diligently, and manage the family well. Golden Lightning shall never fall. There had been glory, and there had been decline. After many twists and turns, the Golden Lightning family still survived the surging tides of 4,000 years of Nora, and in the new era underwent self-evolution and adaptation, continuing to develop. As of now, the Letney family has 2 grand wizards serving in the Soren Council, and 72 primordial soul wizards, while the prosperity of the clan's disciples far exceeds the past. This is the gift of the era, and even more, the Emperor's mercy. The Golden Lightning is but a microcosm of the thousands of wizard families and organizations of this era. After going through war, those former top-level organizations have all completed new transformations. They changed their forms, yet are still the backbone of the Nora civilization. 7-colored continent. This is the dojo of the 7 Calamities ancient clan. The Star Splitter is the guardian of the continent. After thousands of years of development, even the most declining Purple Scale clan has birthed its own level 9 expert. Many clans now each possess several level 9s. The elderly White Dragon Mountain Master resigned and returned home. As the founder of White Dragon Commerce, its contribution to the civilization was immense. It had the right to become a heroic spirit and enjoy offerings from later generations, but it politely declined. In these years, the White Dragon Princess and Green Bird Knight couple temporarily stepped away from work and cultivation, staying by the old man's side, chatting about family trivia and the past as they saw the old father off. To this day, the trades of Nora's #1 official commerce group, White Dragon Mountain, have long since stepped out of the Panplane and, via the Star Gate, gone toward the multidimensional plane, becoming a truly cosmic commerce. The universal currency, White Dragon Coin, issued on the credit of Nora, has also gradually become the first choice for transactions among the strong of this universe, greatly improving trading efficiency. Hit, hit, hit. White Robe Levi was muttering under his breath in front of the big lottery wheel. Congratulations, you have obtained 1 billion ether stone. Congratulations, you have obtained. Congratulations, you have obtained Void Blade. Congratulations, you have obtained Blood Tai Sui Bone. Double yoke. The outwardly steady emperor was startled even now. He still kept to the habit of drawing once every 100 years, but at best had only ever drawn a 10-level divine item, Earth King Divine Gold, once. He had never even hit a single supreme treasure, let alone primordial relics. This time, he actually pulled them both in one go. All my hoarded luck from those previous 1,000 draws was not in vain. Even though I am the Grand Council Chairman, this lottery is bleeding my family dry. Gambling and I are sworn enemies. 1,000 level 9 crystals. All of them were acquired by Levi through various channels. For a giant civilization, at any given stage the number of level 9 experts is usually just several thousand. At the Astral World's peak, it might break 10,000, but overall, not many. From this, one could see just how steep Levi's lottery cost was. He had originally planned to wait for someone else to draw them, then exchange for them himself. But this Blood Tai Sui Bone just refused to show up. He had no choice but to wail and hard pull. Damn Soren. He ported the exact same gacha whaling model from my previous life mobile games, playing it like a pro. No wonder that guy achieved financial freedom so young. His heart is pitch black. Regardless, the two most important treasures were in hand. Levi no longer had any regrets. I am never touching this again. He lifted his gaze toward the star battle sky, smiling as he murmured to himself. This void blade has been sealed for so long. It has already stockpiled a hefty amount of void energy. With this one strike, it is about time I said goodbye to that prankster god. Chapter 3154. By unleashing all the void energy stored within the void blade, one can deliver an ultimate strike that ignores distance and inflict significant void rebound effect on the user. After use, it requires at least 10,000 years to recharge. This move, Levi had long coveted. Had he possessed this treasure earlier, he would not have needed to use the Black Emperor parasite. He could have instantly killed Eternal Sleep directly in Nora. The void blade kills invisibly. The slain vanish without a trace in the human realm. It is a top-level treasure approaching cosmic treasure stature. It is perfect for erasing the prankster god without anyone noticing. Otherwise, Levi would have to personally make a trip to the Astral World. The void blade trembled, and Levi's consciousness followed it into an indescribable void dimension. After a search, he saw the figure of the prankster god. Through the void blade, he could also lock onto figures of enemies like the Heavenly Father and Blood Fire Dominator, but instant killing them in this manner left Levi unsatisfied. He wished that one day, he could personally go to the Astral World and face them directly. That is what revenge feels like. As for the prankster god, he hardly had much interaction with Levi. It did not matter how he died. Farewell. The sharp blade unsheathed, vanishing the next moment. As for the rebound force, it was negligible for Levi. Nora calendar year 4210. They discovered the divine kingdom of trickery was missing, and despite a search by all gods, there was no trace of the prankster god. Even the divine persona vanished from the human realm. The star ancestor was furious, sending people to investigate. Ultimately, they could not find the culprit and had to abandon the search. Of course, they might have found it, but discovered the enemy was difficult to deal with and pretended not to find them. Only the star ancestor himself knew the true situation. Since the catastrophe of the insect race began thousands of years ago, hundreds of gods have fallen in the astral world, but most were lower weak gods used as cannon fodder, with very few strong gods. The prankster god was one of the few. One could foresee the outcome. After this incident, the power of the star ancestor would once again dip slightly, and the day Nora pulls the strongest cosmological being completely down from the altar is nearing. Dark Ancient Tower. Levi left with the Blood Tai Sui Bone, deeply hiding his merits and reputation. At this time, 7 years remained until the wager between Emmon and the prankster god. Returning to Nora, Emmon looked at Levi with gratitude. Thank you very much. The prankster god had a myriad of tricks. If not for you using the void blade, extinguishing him without anyone knowing would indeed be troublesome. Levi nodded in agreement. It is a pity that this void blade can only kill sub-supreme strong entities. Otherwise, I would have ended the star ancestor with a single sword. I have sealed this supreme treasure in the ancient tower. If civilization requires it in the future, it can be used again, but it needs to be charged for over 10,000 years. Remember, this treasure must not fall outside of civilization. He sensed his departure from Nora was not far off. Therefore, some matters needed to be arranged in advance. Emmon sighed. I understand, but before you leave this Grand Council Chairman position, are you going to leave it to me again? Do you have a suitable successor now? Levi mused. We will see the voting results. Personally, I lean towards letting the first duplication take over, while the other 3 duplications each have their missions, guarding the astral world, the abyss, and the nightmare. Emmon laughed. It seems you have already arranged everything, Grand Council Chairman. Your foresight is impressive. Levi mused silently that he was just hoping to create more tools to make money at the time. Gonda City. Crackling, Gondaf was enveloped in golden steam. Every inch of his flesh, every drop of his blood, was as weighty and sacred as the blood of the ancient god. 1 billion chaos body refining runes had nearly reshaped his body. But it was still not enough. Tens of trillions of cells within him, comparable to the stars of the universe, were just the starting point. He was far from reaching the maximum body refinement. The path of body refining must be able to reach supreme. At that point, the mysterious body refining runes composed a body more perfect than any mythical creature, profoundly influencing the wizard like a bloodline, everlasting. Such was Gondopha's understanding. Ascending the path of body refining to a legend requires spiritual force, like a spell wizard. Gondopha's current upper limit of 77,000 spiritual force had long surpassed the ordinary ninth circle. As for the legend magic prototype, he did not need it. The body tempering technique was his foundation. It was both a skill and an art. Ace has already become a legend. I cannot fall behind. Gondoph began his final secluded meditation. The wheels of time kept turning, like pearls flowing around gems. Over the years, across the 4 seas of Nora, there were always primordial soul wizards, grand wizards, and even legendary wizards dressed in Nora Council uniforms busy at work. Nowadays, Nora no longer merged with the new world. The landscape and dragon veins were set, organized under the Grand Council chairman, led by Miss Jin Feng, and the Lord of Northern Abyss, 2 legendary wizards, exploring Nora's geography, drafting maps, and following Sauron's example, to set up water vein sealing grand arrays across the 4 seas of Nora. Levi not only aimed to fulfill his promise to Emperor Wanchuan, but also planned to create 3 more sea spirits in Nora, becoming official representatives like the 4 sea dragon kings, managing the water veins, maintaining maritime order, and protecting ocean safety, akin to the ancient emperors assigning titles to earth gods. By analogy, mountains, rivers, and lakes could also be managed this way. He intended to appoint those who have made outstanding contributions to civilization as local spirits. Nora was vast. From the end of the war until the Nora calendar year 4300, over 200 years, the Nora Mountains and Rivers Grand Compendium compiled by the Supreme Council finally came out. It is an encyclopedia like the Nora Code, significant for civilian exploration and official governance of the Nora world, also the Emperor's effort. Chapter 3155. Levi used times of peace to study the 3 arts. He successively obtained certifications as a legendary alchemist, legendary artifact maker, and legendary array master, becoming the only person in the present era to possess 3 legendary skills as a legendary wizard, earning the title Lord of Heavenly Skill. Afterwards, he and the Golden Wind Speaker united hundreds of Ninth Circle wizards and thousands of primordial soul wizards, collectively set up the Eastern Sea Water Vein Sealing Spirit Array in the Nora Eastern Sea. The Chaos Emperor personally traveled to the Land of Darkness and took the Emperor Wanchuan away with heavenly means. The strong acquired water spirit, who was trapped in a remote area, finally saw the sky. The Grand Council chairman renamed her Eastern Sea Navy Chuan. Relying on a broader sea area and abundant water elemental power, her strength smoothly advanced further, becoming one of the few level 10 peak strongmen in Nora, and joined the Supreme Council. From then on, the countless water veins of the Eastern Sea were ruled by the water force. Leveraging the array, the water force can partially mobilize the power of the entire Eastern Sea, and in this state, her actual combat strength surpasses ordinary level 10 peak, comparable to the 4 emperors. If mobilizing the entire Eastern Sea's power, she can even briefly contend with the Supreme. Spanning eternity and spacetime, Soren fulfilled his promise to the Emperor Wanchuan. The water vein sealing grand arrays of the other 3 seas are also under construction. If there is a suitable level 10 strongman, they can also emulate Soren and achieve eternal life through this method. Substantially, this remains a means of the plain sovereign. But the path of the sovereign is precarious in turbulent times. Here in Nora, as long as it remains undefeated, the 4 seas water spirits can rest easy. These strongmen are bound to the Nora civilization. They need no other means, but will desperately protect the world they reside in. On this day, the Eastern Sea Navy patrolled the Eastern Sea and passed by the Golden Sword Tower. Chuan leaned against the railing, gazing across the waves, and murmured, "It is said that residing here is the 3rd avatar of the Grand Council chairman. Remarkable indeed. So many avatars, all with legendary presence." Suddenly, the sword tower erupted with dazzling light, and a sword light shot straight into the sky. Amidst the light, Victor opened his eyes. Chuan knelt on the deck, bowing low. Chuan greets Lord Victor. Victor smiled. He rested his hand on his blade and said, "Nice to meet you, Water Force. I have some matters to attend to. After I finish, I will visit you." He transformed into a rainbow light and ascended above the Soren continent. Legendary gazes gathered in his direction. A man with purple hair appeared on the horizon. Sky craftsman Ace leaned against the railing of his floating carriage, purple hair blowing in the wind. "Victor, wishing you success." On the horizon, a rumbling chariot sped over, and standing upon it was the towering figure of a major general, none other than the Bronze Warlord, with the Silver Saint beside him. "Ha ha ha, our metal faction will soon have 3 legends." Preemptively wishing success to Lord Victor, triumph is assured. As of now, the Burning faction has 4 legends, 3 god witches and 1 craftsman. Earth, Ocean, Storm, Frost, and Thunder each have 3 legends. Only the Metal faction remains at 2. Once Victor ascends, all elementalist schools will begin with 3 legends. Victor, brimming with vigor, sheathed his sword. "Thank you all, I am off." In a snap of fingers, the Dusk Spear, Golden Electric Sword Grass, and 1 Metal faction's Rust Monarch transformed into light and shot into the sky. This monarch was also a war captive from early years, granted by the Congress to Victor to aid his legendary promotion. A decade later, an antiquated dark gold battle sword, carved with sword grass patterns, its blade mottled with rust, exuding an ancient timeless aura, emerged, sharp as ever, powerfully piercing the heavens. The vast starry sky dims in its presence. Legendary artifact, Bida's proof. Using stars as array items, utilizing star battles as sword arrays. This was Victor's path of legendary sword array. What an impressive oddity. This already surpasses the scope of ordinary legendary artifacts. Also a complex oddity not inferior to the heavenly artisan. Incorporating sword Dao formation knowledge into the oddity's nature is truly ingenious. In today's world, only Victor can perfectly achieve all of this, seamless. Indeed. However, I feel the Demon Tier's divine sword is also good. This Apancomer's sword skill is not much inferior to Victor, and also possesses legendary presence. With everyone gazing in amazement, Victor departed westward upon his sword. Witnessing the success of the heavenly artisan, everyone was very confident in Victor's promotion. It is well known that the Gondor three heroes are always in harmony. Not long after, on a quiet night, the stellar constellations in the northern Soran continent lit up brilliantly. Countless people looked up at the starry sky, seeing stars flickering uncertainly, with 7 main stars shining the brightest, connecting like rulers of stars, forming a funnel shape. On a secluded small island, the Demon Tier's divine sword wiped the secret sword, sensing its spirituality. He lifted his head. Lord Victor has returned. Since his debut, he has always been the brightest star in the night sky. The Bida 7 stars connect, forming a dazzling sword-chi galaxy traversing the darkness. A white-robed figure descended gracefully from the sky. The 7 stars adorned behind him composed the most resplendent wizard form in the world. All secret sword flow wizards' hearts surged, shouting Victor's legendary name. Bida Swordsman. Nora Calendar 4310, Dawn Divine Sword Victor, using Bida's proof, ascended to legend, becoming the first legendary wizard in the history of the Wizard Council specialized in secret sword flow and sword Dao formation. This is the 33rd legendary wizard of the current era of the Nora Council, and the 100th level 10 strongman. His legendary titles, Bida Swordsman. Legendary profession, Star's Sword. Legendary demiplane, Bida Sword Realm. Legendary wizard form, Bida 7 Swords. Legendary wizard tool, Star Sword Tower. Legendary epithet, the swordsman who commands the stars, the array master who governs all metal. Chapter 3156. 650. The swordsman who commands the stars, the array master who rules boundless wealth. In the folk realm, the secret sword flow wizard is commonly referred to as the ancestor of secret sword. In the month of Lord Victor's legend, he lectured on the path of secret sword for 300 days and nights in the Eastern Sea. Wizards from all over the realm endeavored to reach the Eastern Sea to listen to the legend himself. For a time, the teleportation portal at the continent bridge operated at full capacity. Many grand wizards and legendary wizards came to seek wisdom, and the second in command of the secret sword flow, the Demon Tier's divine sword, discussed swordsmanship with Lord Victor. Though defeated, he left with satisfaction and honor. Astral World. The sovereign of 10,000 gold heard that Lord Victor's respectful title was Master of 10,000 gold. He flew into a rage, vehemently condemning Victor as a blasphemer coveting a divine authority unattainable for mortals. He demanded the Bida Swordman modify the title, or else there would be no rest until death. The Bida Swordman ignored this demand. The bronze warlord pointed his spear at the sky, shouting, "Old thing, if you have the guts, come down here." The sovereign of 10,000 gold pretended not to hear, and took no further action. Without the star ancestor backing him, he did not dare to descend to the lower realm. Nightmare World. Dream Arena. This arena was personally created by the Chaos Emperor, its diameter spanning 8 million miles, larger than many major worlds. Even a level 10 strongman would struggle to break its barriers. Over the years, as the number of level 10 strongmen like Nora increased, the Supreme Council started hosting arena battles for sparring and honing combat techniques. It serves as a pre-training for the impending civil war. 2 figures clashed high in the sky. Behind the heavenly artisan swirled the purple dragon witch phase, while the 7 stars of the Bida Swordman shone brightly. Ice and fire spells and sword chi collided across the heavens and earth, instantly causing devastation. The Star Sword Tower and heavenly craftwork pagoda remained evenly matched. All kinds of innate spells seemed inseparable. The two, with mutual understanding, unleashed legendary spells. Heavenly craftsmanship, god-slaying. The Holy Infant wielded the ice and fire hammer, crafting extraordinary ice and fire creations that floated in the void, transforming into dazzling treasures of extreme grandeur. Lord Victor remained unabating. With a flick of his finger, over 200 streaks of golden light shot towards the sky, converging into gold greatswords towering 10,000 miles, interlinked by the Bida sword formation. The fierce gold element sword chi swept across a radius of 100,000 miles. Boom. After the ultimate collision, the god-slaying technique with its decisive edge emerged slightly victorious, obliterating much of the power of the crafted ice and fire creations, and thereby curbing much of the sword formation's might. The purple divine dragon exhaled ice and fire breath, extinguishing the remaining sword chi. Ace remarked with admiration, "The power of this sword strikes fear into top-level strongmen." Lord Victor replied, "The ultimate in swordsmanship is like this." Overall, he and Ace remained evenly matched in strength, each with their own specialties. Currently, both possess the might of a 10-ring senior. Lord Victor, an extreme attacker, can even match the perfection realm momentarily in burst, yet cannot sustain it. After the sparring, the two returned to the Soran continent. In the direction of Gonda City, a wild aura seemed to be awakening. the upcoming stage for the king of body refining. Compared to us, the first ever legendary body refiner, even if from the Chaos faction, their level of attention might not be inferior. It is quite anticipated indeed. In the void, the abyss realm worm writhed. Its direction was conspicuously opposite to Nora. In Chaotic City, the chaotic servant opened their eyes, almost dropped a realm level, damned Kars. Luckily, the entity escaped quickly, then devoured numerous demons to stabilize its realm level. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It furrowed its brow, realizing the abyss realm worm seemed to be heading in the wrong direction. Lord, should we give up on Nora? The abyss will spoke. Let it go. Now Nora and the underworld have fused into the universe's first power. It is wise to avoid and wait. I have devoured part of the nightmare power and need to digest while slumbering. In the meantime, you continue tracking Kars' whereabouts. With his strength, it is impossible to quickly absorb the nightmare stone, and besides, the nightmare path does not align with his approach. He might not even devour it. The chaotic servant cursed. What does this damned fellow want the nightmare stone for? The abyss will said worriedly. Not sure. He might also be an ally of Nora. I am concerned Kars might offer the nightmare stone to the Mother River or the Chaos Emperor. Then we would truly be helpless. It set out on the expedition to Nora originally, with high spirits. But halfway on its journey, calamity struck. During its travel, Nora went from a quasi-giant to a giant, and now an ultra-giant. Who in damnation would believe this? The chaotic servant said. Is it all Sauron's plot? It recalled how Sauron retreated in fright after reaching level 666 upon seeing him. He did not pay attention back then, but soon after, Sauron perished. Initially believing Nora to be a transient brilliance, yet growing stronger, evolving through millennia, all because these giants never took it seriously. Now it is too late to regret. What led to their numbness was the age-old historical pattern. Giants are unbeatable. Even if other civilizations give birth to a supreme, they are mere ants shaking a tree. Yet they did not expect it. The underworld betrayed the giants. It lowered its status, supported Nora's rise, coupled with a series of schemes and strategies likely from the ancestor of wizards, resulting in today's irrecoverable situation. To eliminate Nora's threat, only one strategy remains. Gods and demons unite to annihilate this world. After destroying Nora and the underworld, the abyss and astral world shall rely on their own prowess. The worst outcome would be sharing the realm equally with the astral world. Yet with the hidden cards accumulated over the years, there is hope to conquer the astral world. Ultimately, the abyss will reign supreme in the universe. The abyss will gaze at the astral world, contemplating. To show sincerity, it might even first assist the star ancestor in expelling, or even exterminating the mother nest's will, fostering cooperation between both entities. Chapter 3157. He just did not know whether the star ancestor would trust him. Holy Brilliance Calendar, year 4330. The Pharmacist Association bustled with activity. Triss handed over some work to her colleagues. Over these years, the number of medicine projects she led or participated in grew too high. It left her coworkers stunned. She worked like a workaholic demon. A colleague gestured at the mountain of paperwork on her desk. Ma'am, you work way too hard. Triss laughed and straightened her robes. Do I? I feel pretty good like this. When you enjoy every minute and every second of pharmacy, you do not feel it is work. We have to learn from the heavenly artisan. Another colleague looked up from a clipboard. Ma'am, may you return as a legendary. Triss beamed at the room. Many thanks, may we meet again. A young assistant stepped forward to take the folders from her hands. Don't overthink it, you are definitely going to succeed. The other colleagues spoke up one after another. The Nora medicine god is none other than you. Triss smiled. I will borrow everyone's good wishes. Let us meet again in 100 years. Back on the ancient dragon continent, inside the witch's family, Triss bathed and changed clothes, washing away her fatigue. She checked the Klein crystal ball. Her spiritual force reached 74,000. Along the way, she refined the 3 water sequence, the Sea Country series, the 5 poison series, as well as 5 glorious sun-grade poisons refined later, an upgraded version of the 5 poisons. Their ingredients all came from the nightmare world. She was born in the ancient sacred radiance calendar year 404. So I am 5,340 years old now. Her early stage talent was not exactly top level. Later on, by relying on hard work and help from the organization, she rose up against all odds. For the sake of medicine, she inevitably delayed a lot of time. But with the help of the Thousand Mountains Immortal, she still reached the legendary threshold faster than she expected. After all, with the 1,000-year potion, the actual lifespan upper limit of the Nora 9 rings already reached 7,000 years. She still had plenty of time. It is time. Inside the Triss Wizard Tower, there were still 3 dying figures. 1,000 feet, 1,000 thorns, and 1,000 pocked poison lord lay in their chambers. Although she did not have primordial relics, by relying on the 3 poison lords, the legendary status she proved would not be bad. After becoming a legendary, it would not be too late to pursue higher goals. In both the Abyss and the Astral World, there were top-level powerhouses famous for their poisons. Legendary, here I come, Triss. 10 years later, 2 more Ninth Circle wizards broke through to legendary one after another. The father of all things betas and Golden Dreamland Og ascended. The former's legendary profession was monster editor, and he was a disciple of Lady Rowling. Counting out the Green Forest Master, the Life School of Thought finally welcomed its true second legendary wizard. The latter's legendary profession was Mind Master. Strictly speaking, He belonged to the spirit faction, but the spirit faction remained very niche, and its research overlapped heavily with the dream faction. After study, the Supreme Council still classified him under the dream faction. When the spirit faction became strong enough, it could also stand alone as its own section. These years, under the influence of Levi's spiritual series magic, more and more practitioners took this path. And Golden Dreamland was one of Levi's fans. But what had a greater impact on his legendary breakthrough was actually that mind dragon in the underworld. The underworld and Nora had close relations. For the Emperor's sake, the mind dragon personally gave him some guidance, including an original golden Kylan scale. As courtesy in return, the Supreme Council also gifted it a divine artifact. Every wizard who advanced to legendary had more or less received aid from the Supreme Council. This was a convention passed down since the era of Sauron. That was why traitors were especially hateful. If not for the Congress, many people would not have been able to become legendary at all. Og had another identity. He was the husband of the Thousand Illusion Knight. So far, Nora already had 35 legendary wizards. They still accounted for more than 1/3 of the total number of powerhouses. Ancient Banyan Fairyland bustled with the sounds of nature. After hearing that Triss had gone into seclusion to become legendary, Elena also worked even harder. But for this period, she was temporarily not in the mood for cultivation, because the three siblings were all about to undergo tribulation, and their father remained busy in the Congress. Levi believed that for the three siblings, level 9 should be a certainty. If they failed, they would let down the 100 years of effort he and Elena put into raising them. Elena worried too much because of motherhood. 1 month later, the three siblings advanced to level 9 knight one after another. Only then did Elena let out a sigh of relief. The eldest looked toward the horizon. "Mother, can we leave the mountain now?" Elena nodded and adjusted her daughter's collar. "You can. Although you have lived in the fairyland, the necessary principles of being human have already been told to you by the seniors here countless times. You just lack practice. From today on, your lives are yours to decide." The youngest laughed and clapped her hands. "Don't worry, mother. Father has already shown us hundreds of case studies of entire clans wiped out because of wastrel disciples. We know what we are doing." Elena tucked a lock of hair behind her ear. "After you go out, don't reveal your identities. Right now, the great enemies from the Astral World and the Abyss hate your father to the bone. They wish they could eat him alive. Of course, you do not need to be too paranoid. Within Nora, as long as your father is around, no one can harm you. I just fear you will slack off because of that." Elena nagged on and on. It differed completely from her usual bold and decisive personality. This feeling could only be truly understood after becoming a mother. The three siblings nodded like pecking chicks. After bidding farewell to their mother, they went again beneath the ancient banyan tree. Mana devoured the divine tree power of the origin divine tree day and night, striving to reach level 10 as soon as possible. "Lady Mana, goodbye." The entity smiled at them. "Little ones, I wish you all the best." As the god of creation of the fairyland, Mana served as the three siblings' godmother. The time she had spent with the three siblings exceeded that of Levi, their biological father. "And we also wish Milady an early step into level 10. The youngest's silver hair fluttered as she smiled sweetly. Mana turned her gaze to the youngest girl. "Liz, before you find a partner, you must bring them to the ancient banyan fairyland and let me check them out." The youngest's face reddened slightly. "Milady, that is still a long way off." With such a heaven-defying man as their father as a role model, the three siblings' standards were too high. Mana suspected that there was not anyone in this universe they could take a liking to. The three siblings spent a full 7 days bidding farewell to every dragon, every beast, and even some flowers, plants, and ancient trees in the ancient banyan fairyland. In the dark universe, this place seemed unreal, like something out of a fairy tale. "Goodbye." The three siblings stepped out between heaven and earth. The sky was high for birds to fly, and the sea was vast for fish to leap. In front of the round table, the Chaos Emperor's eyes lifted for a moment. Disaster, lost, death. From the shadow army behind him, 3 level 10 middle stage demon king figures flew out and vanished into the shadow dimension. From then on, the 3 demon emperors would serve as the 3 siblings' personal bodyguards. With the strength of the 3 demon emperors, the 3 siblings simply could not perceive their existence. He would not overly spoil his children, but it was impossible for him to ignore them completely. Whoever dared set their sights on the 3 siblings would be made to evaporate from the human realm. Nora was his turf. As summers passed and winters came, another 10 years went by. Inside Gondor City, that awakening giant beast's aura grew ever stronger. From time to time, 6 shocking anomalies, such as Golden Pang, Holy Image, Giant Rhinoceros, and Snake appeared. Everyone knew that the King of Body Refining was advancing to legendary. As a pioneer of the path, his road to legendary was destined to be arduous. On this day, the 6 anomalies appeared simultaneously, and were accompanied by the agitation of the earth, fire, wind, and water element tide. A figure bathed in golden light shot straight into the firmament, like an ancient god. With each breath, golden aura surged forth vast like rivers. From the pores of muscles all over his body, golden steam billowed out, dyeing the sky. The scale armor of the Abyss Sky King armor emerged from his skin like dragon scales, opening and closing, responding as he wished. With a single step, he arrived at the Soren continent. The Blood Tai Sui Bone, 6 Saint Relics, Ghost Wind Dominator, Skyfire Monarch, Master of Deep Diving, and the earth-split monarch obtained in the nightmare were all rushed into the vortex of the refining array. A world-shaking anomaly stirred the four corners. Chapter 3158. Sauron Continent. Gandalf, transformed into the ancient god of chaos, rode dragons and snakes as the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water appeared and vanished around him. Such an epic catastrophe was even more intense than those of Ace and Lord Victor. Levi stood up from the round table, gazing up at the high heavens. This was the first time he worried that his duplication might not survive the catastrophe. Previously, both the Holy Infant and Lord Victor had passed through easily. I have paved the road for the path of chaos. With Gandalf's methods and supreme treasures, there is still hope. Nora calendar, year 4370. Gandalf's crafting of the oddity stirred countless hearts. At the Body Refining Academy, everyone was on edge. The giant spirit god witch and the platinum star, these body-refining great wizards watched the entire process, fearing they would miss even the slightest detail. Edward in particular, was also on the path of chaos. On this day, Gandalf, covered in wounds, had his body constantly repaired by golden divine blood. In his palm, he held a pure, flawless heart. At first glance, it felt as though one had stepped onto the primordial earth, where giant beasts roamed, ancient gods flew, and myriad beings stood tall. Oddity, eternal proof. Like two sides of the same coin of the path of chaos, his proof of chaos and his eternal proof together formed an embryonic form of a perfect world. I am here. Gandalf swallowed the heart, meditating and refining it. His spiritual force skyrocketed from over 70,000 to more than 110,000. Although not matching the original, this still far surpassed other legendary wizards, highlighting the uniqueness of the path of chaos. He was inferior to his original, because he lacked the path of a knight. It is not that the chaos body refining is much weaker than chaos magic. Employing the chaos body refining technique, the body-refining runes within him expanded uncontrollably, splitting and multiplying from 99 billion in a manner akin to human cells. A pure white path spread from the darkness. With each step Gandalf took, he crossed a distance of 10,000 miles. The quantity of body-refining runes increased by 1 billion, until his figure vanished into the land of darkness. The crowd observing was filled with awe. Simultaneously, they felt the peak of tension. The Silver Saint murmured, "You must succeed. The legendary path of body refinement is right before our eyes. Thousands of body-refining wizards in Nora are waiting for your return, Gandalf, King of Body Refining. King of Body Refining." The wave of cheers from the Body Refining Academy swept through Nora. The masses witnessed the birth of a new legend. If successful, its significance would equal that of the Emperor's righteous legend of the past. While Gandalf strived for the path of chaos, on the ancient dragon continent, another candidate on this path reached a crucial moment on his cultivation journey. At the Arcane Academy, students and teachers busied themselves on both ends. They focused on Gandalf's ascension while keeping an eye on their headmaster, as a level 9 catastrophe descended upon them. Viken stood firm in the high heavens with Arcane as his shield. If successful today, he would become a grand wizard at not even 3,000 years old, a miracle among the children of chaos. The 8th heaven of the invisible. The Blood Knight smiled benevolently at his grandson. Truly extraordinary. His choice of the arcane path was the right one. He descended, reaching the 4th heaven of the invisible. Yu Feng, shall we take a look? Jade Phoenix Knight nodded. All right, father. Viken remained focused in the midst of his tribulation, unaware of his past life as the Arcane Emperor. To him, he was just an ordinary person. All he held was his love for the arcane. In pursuit of arcane, he even paused a promising path to level 10 in the way of a knight, which many could not understand. Now his peers and those with similar talents were already level 9 knights. Yet, he remained at level 8, although fortunately, both parents and the Blood Knight supported him. Pursuing one's desire is of utmost importance. Besides, with the bloodline within him, it would not disappear. Once he became a level 10 arcanist, he could cultivate the knight's path afterward. A gaze from the Sauron continent fell upon them. It was Levi. Levi watched Viken's state, then retracted his gaze. There should not be much of a problem. As someone he closely watched, Levi witnessed Viken's growth. After Viken reached the 8th circle, he even bestowed a 9th level top-quality rare treasure, similar to the 7 Disasters Pearl, named the Divine Celestial Disc, to prevent Viken from dying prematurely. As expected, Viken's tribulation seemed extremely perilous, but relying on his own skills, he passed through it unscathed, without using the treasure Levi had given him. Cheers erupted among the Arcane Academy's staff and students. King of Arcane. Viken's legendary life was the spotlight of any era. Yet in this era, the main character was only the Chaos Emperor. Others, no matter how brilliant, were secondary. The next day, Levi directed the Congress to send emissaries to congratulate Viken, bestowing upon him the Ancestor of Arcane badge. As the leader of this path, he was deserving. Furthermore, in his past life, he was the Arcane Emperor. 10 years later, Nora calendar, year 4380. Haim arrived on the ancient dragon continent and met the Sea Knight. This legendary reincarnation was now an almost 2,000-year-old level 8 knight, and a rising star of the crocodile turtle family. His wizard cultivation had also reached 7 rings perfection. The Sea Knight asked, "Are you planning to become legendary?" Haim remained calm as ever. He said, "My spiritual force has reached its maximum, and I have a notion of legendary spells. I might shut myself away for several hundred years, aiming to achieve legendary status before the age of 4,000. The Sea Knight said, "Do not put too much pressure on yourself. The Nora civilization is not lacking in legendary figures like you. As someone with 3 water talents, becoming legendary might not be your endpoint. Haim nodded. Thank you, teacher, but I am truly prepared. The Emperor has also given me much guidance, allowing me to see the path beyond becoming legendary. I am confident in myself. Chapter 3159. The Sea Knight let out a booming laugh. Good, I wish you success. Haim bowed his head. Teacher, you also must return safely. The Sea Knight leaned back with a confident smile. Rest assured, in the tough old days we came from, those who could become legendary had some tricks up their sleeves. Just wait for me at the Supreme Council. He bade his teacher farewell. Haim sat alone for 7 days in front of his parents' tombstone. After that, he disappeared from the human realm. The age history book reached the year 4400. Since Gondaf set foot on the legendary path, he had been absent for 40 years. This scene mirrored the former Chaos Emperor. The path of chaos is indeed harder than reaching the heavens. Everyone felt a bit of unease in their hearts. The Emperor, being the central figure of the era, could succeed, but could Gondaf, the king of body refining, achieve this? Although he was the Emperor's second duplication, he was ultimately different from the original. Triss had been in seclusion for 70 years, and showed no signs of emerging. On Soren continent, the Emperor stood with his hands behind his back. Outside the window, the sky dome loomed, and his wizard robe fluttered in the wind. Levi wore a solemn expression. Reports from the Astral World suggested the Abyss will sought to join forces with the Star Ancestor to attack the insects. The notion bordered on the fantastical. The implications were self-evident. The Abyss wanted to team up with the Astral World to annihilate Nora. As fantastical as it sounded, the reality remained. Nora could not simply wait for them to eradicate the insects before they turned their sights toward her. This time, Nora had to take the initiative. Strong figures gathered at the venue. Levi laid out the situation, inviting opinions from those gathered. The Heavenly Will sighed. Live long enough, and you will see the sun rise from the west. I agree with the Grand Council Chairman. We should act swiftly while the dark insects remain active. Emmon sighed. It is the only way. If Nora had another 1,000 years, we could spawn at least dozens of level 10 strongmen, and the Mother River could advance further. The Blood and Flesh Palace had become nourishment, rapidly facilitating the growth of Nora and underworld strongmen. A treasure of this universe alone could elevate at least 50 strongmen to level 10, not to mention the many resources and spoils from the nightmare world still undergoing integration. The thousand-eyed swordsman slammed a fist onto the table. Let us fight. It is unrealistic to wait until we are fully prepared to face the Abyss and the Astral World. While the insects remain, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. We can dispatch guerrilla corps in 2 directions to create trouble, with a supreme leader ensuring safety if necessary. Charactus nodded. We possess another advantage. Through the efforts of Shadow Will and Wagner, the shadow network of the multidimensional plane is mostly established. Relying on this, we can reduce guerrilla warfare casualties. Herman adjusted his stance. The Skynet Master has ascended to supreme status. As an advanced Skynet mechanic, I can deploy more mechanical celestials, conservatively estimated at over 30. Levi considered this. I also have 20 level 10 shadow summoning creatures, perfect to coordinate with the shadow network and catch the enemy off guard. Emmon paced the room. In this way, our level 10 strongmen number nearly 600, plus 4 supreme beings. We possess the strength to fight, especially with the insects holding the front line. Levi looked toward the map. Given the circumstances, we must hasten preparations for war. Under the encirclement of these 2 supreme wills, the mother nests might not last long. The nightmare will serve as an example. The Netherworld Ancestor agreed. I will communicate with the Mother River. Although the Mother River did not obtain the Nightmare Stone, it devoured half of the Nightmare Will, and has also digested half of the Blood and Flesh Palace's essence. Its power should be greater than the Abyss Will. After all, the latter did not obtain the Blood and Flesh Palace. Therefore, we will let the Mother River hold the top line, pinning down one supreme will, while the other supreme being faces the Mother Nest's will. Although it cannot communicate, it is not foolish. It should not attack the underworld source river indiscriminately. In terms of other supreme combat powers, Nora has Levi, Emmon, and the Netherworld Ancestor. The Astral World has the Father of all gods, and the Mother of all gods, currently known to possess 11th level early stage battle power, much like the fallen master of horror in terms of realm. The Chaotic Servant holds 11th level mid-stage power, but suffered recent heavy damage. It certainly cannot match the Netherworld Ancestor. Overall, this battle does not necessarily place Nora at a disadvantage. Of course, a few variables remain. First is the fallen Star-Lord. Although lost, the entity might reappear, requiring preparation. Second is the ultimate creation curse. Its allegiance remains a puzzle. It seems inclined toward Nora, but its true intentions remain unclear. There is also the Fire Sovereign, suspected of reaching supreme status. However, its relationship with Nora remains favorable, and it has always acted as a neutral lone wolf. No need for excessive worry. Additionally, Nora holds trump cards. Spies exist among the gods of the astral plane. Known supreme battle power demigods include the Snow Goddess, the King of 10,000 Dragons, and the Lord of the Stars. Others remain unknown. They pledged with Sauron to chop the sky together. To prevent exposure, Nora has not communicated with them. They have long been impatient, just waiting for Nora to take action. There is also a group of first-generation Astral World old veterans. Since Levi became legendary, there has not been time to communicate with them. With this in mind, the difficulty of chopping the sky has decreased significantly. The new century arrived. Under the coordination of the Supreme Council, Nora began preparing for war in secret. In the mechanical school, each star castle underwent safety inspections. Nowadays, star castle technology has iterated and upgraded. The latest mass-produced star Annihilation 7 can sail through the Sea of Ruins like the Maya, enter the Astral World, and the mounted star Annihilation main cannon can annihilate demigods. Chapter 3160. The Pharmacist Association kept medicine projects proceeding in an orderly fashion, despite TUS remaining in seclusion. They especially focused on the Star Group potion capable of spreading Faith Toxin. It had developed into the 3rd generation, and was now known as Faith Hacker. Faith Hacker could contaminate divine power, and spread toxins through it. This caused a drop in strength at the least, a fall in realm at the worst, or even manipulation and incitement to rebellion. This would become a significant trump card against the gods. Meanwhile, on the Spirit Summoning continent, the Black Beast Tamer project began to bear fruit. It was a collaboration between the School of Spiritualism, the School of Insects, and the Beastmaster civilization. The Nora Council attempted to train a group of specialized talent. Their task involved controlling and driving the Black Beasts to the Astral World to create chaos. They did not need high-level beast taming skills. Basic control sufficed. All along, Black Beasts had been the greatest disaster of the Land of Darkness due to their numbers. They were monsters conjured by the Mother of Darkness to lay tribulation upon all beings. Controlling the tribulation in reverse allowed them to utilize the number of Black Beasts to bring trouble to the Astral World. It involved utilizing every power that could be allied. The entire force of the multidimensional plane mobilized to attack the heavens. 6 months later, another pure white bridge stretched across the darkness. Countless wild giant beast anomalies emerged, and 3,000 divine beings patrolled the skies. They clustered around a majestic white-robed silhouette. His hair and beard were as white as snow, and his face carried a divine expression. Compared to the majesty of an emperor, his aura felt even more compassionate. Gonduf, the king of body refining, has returned, someone shouted. He is a legendary body refiner, another cried out. In every city, at every wizard tower, figures excitedly flew into the sky. Billions of eyes simultaneously watched this newly born legend. Before the round table, the strong ones who were discussing tactics walked out one by one. Congratulations, Lord Gonduf, they said. Ha ha ha, another legend has been born. It sets the precedent for the ages that body refinement can also reach level 10. Gonduf's ascension brought more confidence to everyone, including Levi. He smiled at Gonduf, who stood there in white robes. Stabilize your realm first, Levi said. The Great War remained imminent, and it was a time to race against time. Gonduf returned to Gondor City and placed his hand on the Klein crystal ball. The device displayed his spiritual force as 120,000. His legendary tribulation, much like his true selves, remained confined in the Land of Darkness. It appeared somewhat similar to the Supreme's tribulation of being lost. But with Levi's precedent and experience, such tribulations felt insignificant. After spending 40 years, Gonduf cracked it. He introspected his body. After becoming a legend, the Chaos Body refining rune self-replicated every moment, like the metabolism of human cells, reaching 100 billion now. His strength increased more than tenfold compared to before he became a legend. After stabilizing his strength, he came to the Dreamscape Colosseum. Ace, Victor, come try my methods, Gonduf said. He felt spirited and eager to challenge the two. Soon, the Heavenly Artisan and Bida Swordsman appeared simultaneously. Ace smiled and asked what he intended. Do you want to face both of us? He asked. Gonduf nodded and explained that he wanted to see where his limits were. Ace looked at Victor and asked for his opinion. Victor allowed his sword array to soar behind him. So be it, let us test the methods of the legendary body which, Victor replied. Gonduf clasped his hands, and the wizard form emerged behind him. A pure white giant figure appeared, towering 100,000 miles. It wore golden armor and moved surrounded by virtual shadows of giant beasts. It inhaled and exhaled clouds of golden flames that illuminated the mountains and rivers. It was the legendary wizard form, the ancient god of chaos. East Pole Divine Dragon, Gonduf shouted. Bida 7 swords, Victor countered. The confrontation of the 3 new legends began. Though they were all 10-ring ordinary, it seemed like top-level powerhouses battled. Ice and fire, sword chi, and chaotic power intertwined. The battle lasted 3 days and 3 nights. Gonduf surprisingly held his ground against 2. Of course, Victor and Ace did not use their full strength either. You try this move of mine, and then we will end it, Gonduf said. Go ahead, Victor responded. Gonduf acted like a deity creating heaven and earth. He inhaled stardust, commanded beasts, and merged a trillion body refining runes into the shadows of 10,000 dragons and elephants. He roared forth with a bright martial art, the Dragon Elephant Heaven creation. The power of this move made Ace exclaim at its might. Even Victor, known for his prowess in killing, looked solemn. This further ignited his fighting spirit. Bida sword formation, Dusk of the Gods, Victor yelled. You create heaven, I destroy the world. The 2 great forces expanded, causing the barrier set by the Chaos Emperor himself to tremble violently. As the soft light flashed by, the barrier eventually settled back to normal. A silhouette clad in black armor appeared silently. It was the Dusk Monarch Fingal, the Nightmare Grand Council President. He held control of nightmare resources, and had refined some divine artifacts from the Blood and Flesh Palace. His realm sat infinitely close to level 10 late stage, and his combat power rivaled the 4 emperors. Such powerful fists, Fingal applauded. The 4 incarnations started exchanging compliments commercially. Levi's voice came through. Prepare for battle diligently, Fingal. Aim to ascend to level 10 late stage before the Great War. The 3 of you are also close to becoming 10 ring seniors, so try to break through soon. Victor, you are now a level 9 late stage in the energy sect. You can consult the mixed element ancestor and primordial demon lord if you have time. If you can set foot in level 10, you will join the ranks of top-level powerhouses. In the year 4400 of the Nora calendar, the wizard civilization's first legendary body which was born. It was Gonduf. His legendary title was Chaos Ancestor Witch. His legendary profession was Chaos Body Sect. His legendary demiplane was Ancient Land. His legendary wizard tool was Demon Clearing Ancient Tower. And his legendary honorific was Existence Nurtured by Chaos, the Undying Holy Venerable. Chapter 3161. The legendary witch prime minister became known as the Ancient God of Chaos. Gonduf belonged to the faction of Chaos Breeds, but the title also denoted his identity as an entity nurtured by the Chaos Emperor. Holy Venerable marked the culmination of the path of Body Witch. If the Chaos Emperor represented the beginning of the creation of heaven and earth, Gonduf served as the ancient god born of chaos. After becoming legendary, Gonduf freely gave initial lectures on the legendary body tempering technique to all the teachers and students at the Body Refining Academy for 3 days and nights. A continuous stream of listeners gathered, all in awe. The Wizard Council awarded him an honorary medal titled Ancestor of Body Witch. In the years that followed, the body refining faction grew increasingly prosperous. More and more wizards joined the nationwide body refining craze, sparking a healthy competition between body witches and magic witches that promoted growth in both disciplines. Everyone understood the truth. Whether a practitioner chose to be a body witch or a magic witch, the end of both paths remained the Supreme Chaos Emperor. Time flowed like a river, and 30 years passed in a flash. In the ancient Banyan fairyland, while the entire nation prepared for battle, the Emperor reached a new breakthrough. With a single thought, 42 six-colored stars appeared and trembled in the sky. On this day, all 6 dimensions stepped into the late-stage realm. From then on, they advanced side by side. Levi analyzed the situation. A supreme being like the Lord of Disaster would be suppressed by him. The downgraded Master of Horror offered no match. He had not fought the chaotic servant directly, but it should remain manageable, though defeating it would prove difficult. The year was now 4430 of the Nora calendar. Triss had been in seclusion for a century. No one knew when the lady would emerge. There should be no problem, Levi mumbled to himself. Given Triss's initial talent, reaching legendary status proved difficult. Even the hand of fire god failed, and Levi's worry felt genuine. Levi believed in the proverb that the diligent were rewarded by heaven, and Triss's efforts remained evident. If Sauron's spirit is watching from above, he should keep an eye on Triss. Through the 3 emperors, he sensed the situation of the 3 siblings, who had now joined the battle group of the ancient dragon continent and eagerly anticipated the coming heavenly chopping. Elena was also in seclusion, aiming for the peak of the 3 level 9 paths. She wanted to seize this opportunity to reverse slay a weak god and prove herself. Levi gave her a goal to strive for. The god of sea beasts, Poseidon, was so weak that Levi could not even be bothered to seek revenge. He simply assigned Elena to the task, letting her handle it and use the spoils to refine her legendary artifact, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. During this period, an exceptional number of Ninth Circle wizards broke through to the legendary realm, while in seclusion. Reasons included past accumulation reaching a peak, and many wanted to seize this chance to make a contribution to civilization. Nora was in desperate need of people. Each new legend was equivalent to 2 or 3 fewer weak gods for the enemy. In such a golden era, everyone wanted to achieve greatness. They did not seek to be remembered for eternity like the ancestor of wizards, but they wished to leave a lasting legacy. On the Red Plain, upon waking, the Fire Sovereign's expression slightly changed. The Astral World and Abyss joining forces to eradicate the insects? What happened to this world? The idea seemed unheard of and unimaginable, but it truly happened, as fantasy became reality. Nora and the underworld are under too much pressure. These 2 old ones must also be seeking self-preservation. They certainly want to destroy the Nora netherworld first, and then decide a winner amongst themselves. The Sovereign glanced towards the direction of Nora. If the Nora Council's decisions were wise, they must quickly launch the heavenly chopping war. Continuing to develop peacefully would likely mean missing the best timing. I can no longer sleep. Once war starts, it will be the time of death for the eternal fire. The great sword Dead Sun 10 prisons was drawn. It had been waiting for thousands of years. In a nameless dimension, Kars healed his injured body. Though formidable, he paid a hefty price, while being hunted by the Abyss Will. Fortunately, this dimension remained safe enough. He could heal smoothly. After all, this space was one he and Sauron jointly developed. Sauron had arranged a limited edition level 11 concealment array called Forgotten Kingdom, allowing him to hide safely to this day. He took out the Nightmare Stone. This thing is of no use to me. Now that I have almost recovered, I might as well take a trip to Nora. I am curious to see if Sauron can break through the seal of gods and demons. On this day, at the Sauron Council, before the round table, Levi looked up at the suddenly appearing golden-haired handsome man. His physique was perfect like a sculpture, with curly hair exuding an indescribable classical charm. Ultimate creation, Levi said. The man nodded. Yes. Welcome, welcome. You are not surprised by my appearance. Indeed not. You went to the Astral World at Nora's most critical moment, to break the insect's blockade, and seized the Nightmare Stone from the abyss at a similar moment. Are you a friend of Sauron? Hearing Levi's words, Kars smiled. Kind of. It is a pity that despite Sauron's many arrangements, he is dead. In the vast multidimensional plane, of all whom I truly admire, there is only him. In my prime, I once fought the priest and Divine Mother alone. I overpowered 2 supreme beings, startled 4 heads, and ultimately fell to the then cosmic strongest star ancestor. I once thought Sauron was weak, but after getting to know him deeply, I developed some fear toward this man. If I were to fight him, the final victor might not be me. He saw too far. He always avoided all the enemy's sharp points like playing chess, leading them into traps, and ultimately securing victory at a certain moment. So, I always thought he wasn't dead. But upon coming to Nora, I confirmed he indeed is. It is a pity. Levi asked if he needed anything by coming here. Kars took out a blood-colored orb. Sealed within is the Nightmare Stone. I am returning it to you. Levi's expression slightly changed. There is no such thing as a free lunch. What is the price? Kars laughed. Price. Kill the star ancestor for me. It is enough. With my path, you cannot offer what I desire. To someone who has witnessed the scenery of mountain peaks, civil war is just a boring game. It is not my ambition. If you can campaign successfully against the Astral World and Abyss, the only thing standing in your way to the Supreme Realm is one existence. The Mother of Darkness. All us Supremes exist in the essence of one universe. If they easily leave, the universe will permanently lose something. She will definitely obstruct you. I once tried, but failed. If you succeed, just point me to a way. Levi understood and thanked him for the guidance. He took the blood-colored orb. Kars asked what Nora planned to do now that the Astral World and Abyss had joined forces. Levi answered with one word. Fight. Kars laughed heartily. Good. At the right moment, I will strike. However, I mainly prioritize self-preservation. Returning to Supreme is not easy, and I cherish my life. Do not hold high expectations. Levi replied that whether he took action or not, he thanked him on behalf of all of Nora. If he found himself hunted by the Abyss and Astral World, they could provide shelter. Kars confidently refused. Kars's whole life has never been inferior to anyone. Chapter 3162. Gazing at the Nightmare Stone in his palm, Levi returned to the Nightmare World in a single thought. If one wishes to refine such an object, doing it here is most convenient. After some thought, he summoned the Netherworld Ancestor. You found the Nightmare Stone? She asked. Yes, Levi replied. The Netherworld Ancestor felt a bit surprised, genuinely praising Kars as indeed another of Sauron's fallback plans. She immediately felt a bit annoyed, noting that the guy really didn't tell them anything. Nora still did not know which other fallback plans Sauron had not used yet. It was like opening a blind box, which was too thrilling. How will this item be distributed? The Netherworld Ancestor asked. Levi suggested splitting it evenly, half to Nora and half to the Underworld. Nora reaching today's achievements could not have happened without the help from the Underworld. Killing the Nightmare will relied mainly on the power of the Mother River. Yet, bringing it back was also thanks to Nora's efforts. Based on fairness, splitting it was best to avoid discord. Levi himself was not very concerned about this. Having it was great, but without it, he would just cultivate step by step. He mainly wanted to give some to Fingal to let it ascend to supremacy as soon as possible so it could fully grasp the Nightmare World and accelerate Nora's development. As for keeping it all for himself, Levi had never considered it. First, it would not be ethical. Second, he could not hide it from the Mother River. If he did so, the Underworld would at least be estranged from Nora and foster ulterior motives. At worst, it would break with Nora, even turning against them, causing all current foundations to be obliterated. The Netherworld Ancestor chuckled. All right, if you trust me, I will give this to the Mother River and let it cut it with supreme power. I think you will find it hard to break it open yourself. Levi handed it to her. Then I will leave it to you. He already tried, and it indeed could not be severed. With the Nightmare Stone in hand, the Netherworld Ancestor went to the Underworld, smiling at the thought that Nora was a partner worth entrusting. 5 years later, Nora calendar 4455. In ancient Banyan fairyland, Levi laughed aloud. It is done, the third professional spell. He simulated for hundreds of years in the multi-dimensional space demiplane, comprehending the profound meaning of time and space to a realm few legendary wizards ever reach. Perhaps only Sauron was stronger. In a single thought, a pure white force field emerged around him like a nebula, containing innumerable worlds. Each grain of dust acted as a world. The nebula rotated without pattern. Sometimes worlds were born, and sometimes worlds perished. Space and time held no meaning here. It was a land of disorder, much like the boundary of the universe. Levi opened his proficiency panel. Infinite Land, Level 22. Chaos Ruins, Hand of the Universe, Infinite Land. In attack, defense, and control alike, his legendary profession spell system was complete. Other legendary spells could serve as supplements. He arrived in the Nightmare World. The Netherworld Ancestor appeared. Levi, the division is done. Levi took a pile of Nightmare Stone fragments, feeling the abundant nightmare power. The Nightmare Emperor dragon breathing technique inside him operated autonomously, and his proficiency surged upward, thanks to the Mother River. The Netherworld Ancestor asked when they should start the war. Nora is ready at any time, Levi replied. The Netherworld Ancestor suggested before the year 4500, as delay could bring changes. The Mother River had just refined part of the power, and could slightly digest it to enhance strength. Levi agreed. He looked at the Netherworld ancestor, smiling. Lady, care to spar with me? Aside from her, he had no suitable opponents. The Netherworld ancestor paused for a bit, then cheerfully agreed. She asked how much strength she should use. Levi suggested starting with 50%. The Netherworld ancestor's strength was already at the peak of the intermediate stage realm. He feared that going full force immediately would leave him unable to withstand the attack and lose face. She told him to let her know when he was ready. Levi activated the infinite land protective force field. A galactic river formed by grains of the 3 billion worlds flowed around him. At that moment, it was as if he donned the universe as a cloak. The Netherworld ancestor praised the brilliant technique. Using 50% of her strength, she casually slashed a sword. Under supreme death power, the world began to fade, and everything lost vitality. But as this power approached Levi, it met some kind of impediment in the infinite land. It began to disarray, disorder, and disintegrate. Levi remained unmoved. The death sword energy dispersed into invisibility. He looked at the layer-shaped force field and asked her to add another 10% strength. She certainly would, as she felt interested. She wanted to know where this man's 10th level limit lay. Could he really overturn the astral world and abyss without ascending to the supreme? At 60% strength, a gap was torn in infinite land. At 70%, a corner of infinite land was annihilated. At 80%, infinite land shattered. Levi's other protective force field surged, and layer upon layer broke, finally stopping outside the 7-star Golden Emperor Dragon barrier. At 90%, Levi could only rely on his body to withstand it. At full strength, Levi was heavily injured. The Netherworld ancestor exhaled. Your current strength should be somewhat weaker than a fully powered chaotic servant, but definitely stronger than a being like the mother of all gods, able to defeat it. Bear in mind, Levi was only at level 10 late stage. Once he reached level 10 peak, he would undoubtedly be able to contend with the chaotic servant. If he enhanced some other methods, like upgrading the 6 great divine weapons, legendary wizard tool, or supreme treasure, defeating the chaotic servant was possible. But to deal with the supreme will, he still needed to advance to level 11. However, this was already quite against the odds. To think a 10th level body could become one of the top 5 strongest entities in the current universe was rather fantastical. Chapter 3163. Levi looked toward the Netherworld ancestor. Thank you, madam. I know what to do. Before the Netherworld ancestor left, she offered a warning. The Nightmare Stone holds the power of the Supreme Will. Be careful when you refine it. Do it little by little, for too much is as bad as too little. Levi found Fingal. He took out half of the Nightmare Stone fragments. A bitter battle lies ahead. You must go to the Nightmare World to refine these. Strive to step into the level 10 late stage within 10 years. The Nightmare World still needs to remain under your control. Fingal nodded. I understand. He stood only one step away from the late stage. With the Nightmare Stone, it would be very easy for him to advance. To lead these Nightmare Monarchs, he needed at least level 4 Emperor strength to be more at ease. Back in the ancient Banyan fairyland, Leon lay on a pile of cans, fast asleep. Levi muttered to himself, helpless. Who knows when this guy will wake up? The Great War is about to start, and the souls of those gods and demons cannot be wasted. After devouring a supreme level true soul, Leon went back to sleep again. This slumber lasted for several hundred years. Eat then sleep then eat. That is truly the dream life. Although he had not been Grand Council chairman for many years, Levi felt tired. This sense of bearing the revival of a civilization and holding the lives of the masses in his hands felt far too heavy. It did not really fit his personality. If Nora could truly accomplish the great undertaking of unifying the universe and stabilizing the situation, Levi would put everything down and hand the position of Grand Council chairman over to Ace. Years passed. When the Gondor 3 heroes emerged into the world, Nora birthed 3 more legendary wizards, namely Death Wind, Fertile Soil Empress, and Black Iron Venerable. Death Wind practiced both the Storm and Death sects, registered under the Storm faction. His legendary profession and legendary title shared the same name, and he possessed tremendous power. He did not follow the summoning style, but attacked his enemies with winds of death energy. Fertile Soil Empress practiced the legendary profession of Earth Gardener. As the name implied, her ability focused on farming. The legendary spell Fertile Breath could ripen medicines, improve the continent's soil quality, and benefit oasis plants as well, helping to resist the abyss. Black Iron Venerable was the Black Iron Walker. He belonged to the same era as the White Banker, and also advanced to legendary in his later years. His legendary profession was Black Iron Dominator. Nora's surviving legendary powerhouses reached 39 in number. Time flowed by. On the eve of Nora's preparations to crusade against the underworld and the abyss, on the ancient dragon continent, winds and clouds surged, all converging upon the witch's family. An earth-shaking anomaly alarmed countless people. At the round table, Levi, who was in the middle of a meeting, paused for a moment. Emotions stirred in his heart. Triss was finally going to advance to legendary. Emmon sighed. The medicine god finally has a successor. For the Nora civilization, the importance of Triss becoming legendary went without saying. Her cultivation talent remained ordinary, but her pharmacist talent appeared rarely throughout the ages. At the ninth circle, she had already developed so many epic-making medicines. If she advanced to legendary, what would she achieve then? Triss arrived on the Soren continent. She felt the attention of the masses of living beings. The attention of the masses weighed upon her like an invisible power blessing her path. Perhaps, this is the fortune of a civilization. Individual and civilization fulfill each other. For Nora to smoothly give birth to so many legendaries is the result of the right time, the right place, and the right people. Triss understood this in her heart. I can be legendary too. She threw many poison and water-related materials into the refining array, forming a pitch-black, ink-like vortex of poison sea under the sky dome, incomparably chilling. Clad in a black veil, Triss stood beneath the poison sea like a cold, elegant, and noble beauty snake. 3 years later, a wisp of hazy black gas coiled around Triss's slender, jade-white fingertips. She murmured to herself, legendary artifact black sea breath. If she did not return, she hoped that her relatives and friends would not grieve for too long. Taking a deep breath, she refined the oddity, stepped onto the pitch-black rainbow bridge, and strode straight into the darkness. Mom, you can do it. Grandma, go for it. Within the mechanical skynet, Air and his son Anya appeared. Levi watched the lady fade into the distance. I will be waiting for your return, madam. Time passed day by day in the torment of waiting. In the blink of an eye, a month went by. At dusk that day, Levi, who was meditating at the round table, opened his eyes, excitement shining within. She is back. He saw, high above the heavens, the black bridge appeared once more, and that veiled black figure stepped upon the waves, walking over one step at a time. Around her followed 5 poisonous phantoms, and behind her was a boundless black sea. The waves, like loyal guards, shielded her at the center, pursuing shadows. Wherever the black water passed, the void corroded, all things receded, leaving blotches of black scars across heaven and earth that were hard to heal. Triss arrived on the Soren continent. She looked at the devastated scene behind her. Grand Council Chairman, could I trouble you to deal with this? I have just become legendary, and still cannot freely control legendary power. Levi came back to his senses and let out an exclamation. He raised his hand and waved. Vast chaotic power brushed over the wounds of heaven and earth. Earth, fire, wind, and water evolved and reshaped this world, and the blue sky and white clouds reappeared. Levi smiled. Congratulations, madam. Triss lifted her gaze to look at Levi. Along the way, thank you, Grand Council Chairman, for your support. The 3 poison monarchs she had used to refine the oddity, including the Heart of Thousand Poisons and other poison system materials, had all been given by Levi. She would naturally not forget these favors. Levi shook his head. You are the treasure of our Nora. It is not that I supported you, it is that the civilization needs you. We need a new medicine god, and that role belongs to you and you alone. Triss's face flushed slightly. Then she thought of the 1,000 Mountains Immortal. In the crowd, the Mountain Knight wore a gratified smile. This old medicine god of bygone days had known it all along. Chapter 3164. Triss, you can do it. He witnessed this moment even in his reincarnation. That was enough. He grew safely and slowly. Emmon addressed the room. As the 40th legend of civilization, let us all give the lady a proper welcome and celebrate. Then we will head to the battlefield. Triss replied to the assembly. Thank you, everyone. She had worked in logistics medicine for thousands of years. Now, having achieved a unique legend, she could head to the front lines in the upcoming war, competing against the gods and demons standing at the peak of all beings. In the Nora calendar year 4460, the legend of Triss emerged, who bore the title of the Nora medicine god. Her legendary profession was the 5-poison heavenly doctor. Her legendary demiplane was the 100-herb garden. It was a world extremely suitable for medicinal herb growth. Although it did not surpass the ancient Banyan fairyland, it compared to Lady Rolling's inverted tree realm. Her legendary wizard form was the Lady Black Sea. Her legendary honorifics were the savior of civilization, and the medicine god of the end for gods and demons. The Pharmacist Association continued its work after stabilizing her realm. Triss returned to her position. The Supreme Council officially passed a resolution appointing Triss as the official president of the Pharmacist Association. After the appointment of the female medicine god, she introduced a series of measures beneficial to the development of the pharmacist industry. These measures promoted the industrialization of the pharmaceutical industry robustly. She aimed to reduce costs and increase efficiency. The association aimed for a future by the end of the 4th millennium of Nora where every wizard possessed medicine. The basic medicines for wizard cultivation would no longer be luxury items, but routine consumables. However, breakthrough potions would still require a considerable expense. Nevertheless, she made them as universal as possible compared to the past. Meanwhile, considering the imminent heavenly chopping war, the association needed to add dream returning potion and star group potion factories, while recruiting specialized talent for refining. Gandalf Pharmaceutical provided full technical support. 36 ancient palaces stood amidst the star sea in a nameless dimension wandering outside the astral world. In the fringes, hundreds of demolished ruins once belonged to the glorious civilization of the star gods. Every ruin held a dead star god. The star sea churned on this day as if a great presence prepared to descend. More than 10 figures flew out within the palace group. The leader was a pig-headed star god with closed eyes. Twisted spacetime and chaotic destiny surrounded him. Although he possessed a pig face, he exuded an indescribable aura. Great wisdom often seemed foolish. This represented the full rune, the blind pig star god, Angnust. He stood second only to Origin and the double dragons. He possessed level 10 peak battle power, but lacked prowess in frontline combat, specializing instead in divination and destiny. He led the star constellation Divine Palace. He was the head among the living 36 stars, the heavenly wisdom star. Slate Neil, the heavenly Pegasus star god, stood clad in silver armor. He spoke solemnly. Big brother, such a phenomenon seems like a supreme being is descending. The jade rabbit star god wore a white gauze long dress. She possessed a rabbit head and human body. She was a lady, slender in form, with pointed rabbit ears that resemble antennas. Despite her rabbit face, she appeared very beautiful. Behind her, a full moon divine light constantly changed. Her real name was Hera. She asked if the star ancestor had found them. The dark monkey, Gilmato, spoke with anxiety. It is over. It is over. He scratched his ears, lacking the demeanor of a god. Gothic White, the Aries star god, possessed a somewhat plump and voluptuous sheep-headed form. She had a devilish figure with curvy, succubus-like hips. She spoke in a cute voice. Do not worry. I feel the visitor is not an enemy. Every star god possessed a unique personality, which defined their justice. The spirit rat, hound, golden pheasant, and soul tiger, the astral soul phenomena familiar to Levi, gathered there. Many prepared to fight to the death. After struggling to survive for billions of years, it should end. Yes, seize this opportunity to fight back. The star sea calmed, and a figure solidified. It was a man in a white robe with firm and heroic features. He stood millions of miles tall with a profound gaze. Levi regarded the star gods who had accompanied him for thousands of years. His expression softened with apology. Ladies and gentlemen, please pardon my uninvited visit. The blind pig star god smiled. It is our greatest honor that the Chaos Emperor himself visits. The other 35 star gods gathered in the blind pig divine palace, excluding the bull circling outside. They scrutinized the human in front of them with apprehension. The power radiating from this man gave them the sense that he was not inferior to the supreme double dragons. Levi addressed them. I have come to invite you all to leave your seclusion. The current world is divided into 3, with Nora and the underworld having 4 supremes. Including yourselves, there will be nearly 600 level 10 combat powers with confidence to defeat the astral world. The star gods remained silent. They felt the power of the astral world deeply. The blind pig spoke. I agree to leave our seclusion. He looked at his hesitant brothers. We have hidden for countless years. Our power has been in constant decline. Eventually, the star constellation Divine Palace will turn to dust. If we do not come out now, then when? The Jade Rabbit star god nodded. I will follow Big Brother. The Aries star god agreed. I trust in Big Brother's decision. Without him, our star constellation Divine Palace would have been destroyed in the astral world's subsequent siege long ago. Wherever Big Brother goes, I go. The heavenly Pegasus star god added. Exactly. Let us rush out and reclaim our homeland. The blind pig star god turned back to Levi. We still hope the Emperor gives us some time to deliberate. Levi nodded. Okay, farewell. If you all decide to join the battle, when the astral world trembles, you can fight your way out from here. Together, let us recreate a new sun and moon heaven. 7 days later, Levi smiled in front of the round table. There are still 36 star gods in the sky. That is also a significant combat force. Chapter 3165. The members of the council breathed a sigh of relief. Emmon leaned back in his chair, a shadow of tension lifting from his face. Counting this way, our level 10 combat power exceeds 600. The astral world and the abyss should have more than 1,000, but the astral world has too many weak gods, and the underworld is all elite and top-level powerhouses. Although Nora has the 8 formation map battle group, and the ancient tower's teleportation capabilities, in terms of numbers we are at a disadvantage, but in overall strength, we are not weaker than both sides combined. The Heavenly will tapped his fingers on the table, his eyes fixed on the projection. Don't forget, looking across the multidimensional plane, there should still be hundreds of reclusive level 10 powerhouses watching. As long as we gain the upper hand and give them hope of victory, some of them will undoubtedly rise, strengthening our advantage. Caractus crossed his arms over his chest. Furthermore, the cooperation between the astral world and the abyss is certainly not as united as ours. They have their own agendas, like loose sand, only wanting to threaten and force Nora to comply. The thousand-eyed swordsman looked toward the cosmic map, and the dark insects are holding back the astral world, facing enemies on multiple fronts. The council reviewed the current situation, finding it far more optimistic than previously estimated. Time flies. In the following years, although Nora did not officially declare war, it secretly deployed troops through the Shadow Network, Nightmare World, Void Network, and other means. Star castles, through the Stargate plan, spread across the major belief lands of the All-Gods in the multidimensional plane over 40 years, hiding within the land of darkness. Nora's military action proceeded in specific steps. Step 1. Destroy the church in belief lands, eliminate clergymen, saints, and some fanatics. The combat power in the belief lands of weak gods remains minimal, not needing level 9 participation. A level 8 powerhouse stationed in a star castle can advance unopposed. In the belief lands of some powerful gods, the fully formed 8 formation map battle group is dispatched, led by level 9 experts. Levi emphasized that military actions must not indiscriminately slaughter ordinary believers. These are all potential recruitment targets. Nora aims to break the lies woven by the gods, allowing them to live in the real world, accept Nora's transformation, and take up arms against the gods. Step 1 should weaken many god powers, causing some weak gods to fall from their realm. It is not impossible, but since there are too many and varied belief lands, the short-term damage to mid-grade and higher gods is minimal, considered auxiliary. Step 2. The Underworld Source River dispatches, entering the supreme battle zone in the Astral World, disrupting the rhythm of the star ancestor, and Abyss will besieging the Mother Nest's will, creating a longer-term balance. This indirectly joins forces with the Mother Nest's will to pin down 2 supreme wills. Step 3. The Netherworld Ancestor, with her power alone, holds back the Mother of all gods and Father of all gods. After the Nightmare War, she gained many benefits, but has not yet exhausted them. Her strength sits very close to level 11 late stage, so holding back 2 early stage entities is not a big problem. Step 4. Emmon leads the Heavenly Will, Charactus, the 2nd and 3rd Nether Emperors, and 8 level 10 peak powerhouses with 4 Emperor level combat power, using the 8 formation map to pin down the Chaotic Servant. In this way, Nora holds back the enemy's overt supreme combat power. From the precedent of the Nightmare, Levi believes the Astral World and Abyss must have other tricks up their sleeves. Kars has promised to act only if it can ensure its own safety. Moreover, the Double Dragons joining forces should also be able to resist the Supreme for a period of time. These are Nora's conservative estimates, because Nora also has many potential allies, like the Fire Sovereign and others, but since they haven't clearly stated their stance, Levi has not included them in the count. During the war, Herman, with a mechanical divine descent, guards Nora, and the guardians of other important locations, on the previous basis, increased troop numbers to prevent the fall of Nora. Currently, Wagner's power sits on par with the 4 emperors. In Nora's dark side, it is even sufficient to rival the Supreme. After discussions by the Supreme Council, they decided to leave 100 level 10 experts at home, including the Frost Witch, Spiritual Venerable, and others with peak combat power, in case of emergencies. Levi also wrote a UN character on the Frost Witch's palm, which is a secret technique consuming the origin. Emmon handed the only Supreme Scroll to the Witch. The cosmic level treasure Dreams of Revolving can also temporarily resist the Supreme. As for Levi himself, he is responsible for moving and supporting various battlefields. In his leisure time, if there is nothing requiring his attention, he will single-handedly lead the Shadow Dragon group and Blood Battle Spirit into Abyss Realm Worms, allowing the Blood Battle armor to elevate to a cosmic level treasure. The Blood Battle Spirit would also gain Supreme level combat power. The 100,000 strong Shadow Dragon group could also undergo metamorphosis, allowing the Demon Emperors to quickly advance to level 10. The Lord of Disaster, the Supreme level Shadow, will also follow Levi, trying to re-enter the Supreme. In the end, gather the Supreme some force, extinguish the Star Ancestor, pacify the Abyss. Of course, all this is Levi's plan. Past wars have shown that plans cannot keep up with changes. The specific implementation can only adapt to circumstances. Star Zone 92, so-called Star Zones, with the Stargate as the center, is how Nora divided the multidimensional planes regions on the original basis of the Council of 10,000 Clans domain for easier administration and communication. Baja World. This is a belief land of the Heavenly Father. Sun King Monastery. A saint wearing a starry robe prayed while holding the Sun Bible. Waves of invisible divine power spreading in all directions. Under these brainwashing divine arts, these believers continuously reinforced the psychological suggestions of respect for the gods in their hearts. Even some ordinary transcendents could not escape. After praying, the trembling, kindly, and amiable old saint returned to the church with the help of attendants, becoming lively and energetic. As it turned out, there was a tender saintess tied up and blindfolded, her cheeks flushed with shyness. Chapter 3166. Lord, take it easy. The followers dispersed separately. Amidst the kneeling crowd in the square, a figure lifted his head. He gazed at the high sky and transmitted via an internal communicator. The Baja Resistance Army is ready, requesting support from the Star Fortress, 100,000 miles outside the Baja World. The void rippled, and a huge beast hidden in the darkness gradually revealed its outline, exhaling blue flames and emitting a low roar. Its surface was coated with the most advanced nightmare-resistant coating, capable of evading spiritual force detection, and the bow featured a level 9 invisibility array. Star Annihilation Star Fortress number 65 Phantom. A female knight wearing dragon armor, slender and graceful, stood at the bow. She merged with the shadow, her black hair fluttering. Phantom Knight, Shadow Hunter Witch Morna. She was the daughter of the Dark Moon Knight, a level 9 knight and 9-ring shadow wizard. She was also a student of the Shadow Queen Aya, whose teacher was currently in retreat, striving for 9 rings perfect. She drew out the shadow blade from her slim waist. Phantom received, commencing action. The Star Fortress broke through the darkness, plunging into the Baja World. What the hell is this? Amidst a thunderous explosion, the gray-faced saint stared at the male alien race in his bed. Who are you? Where is the saintess? This alien was a renowned member of the Nora One clan known as the Demon Shape Clan, capable of endless transformations and difficult to guard against. Even those with realms higher than his could be easily beguiled. The alien licked his lips. The taste of the saintess is quite nice. He dashed out of the church like a gust of wind. Where are you running? The saint pulled up his trousers, chanting divine magic spells. A wheel of light exploded like the Sunday. As the manager of a large belief land, he held the power of demigods. Upon reaching outside the church, the saint's face twisted. The blue sky dome was torn open by a giant object with a diameter of over 100 miles, and heavenly troops and generals like extreme warriors descended from the sky, precisely slaughtering every high-ranking church member. Clearly, they were already well-versed in the information here. The saint burned the sacred relic in his hand, hoping to summon the Sun King to deliver divine punishment. Splat! The cold shadow blade pierced into the back of his head. After a few twists, the saint fell like mud. The Phantom Knight cut off his head and raised it. The god of the astral world colludes with abyss demons and falls into evil. Multidimensional plane needs self-salvation. From now on, Baja World will be taken over by Nora Council. Those who surrender and those who report the hiding places of church leaders will be greatly rewarded. The cold voice spread across the world through the Star Fortress. Numerous resistance fighters hidden in the underground and deep mountains surged from all over the country, shouting slogans of freedom, fighting alongside the regular army of Nora. Nora calendar 4500. The Baja World fired the first shot of the alliance of 10,000 clans' heavenly chopping war. Like dominoes, thousands of star zones and tens of thousands of worlds simultaneously launched armed rebellions. Through the Star Fortress, the projections of the gods and demons fighting together looped in the heavens and earth. There was also a projection of the Chaos Emperor's speech at the Tower of Heaven. Demons are parasites in the multidimensional plane. Everyone has the right to kill them. And since ancient times, all teachings of the gods also regard demons as enemies of God. Gods and demons are like fire and water, an eternal truth and belief. However, the so-called gods have betrayed the faith, abandoned the truth. Whether it is Heavenly Father or the Lord of Storm, the gods of the astral world have already corrupted. They are not qualified to lead the multidimensional plane, nor do they have the right to deceive the masses yearning for freedom with false illusions. They are not worthy to be called gods. So-called gods are merely stronger insects. Gods and demons are essentially one. Demons create fear for you. Fake gods offer you so-called shelter. But all this is a meticulously planned grand show, just to devour our souls. I am Chaos Emperor. I am Nora's great councilman. I am the common leader of millions of ethnic civilizations. I am the ancestor of warlocks and sword Tao ancestor. I am the pioneer of Dusk Holy Temple, the lord of the dragon clan of Dragon Palace. I am not a god, I am Levi. 5,000 years ago, I was as ordinary as you. I sincerely invite every soldier, every lost one blinded by the church to join the alliance of 10,000 clans and jointly pursue the heavenly chopping cause. Gods and demons are dead. All clans shall rise. Chapter 3167. The gods and demons are dead. All clans shall rise. In the projection, the voice of the Chaos Emperor was powerful and resonant. This was the first time someone had uttered such rebellious words before the masses of the multidimensional plane. The past supreme heavenly choppings never involved the lower levels of the planes. The Chaos Emperor recognized that what seemed like insignificant beings, when gathered together, were an unstoppable trend of the era. This was the power of the people. Even in the transcendent world, history was not created only by the strong. The lower classes could do so too. This was especially true on a transcendent path like the astral world, that relied on faith as a foundation. Water can carry a boat, and it can also capsize it. Once the believers begin to awaken and spread like a virus, under the current internal and external troubles, the astral world lacks the strength to stop it and can only let it spread. The power of the rebellion will grow more and more. In time, the astral world will collapse without an attack. Of course, Nora does not have that long to wait. The Chaos Emperor wants to destabilize the foundation of the astral world's faith. At the moment when the building is about to topple, he intended to give it a push. The Emperor's voice echoed in one world after another, across multiple star zones. His image and visage were deeply imprinted in the minds of every believer. What blasphemy! What disloyalty! A voice rose from the crowd in an angry curse. Blasphemer! Outer realm demon! This is fake. The man laughed, a desperate sound. It must be fake. Just wait. My lord will bring down divine punishment. Others shifted in place, their expressions filled with hesitation. Is it my lord fighting alongside demons? My lord will surely explain clearly to us. This must be a misunderstanding. Give my lord some time. The innocent will remain innocent. The undeniable projections left some people reeling. Historically, there were also attempts to blacken the astral world to incite rebellion among believers, but they were just slogans, exposing some irrelevant crimes. Soon, under the church's methods, they were eradicated. 99.99% of the believers never knew of such things. How could there be any thought liberation and awakening? This time is different. The Nora Council was well prepared. Before the war began, the Star Realm Thought Liberation Organization had already been using coercion, bribery, power, and sexual transactions, and other by any means necessary tactics to turn some of the church's high-level officials. The Congress also supported the resistance forces oppressed by the church, transforming these militiamen into regular armies through funds, technology, and talent. Rebel forces in each star zone also maintained contact with one another, forming liberator departments. Each was led by an Awakener leader sent by the Nora Council, with mutual support and communication across star zones. The Awakeners will gradually shatter the divine filters in some people's hearts. They used wizard knowledge to analyze the principles of the god's conception and savage growth, explaining the bloody history of the astral world's rise. They used artistically processed forms to glorify those great existences who have resisted the astral world throughout history, letting the most seasoned novelists and bards create Origin of All Things, Death of the Double Dragons, Dusk of the Giants, Under the Heaven, Sauron's Resolution, and other series of literary works proliferated in various mortal kingdoms and transcendent organizations of major star zones with Nora's instigation. Additionally, night crow meditation art, night technique, and arcane technique, a series of precious foundational extraordinary techniques, were distributed for free to each major star zone. This offered them hope of getting stronger, regardless of whether they could cultivate them, making them believe in Nora's sincerity. Some wizard geniuses from civilized regions would be taken by the Nora authorities to major wizard academies for advanced study, then sent back to their hometowns to dispel doubts. The Nora described in the words of these returnee talents was so powerful, free, and full of diverse debates. All clans stood together, and all species competed freely in the frost of heaven. Everyone is like a dragon. It turns out that a world without gods can be so wonderful, with everyone's lives differing, rather than being under the church's control from birth to grave like theirs. Believers barely fill their bellies, while the clergymen gorge themselves on food, heavy taxes and miscellaneous levies, crafty pretexts. Thus, a unified Nora liberalism trend was formed. Disintegrating the astral world from the bottom up is the most thorough. Otherwise, blind and ignorant believers will still foster divine soil in the astral world, with wildfires burning endlessly. The Chaos Emperor implemented a series of measures that Sauron had never implemented. In this transcendent world, many ideas were unconstrained and wild, difficult for the locals to grasp. No one knows where the Emperor's whimsical ideas come from. If you ask him, he will only calmly say, "It is not my personal idea, it is the ultimate truth of all beings. It has always existed here, merely a pearl covered in dust." This is the Emperor, eternally humble and open-minded. In short, a series of measures adapted to the transcendent soil, operated in ways distinctively characteristic of Nora, laying the ideological and theoretical foundation for all clans' heavenly chopping. Yash World, Blood Fire Dominator Dojo. Under the enslavement of the War Church and God race, the Bearman alien races, the Green Bear clan, here live in extreme hardship. They are similar to the Panda clan, more adorably clumsy, wielding production tools and transcendent items made of green wood for day after day of exhausting labor. This was not a 996 schedule, this was a 007 hell. A church overseer cracked a whip near a few idling Green Bear clan members. Lazy bum. How dare you take a minute to poop? Take 10 lashes. What is the matter? Still not convinced? Without our shelter, you would have been devoured by black beasts long ago. A bunch of fools. These Green Bear clan members could never become believers despite all efforts, so the church suppressed their labor force through forced enslavement, mining and cultivating medicinal herbs. Chapter 3168. Farming is a forte of the Green Bear clan. They are born with the ability to feel the aura of the earth, the clouds, and the rain. As the forest sun, they can produce azure wine, which strengthens the body and significantly extends life. This azure wine is an important source of income for the War Church. It is also the gift most favored by the upper echelon. Legend has it that a 1,000-year-old azure wine exists, where a sip extends your life by 100 years. Finally, a member of the Green Bear clan could not hold on any longer, and fell to the ground. "Stop pretending to be sick," the overseer shouted as he whipped the bearman mercilessly. The bearman merely hugged his head and moaned in pain. He was powerless to resist. The other members of the Green Bear clan dared not step forward to intervene. Previously, a hot-blooded young man did just that. By the next day, his figure was nowhere to be seen. Rumors spread that he was skinned, his bear pelt made into a luxurious coat, and gifted to a War Church priest. Snap. The long whip lashed out again. The injured bearman closed his eyes. "Soon I will be seeing Mother, at peace," he whispered. Death did not come. On the peak of the distant emeraldwood forest, a silhouette stood. The figure exuded an integration of heaven and man. He wore coarse clothing, cloth shoes, and a cloak. Beneath the tattered straw hat was a weathered bare face with white hair and beard. He stood still, but the overseer froze in place. The overseer trembled, his eyes fixed on the stranger. "Whose bearman subordinate are you?" he stammered. "Are you planning a rebellion?" The weathered bearman looked at the overseer. "I am Joe, Quasi-Night Ranger of the Panda clan," he replied. After approaching the end, Joe traveled across Nora. Still unsatisfied, he rode the Star Gate and wandered the vast multidimensional plane. Unexpectedly, he broke through to level 9. He heard the Emperor's call for all clans to chop heaven. He encountered this injustice and could not stand idly by. Moreover, the oppressed were also bearmen. Though the clans were different, Joe felt a deep connection. They were all excellent Chi sect seedlings. "This is the world of the God race, the belief land of the Blood Fire Dominator," the overseer yelled. "If you possess wisdom, leave quickly. Otherwise, Huo Rong Grand Archbishop will not spare you." With the backing of a level 8 powerhouse nearby, the overseer felt arrogant. Soon, a red cloud rolled in from the horizon. Audacious, a booming voice echoed. Huo Rong Grand Archbishop transformed a red cloud into a great hand, attacking Joe. His wit was limited. He did not know that the integrated Joe was level 9. He thought Joe was merely an ordinary transcendent with some skill. Joe tapped his bamboo staff gently. A twisting river 100 miles long surged backwards. The red cloud hand extinguished instantly. The Grand Priest did not even utter a scream before being submerged. The head priest of Yash World's highest authority died in the flood. "For what do the flames of war burn?" Joe recited, his voice calm. "For what do autumn leaves fall? One's nature cannot be taken, just as doubts lie within our hearts. For whom does the fist of rage clench, to defend the nation and punish evil. He quoted lines from the Saran Aspiration Scroll. The path of salvation of the Chi sect lies within. A kind person is bullied, a kind horse is ridden. Facing tyranny, only an iron fist is hard rationale. Thank you, Elder, the bearman cried out. Thank you. Joe looked at these bearmen. I am a Chi sect disciple from Nora civilization's ancient dragon continent, roaming here today, he said. If you are eager for change, gather your kin and friends and head to the War Church Temple. I will test talent there, transmit Chi sect principles, and spread martial prowess to the world. Kina World. The vice commander of the Fire Dragon Apostle Group led a group of strong men. Within 3 days and nights, they leveled the church here, met with rebel leaders, and liberated a large belief land. Their commander, the Fire Dragon Knight, is currently in seclusion. If he breaks through, he will become the second Star Knight. Boca World. Sky Dragon Wizard led a group of dragon descendant wizards to liberate the last Dragon Clan belief land after the brilliant prison dragon god fell. Thousands of Dragon Clan members soared freely in the Sky Dome. After the action began, church organizations in each world were crushed like dried weeds under the Nora battle group and a rebel army. Idols were destroyed. Scriptures were burned. A small fire of stars can ignite a prairie. What Nora ignited was more than just a star fire. This was a nuclear explosion. Astral World. Arrogant Sun Plateau. The Heavenly Father, who had just returned from a fierce battle, was furiously enraged. In a short time, more than 10 small belief lands and 1 large belief land had been leveled. He was the most severely harmed among the gods. At this rate, within 1,000 years, his belief land church would be reduced to nothing. Without clergymen and managers, relying solely on civilian believers, faith could be easily taken. His divine power would ebb like the tide, dropping in realm. When the number of believers drops to a sufficient level, he might even fall from a weak god to a common angel. The insurrection led by Nora was clearly long planned. They acted during the Astral World and Abyss's critical moment of besieging insects. This made many gods aware of the crisis of belief lands, but unable to descend as incarnations and angels to solve it. Despicable, the Heavenly Father cursed. Shameless. Mother of Earth's silhouette descended. I told you long ago to destroy Nora, she said. Now you regret it. The father retorted coldly. What is the use of saying these things now? Holy Mother spoke again. I estimate this is just the first step of attack. Nora and the Underworld's more fierce onslaught is still to come. Astral World is now in decline. Our ally, the Abyss, is unreliable. We both must prepare an exit route, rather than finally being buried with Astral World. The father laughed in self-mockery. Then he erupted with startling ambition. Remember this, he growled. We have no retreat. Without Astral World and Star Ancestor, we are nothing. Gather angels and all gods. Prepare for a realm-descending battle. If he could not be that high and mighty god revered by all, he would rather die in a blaze of glory. Chapter 3169. Run away. Those words have never been in Father's dictionary. Besides, he believes even more in the power of the Star Ancestor. This is the strongest entity in the universe in eons. On the other side, the Blood Fire Dominator was overwhelmed. Its belief land had already been severely damaged by Levi. Now, with the large-scale invasion of Nora, and its god race being attended to specially, it felt anxious. It secretly retreated from the battlefield to address its own matters first. Damn it. How could this happen? Even the always unflappable Astral World is panicking over that group of mortals from the multidimensional plane. On the insect battlefield, the power dragon knew no limits. With every slash of the dragon slayer sword fueled by its immense strength, countless insects lost their lives. No insect queen dared to face it head-on. The lightning power of the Lord of Storms swept across 1,000,000 miles. His belief land, too, was in crisis. But he was the main force in the encirclement of the insects, unable to leave. Quickly deal with these damned insects. Then descend with me, and cut the Dusk Palace Master in half. Currently, over 700 gods in the Astral World have all more or less suffered a faith crisis. By the decree of the Star Ancestor, the army of the Astral World splits into 2 routes. One continues to pursue the insects. The other descends collectively to protect the belief land. After dealing with these invaders, they join forces with the Abyss Alliance army, collectively charge towards Nora, and slay the Chaos Emperor. Soren Continent. In front of the round table of the Supreme Council, the Chaos Emperor, as the commander, viewed each situation of the Star Zone through projections. Many strong individuals looked excited, shouting for more. The Will of Heaven wrote. In the year 4500 of the Nora calendar, the God and Demon Alliance reached the gates of Nora. To protect their civilization, the Chaos Emperor rose up in resistance. The great saga of all clans chopping heaven began. Nora Epic Volume 7 Dusk's Rise. Levi leaned over the table, gesturing to the projection. The Astral World is going to start descending gods. Netherworld Ancestor, please have the Mother River take action. We cannot let them descend gods. We need to go on the offensive, charge straight into the Astral World, and directly attack the Divine Kingdom. Shatter the altar, tear apart the Divine Body, extinguish the Divine Fire. From the roots, eliminate the gods. The Netherworld Ancestor stepped forward, her voice calm. The Mother River is already awakened. Deep in the Astral World, a burly figure holding chaotic city, standing between heaven and earth, emitted overwhelming demonic aura, stirring the sea of ruins for hundreds of millions of miles. The abyss will pace through the void. Star Ancestor, do not hide your power anymore. We do not have time. You and I should first destroy Nora. It is the top priority. We do not have time for our scheming now. The starry figure towering to the sky replied coldly. I have already gone all out. Maybe it is you hiding your trump card. I have heard you devoured half the power of the nightmare will, and even have a newly risen supreme with you. At this point, even the two supremes could not unite against a common enemy. The will of the mother nest had already shrunk into a ball, sealed in this place. It wanted to open a wormhole vortex and temporarily escape this universe. But under the combined force of the two supreme wills, it could only barely protect itself. Star Ancestor gestured to the swirling chaos. Why do we not each burn a part of our foundation to kill this monster? The Abyss will snarled. Okay, let us cooperate sincerely. Star Ancestor and Abyss will simultaneously burned their strength. The majestic and sacred temple of thousands gods emerged across the sky, vast as the universe. Shadows of tens of thousands of gods flew out from it, transforming into countless starry greatswords, descending like rain. The demonic aura of chaotic city coalesced into a black-brown spear exuding an ancient aura. Its tip pointed at the will of the mother nest. Its mere presence shook the astral world. The will of the mother nest rapidly pondered an escape method. Swarming insects hurled themselves like moths to a flame, forming an iron curtain in front of it, resisting the onslaught of greatswords. The spear had not flown out yet, but was already knocked back by a dim yellow river. The sea of ruins spread open a gap of tens of millions of miles. A river exuding the breath of death penetrated through the universe, flowing from the underworld straight to the astral world, reversing the current, unstoppable. The mother river, unlike Star Ancestor and Abyss will, immediately went full force. Its momentum made the heart of the Star Ancestor tremble. Star Ancestor had not gone all out, but it knew, even if it erupted, it was not stronger than the mother river. In fact, it seemed slightly weaker. On one hand, its strength dropped due to various changes. No longer the level 11 peak. On the other hand, the mother river had visibly strengthened. Finally, Star Ancestor found the reason. Inside the mother river, it sensed the undigested nightmare stone. Damn it. Did you not say Kars got the nightmare stone? Star Ancestor questioned the Abyss will. The Abyss will stood dumbfounded. That damn Kars. This guy actually handed such a precious treasure over to the mother river. This implies the strongest in this universe might have already changed. Not the Star Ancestor, nor the Abyss will hiding its strength, but the underworld source river. The sudden intervention of the mother river disrupted the rhythm of the two supremes. The will of the mother nest seized this opportunity to break free, and the first thing it did was pounce on Star Ancestor. Damn it. Is it me again? Star Ancestor recoiled. Clearly the Abyss will also participated in the encirclement. Why is it always getting hurt itself? The Abyss will shouted. Star Ancestor, join forces to kill the mother river. For the Abyss will, right now, killing the will of the mother nest was not important anymore. It had successfully made Nora attack both the astral world and the Abyss, fighting two fronts. The next step was for both to join forces and annihilate Nora, then use its trump card hidden deep in the Abyss to turn against the astral world. Eventually, the Abyss would dominate the universe. The plan was working. Star Ancestor did not refuse. At this moment, it must ally with the Abyss, otherwise, under the onslaught of the will of the mother nest and the underworld source river, it would be inevitably defeated. As for the will of the mother nest, it was steadfastly attacking Star Ancestor, forming a subtle synergy with the mother river. Chapter 3170. The supreme battle shakes the astral world. Above the sea of ruins, the furious bull, having circled half the astral world, roared to the heavens. For the first time, it turned around, looked at a divine kingdom ahead, and charged forward with unmatched brute force. The divine kingdom collapsed. A breach was made, and numerous followers perished. A weak god flew out, shocked and angry. He shouted, Kreno Ode, what are you doing? The bull exhaled a blistering breath and charged again. I am rebelling. Circling the astral world once in 10,000 years, it had apparently been regarded as a timer by the astral world. This honest appearance did not seem like one who would dare to rebel. Now, no one knew who gave it the courage. Fine, wait for your death. This weak god ran away, throwing out harsh words. Joking aside, the bull possessed nearly top-level strength. Only a mighty god could confront it head-on. The tremor in the astral world reached the star constellation Divine Palace. 36 figures, led by the blind pig star god, stood aloft in the sky. The blind pig star god addressed them. We were expelled from our homeland, and have been hiding in this tiny place for countless ages, helplessly watching countless civilizations worshipping star gods decline, until the last Starforger civilization was also annihilated by the gods due to a traitor's betrayal. We lost everything we possessed. We have nothing left, so we are fearless. We have nothing more to lose. The astral world is the land of the star gods, the promised land within our bloodline. The long night finally welcomes a glimmer of dawn. Whether we can reclaim our homeland depends on this moment. Brothers and sisters, embark on an expedition with me. Sing the star god's ballad, ride the chariot of stars. The true masters of the astral world have arrived. A chorus of angry roars gathered into an ancient ballad. The land of darkness shone with the universe's most dazzling brilliance, and the star gods revealed their gigantic forms comparable to stars. They stood tall, their presence towering to the skies. Above the sea of ruins, beams of starlight cracks appeared. In shadowy corners, star beasts emerged gloriously. The heavenly horse, like starlight, moved with speed no less than a rainbow dragon. Hounds flickered in the void, elusive and mysterious, following the scent of enemies. The golden pheasant spread its wings and soared high, its calls resounding throughout the universe. The dark monkey swung a massive rod forged with star meteorite iron, sweeping away the star mist. The golden pheasant heralded the dawn of the world. Nora welcomed the moment of dawn. At the round table, Emmon awoke from meditation. He asked, "Is everyone ready?" The will of heaven replied, "Ready." The second Nether Emperor and other strong men nodded in agreement. Emmon looked at Levi. "Grand Council Chairman, I am heading out then." Levi said, "Stay safe, Nora will surely win." Emmon smiled and said, "I have waited long for this day." He arrived in the land of darkness, accompanied by 8 other strong men. Emmon gazed up at the astral world, releasing supreme power. The true form of the sun, over 1 million miles in size, appeared shockingly, rivaling the heavens, and Emmon parted the clouds with a wave. Below, already was the sea of ruins. The chaotic servant, with a grave expression, said, "You indeed have come." Emmon smiled and said, "Kept you waiting." The chaotic servant snorted coldly. The only lesson mortal beings learn from history is that they learn no lessons at all, repeatedly attempting to challenge authority, only to be shattered to pieces. Origin divine tree, double dragons, ancestor of giants, whether it is you, Levi, or anyone else, you will all ultimately follow their footsteps. When your mission is achieved, it will likewise be Nora's time of demise. The underworld is not something benign. Emmon raised his hand and launched a round of suns. The brilliance was boundless, illuminating the mortal world and the divine domain. This was his stance. Chains of the chaotic servants shot out from all directions. Heavenly Will shouted, "Assemble the formation." Nora Council's highest specification 8 formation map battle group instantly took shape. Behind Emmon, the blazing universe emerged. A group of fire companion spirit objects danced, turning the nebula crimson, and the battle with the chaotic servants erupted. On another battlefield, 2 grey-robed swordswomen descended from the sky, intercepting the father of all gods and the mother of all gods, both swordswomen resembling the netherworld ancestor. One was full of life, like sunrise, while the other was lifeless, like dusk. The netherworld ancestor divided into 2 life and death incarnations with a secret technique, to fight alone against 2, intercepting the father god and divine mother. Father god said, "We are all children of the land of darkness, must we hurry to kill each other?" Divine mother said, "Astral world and underworld need not meet with swords." Star ancestor laughed and said, "You dare to argue after colluding with abyss demons. More words are useless. Let me test your skills." Nightmare world. Fingal and 200 nightmare monarchs lined up. He had already advanced to level 10 late stage, combat power on par with the 4 emperors. In today's universe, none but the Supreme is invincible. Fingal said, "The battle between Astral World and Nightmare has continued for millions of years. The Nightmare will is weak and incompetent. Today, I lead all warriors to battle Astral World again. Kill 1 weak god to gain eligibility to join Nora Council. Kill intermediate god for a reward of a supreme treasure. Kill strong god to obtain a Nightmare stone fragment." The Nightmare monarchs were already impatient. They and Astral World had generations of accumulated blood feud. Nothing can make their blood boil more than heavenly chopping. Not to mention, there are such generous rewards. Forgotten Monarch asked, "Grand Council Chairman, is this true?" A Nightmare stone fragment would give it the power of the 4 emperors. Fingal said, "This is the will of the Chaos Emperor." All the monarchs laughed heartily and said, "Then let us kill." The red and black sky cracked open. One terrifying figure after another rushed into it. Over 1,000 overlords set out simultaneously, bringing the nightmare creatures, which had recuperated and restored in numbers for hundreds of years. This time, pouring the power of nightmare to charge into Astral World. Nora, inside the vast crystal wall, had mechanical creatures patrolling everywhere. The mechanical Skynet shrinks Nora's distance. Each Skynet mechanic is like a spider guarding an area, transforming into the Skynet, omnipresent. Madison descended again as the mechanical god. Between heaven and earth, 30 mechanical celestials stood silently, ready to activate at any time, traversing distances through the Skynet, jointly suppressing all enemies entering Nora. Land of darkness. Thousands of black beasts, controlled by spirit binders, were input into Astral World batch by batch, through Star Castle, and then let them freely gallop in the land of the gods, pillaging wildly. At the same time, a Star Castle was also a movable demon extermination shuttle launching platform. Once Star Castle rooted in Sea of Ruins, demon extermination shuttle would scour the Sea of Ruins, providing firepower suppression for battle groups constantly entering Astral World, reducing personnel losses on the Nora side. Nora Council believed that Nora would win this war, but the Emperor did not want a bitter victory. He wanted a complete victory. If money can be spent, spend it. Do not care about resource consumption. This will be the final battle that establishes Nora's dominant position. He wants every clan warrior involved in the war to survive the catastrophe, pass through the long night, smoothly step into the new worlds envisioned by Nora. In front of the round table, level 10 strongmen heading out bid farewell to Levi. "Grand Council Chairman, we are setting out. Wait for our good news." Levi observed each one leave with an excited mind. Finally, the Gondor 3 heroes came before Levi. Levi said, "Go, kill some strong gods as your first battle after becoming legendary. Do not betray the trust of Nora and its multitude. Do not tarnish the Emperor's face. You all are my duplication." Chapter 3171. Nora. Above the high heavens, vast armies poured out from hundreds of thousands of the New World and the land of the 4 seas, boarding star castles, and heading towards various star zones, or directly into the astral world. Ha ha ha, so this is the astral world. It does not seem that impressive. Not as good as Nora. The soldiers laughed heartily, their fighting spirit high. Throughout history, the astral world has been synonymous with the strongest authority, God's tower above all. How can they tolerate the desecration by mortals from the multidimensional plane? Regarding the true names of the gods, it was all the more taboo. Even the thought of defying the gods dared not cross their minds. But today, people discovered that gods are just like that. I desecrate you, so what? With a powerful civilization as support, along with the star annihilation cannon capable of killing demigods as firepower, gods are nothing more than strong creatures. What is this talk of being untouchable? This is the confidence developed by Nora over thousands of years. This confidence had already existed when Sauron established the Wizard Council, mentioned in letters to every official wizard, though it was not expressed openly. Because at that time, Nora was indeed weak. Wizards have always disbelieved in gods, believing only in knowledge and spells. Gods are subjects of study, and also edible materials. And now, this confidence spread from wizard civilization to the Nora One clan, even to the multidimensional plane. Now, tens of thousands of battle groups have stormed into the astral world. All clans and different transcendent professions formed the heavenly chopping alliance army. The alliance army proclaimed that gods and demons are dead, and all clans shall stand. The Star Realm army flew out from the divine kingdoms, standing together, with war fires blazing, sweeping across the entire astral world. The alliance army called for attacks on the indigenous upper gods of the astral world. Simultaneously, they also sought to persuade the lower gods ascending from the multidimensional plane. To dismantle a strong enemy from within is always the key to winning a war, especially if one wants to minimize Nora's losses. The Emperor emulated the success of the nightmare, employing various methods to cause division between the oppressed lower gods of the astral world and the astral realm itself. The Alliance army announced that all lower gods who surrender to Nora can still exist as faith gods after establishing the new astral governance, but they need to accept management and reformation by the Nora Council. Apart from this, everything remains unchanged. Once this move was made, indeed quite a few weak gods began to waver, seeing Nora coming prepared. Even if the astral world ultimately achieved victory, these weak gods still might not protect their lives, and could end up as cannon fodder in this heavenly chopping battle, dispersing into smoke. In previous heavenly chopping wars, it was always the lower gods that died. So some weak gods began to contact Nora secretly, negotiating terms, intending to defect to Nora. The Heavenly Chopping Alliance army dispatched level 10 strongmen to communicate with them. 10 years passed swiftly, to the Nora calendar 4510. Astral World, Star Wilderness. As the Astral World frontier, the flames of Heavenly Chopping first burned here. An alliance army of over 500 level 10 Nora strongmen riding star castles roared over the sea of ruins. The Emperor's strategy was to start with the most dispersed peripheral areas, recruiting some waverers into the alliance army, allowing the number of the alliance army to snowball and grow larger. They prepared to storm into the forest of myriad phenomena and the Thousand Hills countries. Finally, armies from all directions successfully converged in victory deep within the astral world. As of now, 13 weak gods have fallen, their divine kingdoms flattened. Most were exterminated by the Heavenly Chopping Alliance army, while others fell to the 36-star Beast army. Faced with Nora's offensive and rebellions from everywhere, the Star Ancestor let the Abyss will strengthen support. Even a maddened Abyss will knew the principle of mutual dependency. If the astral world was gone, next would surely be the Abyss. It recruited the Wind Demon Lord, the Succubus Queen, and other powerful demons to summon 300 level 10 demons, commanding 3,000 level 9 demons, and a countless demon army to invade the astral world. Then came some farcical events. Due to the chaos in the Abyss, coupled with inherent inertia, many demons in this demon army still thought the enemy was the astral world. As a result, demons struck their allies. The astral world suffered a secondary trauma. The attacked gods naturally had to strike back. Fighting broke out. This farce was finally halted after both the astral world and Abyss lost 10 level 10 strongmen each, becoming quite laughable. Now, the astral world only has over 680 gods remaining. Half are battling the insect tribe in the deep astral, half rushed to Star Wilderness to intercept the Heavenly Chopping Alliance army. Compared to its peak period of over 1,000 gods, this was indeed severely damaged. Reflected on the supreme battlefield deep within the astral world, the Star Ancestor was weakening every moment. According to this trend, within 1,000 years, it might fall out of the level 10 late-stage realm. The underworld source river was becoming the indisputable strongest in the universe. Once the path of faith collapses, it will be an avalanche, irrevocable. The so-called strongest power will also be an illusion. The Abyss only has 490 level 10 strongmen left. Overall, it is better than the astral world. At the Abyss World Worm headquarters, the Abyss will arrange for 200 elite level 10 to guard its homeland, to prevent Nora's sneak attacks. The remaining 290 engaged in battle in the astral world. Under crisis, gods and demons formed the Star Abyss Alliance army. The Alliance army forged weapons on the spot, forming a super army commanded by 700 level 10 strongmen, over 8,000 level 9 angels, and demon lords, surging to fight back. In terms of quantity, even with the insect's distraction, the Star Abyss Alliance army was still at an absolute advantage. But in terms of quality, due to the astral worlds and the abyss's elite either being held back or guarding their home. It was far inferior to the heavenly chopping alliance army, the two camps forming a stalemate. But overall, the prepared Nora still holds the upper hand. Chapter 3172. Relying on the trump card of the ancient tower transmission frequency, in 10 years of Nora, only 3 level 10 warriors were lost. A shadow warrior, another emperor, and a nightmare warrior. With the promise of the underworld, these people all successfully reincarnated. If this war against the heavens proceeds smoothly, they can directly start a new life in the new world. It is not without its own charm. On this day, the god of sky and birds, Dennis, paced back and forth in his divine kingdom, as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. An angel with the head of a seagull and the body of a human flew over. "Lord, a star castle is flying towards us," the angel announced. "Whose subordinates are they?" Dennis demanded. The angel explained that the star castle was decorated with an emblem resembling a heavenly horse. After the angel finished describing the emblem, tension tightened Dennis' chest. "This is the totem of the mythical knight family from the Dusk Holy Temple Jade Kylan. The visitor is the Blood Knight, a level 9 late-stage force, and one of the 18 Twilight Cavalry." The angel asked what they should do and if they should attack. "Do not act rashly," Dennis replied. "I will go meet them first." Dennis sighed, a sense of relief washing over him. He had done a lot of homework on the ancient dragon continent after the incident with Maya almost offended the Dusk Palace Master. The original bloodline of the Blood Knight was none other than Maya. Fear lingered that the Blood Knight was here to seek revenge for the incident with Maya. Although the Star Abyss Alliance army currently had more forces, Dennis, well versed in military tactics, understood the reality. In the war against the heavens, Nora was likely to win. Firstly, Nora had been preparing for this war for thousands of years with advanced technology. Secondly, Nora's Wan clan was highly coordinated. After experiencing numerous blood battles and nightmare wars, they had formed a perfect team synergy, moving as easily as an arm. Thirdly, the Star Abyss Alliance army was nothing but a hastily assembled makeshift group. They were utterly incompetent, especially with the Abyss being so chaotic. Demons with volatile and malevolent temperaments acted lawlessly. They were allies one moment, and at each other's throats the next over trivial matters, and desertion was routine. With such an army, how could they fight the brave and well-trained Nora? The difference between the two was like that between a regular army and undisciplined bandits. The bandits relied solely on the background and accumulation from countless ages to maintain the current situation, but the foundation was constantly being depleted. This war might last for thousands more years. If this continued, the Astral World and Abyss were bound to lose. Nora and the Underworld's foundations were also extremely profound, especially after annexing the Nightmare. So far, the casualty rate of the Heavenly Chopping Alliance army had only been 1/3 that of the Star Abyss Alliance army, which indicated the issue and proved Dennis' analysis was correct. Dennis, who once served as a strategist and general in a nation on the multidimensional plane, was admired by thousands. Although his strength might be weak, he was adept at thinking. Assessing the situation was his strong suit. If he had been rigid against the Dusk Palace Master back then, he would not be where he was today. After some hesitation, he arrived outside the Divine Domain. The giant beast-like Star Castle hovered outside the Divine Kingdom, with the Star Annihilation cannon already aimed. On the cannon platform stood a weathered and resolute white-haired middle-aged knight wielding a sword. Several level 9 knights from the Jade Kylan family and the strong members of the Blood Apostle group formed the 8 formation map, with fully armed extreme warriors whose primordial magnetic single-soldier cannons glimmered coldly. As one of the top 3 ace battle groups of Nora, this group had the confidence to counteract the weak gods before them and flatten their divine kingdom. The Star Castle, mechanical giant soldiers, and Night Beast card were their confidence. Facing the gods, the Blood Knight spoke with neither humility nor arrogance. "Sir Dennis, would you be willing to join Nora?" Dennis smiled. "I have been waiting for a long time." In the year 4510 of the Nora calendar, the god of sky and birds became the first weak god to submit to Nora and join the Heavenly Chopping Alliance army. He led the angels and saints to rise up, proclaiming, "Thousand hills and myriad forms, is there a nobler breed?" Life tends to follow the masses. Some wavering gods made up their minds one after another. In the subsequent 30 years, 7 weak gods rebelled successively. Star Ancestor heard this and was enraged. The Astral World referred to this as the 8-god turmoil. The upper gods strongly condemned the rebellion of these lower gods, claiming that these gods were ungrateful traitors, and once the Astral World quelled the lower realms' rebellion, they would surely settle the accounts in autumn. Unfortunately, once the Astral World lost its authority, their threats became meaningless. The rebellious 8 gods simply ignored them. With Nora's support, they improved their legions and incited more lower gods to rebel. The Astral World's rule teetered on the brink of collapse. Meanwhile, during these 50 years, another undercurrent was surging in the Astral World. At some point, many warriors in the Star Abyss Alliance army contracted an incurable malady known as the Divine Demon Miasma, a virus that spread quietly. It weakened faith and suppressed the demonic aura. It caused the combat power of the Star Abyss Alliance army to weaken further. The Star Abyss Alliance army leadership began researching solutions. They found they simply did not know how to research. Being naturally powerful, they only needed to get stronger step by step. They did not need to go to the lengths of wizards to research knowledge and truth systematically. nor did they have an effective methodology for research, or even the awareness for it. The result was that faced with many new things, these old relics had difficulty making rapid changes and evolutions. They resorted only to brute force solutions, and once they discovered an infected individual, they executed them on the spot. The so-called divine demon miasma was actually a series of poisonous plague sect spells researched by Levi after his legendary transformation, targeting the astral world and nightmare. These spells used the Star Group Potion and Death Demon Potion sequence researched by Triss as casting materials. Once a spell hit, it spread through divine power. Chapter 3173. The combination of both produces an effect that can be termed perfect. Bodies of gods and demons lie scattered across the land, and another self-inflicted wound marks the earth. Just as Sauron said, longevity is an advantage, but also a shackle. Short life is a disadvantage, yet also a driving force for progress. 10,000 years is too long, so one must seize the day and night. Only with fast metabolism can Nora make those with vested interests vigilant and progressive, while allowing the lower classes the potential to rise. This way, civilization as a whole can divide and grow like cells, avoiding the giant disease. When the plague spreads, the Star Ancestor and the Abyss will finally understand where Nora's confidence lies. But it is too late. Look at this world. The multidimensional plane. Countless lands of faith are experiencing warfare. Star Castle and canons are reshaping the worldview of followers, silently changing their beliefs. One divine dojo after another is being liberated like bamboo shoots after the rain. Tens of thousands of churches are being destroyed, and clergymen are executed. On the Star Realm battlefield, the numerical advantage of the Star Abyss Alliance army is being gradually diminished by the alliance of 10,000 clans. More and more scattered soldiers who usually hide have joined the heavenly chopping faction. The two Supremes are restless and uneasy. Their era is slipping away uncontrollably. The eternal historical pattern is about to be reshaped in destruction. Nora Calendar 4550. Soren Continent. Levi explains precautions to 100 or so family guardians. Now that the opponent's supreme combat power has been held back, it is time for him to take action. Daydreamer leans back with a reassuring nod. Grand Council Chairman, rest assured and go. With the dreams of Revolving and Dark Ancient Tower as two supreme treasures of the universe, even with a supreme coming, we can hold on for a while. The Frost Witch steps forward, placing a hand on his arm to emphasize her words. You are venturing alone into the Abyss, be careful. The Abyss Realm Worm, after all, is a supreme body, and the Abyss Will's control over the body is above that of the Nightmare Will. In any case, safety first. If it truly does not work, wait to go when you are supreme. Nora cannot do without you now. The mountain giant king rumbles with a deep, earthy tone. Wish Grand Council Chairman a triumphant return. We will take good care of the ancient dragon continent and Dusk Holy Temple. Levi studies the room with a focused gaze. Nora's rear, I will leave it to all of you. With my travel speed, I can return from the Abyss Realm Worm within 10 years. No matter what, you must hold on. Now that Nora has a large family and business, Levi has many hesitations. At any time, precautions must be taken against others attempting to steal what they have built. Who knows what trump cards the Astral World and Abyss might have? It is all about seeking stability. The defense setup for Nora now follows a specific order. First is Wagner, with strength above the 4 emperors. Second are 2 supreme treasures of the universe, which combined can battle a supreme. Third are the Frost Witch, Mountain Giant King, Spiritual Venerable, and other top-level powerhouses, plus the Nether Emperor sent by the Underworld, totaling 24. They can form 3 high-spec 8 formation map battle groups. Fourth is Nora's own will, which can also exert some power. Fifth are 36 mechanical celestials and Herman. These 5 trump cards all have the temporary capacity to resist a supreme. If any uncontrollable factors intervene, unless it is at the level of level 11 mid-stage, Nora can hold out for 100 years without issue, and Levi can quickly return. Level 11 mid-stage requires accumulation over ages. The Astral World and Abyss might use secret techniques to accelerate an early-stage supreme, but they absolutely cannot accelerate a mid-stage supreme. After bidding everyone farewell, Levi returns to the ancient Banyan fairyland. Elena happens to emerge from seclusion at the same time. She stands at peak level 9 in all 3 paths, with level 10 next in line. She meets Levi's gaze with soft, beautiful eyes. Be careful. Levi touches her hand gently. You be careful fighting in the Astral World too. By the way, we have destroyed quite a lot of the Sea Beast Gods' belief land. Their power should be at the bottom among level 10. You can try their methods. Elena steps forward and embraces Levi in a silent, lingering moment. Under the ancient banyan tree, Mana continues absorbing the power of the divine tree, getting closer to level 10. But due to the inherent qualities of the divine tree, advancing in the short term is difficult. She looks at Levi. Levi, come back soon. Levi laughs and gestures to the surroundings. The residents of the 3 realms in the fairyland, I will trouble the ladies. The dragons also gather to visit Levi. The Black Lotus Beast, blood-sucking demon dragon, and faceless infant dragon arrive one by one. Old friends from the past have grown, and they do not need to head to the Astral World to fight, but are busy in the Nightmare World, each in their own role. Lord Dragon King, we are waiting for your return. Levi nods. Everyone, wait for my good news. I will bring you more family and friends, rescue more Abyss demon dragons, to make the Dragon Palace family more prosperous. With technological advances, the new generation purification elixirs can now remove 100% of demonic aura. Even dragon abominations can be saved. A figure of golden light lands on Levi's shoulder, standing proud. Master, Leon is ready. The little guy slept for hundreds of years, finally waking up not long ago. Next, it will accompany Levi in his expedition. The man and the bug break through the deep abyss. In a single thought, Levi leaves Nora, arriving above the Dusk Sword River. The Sword Chi River swirls around Levi like a docile puppy. Guard Nora well. The Sword River nods humanely. It also has top-level power, not to be overlooked. On the other side is the Sun Emmon left in Nora. It shines brighter than ever, because its master is now burning itself above the astral world, battling formidable foes. Every life in Nora propels the civilization toward new worlds. This great ship has sailed since 300,000 years ago. It has endured countless disasters and tribulations, yet grows stronger. Levi was never interested in these epic grand enterprises, but witnessing the growth of civilization brings him pride as well. Chapter 3174. Levi felt a surge of emotion in his heart. Thank you, Sauron, thank you everyone. Levi turned and left, disappearing into the darkness. Ancient Dragon Continent. Starfire Wizard Academy. Garcia ended his meditation, incredibly worn. A helpless, wry smile crossed his lips. Still just slightly lacking. He originally hoped to ascend to legendary status with his own ability. But now, as the deadline approached, he remained just a bit short despite all his efforts. I still have to take the 1000-year potion. He took out the potion and drank it in one gulp. Whether I succeed or not, this is the moment. If successful, he would step into the legendary. With a mighty army, he would march against the heavens, reviving the myth of the Black Pearl Boy. If not, he would perish, with both body and path dissolving. Red Plain. The sun blazed fiercely, reflecting the silhouette of a majestic figure. Its height spanned 1,000,000 miles. It held a great sword forged with 10 dead suns. The solar storm, stretching millions of miles, formed its cloak, drifting in the darkness. Countless fire elemental spirits of various forms stood in the rear. They transformed into the forms of birds and beasts. The weakest stood at level 1. The strongest among them were 4 fire elemental monarchs. A fire phoenix monarch, similar to a phoenix, sang boldly. A fire dragon monarch with wings that blocked out the sky stood mighty and domineering. Beside them waited the fire ghost monarch and fire scorpion monarch. The fire phoenix monarch emanated the aura of top-level strength. They were all level 10 strongmen summoned by the fire sovereign from the multidimensional plane. They spent 99% of their lives sleeping in the sun, appearing as elusive as the divine dragon. The fire sovereign pointed its longsword to the sky. All fire spirits, follow this king and charge into the astral world. Let the gods and demons witness the methods of our elemental spirits. The inherently powerful are not just them. The fire sovereign raised the 10 Suns death prison and slashed down fiercely. Although it wasn't skilled in sword skills, great power creates miracles. The supreme flame turned into a scarlet sword chi stretching millions of miles. It cut open a path to the heavens with one slash. Charge. Dragons roared and evil spirits howled. The endless fire spirits marched against the heavens. The red plain dimmed. In the end of antiquity, it witnessed the ancestor of giants use a huge axe to cleave open a heavenly path, allowing all giants to storm into the astral world, starting the magnificent path against the heavens. Though defeated, still glorious. This time, it will witness the fire elements it nurtured once again march against the heavens, rewriting history. Rumble. The entire eternal divine domain trembled. The eternal divine race engaged with the insects looked terrified, seeing a fire rainbow appear between heaven and earth in the distance, piercing the skies from below. At the peak of the rainbow, a figure draped in a solar cloak towered over the world. In front of it, any fire god in the astral world seemed dim. The 4 fire elemental monarchs followed by its side, commanding thousands of troops. Within the divine kingdom, an ethereal flaming humanoid revealed a look of horror. Fire sovereign. It burst out with a level 10 peak aura, dashing out beyond the heavens. What do you intend to do? This is the Thousand Hills countries. The fire sovereign exhaled fire gas accumulated over countless years, laughing coldly. Do I need to say it? I am going to rebel. With a simple and unadorned slash, the eternal divine domain tore apart. Regardless of whether it was god race or insects along the way, all who failed to avoid it were annihilated. Quick, stop it. I will go get the star ancestor. The eternal fire pushed its subordinate fire gods forward and ran away. These weak gods were no match for the fire sovereign. With one slash per god, it caught up with the eternal fire in large strides. Divine arts fiery fire heavenly kingdom. Bullshit divine arts. The fire sovereign slapped the eternal fire away with one slash, the latter's divine body instantly falling apart. It wasn't that it was weak, but that this brother under the astral sky was too strong. 10 suns absolute void. The fire sovereign erupted with full power, and successive silent suns appeared. They sealed 10 directions, trapping the eternal fire within. No, I am a god. It wailed, suppressed by the 10 suns. The immense strength compressed it into a mass, ultimately condensing into a scarlet bead. Fire sovereign, you have slain a true god. The star ancestor will not spare you. The fire sovereign ignored these voices and swallowed it. Its aura subtly grew stronger. It looked towards the eternal divine domain, where the fire spirits were in a frenzy. They were devouring these angels and the god race, relishing it. Fire dragon, fire phoenix, continue your advance. I will go support elsewhere. At your command. The Fire Sovereign, like a giant chasing the sun, strode towards the deep battlefield. It sensed Emmon's situation was not very good. After battling the chaotic servant for 50 years, the 8 formation map, composed of Heavenly Will, Charactus, and others showed signs of fatigue. Although the combat array could win against the strong with the weak, it could not last long against the Supreme, especially against an entity such as the chaotic servant. Emmon had to enhance his strength, burning himself. He thought deeply. Levi should have also set out for the abyss. If I can hold the chaotic servant here, then he can proceed unobstructed in the abyss. If only Hera had not gotten lost. At this moment, Emmon missed Hera immensely. Nora still lacked a top-level combat force. The chaotic servant, seeing these people seemingly unable to hold out, intensified its offensive. Demon energy chains transformed into countless demonic dragons, stirring the sea of ruins, turning defense into offense. The face of Heavenly will grew increasingly grave. If worst comes to worse, I will forcibly ascend to Supreme. Its lifespan was long, and its foundation deep. But because the Star Ancestor stood at the end of the path of faith, it dared not step forward. Now the Star Ancestor could not protect himself, so it could try. But it was unclear of the consequences of stepping forward. It might vanish instantly like Hera, maybe even worse off than Hera, failing on the spot. The voice of the Netherworld Ancestor also echoed in the second Nether Emperor's mind. Black and white, if you can't hold on, then ascend to Supreme. Understood. As for other 4 Emperor-level strongmen, they were quite a distance from Supreme. Emmon spoke telepathically to everyone. Don't be anxious. Someone is coming. On the horizon, endless crimson clouds swept in, transforming into 10 great suns. The Fire Sovereign laughed heartily, raising a greatsword to strike. Demon energy chains shattered by more than half in an instant, the greatsword stopping only 1,000 miles before the chaotic servant. The chaotic servant turned pale. Fire Sovereign, do you want to meddle too? Don't bring doom upon yourself. The Fire Sovereign laughed. Mind your own business. The greatsword slashed down again, increasing the pressure on the chaotic servant. With 2 Supremes, plus the 8 formation map battle group, their frontal strength was not weaker than it, even a bit superior, primarily because it had been severely wounded, and was no longer at its peak. The people of Nora were overjoyed in their hearts. Emmon spoke to the Fire Sovereign. Thank you, Sovereign. The Fire Sovereign replied. You're welcome, I promised Sauron. The chaotic servant felt extremely aggrieved. The plan might be for the Abyss to use its trump card ahead of time. It could forcibly elevate the Lord of Chaotic Star and the Lord of Buried Stars to Supreme. All rush into the land of Nora, one to hold the Chaos Emperor, another to slaughter indiscriminately, to implement a strategy of cutting off resources from the source. Anyway, all of Nora's supreme powers were in the Astral World. It didn't know that the Chaos Emperor had already left Nora, heading to the most dangerous place in this universe. Bottomless Abyss. In the depths of the Astral World, the battlefield of Supreme will, both the Star Ancestor and Abyss will sank in their hearts simultaneously. The Fire Sovereign has also become Supreme. This one silently became Supreme, never having taken action before. The Abyss and Astral World only considered it as a secondary panplane entity. They didn't even regard Sauron, the first. Why would they care about the Fire Sovereign? Even if it became Supreme, it wasn't a match for them. But it reached Supreme at such a pivotal moment, timing it perfectly against the Star Ancestor and others. The Astral World, through the ages, naturally had its foundation. Apart from the Divine Father and Divine Mother, 1 or 2 more Supremes could emerge. But this was also a last resort against the Abyss. Now it might need to be used ahead of time. On another battlefield, the Lord of Storm held the reins of the Power Dragon. Like a fearless dragon knight, he slaughtered in all directions. Unified, they fiercely battled 3 insect queens. Since the war began, relying on the Power Dragon, it became the god who slew the most formidable foes in the Astral World, making it feel elated, with a sense of unrivaled dominance between heaven and earth. Hurry, slay these insects. Then head to slay Nora's insects. Use your strength, aren't you the Power Dragon? It kept urging, until the crisp sound of shattering came. Crack. The clamorous battlefield instantly fell into dead silence. The Lord of Storm grasped the broken reins, placed by the Divine Father and Mother themselves as restrictions, used to control the Power Dragon for the Astral World. This is impossible. The Lord of Storm murmured. The Power Dragon stopped moving. It ceased attacking the insect queens. It turned its head, the terrifying power field reversing the heavens and earth. The 3 insect queens, just in fierce battle, were instantly knocked away. Feeling the dreadful aura, they fled without hesitation. On the scene, only a dragon and a god confronted each other. 2 golden eyes, like suns, reflected the frightened face of the Lord of Storm. The giant dragon's hind limbs stood like a giant bear, its tail supporting the earth. In a low, fierce dragon roar, word by word it said, "You've become quite addicted to writing, haven't you, foolish insect?" Chapter 3175. Star Realm Battlefield. A deathly silence hung in the air. The Lord of Storm plummeted into the abyss, his skin freezing over. A powerful, invisible defensive field surged in like a tide, sealing the world around him. It was a power domain. The Lord of Storm hovered in the void. You could hear the tension in his voice. How could you possibly break free from the seal set by the 2 supreme beings? As one of the top 10 powerful gods in the Astral World, the Lord of Storm possessed immense strength. Without the Dragon Slayer sword, few among the power dragons could best him. He knew he had to escape quickly, or his life would fall into danger. With a single thought, a silver-white spear condensed from the storm. It was an ancient divine weapon, the Spear of Destruction. Its quality ranked among the best of the top-level treasures. With a slash of the spear, he arduously tore open the power seal. The great sword of the power dragon cleaved down at that exact moment. The power dragon roared, its voice shaking the void. With the power of the 3,000 worlds in this strike, can you withstand it? No flashy spells existed here, only sheer power and weight. The sea of ruins spread out for millions of miles, revealing a vacuum area. Space-time trembled and grew chaotic. From a distance, the astral world appeared to have a huge cavity. The sound of metal rang out. The Spear of Destruction collided with the Dragon Slayer sword. The Lord of Storm lost his footing, his figure descending uncontrollably. His face turned pale, and cracks began to appear on the Spear of Destruction. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing. This was the power of the Dragon Slayer. Damn it, why did he hand this sword to the power dragon? How did it happen? When was the seal broken? Could it be that this creature had a way to escape all along, merely pretending to be under the control of the astral world, while fighting the insect army, all while waiting for the right moment? It waited for the supreme beings of the astral world to grow distracted, leaving no one able to threaten it. Then it would break the seal and betray the astral world. The more the Lord of Storm analyzed the situation, the more plausible it seemed. This guy was merely acting. There was no time to think. The great sword of the power dragon slashed down again. The Lord of Storm could only use the Spear of Destruction to resist repeatedly. His figure descended again and again. Finally, the force blasted him out of the astral world and into the multidimensional plane. The Lord of Storm looked distressed, his palms covered in flowing divine power. His divine bones displayed fractures, causing intense pain. The Spear of Destruction wailed. It had followed the Lord of Storm in countless battles, slaying numerous powerful beings, but in front of the Dragon Slayer sword, it seemed as fragile as a child. The power dragon sneered, its eyes cold. How does it feel to descend to the lower realm? The Lord of Storm coughed, struggling to maintain his composure. Calm down. We do not have to meet in life and death. With your strength and status, if you help us quell the multidimensional plane rebellion, the Star Ancestor can help you ascend to Supreme. Even make you the god of 10,000 dragons, the god of 10,000 beasts. The response was a blast of Dragon Slayer sword chi that split the heavens and earth. Like the Fire Sovereign, it was an attack without any skill, relying entirely on brute force. It forced the Lord of Storm to open his divine power barrier with all his strength, as he dared not slack off. The power dragon exuded boundless dominance. Do I care for your broken divine position? When we 5 legendary dragon species roamed the world, you were still an insect. What qualification does the Star Ancestor have to enthrone me? The legendary dragon species were born of the rules of the world. They were the noblest, most gifted of the dragon clan. They were eternal and undying, with only one existing at a time. Their eldest brother remained the most special existence in this universe, the Time Dragon. The Lord of Storm struggled to persist under the violent attack of the power dragon. He could not call to heaven, nor to earth for help. He snarled, his eyes narrowing. Humph, do not think this god is afraid of you. He suddenly hurled the Spear of Destruction. The power dragon cut down with the Dragon Slayer sword. Boom. The sound accompanied the painful wails of the Lord of Storm. He self-destructed his lifebound artifact, a fist-sized white sphere of storm, and thunder expanded in a moment to a storm, and thunderstar millions of miles wide. It exploded with a roar, with shockwaves sweeping the universe. He proved to be a decisive person. After self-destructing the divine weapon, he swiftly fled into the distance. The power dragon did not pursue, returning to the astral world. Its eyes scanned the direction of the storm divine domain. You can run, but you cannot hide. With wings spread wide, it flew away as a beam of light across the star sea. The chain reaction caused by the power dragon's betrayal began to ferment. The astral world lost its most powerful spearhead against the insect army, and the insect army counterattacked with even fiercer momentum. The Star Ancestor felt incredible rage upon learning of the event. He questioned the priest and Divine Mother. Have you regularly checked the seal on the power dragon? The priest and Divine Mother confirmed they did check, without laziness. They also remained puzzled about how the power dragon, without being supreme, broke through the seal they set up together. Could someone have secretly tampered with it? All this remained unknown. Just like that, the situation shifted. More and more powerful beings began to resist the astral world. They were previously often identified as mounts of the gods, slaves, and personal playthings. The gods treated them as lowly beings, never caring about their feelings. They also had no divine positions, and they were not among the 700 gods. Now, the deeply buried spirit of rebellion awakened. They rose up, aiming at the authority that looked down on them every day. As the Nora coalition declared, in the myriad of phenomena in Thousand Hills, can there be a birthright? Although these rebels did not join the Nora coalition, their goals remained the same, leading to tacit cooperation. The rule of the astral world looked precarious. On another battlefield, the snow goddess and the sea god, two powerful gods, joined forces against the stinging snake queen. The sea god appeared as a bald man wearing a blue robe, wielding a double trident. It was the ancient divine artifact, the 4 seas and 8 desolate halberd. These two matched each other in strength. They were not in the top 10, but still ranked among the top 30 in the astral world. Now the situation grew too stalemated, and the astral world's decline began to show. The Star Ancestor ordered all gods to solve all insect queens within a century, at all costs. Then the entire army would rush to the Star Wilderness, to stop the unstoppable Nora coalition. Chapter 3176. The sea god turned to the snow goddess. Snow, I will play my trump card, and temporarily trap the stinging snake queen with the great art of 4 seas return heart. You use the snow and ice great art to freeze it, and together we will seal it. Then we both burn our divine powers to destroy it with an ancient divine artifact. The snow goddess nodded. All right. Great art serves as a forbidden spell among divine arts, consuming a vast amount of power. Without the star ancestor urging them forward, the sea god and the snow goddess could have fought the stinging snake queen here for 1,000 years because both sides remained evenly matched. The sea god chanted incantations, and seawater surged from all directions. The stinging snake queen, unable to dodge, disappeared beneath the waves along with countless insect races. Hurry! The sea god gestured urgently. Coming. The snow goddess channeled her great art, Ice Age. The target remained untouched by the stinging snake queen. Instead, the frost enveloped the sea god. A sharp crack pierced the air as the sea god became trapped within a massive iceberg. Astonishment widened its eyes, for this outcome defied expectation. It wanted to question the snow goddess, but its thoughts slowed under the extreme cold. Goodbye. The snow goddess transformed into a beam of light and vanished from the battlefield. The sea god, left alone, faced the stinging snake queen. The queen whipped up a terrifying storm, leading the dense swarm of insects to engulf the sea god. A boom echoed through the void. The 8 desolate halberd fell from the sky, exploding in a shockwave that annihilated countless insects and blasted the stinging snake queen, shattering its chitinous shell. In the distance, the snow goddess looked back. This guy is indeed decisive. Without the ancient divine artifact, the strength of a powerful god is halved. The sea god should have escaped, but no longer posed a threat. With no time to hunt down the opponent, it headed toward the ice and snow divine country. Running for what seemed like an eternity, the sea god finally escaped the pursuit of the stinging snake queen. Its complexion turned pale, its realm on the verge of falling below the level 10 late stage. Only 60% of its vast water divine power remained. Damn snow goddess, you traitor! The sea god shrieked, nearing a state of derangement. A sudden realization struck. This heavenly chopping battle differed completely from the past. Everyone acted as a traitor. Trust became impossible, yet the astral world lacked the power to identify the traitors in this chaotic state. Not long after, the star ancestor learned of the betrayal by the snow goddess. The old man erupted in a second fury. The betrayal of the power dragon remained understandable, as it was an outsider after all. But the snow goddess stood among the first batch of powerful gods to be born, a genuine daughter. The lack of loyalty and filial piety burned in the mind of the star ancestor. The sea god ignored these thoughts, focusing only on the journey toward its divine domain. Danger pricked at its senses, an instinctive warning. It dodged a golden light, only to crash into another. A violent tremor shook the divine power barrier. The shift in expression revealed the depth of its worry. Even with fallen strength, it remained a powerful god. Had the assailant matched its own top-level strength? Golden lights crisscrossed from all directions, each carrying lethal intent. Knowing the power of the golden light, the sea god dodged frantically, rather than taking them head-on. Damn, if my 8 desolate halberd remained, why would I be so pathetic? Grief and anger boiled within. Who dares to sneak attack me? The sea of ruins spread as white and purple beams of light soared into the sky. An elderly, sacred-looking man, in a white robe holding the demon-suppressing pagoda, and a purple-robed, violet-haired young man standing atop the ice and fire pagoda descended. Chaos Body Sect Gandalf. Sky Craftsman Ace. The two introduced themselves, their auras humming at the level 10 early stage. The expression of the sea god changed drastically. Gondor 3 heroes. The 3 heroes always moved together. The recent golden light surely belonged to Lord Victor, but where did he hide? Why did he remain impossible to sense? Under the astral world, in a dark void, Lord Victor sat cross-legged. Behind him, 7 stars aligned, and the star sword tower drew the power of golden elements from 1 million miles around, infusing them into the golden small sword of Victor. The small sword moved unpredictably, crossing the boundary to attack the Sea of Ruins. In the Sea of Ruins, the form of the ancient god of chaos wizard appeared behind Gandalf. The East Pole divine dragon, coiled on the ice and fire pagoda, its dragon might radiating power. Attack. In the past decades, the Gondor 3 heroes had tested their strengths on several weak gods, overwhelming them without challenge. At the behest of Levi, they launched an assassination campaign against the Sea God, the Lady of the Lake, and the Amethyst Saint. The first 2 gods refined primordial relics, the materials for the ascension of Elena to legendary status. The Amethyst Saint remained an old enemy of Nora, and a good brother deeply attached to the Holy Infant. This old thing had clung to survival under the protection of the astral world for 1,000 years. Now, the time for a reckoning had arrived. As for the Father and the Blood Fire Dominator, the Star Realm 4 Emperors-level gods, the current means of the 3 avatars allowed them, at most, to fight to a draw. Winning seemed unlikely. Levi planned to handle them himself. The Sea God initially dismissed the 2 level 10 early-stage opponents as no threat, but the fight quickly proved otherwise. Gandalf appeared covered in golden divine blood, his entire body coated in a layer of golden light like an indestructible Buddha statue. The Sea God faced the physical confrontation of Gandalf, while avoiding powerful divine arts. Chapter 3177, 655, Solo Raid into the Abyss, Part 3. The person remained draped in treasure armor, and it was also a top-quality supreme treasure. The golden fist struck the divine power barrier, like the simultaneous assault of infinite dragons and elephants. The barrier shook constantly, always on the verge of shattering. Ace proved equally troublesome. The 10-layered treasure tower, each layer filled with dazzling treasures, featured the 9-dragon ancient umbrella that breathed fire, and the blue feather fan that summoned the ice phoenix. Ice and fire intertwined, alternately cold and hot. This dual heaven attack made the sea god quite uncomfortable. The deadliest part remained the elusive Lord Victor. He launched sneak attacks unseen. Sword embryos emerged from unexpected places, wrapped in boundless gold element sword chi, and shot forth. Golden fireworks exploded over the sea of ruins. The mighty power of the sea god buckled under the pressure. It possessed no divine weapon, and thus could not exert its full strength. Damn, I must find a way to escape. The sea god hissed to itself. It had already self-detonated its divine weapon. It seemed it could only once again burn its divine power. The power of the sea god burned intensely, and its momentum surged dramatically. Ascension? We can do it too. Gondef laughed. His spiritual force rose step by step under the secret technique. Ace followed suit. Nora possessed a legendary level dream returning potion. Ascension posed little danger, as long as the potion was taken promptly after the battle. Both already possessed significant spiritual force. Upon ascension, both reached the 10-ring senior level. Dragon Elephant Heaven Creation. Heavenly craftsmanship. Legendary spells attacked the sea god from both sides. Simultaneously, hundreds of beams of golden light shot out from the sea of ruins, piercing the sky and earth. They outlined an area like a golden silk cage, imprisoning the sea god within 1,000,000 miles. Beneath the astral world, Lord Victor burned his spiritual force. God's lair. The golden silk cage began to contract. Wherever it passed, sword chi shredded everything in its path. The sea god hurled divine power at the edge of the golden silk cage. It shook the cage, but could not break through in a short time. The assaults from Gondef and Ace grew ever fiercer. Dragon and elephant thundered, ice and fire ravaged, sword chi dominated. The combined might of the Gondor 3 heroes could bring down even the most elite, let alone the cornered sea god. Its divine power barrier vibrated with a continuous hum. Bang, bang, bang. In a split second, billions of sword chi collided. The barrier could no longer resist, shattering with a thunderous crash. No. The sea god's wail echoed across the sea of ruins. Sword chi sliced its divine body. Ice and fire destroyed its divine soul. A massive golden palm descended from the sky, smashing the sea god into pulp. Gondef chanted the legendary incantation 10 directions sealing. He folded space to roll up the sea god, sealed it within a mini-ball, and stored it in the wizard tower. They had not destroyed merely a divine power avatar. They had destroyed the sea god's actual body. The half-dead sea god raged within the wizard tower. Release me. You are taking this too far. The once mighty deity, subdued by 3 juniors. A day it had never envisioned. Gondef ignored it. Once we find Elena, we will hand it over to her. Ace nodded. We are not far from the sea god's divine kingdom. Let us strike while the iron is hot, smash its kingdom, extinguish its divine fire, and cut off any chance of resurrection. Then we will search for the Lady of the Lake and the Amethyst Saint. The 3 avatars transformed into rainbows and went off in search of their next prey. Nora Calendar 4560. Star Wilderness. The Heavenly Chopping Alliance army steadily advanced, while the Star Abyss Alliance army retreated step by step. The loss of the Heavenly Chopping Alliance army remained about half that of the Star Abyss Alliance army. The losses in the high ranks reached only a third of the opponents. The frequency of the Dark Ancient Tower also quickly diminished. In such large-scale warfare, even a slight mistake could lead to the fall of a level 10, let alone a level 9. Following the current trend, before the Ancient Tower's use reached exhaustion, the Heavenly Chopping Alliance army's level 10 and level 9 experts would surpass those of the Star Abyss Alliance army. With equal numbers, and relying on elite forces like legendary wizards and the Nether Emperor, the advantage lay with Nora. A figure sped across the sea of ruins. The god of sea beasts, Poseidon, murmured to itself. How did it come to this? In a brief decade, a living nightmare, a revolt in the land of belief, the fire sovereign's heavenly chopping, the chaos of the 8 gods, the betrayal of the power dragon, and the snow goddess. All these events combined into a storm. The astral world swayed in the tempest, like the Titanic about to crash into an iceberg. The divine fire of its master, the Lord of Storm, shuddered violently. This meant the Lord stood on the brink of danger. This was one of the top 10 great gods of the astral world. It too was wanted by the strong of the Nora Alliance army, forced to flee constantly. At this moment, it deeply regretted becoming a god. Unaware of how long it had fled, it halted. A poised female swordswoman, wearing light armor, and with flowing golden hair, blocked its path. She rode a sakura deer that was not quite any common animal. Her sharp gaze fixed on it. Poseidon's brow furrowed slightly. Are you the woman of the Dusk Palace Master? The swordswoman leaped high, long sword slashing down. Call me Flower Knight Elena. Behind her materialized the shadow of the torch dragon. Mythical world trees rose at the 4 corners of the heavens, sealing this world, and a blazing phoenix descended from the sky. Now, all 3 of Elena's forms stood at peak level 9. The Night and Energy sect still had some distance and difficulty to reach level 10. So her next primary goal was to ascend to legendary. The god of sea beasts said coldly, "Heh, you think you can slay a god with a mere level 9 body? Truly overestimating yourself." Its divine power barrier circulated, and a divine art transformed into a giant beast to attack. A month later, Elena thrust her longsword into the void. A figure like muddy sludge was nailed there. Chapter 3178. The sea beast god widened its eyes in disbelief. No, this is impossible. It accepted not being able to defeat level 9 Levi. But to think Levi's woman could also defeat it. What has happened to this world? Does a god not need face? Elena chuckled lightly. She told the creature it was nothing but a fake god. She set a restriction before manipulating the wizard tower to suppress it. She had slain level 10 adversaries. A wave of satisfaction washed over her. She sent the battle projection to Levi and left the battlefield. If all went well, Levi should have entered the bottom of the abyss. Somewhere in the dark void, the abyss realm worm docked. A pure white figure descended quietly, standing with hands clasped. It was Levi, rushing over. The abyssal mouth at the head of the realm worm had already closed. Since the last Chaos Emperor infiltration, the abyss prohibited casual entry. 300,000 years ago, Sauron almost penetrated the abyss, stopping at the 666th level. Today, Levi stood on the shoulders of giants. As long as the abyss will did not intervene, he would pierce through the abyss, overturning the heavens and the earth. He snapped his fingers. The eternal star abyss emerged across the sky, with 10,000 shadows arranged under the tower. The leaders were disaster, lost, and death, the three emperors. They originally protected the three siblings, but with a more critical task at hand, Levi summoned them. He assigned the three siblings to a specific star zone to carry out the liberation of the Belief Land mission. The danger there remained low, and considering their strength, they required no bodyguards. Additionally, Levi entrusted the Supreme Treasure Dragon Palace to the third sibling. The spirits of the twin dragons possessed top-level combat power, enough to protect them safely. An endless blood sea emerged, condensing into the shadow of a blood-colored night. The blood battle spirit stayed at the level 10 late-stage realm. This time, Levi intended for it to reach Supreme. Levi initiated the bloodbath effect, burning spiritual force. He clasped his hands together and chanted incantations. Hand of the universe. From the endless chaos, two white giant hands, each millions of miles long, stretched out like mechanical arms behind Levi, and plunged into the head of the abyss realm worm. The abyss realm worm began to tremble and convulse. The abyss seemed to tear open like black threads, revealing the profound darkness behind, where demonic aura transformed into a face millions of miles long. The vague form of the abyss will appeared. How dare you invade the abyss? Die. It roared, charging at Levi. It is nothing more than a power projection. Get lost. The pure white giant hand smacked down, shattering thousands of miles of void mirror. The gigantic face smashed into pieces, dissipating into demonic aura. Levi pointed his longsword at the tier. Kill every demon you can find. Capture dragon abomination and demonic beasts alive if possible. If not, kill them and suppress them within the wizard tower. Demonic beasts referred to various demonized creatures. They had a chance for redemption, including rare creatures that had already disappeared from the multidimensional plane. As the zoo director, redeeming them remained a duty. As for native demons, no need to keep them. These beings were untamable, and keeping them presented a hidden danger. Once Nora completed the unification and eliminated the abyss will, some species could remain and be raised to produce potion materials, but for now, killing was the best option. Considering the reproduction and adaptation capabilities of demons, complete extinction was impossible. Levi summoned 6 level 10 mid-stage giant spirits to clear the way ahead. He and the Shadow Army followed closely behind. The blood battle spirit remained restless. After gaining permission from Levi, it transformed into a bloodlight and dashed in. On the Astral World battlefield, the expression of the abyss will change drastically as it fought against the Mother River. Chaos quickly returned to the abyss. The Chaos Emperor has infiltrated. It did not anticipate this man daring to leave Nora and venture into the abyss alone. Elsewhere, the chaotic servant was also overwhelmed. Lord, I cannot extricate myself. The Fire Sovereign, Emmon, and 8 other peak-strong people surrounded it. After analyzing the situation, it transmitted to the abyss will that because the Chaos Emperor had left Nora, Nora possessed no supreme combat power. It suggested that rather than rescuing the abyss, the will should let a supreme lead an attack on Nora to force the Chaos Emperor to defend. The abyss will transmitted to the Star Ancestor that the Dusk Palace Master had gone to the abyss and Nora had no one guarding it. It demanded that the Star Ancestor stop hiding power and dispatch supreme combat power to descend on Nora. If the abyss fell, the astral world would not survive alone. The Star Ancestor hesitated internally. Considering the situation, no private reservations could be made. It agreed to dispatch one supreme. The abyss will replied in agreement. It seemed the Lord of Chaotic Star must appear ahead of schedule. On the first layer of the abyss, the sky and earth were black-brown, and dense demonic aura gathered into lakes everywhere. Levi changed into the more fitting black armor swordsman skin. His boots crushed a white, plump meat insect underfoot. It was like a maggot, letting out a bizarre scream before dying. It possessed no combat power at all. Even mortals with weapons could deal with it. But looking around, the first layer was full of meat insects, endless in sight. Levi recalled the Abyss Atlas of Sauron. Abyss worm. The ecology of the abyss seemed interesting. The earliest ancient demons originally transformed from abyss worms. Abyss worms shed into flame demons when encountering fire, morph into fish demons when encountering water, transform into stone statue demons when encountering earth, and so on. continuously branching and evolving. Thus emerged tens of thousands of demon species. Demons that transformed from abyss worms were initially very weak, but possessed strong growth potential, with an upper limit of level 10. Nowadays, most demons were born from the reproduction between demons, directly skipping the worm stage. For example, offspring of 2 level 9 flame demons might be level 4 or level 5 upon birth. But such demons struggled to surpass their parent bodies for life. The more generations, the lower the upper limit. Hence, the level 9 and level 10 demons of the abyss almost all evolved from worms, and these worms continued to create new species. Shadows were already exterminating worms everywhere. Levi shook his head. Keep advancing. Do not waste time here. Abyss worms were too numerous. As long as demonic aura was dense, they could breed, not only in the abyss, but also in Nora, so extermination was impossible. This was akin to mosquitoes. But transforming from a worm to the most basic ash demon required millennia of evolution. They posed no immediate threat to the heavenly chopping war. On the plains, sporadically, tiny demons emerged and were devoured by the blood battle spirit. Let us go. Levi slashed with his longsword, tearing a rift to the second layer. Here, swarms of demons began to appear. But all were weak, and he did not bother wasting time. He directly swept with sword chi, continuously breaking through. Half a day later, he reached the 100th layer of the abyss. He only opened the way, while shadows and the blood battle spirit swept through, countless demons turning to ashes. 3 days later, Levi had reached the 201st layer. Perhaps due to supporting the Astral World, no level 10 demons were found along the way. A month later, on the 305th layer, he finally sensed the presence of level 10 demons. He had not yet seen who it was, but this unfortunate creature had already been crushed into a meat patty by the 6 giant soldiers ahead, its true soul swallowed by Leon, who had been waiting. Chapter 3179. 40 years passed in the blink of an eye. Nora calendar, year 4600. The deeper he went, the larger the abyss became, and the more demons there were. The time Levi spent consuming them grew longer. The Shadow Army watched many veterans pass on. Veterans who had followed Levi for a long time. New recruits continuously replenished their ranks, creating a virtuous cycle. Under the strategy of sustaining war through war, a formidable force consisting of over 3,000 level 8 demon generals, 300 level 9 demon kings, and 49 demon emperors was established. The shadows with potential to ascend to level 10, except for those unfortunate enough to die prematurely, had all reached level 10. The 3 emperors of disaster, death, and lost had all become top-level entities. Meanwhile, Levi fought his way to the 600th layer of the abyss. The shadows that managed to stick with him up until now were the elite among elites. The death rate in the army became lower, and many shadows broke through their limits to advance further. Throughout the entire abyss, Levi moved as if he were in an uninhabited realm. No one dared to stop him. Even the abyss will did not appear. If it dared to leave, the star ancestor, already besieged by the underworld source river, and the mother nest's will, could not hold out for long. The star ancestor's power waned every moment. Once the star ancestor fell, it would have no allies left. Isolated and without help, the abyss would reach a dead end. Levi took advantage of this point to venture in boldly. The 600th layer used to be the lair of the corrupt king, Sal. When Levi arrived, it was already abandoned. Upon hearing that the Chaos Emperor had invaded the abyss, Sal courageously took his high-ranking followers and joined the Star Realm battlefield, planning to avoid Levi's assault. Unlucky were the demon cannon fodder it abandoned. They remained behind, unaware of what was happening. Every day, terrifying shadows appeared unpredictably, silently claiming the lives of tens of thousands of demons. A boundless blood sea spanning 1,000,000 miles moved across the 600th layer like an eraser, eradicating demons wherever it went. The blood battle spirit reached the strength of the 4 emperors level. Behind it, in the blood sea, billions of blood-colored evil spirits roared. The blood battle spirit had reached a bottleneck. To reach the supreme level, it needed to devour more. Back when the nightmare was cultivating the Lord of Disaster to become the supreme, it consumed 1/3 of the nightmare's lower realm. Achieving the supreme for the blood battle spirit would require about the same. In order to save time, Levi did not eliminate all demons on one layer before moving to the next. He followed the blood battle spirit to demon gathering places, sweeping through them with ease. As soon as the hunting efficiency on one layer decreased, they moved quickly to the next. Therefore, many demons remained before the 600th layer. During breaks in the Legion's hunt, Levi sat cross-legged while the infinite land slowly rotated around him, with chaotic power annihilating the demonic aura into basic elements. A small area devoid of demonic presence formed around him. He meditated there. If it were a wizard from the non-chaos faction, they could not cultivate normally in this magic aura-rich land. It made Levi ponder. If the Nora army intended to conquer and control this place, they needed to make some technical breakthroughs. Otherwise, the army could not stay in the abyss for long. No wonder the abyss will could confidently leave its body here, without worrying about being attacked. During his rest, Levi checked the round table's messages. Elena sent a message. The god of sea beasts, Poseidon, was killed by me. How about it? I am also a level 9 body, striking down a level 10. Hee hee. The purgatory demon sword followed up. Big brother, I have secluded myself to advance to a legendary wizard. Gulwig added his own update. So far, no Supreme has appeared in Nora. Levi browsed and replied to the messages one by one. At the current rate, he might need to remain in the abyss for centuries. It was different from when he and Sauron rushed into the abyss all at once. Sauron just charged straight down. He never intended to destroy the abyss. It was merely a probe of the abyss's true nature. 6 years later, Levi had almost cleared the 600th layer. He entered the wizard tower. Thousands of different rare transcendent creatures and subdragons, even pure blood dragons, stood imprisoned here, and the purification work had begun. No mythical creatures yet. I hope I gain something next. Levi raised a hand and slashed open the passage downward. His figure vanished. Nora, Sauron continent. Compared to the outside world, everything seemed peaceful here. Yet, the hundreds of level 10 strongmen guarding it dared not relax at all. According to simulations by the Snake of the End and many astrologers, a calamity was bound to come to Nora. It was complexly entangled, obscure and unclear, suspected to be a Supreme's personal visit. Nora's temporary guardian, the Frost Witch, looked at the war reports from the Astral World. The war had been ongoing for over 100 years now. The Heavenly Chopping Alliance army had only lost 18 level 10 strongmen. Specifically, the Underworld lost 6, Nora lost 4, and Nightmare lost 8. What relieved her was that none of the sacrificed from Nora were legendary wizards. 2 were alien races, and 2 were shadow strongmen. The comprehensive strength of the legendary wizards, in this battle where they had the upper hand, meant that as long as they were careful, self-preservation was not a problem. However, due to severe injuries, King of Disaster Wind and Black Iron Venerable temporarily left the battlefield and returned to Nora for healing under the High Congress's orders. Compared to the Heavenly Chopping Alliance army, the Star Abyss Alliance army suffered heavy losses. So far, 61 level 10s had fallen, a little over 3 times Nora's number. Among them, 40 were from the Astral World, and 21 were from the Abyss. Among them, the mighty gods included Sea God, Lady of the Lake, Lord of the Mountains, Eternal Fire, and Lord of Storm. That made 5 in total. Chapter 3180. Intermediate gods numbered 10, and weak gods numbered 26. This total did not include the gods who had betrayed the cause, counting those who submitted to the Heavenly Chopping Alliance army, and those who fell due to the Abyss miscommunication event. The Astral World had already lost 66 level 10 powerhouses. Only over 640 remained. Half of those remaining gods still needed to hold back the Insect Queen. Not long ago, the Abyss also lost a top-tier powerhouse from the 600th layer. Corrupt King Sal had fallen. He initially wanted to skim through the war in the Astral World to avoid the Chaos Emperor. Luck turned against him when he encountered Dusk Monarch Fingal. 5 Poison Heavenly Doctress stood alongside the monarch. The two of them joined forces to exterminate Sal. The corrupt king suffered a fatal poisoning. His remains provided excellent research material for studying toxins. The poisonous faction led by Triss had already demonstrated its powerful role in this war. The Supreme Council decided to temporarily withdraw her from the battlefield so she could return to Nora for her studies. Triss naturally agreed with the arrangement. After 100 years of real combat, she had learned a great deal. For civilization, her research value far exceeded charging the front lines. The Supreme Council worried about this medicine god falling in battle. That loss would mean much more than losing one single legendary wizard. Compared to the gods, the demons suffered fewer losses on the heavenly chopping battlefield. A reduction in the power of faith did not affect them, making them much more challenging to deal with. The most significant loss for the demons came from the Abyss Realm Worm. The Chaos Emperor and the Shadow Army hunted relentlessly. In less than 50 years, they tracked down 19 level 10 demons and over 200 level 9 demons. Their pursuit reached all the way down to the 601st layer of the Abyss. Thus, the total loss for the demons also amounted to 50 level 10 entities. This made up a tenth of their total strength. As the Emperor delved deeper, this number would continue to rise. Leon devoured the souls of these fallen demons, ensuring they would never reincarnate. The Frost Witch finished reading the report. She let out a long sigh of relief. A victory for Nora seems hopeful, she murmured, setting the parchment down. She wanted to showcase her skills on the heavenly chopping battlefield alongside the other legendary wizards. The Supreme Council refused her request, citing the dangerous side effects of the giant power contained within her. Only when she fully conquered the will of the giant would she be allowed to join the fight on the heavenly chopping battlefield. A plump middle-aged witch wearing a green robe walked into the room. The Fertile Soil Empress served as the head of the Legendary Promotion Strategy Department. This department protected those about to advance to legendary status, ensuring no one disturbed their ascension. Lady, the Empress began, her voice steady. It seems Garcia has a chance at becoming legendary. Gullwig nodded thoughtfully. If he can advance, it is not surprising. This person appears to have average talent, but he possesses great perseverance and fortune. Ensure his safety moving forward. The Empress stepped closer. Yes, the Purgatory Demon Sword also has a chance to advance. He should have no problem, Gullwig replied. The success rate for him is even higher. If everything goes smoothly, the Empress added, by the time the 5,000-year mark arrives, the number of legendary wizards should reach 50. In the new worlds, we wizards will still be the mainstream power. The legendary wizards had already witnessed the dawn of victory. Their collective gaze began to look further ahead. At the present stage, the Nora clan united against a common foe only because of a shared enemy. Latent contradictions and conflicts still brewed amongst the different clans. The Supreme Council operated as the council of all clans. However, as humans and as wizards, the legendary wizards, hoped the wizard civilization would always remain in the leading position. This dominance would deter other clans and ensure a stable transition of Nora rule in the new world. When the Nora civilization began the great exploration of the multiverse, external wars and explorations would again stabilize their internal governance. This remained the guiding thought of the Emperor and the legendary wizards. The war had not yet been won. Considering these future strategies now did not mean they wanted to suppress the other clans. The Nora wizards simply needed to remain vigilant. They needed to possess absolute power to handle internal conflicts. If everyone could live in peace, that would naturally be the best outcome. Otherwise, the wizards would not hesitate to be ruthless. While the two legendaries exchanged these thoughts, a shift occurred in the void. Outside the Nora civilization, two terrifying forces suddenly descended. One figure stood 1 million li tall. Fierce black scales covered its massive body. Each scale resembled a massive mountain. The creature vaguely displayed the features of a gargoyle, while possessing the distinct traits of a flame demon. This was the Lord of Chaotic Stars Audiobook. The Abyss Will had secretly cultivated this special demon. Audiobook combined the physical advantages of a gargoyle with the destructive power of a flame demon. It boasted extremely high elemental resistance comparable to the Amethyst race. The beast also possessed a high immunity to divine arts. Initially meant to face the Astral World, plans changed rapidly. To prevent its home from being wiped out by the Chaos Emperor, the Abyss Will exhausted its foundation to let the demon advance to the Supreme Realm early. By sending it to Nora, the Abyss hoped to force the Chaos Emperor to return. If Audiobook could take this opportunity to destroy Nora entirely, it would be an added triumph. The other figure appeared equally unfamiliar. Clad in black luxurious robes, it lacked facial features. A deep black whirlpool sat where its face should be. This void absorbed all surrounding light and distorted space and time. This was Dark Emperor Helios. As the master of darkness divine power, Helios served as the trump card of the astral world against the ambitions of the Abyss. This emperor remained hidden, never revealed to the outside world unless life and death hung in the balance. Facing immense pressure from the heavenly chopping alliance army, even the star ancestor had to deploy this hidden weapon. Helios remained silent, its cold gaze fixed upon Nora. Divine skill, great darkness sky. The voice resonated with oppressive power. Helios raised its divine right hand. A pitch-black curtain slowly descended, aiming to enshroud Nora completely. Even the eternal son of Emmon began to fade before this overwhelming power. In terms of raw strength, Helios might not match the power of Emmon. However, Emmon currently resided in the astral world. Only his power projection remained in Nora. That projection could deter ordinary level 10 entities, but this new threat proved to be something far greater. Chapter 3181. In the face of the Supreme, everyone stood powerless. It did not take long for the sun left by Emmon to be temporarily shrouded. With the sun gone, darkness gradually spread toward Nora, as if the end of the world had arrived. A vast sword chi river swept in from thousands of miles away. It was a force that even top-level powerhouses dared not confront directly. The Lord of Chaotic Star merely threw a punch. The unpretentious fist wind shattered the river inch by inch. The river sliced itself with a slash, then slipped into the void, vanishing from sight. The Lord of Chaotic Star sensed the turbulent energy within. He muttered, "Forcible ascension. The side effects are too great." In the following battles, he had to be more cautious. Otherwise, he might end up lost like the fallen Star Lord. Having dealt with the obstructing sun and the sword chi river, the two Supremes exchanged glances. Helios broke the silence. "I hope for a happy collaboration. Before we take Nora down, the two of us must not scheme against each other. We from the astral world come with sincere intentions to cooperate." The fallen Star Lord retorted coldly, "So does our Abyss." Even in cooperation, the two Supremes harbored doubts about each other. It was uncertain whether they dared to commit their full strength to this battle. Helios continued, "Your abilities restrain the legendary wizard. Going forward, you will be responsible for drawing the fire of these insects. I will rely on divine arts to annihilate them. If all goes smoothly, Nora could be destroyed within 10 years. Unless the Chaos Emperor returns to assist." The Lord of Chaotic Star grunted, "I hope you won't deceive me." With that, he strode toward Nora. Space trembled, and the high heavens cracked. A pitch-black ancient tower traversed endless spacetime, descending upon Nora in an instant. It crashed down toward the Lord of Chaotic Star. The Lord of Chaotic Star had prepared for this. Underground fire and demonic aura surged around his body. 108 layers of demon domain rippled like waves, colliding with the descending ancient tower. His demon body spanning millions of miles trembled, clearly unstable. The supporting demonic foot shattered the surrounding void, barely maintaining his stance. Divine skill, Dark Emperor Finger. A powerful flow of dark energy surged. It transformed into a dark finger not smaller than the ancient tower, striking it and sending it flying. The ancient tower trembled, swaying slightly. Helios sneered, "I am the Dark God. In this land of darkness, apart from the Mother of Darkness, no one understands darkness better than I do. Does a mere lordless ancient tower think it can stand in my way?" The ancient tower launched another assault. Around it stood 24 figures. They arranged themselves according to the octagonal star formation, grouped in threes of 8. The leaders were the Frost Witch, the Spiritual Venerable, and the Mountain Giant King. Among them, the weakest were at level 10 late stage, and there were 6 level 10 peak powerhouses. This was the ace battle group left to guard Nora. The Frost Witch watched the engagement. She realized that the old giant truly had reserves they had not known about. The Emperor's decision was undoubtedly correct. He had foreseen the current situation. He left the ancient tower in Nora. With this universe treasure, they had the confidence to face the Supremes. The Lord of Chaotic Star clenched a fist. The Supreme Power felt intoxicating and proud. He laughed, trying to resist the Supreme with an array and numbers. You short-lived species are truly naive. He hurtled forward like a comet, and the star giant fist was thrown once more. The Frost Witch called out, from the heaven overturning earth flipping formation. Under the protection of the ancient tower, the three teams shifted formation. 24 top-level auras wove together to manifest an ancient giant hand that inverted the heavens and earth. With a gentle flick, the space turned upside down. The giant fist seemed to smash toward the crowd, but the fist wind bounced back in the opposite direction. Helos frowned and dodged, almost getting caught by the fist wind. He had witnessed the Astral World's battlefield, where Nora's legion relied on these arrays to defeat stronger angels and weak gods. So many top-level powerhouses working together meant that even the Supreme could not take them lightly. The Lord of Chaotic Star suffered a minor setback. His expression finally became solemn. No matter. Such an array can only withstand the Supreme for a short time. Given time, it will undoubtedly show flaws. Both Supremes unleashed their full might and attacked again. Under their combined force, the three battle groups gradually began to fall into a disadvantage. The ancient tower trembled mournfully, its walls glowing with runes and array lights. The Lord of Chaotic Star laughed wildly, his punches growing ever fiercer. He sensed that in less than 10 years, he could smash the dark ancient tower. Without the cover of this treasure, these battle groups would not pose much of a threat. Helos remained on guard, an inexplicable sense of crisis gnawing at him. Clearly they held the advantage, so why feel this way? Was the Dusk Palace Master about to arrive? He was in the abyss. He would not return in a short time. Was it some other force? Maybe Kars. That seemed possible. Until now, Kars had not appeared in the war. While pondering, another golden flash assaulted Helos. Divine skill, darkness. He conjured an incomparably dark domain around himself, blocking the flash. It was a small golden top. It spun at high speed, shredding the void and forming a spacetime vortex. Dreams of revolving. Under the eternal, undying revolving force, the dark domain ripped open, and the small top struck directly, changing Helos's expression. Yet another universe treasure. Nora actually had 2 universe treasures. They were not comparable to the 4 primordial treasures, but he was also not a supreme low-level powerhouse. Whether the ancient tower or the top, they could inflict damage upon him. Could it be that my sense of danger comes from this treasure? Helos used divine arts to temporarily drive the small top back. On the battlefield, the Lord of Chaotic Star relied on his thick-skinned body. He braved the attacks of legendary spells hammering the dark ancient tower. With dreams of revolving joining, Nora's disadvantage slightly decreased. But clearly, holding back the 2 Supremes long-term remained insufficient. Chapter 3182. Within Nora, there are still 36 mechanical celestial beings. Under Hermann's organization, they began assembling like transformers. Some formed the head, while others formed the limbs. Ultimately, they formed a giant soldier. In terms of size alone, it is no less than the 1 million mile Supreme True Body. However, the momentum is still lacking. The mechanical face of the giant soldier is identical to Hermann. This is the Cosmic Celestial. It was formed by combining the power of 36 heavenly deities, with the heavenly net master of Nora as the connection. This is a new function researched by Madison. The Cosmic Celestial possesses battle strength infinitely close to Supreme. It is stronger than the battle group formed by 8 top-level strongmen. Its chest revealed a cannon barrel with a diameter of 100,000 miles. It was aimed at the sky dome above. Cosmic breath. Fire. A blue beam 100,000 miles thick shot out from within Nora. It tore through the crystal wall. It instantaneously traversed hundreds of billions of miles in the land of darkness. It crashed onto the supreme true body of the Lord of Chaotic Star entangled with the battle group. Countless magma fragments flew apart. After stabilizing, the Lord of Chaotic Star looked at his shattered chest. Damn, Nora still has cards to play. This strike caused the most severe injury since the battle began. As a newly ascended Supreme, he has not yet fully mastered his strength. Seeing this, Helos quickly distanced himself from Nora. This cannon's power was something he did not want to withstand. I still underestimated Nora. It is difficult to take it down quickly. The Astral World and Abyss thought Nora's heavenly chopping army was all of Nora's strength. Little did they know, Nora's homeland is equally strong. Unexpectedly, the 2 Supremes could not take it down at once. With 2 cosmic treasures, 3 high-spec 8 formation map battle groups, and the Cosmic Celestial, all 3 cards left by Levi were revealed. They finally formed a temporary balance. If any other level 10 enemy dared to infiltrate Nora, Wagner and other station strongmen would intercept them. Thus, Nora is impregnable. They just had to hold on until Levi broke through the abyss. The Star Abyss Alliance army would collapse without attack. Meanwhile, in Sauron's study room, Hera closed a book on Sauron's space analysis. Although she is not a wizard, as a Supreme, different paths lead to the same goal. She benefited greatly. Beside her, the fallen Star Lord sat with knees hugged. It had been in silence for several hundred years. Hera looked at it. Now the Astral World and Abyss should have exhausted their cards. We can take action now. The fallen Star Lord raised its head, its voice mechanical. Soren 2, prepare to strike. Defeat the Astral World. Eliminate Heavenly Father. Hera sighed. Over the years of staying together, she found this artificial intelligence quite amusing. She thought about how it would probably perish after this battle, and she felt somewhat reluctant. She returned all the books she had read to their places. She gently brushed the chair back where Sauron once sat. "Goodbye, father. You were not a qualified father. You are unfaithful. You are heartless. You have too many faults. But you were a competent leader. In this regard, I respect you." This was her first time calling Sauron father. It was also the last. She did not know if Sauron could hear. After saying goodbye, Hera led the fallen Star-Lord, disappearing from the study room. Only the vast sea of books and the desk stood silently. The sound of browsing through books resonated in the space. It felt as if someone was reading, whispering, murmuring, and sobbing. They seemed to be saying sorry. 8 years passed. In the land of darkness, the two Supremes, Lord of Chaotic Star and Hellos, looked anxious. They had been restrained for too long. The two supreme wills of the Astral World were very dissatisfied. As dignified Supremes, they possessed no equal realm in Nora, yet they had been attacking for a long time without a breakthrough. They had not driven back the Chaos Emperor either. He had already penetrated into the Abyss, layer 603. At this rate, within 500 years, Levi could reach Abyss layer 666. He would turn the Abyss realm worm upside down. The main force guarding the Abyss would also overturn. Once the Star Abyss Alliance army is defeated, the Abyss will stand alone. Welcoming it is chronic death. We ascend together. We cannot delay any further. Hellos spoke suddenly. The Lord of Chaotic Star was somewhat worried about losing himself. It was still hesitating. Then, the command from the Abyss will came down. At all costs, annihilate Nora. It no longer struggled. The power of the underground fire burned fiercely. To a newly ascended Supreme like it, ascension meant losing oneself. But if it did not give its all, once the Abyss was defeated, what awaited it was still death. Hellos thought the same. For these Supremes, defeat meant death. Nora, considering safety, could not accept the surrender of a Supreme. Instead, some level 10s still had a chance to pledge allegiance for survival. Its divine power also burned. The offensive grew stronger. The two Supremes fought desperately. They broke the barely maintained balance. The dark ancient tower was struck by a punch from the Lord of Chaotic Star. It created a deep crack. It had endured for 300,000 years, suffering such a heavy blow for the first time. The Frost Witch said expressionlessly, "All ascend." With the Supremes fighting desperately, if they did not fight, they could not wait for Levi to return. On the other side, the cosmic celestial controlled by Herman was already battered. It was missing an arm, with a massive gap in the abdomen. It was corroded by darkness. Mobilize 1/5 of Nora's Skynet energy. With a thought from the heavenly netmaster, billions of mechanical creations stopped. They dimmed and even scrapped. Their energy transmitted via the Skynet to the cosmic celestial. The celestial barely repaired its broken form to battle again with the Lord of Chaotic Star. The heavenly chopping alliance army was advancing triumphantly. The Emperor was inching forward, swallowing the Abyss. At this point, Nora had to fight hard. Overcoming this, a clear path awaits. Within Nora, another shadow attacked. He wore a crown. He was cloaked in shadow. "I am here to lend a hand to everyone." Wagner burned his spiritual force. He surpassed the 4 emperors in momentum. His fusion with the shadow will deepen further. He had a feeling that given more time, he could step into the supreme realm. Only then, he might no longer be the singular shadow Wagner. Whether it is him, that does not matter. He has already seen the light of dawn. He believed he could hold on until the new worlds arrive. A glimpse is enough. Aside from the powerful defenders of important places in Nora, more and more level 10s streaked through the darkness like meteor showers. They formed arrays to support the supreme battle. If they were accidentally affected, they faced the risk of falling. But as long as Nora remains, the underworld remains. They have a tomorrow, a next life. So they fear nothing. Seeing the figures of level 10s like stars, Hellos roared. Great technique, absolute darkness. The power of darkness transformed into an ocean. It surged against the barrier formed by the ancient tower, Giro, Cosmic Celestial, and Nora's strong allies. Earth Chaos Sky Star. The Lord of Chaotic Star unleashed its trump card reserved for the Astral World. Combined efforts of the two Supremes, the barrier trembled violently. More cracks appeared on the ancient tower, and even the small Giro. The level 10 battle group constantly rotated to prevent any strong ally from serious injury or sudden death. Nora's will emerged again with a weak white light. It cut through the darkness like a match. It countered the dark sea. Surprisingly, it held up with combined efforts. This completely shattered the hearts of the two Supremes. How is this possible? They intensified their ascension efforts, disregarding their lives. It seemed they were determined to perish with Nora. Destroy the Astral World. Destroy the Astral World. Mechanical voices echoed across the battlefield. The fallen Star-Lord, adorned with stars on the demon body, charged at Hellos. Bang! In an unexpected onslaught, the latter was blasted away. Another dazzling sword chi entwined with life and death left a deep crack on the demon body of the Lord of Chaotic Star. Demon blood surged. The golden-haired female swordsman descended from the throne. Both the Lord of Chaotic Star and Nora's people showed disbelief. Hera, fallen Star-Lord. Chapter 3183. Hera stepped forward. She told them that she was back. She commanded the Grand Council chairman to continue the advance in the Abyss. She took responsibility for this front. With her presence, Nora would be fine. The crowd seemed to awaken from a dream. With Hera joining the battle, Nora could hold on longer. They would last until the Emperor broke through the abyss and returned to his loyal Nora. The Lord of Chaotic Star ignored the wound Hera inflicted and rushed forward. He shouted to ask what the fallen Star Lord was doing. He told him that their enemy was Nora. The fallen Star Lord greeted him with a supreme offensive. The Lord of Chaotic Star retreated violently. He was completely confused and did not understand the situation. How did the fallen Star Lord return from being lost and change so completely? Helos struggled bitterly. He dealt with the Nora battle group while he endured the fierce attack of the fallen Star Lord. Helos demanded to know what was going on in the abyss. He asked if the fallen Star Lord had secretly turned to Nora. Anger and annoyance burned in Helos. The Astral World never really trusted the abyss. Now, the fallen Star Lord attacked them without explanation. Helos suspected that the abyss, seeing the unfavorable situation, had already turned to Nora. The Lord of Chaotic Star shouted in anger. He claimed the fallen Star Lord was being controlled by Hera. He asked how Nora could really ally with them, considering the nature of the abyss. He had to explain it this way to gain the trust of the Astral World. Helos temporarily dispelled his doubts. The words were crude, but the reasoning held true. Nora might ally with any other giant, but they would not ally with the abyss. The Astral World had allied with the abyss simply because they had no other choice. Nora was already the #1 power in the universe. They did not need to risk betrayal by befriending the abyss. The fallen Star Lord's demeanor and expression showed no emotion. He did indeed seem like he was being controlled. He and Hera were not lost at all. They were hidden by some special means. They waited for the right moment to strike the Astral World and the abyss. The Nora Council did not know these circumstances. When Sauron left his trump card, he did not tell the council about the plan. He wanted to prevent personal character, morality, or loyalty from influencing the execution. This way, even if someone betrayed them, they could not reveal his plan to the enemy. Apart from Sauron himself, no one knew his entire plan. Even Levi, the successor, only knew a small part. This showed the consideration of the ancestor of wizards. The Frost Witch commanded everyone to cooperate with Lady Hera with full force. The spiritual venerable laughed and shouted to kill them all. This unexpected surprise greatly boosted the morale of Nora. Hera and the fallen Star Lord held back the Lord of Chaotic Star and Helos. The elemental resistance of the Lord of Chaotic Star was not very effective against Hera. With Hera stabilizing in the Supreme Realm, her strength surpassed that of this newly ascended Supreme. Every one of her attacks left deep wounds on his Vajra demon body. The cosmic celestial engaged in direct combat and firmly confronted Helos. The power of the fallen Star Lord was clearly inferior to this supreme god. The dark ancient tower and the dreams of revolving seized opportunities as they arose. The Nora battle group relied on these two treasures to cause trouble for the Supremes and accumulate damage. Nora firmly held the advantage over the two Supremes. The tide turned quickly. As long as they stabilized the situation, extinguishing the two Supremes within several hundred years would not be a problem. They would wait for the return of the Chaos Emperor, and then it would be a sweeping victory. The 603rd layer of the abyss. The infinite land revolved slowly. Some flying demons with no sense barged in. They were shattered and decomposed into chaotic power, and then evolved into earth, fire, wind, and water. His spiritual force reached 185,000 out of 200,000. He neared his limit. At this current pace, by the time he broke through the abyss, 1 foot would have stepped into the Supreme Realm already. Levi ended his meditation. Hera and the fallen Star Lord were clearly not lost. This all had to do with Sauron, the first wizard to step into the Supreme Realm. Having mastered the Wisdom Tablet, he was arguably the strongest researcher. Sauron probably researched the principles of getting lost thoroughly, but had not announced it yet. As for the fallen Star Lord, it was likely Sauron's trump card left in the Astral World. It was possibly a duplication. The Astral World's duplication had not surfaced yet. With the situation in Nora stable, he continued to grow within the abyss. The 603rd layer was the territory of the Sky Demon Emperor Tuk. He was engaged in a war in the Astral World, so the layer stood empty. Along the way, Levi saw no level 10 demons. He did subdue an ancient black demon dragon in a swamp of poison. The Shadow Army placed it into the Eternal Star Abyss without hesitation. Because many swamps existed here, miasma bred. As a result, poisonous insects were quite abundant. Levi discovered over 100 types of zergs that had already become extinct outside. They evolved into many new species after adapting to the demonic aura. These were exactly what the school of insects needed. Levi was in high spirits. He thought that with this return, the biological resources of the ancient Banyan fairyland could be multiplied several times. Levi looked at the world inside the wizard tower. Neat starlight cages in the void housed the precious creatures Levi collected. This included 13 pure-blooded dragon clan members. A flying golden-furred rat landed on Levi's shoulder and squeaked anxiously. Levi turned to the rat. He asked if it found a relic. He became interested. Although the abyss was filled with demonic aura, it was not entirely desolate. In the process of devouring other realms, it often preserved some civilization relics and treasures. So far, Levi had already obtained 11 divine artifacts. He reforged these and infused them into his 6 great divine weapons and inside the wizard tower. Chapter 3184. There are also 2 broken supreme treasures buried under the sandstorm. Because the difficulty of repairing them is too great, Levi fed them to 7 treasures. Over the years, 7 treasures has grown significantly. It swallowed all the mineral deposits that Levi was too lazy to mine. The value of these mineral deposits is immeasurable, enough to sustain a larger civilization. Under this cost-intensive cultivation, 7 treasures has reached level 10 peak power. Levi has not really made a move himself up until now. He sighed, noting that his subordinates were simply too strong. In the land of relics, under the leadership of Jin, Levi ventured deep underground. Suddenly, a surge of poisonous fog came from all directions, enveloping him. Levi felt not fear but delight. A mythical level Zerg, he whispered. He exhaled, and a golden storm swept through, clearing the toxic fog. The land shuddered, and a million-mile radius began to sink as heaven and earth collapsed. Whoosh! A streak of black light shot out from the ruins, heading towards Levi. Bang! A dull thud resounded. Levi lowered his gaze toward the distant fleeing black light, and gently beckoned with his hand. Elemental magnetism reversed, and everything flowed backward. The black light, uncontrollably, landed in his palm. It turned out to be a golden worm only 7 inches long. Its appearance resembled a baby silkworm, covered in golden armor, with a horn on its forehead. The golden light barrier of Levi cracked with a slight fissure. This creature possessed destructive power enough to rival top-level experts. It was hidden quite deep. Had Jin not discovered this underground relic, it would have been missed. Even with the extensive knowledge of Levi, he could not identify this type of Zerg. He named it the sky-splitting golden silkworm. If you want to live, then acknowledge me as your master, Levi commanded. The sky-splitting golden silkworm resisted and struggled, but ultimately in vain. Levi did not waste words, immediately executing Black Emperor's enslavement. He worked with haste, for he had no time to tame it slowly. The sky-splitting golden silkworm finally settled down. With its company, Levi proceeded to the underground relic. Caves of various sizes met his eyes, each containing a large number of death worm sheddings, and some clay jars engraved with ancient patterns. For some reason, upon seeing these, Levi thought of a particular thing. Goo worms. This should be a civilization similar to the school of insects, possibly originating from inside this universe, or perhaps passed down from outside the universe. In any case, it was lost in the abyss. Levi encountered such scenarios more than once during his exploration of the abyss. The transcendent paths are countless. Strong and knowledgeable as he is, he has only recognized a small portion. Able to cultivate a Zerg to level 10, this lost civilization must have been brilliant once, possibly no less than the beast-taming civilization. Levi summoned Eternal Star Abyss. The army of summoned creatures temporarily halted their slaughter, and came to this underground relic, collecting numerous clay jars and worm sheddings, while Levi continued to delve deeper. Finally, he arrived at a secret room. Here, there was a shattered black clay jar. It was carved with tens of thousands of Zerg patterns. The writing on it, Levi did not recognize. It did not come from his past life, nor his current one. Now it can be confirmed, this is from an extra-universal civilization. Levi picked up the clay jar, extraordinary in texture, likely crafted from 10-level divine soil. The multi-universe is infinitely wondrous, Levi marveled. He is already impatient to witness more landscapes. At his level, there is not much left to explore in this universe. This goo-worm civilization is more advanced than the school of insects. If able to interact, it surely would be highly beneficial. Perhaps, in my travels, I might encounter a genuine cultivation civilization. This bottomless abyss is truly a treasured place. Too bad these demons simply do not know how to research and utilize it. Suppressing his inner musings, he continued the exploration. A month later, Levi returned with a full load. He acquired 3 more black insect eggs, along with some life force. He planned to have the school of insects hatch them to see if new Zerg could be obtained. If they reached the level of the sky-splitting golden silkworm, it would be a huge gain. The school of insects might also make a great leap forward. 10 years later, on the Nora battlefield, the decline of Helos and the Lord of Chaotic Star became increasingly evident. This was especially true for the latter, whose foundation was weak. With reckless burning and ascension, their realm gradually became unstable. There is a danger of getting lost as well. The situation of Helos was not much better. The liberation of various star zones, and the spread of the divine demon miasma, caused the power of the gods to diminish slightly each day. Appearing weak, over the years, it becomes a substantial depletion. Even the star ancestor struggled to curb this trend, let alone him. Faith is both an advantage and a flaw for the rapid rise of the gods. On the ancient dragon continent, a light beam fell onto the ground, revealing Elena. Through 2 cycles of wars, she has achieved ascension across the board. She triumphed over the strong with her weakness, slaying 2 weak gods and 14 angels. She appeared like a sun-drenched sunflower bathed in blood, proudly blossoming under the sunlight, her golden hair shining brightly. Inside the Tower of Summer Flowers, she waved her hand, manifesting 5 items. The heart of Wan Chuan, the heart of the 4 seas, the heart of Lake, the sea beast god, and the swamp god. The first 3 are primordial relics, the latter 2 are weak water gods. The sea god and the lady of the lake were both slain by the Gondor 3 heroes in concert. These 3 have already earned great fame above the astral world. Cooperating, they are unmatched under supreme levels. They are the most troublesome combo for the Star Abyss Alliance army. The latter 2 weak gods were slain by Elena herself. Such raw materials are enough to ascend to legendary. Elena immediately began her seclusion. Though the war has not ended, she must continue her efforts. Only at the legendary level does one have the qualification to battle on higher planes. Chapter 3185. At the same time, Dusk Holy Temple, Fire Dragon Hall. Fiery clouds soared into the sky as a figure flew into the void. Red Emperor Heaven. The Fire Dragon Knight appeared. He gazed at the surrounding tribulations, hundreds of images of power surging forth, along with a star like the sun opening its indifferent golden dragon eyes. My level 10 tribulation is much weaker than the commander's. Indeed, the hardest part is being a pioneer. It gets a bit easier later on. The Fire Dragon Knight activated the Fire Dragon Brilliance Extreme Book. A great sun-shaped circular sword chi slashed out. Come on, an unknown dimension. The second Star Knight of the Dusk Holy Temple began his tribulation. Watching his comrades fighting in the Astral World, the Fire Dragon Knight could no longer wait. Nora Calendar 4630. 3 figures traversed the Sea of Ruins. They were the Gondor 3 heroes. Their final assassination target was the Amethyst Saint. Suddenly, Gondafa's expression shifted, and he stopped to look into the distance. Victor and the Holy Infant also halted, showing regret. The Heavenly Chopping Channel was broadcasting the latest battle report. Under the command of Paradise Walker Soraya and Peak Walker Laplace, the Mountain Giant Battle Group encountered an assassination by the Shadow Lord. Laplace sacrificed himself, Soraya was severely injured, and there were heavy casualties amongst the Mountain Giant Battle Group. All members of the Mountain Giant Battle Group were awarded the Heroic Medal. Laplace was awarded the Group Stars Medal. Such casualty reports occurred daily. Gondaf and the others were already accustomed to it. But this time, it was an old friend who had walked thousands of years of history. Their hearts could not help but feel heavy. Gondaf contacted Soraya. He learned that she had returned to Nora and was receiving treatment. Her life was not in danger. Victor turned to his companions and asked, "Are we going to hunt down the Shadow Lord?" Gondaf replied, "When the Astral World is destroyed, Laplace's vengeance will naturally be avenged." Ace nodded and said, "After the war, when the universe's supreme treasure star monument is built, their names will hang in the sky like stars for thousands of years, revered by all, eternal and undying." Star Monument. This was the vision of the Supreme Council. It would be tens of millions of miles tall, able to withstand supreme attacks without being destroyed. It would be both a wonder to commemorate martyrs and those who sacrificed for civilization. Those with the Heroic Medal and Group Stars Medal are guaranteed to be listed on it. It is also a supreme treasure, possessing the function of guarding Nora's fortune, and those listed on the Star Monument, whether in this life or the next, can receive fortune's blessing. 20 years later, a figure was suspended in the air over the Soren continent, his face weathered and old. It was the sea-covering wizard, student of the Black Abyss Sovereign. His lifespan approaching its limit, he felt infinite emotions. Although it's a 9-death scenario, I still have to give it a try. Watched by friends and family, he embarked on the legendary path. Ever since, he never returned. For every great general's success, countless bones are buried. Before the legendary path, regrets abound. Upon learning the news, the mentor Black Abyss Sovereign above the Astral World sighed. What a pity. No time for more emotions. He continued to lead the Legion, advancing toward the forest of myriad phenomena. All along the way, as a teacher, he had already bid farewell to too many students. Ahead, we're nearing the Shadow Lord's divine domain. Star Zone 106. The Knights of the Fire Dragon Apostle Group were resting. Everyone's face was filled with fatigue and joy. This star zone had quite a few belief lands of the Shadow Lord. If they all were obliterated, this entity's power could fall to the level of a weak god. Such assassination-type gods were too tricky. He roamed the Astral World, using power to oppress the weak, taking many compatriots' lives. The Supreme Council ordered to prioritize resolving the Shadow Lord. After resting, the Vice Commander addressed the group. "Brothers, let's get to work. Capture this place, and we can go home." Everyone was full of confidence. They failed to notice a shadow approaching silently. The shadow condensed a scythe, slicing through the heavens and earth, attacking the battle group. The power of this strike was beyond what level 10 could withstand. The Shadow Lord stealthily arrived. Killing intent erupted, the knight's expressions turned aghast. "Damn insect, die." The resentful voice of the Shadow Lord sounded, revealing a hideous face. He had given up everything, only for revenge against Nora. "You are the insect, damn it, it's you." Boom. The great sun crossed the sky, illuminating the darkness. A majestic figure shone with crimson light, appearing. The shadow melted and faded like ice and snow. Fire Dragon Knight. The Shadow Lord looked at the newcomer, his expression horrified. This guy had also ascended to level 10, and just reaching level 10, he gave the Shadow Lord a sense of deadly danger. Boom. The great sun sword chi exploded, blowing the Shadow Lord away. He knew this person was not to be trifled with, and chose not to resist, instead retreating. Sky Brilliance Slash. The Fire Dragon Knight slashed with his greatsword, the sword chi engulfing the Shadow Lord's figure. Without much struggle, the Shadow Lord dissipated. The Fire Dragon Knight walked through the air, his brow slightly furrowed. Incarnation of divine power. He temporarily disregarded the person, looking at the battle group to ask, "Is everyone all right?" Seeing it was the commander, everyone's surprise turned to delight. "We're fine. Commander, you've also reached level 10. "Yes, I've been promoted to Star Knight." "Ha ha ha, that's great. Commander is mighty." Damn Shadow Lord ran in disarray when scared by the commander. Abyss Layer 610. Upon learning of the Fire Dragon Knight's promotion, the Chaos Emperor stopped his work and specifically sent a congratulatory message and video called with the Fire Dragon Knight. Levi smiled and said, "Congratulations. While I'm not here, the work of the Dusk Holy Temple is entrusted to you. The Fire Dragon Knight replied, rest assured, Commander, I'm really looking forward to the day when other knights are also promoted to Star Knights. Levi sighed, his thoughts drifting to the future. Chapter 3186. Yes, after a long 5,000 years, we finally see the dawn. Fire Dragon Nightburn, leader of the Fire Dragon Apostle Group, joined in the Old Holy Light Calendar 1195, born with divine power, and extremely talented, had 2 sons with the 9 Dragon Empress, the Giant Spirit God Witch, and the Wind and Fire Dragon Witch. Both have legendary qualities. Nora Calendar 4650. The Fire Dragon Knight was promoted to level 10, became the 2nd Star Councilman of the Twilight Council. The Knight's title is Red Sun Dragon Venerate, and the Knight's motto is the Giant who chases the sun, the Dragon Venerate, who swallows the blazing sun, the Night Star is Great Son of Huang. The Emperor once commented, Fire Dragon, fierce and fearless, the most battle-skilled among the 18 riders. Records of Dusk biographies of the 18 riders. The Fire Dragon Knight. Astral World, Forest of Myriad Phenomena. Shadow Divine Domain. In the Divine Kingdom, the Shadow Lord revealed his form. His aura was considerably weaker. Once those knights flattened his main belief land, he would inevitably fall to become a weak god. He resorted to rampant slaughter, becoming a thorn in Nora's side. This day, an angel reported, Lord, a Nora army is approaching. The Shadow Lord's face changed drastically. This is the Forest of Myriad Phenomena. Have they already crossed the Star Wilderness? The Star Wilderness served as the largest natural defense line in the Astral World. In just 160 years, Nora had already breached it with their army. The lives of these upper gods remained at risk. He could flee, but the Divine Kingdom could not. Once the divine fire extinguished, he would still meet death. Everyone, gather immediately to protect the Divine Kingdom. The Shadow Lord, like a beast nearing its end, showed a fierce expression. He stepped outside. The well-trained battle group had already besieged the Divine Kingdom. Above the sea of ruins, the remains of saints and angels floated everywhere. 2 figures stood there. One was the Black Abyss Sovereign, level 10 middle stage. The other was a middle-aged beautiful woman, Shadow Queen Aya, 9 Rings Extreme Cultivation. Locating the Shadow Divine Kingdom quickly was thanks to her help. Aya had long coveted the Shadow Lord's power to refine an oddity and prove her legendary realm. This was the path pointed out to her by her teacher Wagner. The Shadow Lord, seeing this scene, already understood his fate. He sneered, you wizards are indeed the most evil beings in this world, maligning the Astral World, slandering and framing, consuming gods and men, sparing no expense to achieve your goals. Come then, if you wish to obtain my divine persona, then kill me. We will see if you have the skill. These words, if heard by the young, might cause a momentary bewilderment. But old foxes like the Black Abyss Sovereign remained long immune. Behind him appeared the wizard form of the City of the 7 Sins. The sword representing the 7 deadly sins soared skyward, pointing straight at the Shadow Lord. The Black Abyss Sovereign said sternly, then I must ask you to meet your death. A battle that shook the heavens continued for a month. After the bloody slaughter, the Shadow Divine Domain lay leveled. One by one, shadow angels fell from the sky under the army of creatures summoned by the Shadow Queen, turning into divine crystals and remains. Beneath the 7 Sins sword, the Shadow Lord met his end. His divine power and life quickly slipped away. He had lived for countless ages, and today he died. The 7 Sins sword sliced through the sky, tearing open the barrier of the Shadow Divine Kingdom. Endless shadow power dissipated, revealing the mysterious Divine Kingdom to the world. A grey divine fire blazed fiercely on the altar, gruesome and terrifying. A grey insect twisted and writhed, letting out a wail. Those who desecrate the gods shall meet a terrible end. The Black Abyss Sovereign ignored its cries, extinguishing the divine fire. He calmly said, Aya, collect the remains. After this battle, go into seclusion for some time, and strive to advance to legendary status soon. There is still a long way to victory in this war. We need you. The Shadow Queen replied, thank you, Senior. That year, the Black Abyss Army of the Heavenly Chopping Alliance became the first to break through the Star Wilderness. It became the first army to enter the Forest of Myriad Phenomena, shocking the Astral World inside and out. The morale of the Nora side ran high. Conversely, the Star Abyss Alliance army grew more terrified and uneasy. When mortals enter the Astral World, gods are no longer immortal. Anyone who is killed dies. Deep within the Astral World, having fought side by side for over 100 years, the Abyss could clearly feel the strength of the Star Ancestor declining. Logically, this was good news, but it brought no joy. If a god were to die, a demon could not survive alone. Nora's ambition was too great, aiming to completely end the age of gods and demons. At this rate, within 1,000 years, the Star Ancestor could fall back to the level 11 middle stage. How would it face the rising Mother River? In recent years, it had attempted to communicate with the will of the Mother Nest. It wanted to ally with the dark insects, first to eliminate the Astral World, then Nora. It saw clearly that the Astral World was no longer a force to be reckoned with. Now, it had to seize this potent potential of the insect race. Amid chaotic battles, the insect race's power grew quietly. This force could not be overlooked. Having been entangled with the Astral World for so long, the tenacity of the insect race was clear. But the Mother Nests will refused communication. The Star Ancestor sensed the Abyss will's thoughts and transmitted, if you have any trump cards left, don't hide them, use them. Without my Astral World bearing the pressure, the Abyss is also a dead end. the Abyss will felt a sense of despair. It only had one last card to play. That was the Lord of Buried Stars. Consuming the Abyss's reserves, it could ascend to Supreme. If this move also failed, the Abyss would be out of options, falling into passivity. It said, "Do you have any trump cards left? Show them too." The mighty Astral World wouldn't have only the Dark Emperor as a hidden Supreme, right? Even at this time, the two Supremes continued their scheming. The Star Ancestor replied, "I have no more cards, believe it or not." By now, it was beyond caring about threats. The Abyss will hesitated for a long while. Ultimately, it decided to deploy the Lord of Buried Stars. There is no retreat for either of us now. Let's hope you didn't deceive me. 30 years later, the 618th layer of the Abyss, a pure white giant hand descended. It caused this world dominated by a sea of fire to tremble thrice. A massive demonic body spanning 10,000 miles knelt, its roar echoing through the heavens and earth. Levi stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at the fleeing demons. They fell like chives under the harvesting of the 100,000 Shadow Dragon group, unable to resist in the slightest. This was his first move. The opponent was Red Fire Emperor Sulka. This one was a top-level powerhouse, having just awakened from slumber. It was somewhat overly confident, thinking it could confront any enemy under Supreme on its own turf. To save time, Levi obliterated it in seconds. After the blood battle spirit devoured it, its power transformed once again. Its illusionary form became more substantial, effectively a replica of the bloody Levi. Its aura had surpassed the 4 emperors, comparable to the Disaster Lord, who had just entered Supreme. The enhancement of the blood battle spirit exceeds my expectations. At this rate, once I penetrate the Abyss, it should ascend to level 11 middle stage, comparable to a Supreme will agent, and the blood battle armor can also withstand Supreme attacks, enhancing my defense. The Shadow Dragon Group army also rapidly transformed. Over 4,000 monster leaders, 400 demon kings, 42 demon emperors, disaster, death, and lost 3 emperors, all with near 4 emperor level combat strength, quickly restored to their peak pre-death standards. Such an army would become the last straw to crush the Astral World and the Abyss. Levi arrived at the core. Crimson Dragon Slash stood like a tombstone, embedded in the center of this realm. The Skull of Destruction greedily absorbed the power of destruction generated by the Destruction Realm. Years later, this layer also lost its life force. Levi drew the longsword, its tip resonating with the rhythm of destruction. Another cosmic-level supreme treasure in hand. Chapter 3187, Nora Battlefield. The Lord of Chaotic Star and Hellos remain on the defensive. They are caught in a brutal beating. The former has a shattered demon body. Supreme power leaks from its wounds, and its momentum fades. The latter has exhausted its divine power. It no longer shows the imposing manner of its first appearance. The Frost Witch and the others cycle between resting and returning to the fray. They strive to eliminate the two Supremes in the shortest time possible. The Dark Ancient Tower and Dreams of Revolving are both battered and bruised, but their main functionality remains intact. After the war, with some cost, they can be repaired. Unfortunately, the number of teleportations remaining for the Ancient Tower is nearly exhausted. Luckily, the number of level 10 combatants on the Nora side is not far from that of the Star Abyss Alliance army. As long as they fight steadily, annihilating the two giants with minimal casualties will not be an issue. The key to this battle remains with the Supreme Titans deep within the Astral World. Hera notes the poor state of the Lord of Fallen Star. She must slay the Lord of Chaotic Star before it is too late. Danger flares. An indescribable, gigantic palm strikes toward her back. Countless stars appear and disappear upon it. A strange, supreme might bursts forth. Hera has no time to dodge. She prepares to withstand the blow by burning her essence. At the critical moment, a great sword containing the 3,000 worlds slashes forth from the void. The great sword and the gigantic palm collide. They unleash endless power that recoils in all directions. Nebula descends to the human realm. Amidst the smoke and dust, a giant dragon silhouette stands erect. Broader than all other dragons, it is the incarnation of power. The great sword trembles. The power dragon is sent flying back, but then it stabilizes itself. Feeling the fractures in its dragon claw, it faces the Supreme without fear. What a magnificent sword. What a magnificent sword indeed. Anything created by Baolong must be top quality. It praises the weapon, unconcerned about anything else. In the void, the Lord of Buried Stars reveals its form. Its body is covered in twisted star vortexes. No one escapes being sucked in. As the ultimate card of the Abyss against the Astral World, its skills are not weak. It stands clearly stronger than the Lord of Chaotic Star, by a slight margin. It speaks with calm authority. Though you rely on the power of your treasure to withstand my strike, to truly rival me is foolish. Leave. Do not delude yourself as a legendary dragon. It wants only to annihilate Nora. A low buzz sounds. From the void, two colossal dragon silhouettes appear and overshadow the sky. They land on either side of the power dragon. The mind dragon and the void dragon speak simultaneously. Long time no see, Grennas. With the fallen rainbow dragon and the neutral time dragon excluded, the 3 legendary dragon species gather in Nora. Each legendary dragon species is a powerful being beyond the world. Even the Lord of Buried Stars reveals a solemn expression. The Void Dragon and Mind Dragon first joined the underworld. In the masterful underworld, they rank among the top 10 Nether Emperors. They show power close to the Nightmare 4 Emperors. As for the Power Dragon, it needs no introduction. Its legendary dragon species talent might not be as strong as the other two, but its lifespan is extremely long. Having fought alongside the Frost Giant Ancestor in many battles, it developed powerful Dragon Clan combat techniques. Its sword skill stands on par with human experts. Its realm sits only one step away from the Supreme. It commands the multidimensional plane's strongest attack supreme treasure, the Dragon Slayer Sword. The Lord of Storm, ranked among the top 10 gods, did not last long in those claws before being defeated. It perished and vanished. This vengeful dragon even split the Storm Divine Domain in the Astral World in two. It shattered the Divine Kingdom. All the subordinate gods and divine angels fell. Blood stained the Sea of Ruins. In terms of slaughter, the Power Dragon already sets the top standard of this universe. For void travel and escape, the Void Dragon is second to none. The only ones able to match it are the Void Spirit clan. Unfortunately, this generation's Void Emperor has barely reached the level 10 middle stage. It is incomparable to the Void Dragon. The Mind Dragon is undoubtedly the master of control. It is the strongest life form in the universe within the spiritual domain. This combination is quite perfect. Let me witness the power of the legendary dragon species. The surface of the Lord of Buried Stars rotates rapidly with star vortexes. Its body emits a deafening internal combustion engine roar, like the eternal drumming of this universe. Supreme Profound Meaning, Star Hymn. The Supreme Assault turns into an unstoppable shockwave exploding outward. The Power Dragon raises its sword to strike. Strength breaks all techniques. The Void Dragon and Mind Dragon mainly provide support. They allow the Power Dragon's offensive to hit the target more accurately. They also help dodge Supreme attacks, with clear division of labor. The unexpected battle leaves the people of Nora overjoyed. With their current strength, they could hold back the Lord of Buried Stars, but the cost would be too great. This current outcome is optimal. Hera's sword she continuously torments the Lord of Chaotic Star. The latter's demon body suffers severe damage. It approaches death. However, the supreme rules are difficult to obliterate. To utterly annihilate the enemy, more time is needed. The Frost Witch sighs. Before the Grand Council chairman set out for the abyss, he said, "Heavenly chopping is the tide of history, the direction of history. As long as our Nora can launch this war smoothly and beautifully, we will not need to beg for help. Allies will naturally defect from the astral world to wage war against the abyss. This is the era." Indeed it is so. Since the war began, countless exterior factors have intervened. The Fire Sovereign, Power Dragon, and Snow Goddess are no longer hidden. They choose to stand with Nora, united in spirit. The Frost Witch shouts to the army, "Nora shall prevail." Countless voices merge into a torrent. Their fighting spirit disperses the supreme momentum. Nora shall prevail. Chapter 3188. Years pass. The Age History book reaches Nora calendar year 4700. The Heavenly Chopping War has already lasted 200 years. For this kind of civil war, lasting thousands or tens of thousands of years is commonplace. According to official statistics, currently 1/5 of the belief lands in the thousands of star zones defined by Nora have been liberated. Over 1 million churches lie in ruins. The battle group has killed nearly 2,000 angel embodiments, and more than 10 weak god embodiments, severely damaging the astral world. On the war merit ranking, the 18 Twilight Cavalry have shone brightly. The Fire Dragon Knight remains far ahead, leading by a significant margin. After initially establishing the victorious outcome of the multidimensional plane, the Fire Dragon Knight led the Apostle Group to charge into the astral world, heading to the Forest of Myriad Phenomena to join the legendary wizards. On the Nora battlefield, the Lord of Buried Stars fights 3 dragons alone. Relying on realm advantages, it barely maintains suppression. Yet its supreme demon body has been deeply wounded by the Dragon Slayer sword. As a last-minute breakthrough, it also constantly faces the danger of being lost. If lost, Nora would win without effort. Therefore, it does not dare to use full strength. This makes the Abyss Will and Star Ancestor, deep within the astral world, anxious. The two giants did not expect that they could jointly deploy 3 supreme combat powers, yet fail to trample over Nora, without the Chaos Emperor guarding it. At this point, they understand that the loss of Hera and the Lord of Buried Stars was controlled by an invisible hand. The owner of this hand is already dead, Ancestor Wizard Soren. If they carefully review everything, they will find that since the rise of the Insect Clan 5,000 years ago, to Plane Convergence, Abyss Blood Battle, Nightmare Invasion, Nora Netherworld Alliance, Kars, Fire Sovereign's return, and many other events, it was perhaps not so coincidental. This universe passed through billions of years like dead water. Without hidden hands, it would be impossible to have so many big events in merely 10,000 years. All this is not destiny, but man-made. Realizing this now, it is already too late. The two giants, initially wanting to annihilate Nora, now in their hearts want to endure longer under Nora's fierce offensive, waiting for the turning point to arrive to obtain a trace of life force. Helplessly, the Abyss will issues an order. It commands the Lord of Buried Stars to burn and ascend, making the final struggle. If it cannot break the stalemate, then what awaits the astral world and Abyss is constant decline and death. Beneath the astral world, the demon core of the Lord of Buried Stars burns fiercely. Supreme momentum rises once more. Pressure on the 3 legendary dragon species abruptly increases. The Void Dragon is shocked out from the void, the Mind Dragon also suffers mind backlash, and even the invincible Power Dragon is knocked flying by a demon claw. The dragon slayer sword trembles and buzzes. The power dragon steadies its posture, panting heavily. It looks to its companions. Is it time to fight desperately? Can you two still hold on? The void dragon and mind dragon nod. No problem, they reply. The power dragon's gaze is resolute and tremendously heroic. Then good, let the world witness what is a true dragon. The legendary dragon species are true immortal gods. Even if they die in this era, they can still be reborn again in the future at the right time. The three legendary giant dragons also begin to burn the origin of their strength. The truths of the three major principles of void, mind, and power manifest. Everyone on the battlefield watches in shock. The Frost Witch speaks sincerely. Thank you, all three. Nora will forever remember this great kindness, eternally grateful. The power dragon shakes its head. No need for thanks. We are not doing this for Nora. It is for ourselves and for the entire dragon clan. As for establishing the dragon palace and saving the dragon clan from the Chaos Emperor, the power dragon, although not having interacted with him, still holds much favor. No matter what the Emperor's initial intentions were, judging by actions and not intentions, with his help, the dragon species have thrived. This is an indisputable fact. The mind dragon sighs. It is a pity we lack the rainbow dragon. Otherwise, the four of us could have together slain this demon long ago. The rainbow dragon of this era is the shame of the legendary dragon clan. Seduced by the succubus queen, it ultimately perished. Of course, it ultimately fulfilled the Chaos Emperor's supreme bloodline. In some sense, it fulfilled its destiny. As for the time dragon, this one has transcended time, an absolutely neutral observer of ages. Naturally, it is not within consideration. The void dragon's dragon blood boils within. It laughs loudly. Haven't released the legendary domain for a long time. Void country, open, roar, roar, roar. The rule embodiment of the legendary giant dragons burns fiercely. Their forms infinitely expand, feeling somewhat like a low-quality version of the Supreme Body, with momentum reaching beyond the four emperors. The breath spit by the three giant dragons together extinguishes the supreme offensive. Such momentum makes the Lord of Buried Stars burn faster. Its attacks grow increasingly fierce. As the Frost Witch prepares to dispatch a branch of the 8 formation map battle group to support the three dragons, yet another anomaly occurs suddenly. From infinitely high, brilliant starlight descends to the human realm. Great technique. 10,000 dragons sovereign. An unmatched divine power waterfall washes over the Lord of Buried Stars. A colossal pure white dragon's shadow descends from the sky, joining the three dragons' camp, striking the Lord of Buried Stars away. There is also a shadow forming like a dragon and horse hybrid. It bathes in the Star River, sacred and solemn. Great skill, Star Shepherd's word. The king of 10,000 dragons and the Lord of the Stars approach. After the war erupted, these two were appointed by the Star Ancestor, leading their subordinate gods to intercept 2 mighty insect queens. They have idled for 200 years, watching the war's situation. They have been waiting for a suitable opportunity to turn coat. Now, the defeat of the Astral World is settled. The Star Ancestor is stretched thin, unable to handle more. The two temporarily strike back the insect queens and descend upon Nora. At the same time, they announce their betrayal of the Astral World, joining the heavenly chopping camp. After the snow goddess defected, now 2 more powerful gods betray. Chapter 3189. The Star Ancestor grew extremely furious. Honestly, he still trusted the king of 10,000 dragons and the Star Beast. Throughout the years, both had made legendary achievements battling nightmares in the Astral World. Yet, they still betrayed him. He reminisced about the past. In the old days, the Star Dragon King killed the Blood Dark Dragon King. He used this as evidence of allegiance to open the Astral World gates, and then self-decapitated to lower his realm, declaring loyalty to the Astral World. It was all an act. The Star Dragon King endured tough times, tolerating disgrace and heavy burdens, all for the sake of today's heavenly chopping move. The Frost Witch felt her heart shake. This is the true power of the multidimensional plane, she thought. Hera felt deeply touched. Could these events all be part of Father's contingency plan, she wondered. I still underestimated Father's abilities. The Power Dragon laughed. Well, the Star Dragon King returns to his place. The Void Dragon roared to the sky. Charge, reforge the glory of the Dragon Clan. It is our sworn duty. At this moment, 5 giant beasts filled with confidence erupted with primal roars, attacking the enemy with scales, claws, tails, sharp teeth, and flame flow. The past seemed to repeat. The glorious era belonging to the Dragon Clan descended briefly. The Lord of Buried Stars discovered with shock that even while burning and ascending, breaking through the blockade of the dragons proved difficult. On the other side, the Lord of Chaotic Stars struggled to hold on. All Star Abyss cards had been played, yet the tide of battle remained unchanged. Defeat was only a matter of time. Bottomless Abyss, 630th layer, the Pale Deathland. This was originally the domain of the dead demon King Jaik, littered with white bones and demonized undead, its ecology more akin to hell, but now it remained unguarded. In recent years, rumors of the Chaos Emperor breaking through the abyss spread wide. Those with the capability fled the realm. Those incapable either hid away or waited for death. The dead demon king deserted, escaping hastily. According to the latest intelligence, he did not head to the Star Realm battlefield, but hid instead. Deserting the battle and defying military orders were excellent traditions of demons. Levi could not be bothered to search. Soldiers who discarded armor and fled would face the army to settle accounts after the victory. Relying on his singular strength made it impossible to exterminate all demons. His goal remained to allow the blood battle armor and shadow dragon group to grow. Killing as many demons as possible would suffice. The blood battle spirit emerged from the sky dome, sweeping in with supreme momentum, engulfing many abandoned demons, and assimilating them into the boundless blood sea behind to become part of billions of evil spirits. Up until now, it had stabilized in the Supreme Realm. It sprinted toward the mid-stage. No one could tally exactly how many demons it had devoured, just as no one knew how many demon shadows the Shadow Army had devoured. Now, around Levi, nearly 5,000 monsters, 500 demon kings, and 49 demon emperors gathered. He felt his spiritual carrying force near its maximum. Increasing the number of demon emperors required him personally stepping into the Supreme Realm. Thus, the death, disaster, and lost 3 emperors all stopped short above the 4 emperors junction. Even the Lord of Disaster could not step into Supreme, leaving Levi feeling slightly regretful. His spiritual force now neared 190,000. Given 1,000 years more, he could hope to tread into the Supreme Realm. All 6 great Emperor dragons had ascended to level 8. Reaching Supreme status remained about 1,000 years away. 1,000 years was a crucial time marker, as long as everyone could secure time for him. At the latest, before Nora year 6,000, he would be able to advance. He believed that with the composite profession Supreme achieved through Ancestor Body and Soul of Chaos, he could sweep through the opposition and suppress all dissenters. He simply needed time. He continued to monitor Nora's situation closely. He recognized the joining of these Dragon Clan brothers wholeheartedly. He established the Dragon Palace and elevated Dragon Clan goodwill. It was all worthwhile. Those who gain the path have many followers, while those who lose the path have few. A black armor figure entered the darkness quietly and stealthily to transcend the legendary Great Tribulation. A month later, accompanied by hearty laughter, another legendary wizard was born. It was the Purgatory Demon Sword. 100 years earlier, the Congress gifted the remains of several subordinate gods under the Lord of Storm to the Purgatory Demon Sword, completing wind element affinity items, and using the brilliant prison dragon god's remnants, refined into a body refining artifact, the Black Brilliance Heart. Accurately, it was an oddity combining body refinement and spells. Thus, the Purgatory Demon Sword became the first dual cultivation of body tempering technique and spell legendary wizard in history. Moreover, he mastered both the wind and fire factions. It was a spectacular achievement, epic changing in legendary history. Unfortunately, everyone remained busy with war, so his success lacked an audience. From now on, I am Purgatory Sword Lord Soteros. He murmured his legendary title to himself. After briefly stabilizing his realm, the newly ascended legend entered the Star Realm battlefield. The Purgatory Sword Lord's demiplane was the Endless Sword Prison, where sword chi interwove, creating a forbidden life zone. His legendary Witch Prime Minister was the Black Brilliance Holy Dragon, and his legendary wizard tool was the Black King Demon Sword, which accompanied him through half his life as he advanced, slaying devils and demons innumerable. His legendary honorific was Purgatory Lone Swordman, Wind and Fireborn Dragon King. During the past 200 years of war, the School of Dreams Final Fantasy perished during the Heavenly Chopping War. Thus, the Purgatory Demon Sword became the 40th legendary wizard remaining in existence. Not long after, the former son of Thousand Mountains Immortal, Gondor City Lord Lizio, succeeded in the path of dual cultivation, proving his legend. He became the second Earthfire faction wizard following Duke Roman, with the legendary title Son of the Volcano. Chapter 3190. The legendary profession is the mountain-covering fire stepper. The legendary demiplane is the mountain burial fire coffin. It is a land of fire surrounded by thousands of volcanoes. Its shape is like a coffin, known as the Tomb of Gods and Demons. The legendary reverence phrase goes as follows: when 1,000 peaks descend, the land ignites, and when the volcano wakes, gods and demons perish. This is the 41st legendary wizard recorded in the history of Nora, registered under the Earth faction. Upon hearing the good news, Gondor's 3 heroes from the Astral World sent their congratulations. The Mountain Knights, assigned tasks in the Star Zone, also showed gratified smiles. This child has some potential, one remarked. But this reverence phrase sounds a bit odd. 10 years passed. A battlefield in the Astral World, within the Thousand Hills countries. As one of the most powerful gods in the Astral World, the Sovereign of 10,000 Gold is tasked with besieging the Black Star Worm Queen, along with his subordinate gods, including the Amethyst Saint. Among his loyal retinue, the Purple Crystal 7 kings have successively fallen, now only 4 remain. Many of the once divine warriors transformed from the Amethyst race have also dwindled significantly. Those once top figures of the multidimensional plane, falling to such a state, it truly evokes sighs. Sometimes, choices are more important than strength. One wrong step leads to another. The enemy of the Amethyst Saint is the Thousand-Eyed Worm Queen, also a newly emerged soldier species in recent years, a top-level powerhouse with eyes capable of shooting thousands of divine lights. Its inspiration possibly comes from the Thousand-Eyed Titan and the Thousand-Eyed Demon. The mother nests will possesses strong learning and evolution traits. This is clearly evident. This weak divine body has affected my performance, the Amethyst Saint grumbled. He gripped the sky-stabilizing stick. He misses his amethyst body dearly. The damage from the thousand-eyed worm queen is also a spell-like ability. To his peak self, it would pose no threat. Now, he can only keep dodging and restraining the worm queen. Thinking about the heavenly chopping alliance army having already penetrated the forest of myriad phenomena, he feels more and more uneasy. As the leader of the council of 10,000 clans, surrendering is absolutely impossible for him. Dying in battle is still death, so he might as well take a chance with the Astral World. With the Astral World's strength, as long as the star ancestor remains undestroyed, there is still a chance to turn the tables. Suddenly, a golden light shot abruptly. A purple crystal angel fighting against the insect race exploded dramatically. On the battlefield, chaos ensued. The amethyst saint looked around, his expression immediately darkened. In the distance, the sea of ruins rolled backward, and 3 wizard towers emerged from the ground, forming a triangular formation, encircling this battlefield, belonging to Gondor's 3 heroes. The thousand-eyed worm queen, seeing the situation unfavorably, quickly led the insect race to retreat. Gondor's 3 heroes did not stop them. The amethyst saint wanted to escape, but it was futile. This was his divine domain. Running away would also mean death. The remaining amethyst race surrounded him, and the emotions of fear and despair were spreading. I have fought all my life, single-handedly opposing the Nora Council for countless years, yet ultimately fell into your hands, the amethyst saint said. Come on, don't you just want my amethyst body? This sky-stabilizing stick is made from my purple crystal remnant. Let's see if you have the ability. Near death, he was not afraid. Rather than suffer every day in anxiety, it was better to make a decisive ending. Amethyst race warriors, follow this saint and kill once more, he commanded. Do not fear, that is only an emotion born of the weak. We amethyst race still remain the strongest tribe. Inspired by the amethyst saint, the warriors regained their long-lost confidence. Once, their arrogant fists caused all clans to tremble. The multidimensional plane is a fair arena. Here, there are no rights or wrongs. If outmatched, face death calmly. The remaining amethyst race burst forth with an astonishing momentum, breaking out in 3 directions, the amethyst saint's long staff tearing through the sky, crashing down immensely. Holy skill, heavenly fall. This strike stirred the grand momentum of the heavens, as if an entire sky was crashing down, unstoppable. Gondor's 3 heroes remained expressionless. Once, they revered the amethyst saint's mighty power. Now, it is just so. Gondor took a step forward. The blood of the ancient god of chaos boiled, countless runes flickered, and 12,000 giant dragon and giant elephant phantoms stepped through the air, dividing mountains and seas, mightily grand. The clash of top-level powerhouses parted the sea of ruins a million miles wide. After blocking one move from the amethyst saint, Gondor confidently said, "You are inadequate." This statement enraged the amethyst saint immensely. He charged forward, divine power burning furiously. "Arrogant junior," he shouted. Gondor replied, "Even after your ascension, this is all you amount to." His right hand opened the heavens, the wizard form of the ancient god of chaos pressed horizontally. Even without Ace and Lord Victor's assistance, he could hold his own against the amethyst saint. Gondor continued, "You abandoned the amethyst race's dignity, which used to be your only commendable attribute. Had you not sought refuge in the astral world, you could have left a prominent mark in the multidimensional plane, remembered as a hero in decline. But now you have nothing." The amethyst saint grew even angrier, culminating in ultimate ascension. The ancient god of chaos and the amethyst saint clashed violently between heaven and earth. Gondor poignantly said, "Word by word, when the astral world perishes, who will remember the cannon fodder fallen in this righteous war? Righteousness? How are wizards worthy?" the amethyst saint furiously asked. "History is written by the victors," Gondor replied. "We ended the era of gods and demons, bringing all clans to the center stage. This is righteousness." The amethyst saint was angered to the core. "Absurd. It is absurd. You are no different from gods and demons. History will not change by this. In millions of years, you too will become like gods and demons. Regardless of where the future leads, you won't see it," Gondor countered. "Let us move, both of you." Gondor alone found it difficult to slay the amethyst saint. Ace waved his hand, and the ice phoenix and fire dragon swooped, whistling over. Lord Victor maneuvered the god execution sword formation, sketching the trajectory of the Bida's 7 stars. This god-slaying war lasted a year, until the amethyst saint's divine power was exhausted, dying of exhaustion. He knelt to the ground, his long staff propped in front of him. Divine blood soaked every inch of land, corpses of the amethyst race were everywhere, and the ground was littered with rare treasures forged of purple crystal. Looking around, only he was left alive. "Rest assured, the amethyst race will not be annihilated," Gondor said. "After all, the purple crystal world still exists, and millions of years later, new amethysts will nurture spirituality and life. However, you will not be around." He punched to shatter the amethyst saint's skull. The fist wind continued unabated, smashing a hole through the purple crystal divine country. The fire dragon flew out holding a purple divine fire. Ace pinched out the divine fire, saying indifferently, "Rest in peace." The amethyst saint's life force was completely severed. His true soul was caught by the accompanying king of the underworld and sent into the Nether River. Ace cleaned the battlefield, collecting all the amethyst crystals, picking up 2 supreme treasures, one being the sky-stabilizing stick, and the other being the water-summoning boots. The former he intended to recast in the wizard tower of his beloved friends and family. The latter naturally for Elena, who also happened to lack a supreme treasure. The other gains were countless. Didn't see Covenant Sword and Dark Temple, Gondorf noted. Looks like they were offered to the sovereign of 10,000 gold by the Amethyst Saint. Let us withdraw first. This battlefield was not far from the 10,000 gold divine domain. The three of them were not yet opponents for this top-level god. After cleaning up the battlefield, the three heroes vanished into streams of light. Nora calendar 4711, Gondor's three heroes slayed the Amethyst Saint, exterminating the Amethyst race. From this point, all remaining forces of the Council of 10,000 clans were cleared, becoming history. Nora Epic Volume for the Calamity of All Clans. Chapter 3191. The protracted war lasted until the 4760th year of the Nora calendar. There are more than 1,000 star regions in the multidimensional world, and the situation is very good. In the war to liberate the Land of Faith, the Spider of Stars, and its thousands of puppets also played a crucial role. It cooperated with the Legion to assassinate clergy, provided intelligence on churches in various regions, and encircled and devoured the incarnations of gods and angels in the lower world. Not only did it do good things, but it also satisfied its appetite. The Chaos Emperor specially named it the Ambassador of Darkness and brought it into the Supreme Council, where it and the Serpent of the End became the only two mythical creatures in the council. With the help of the Temple of Dusk, and using the blood of the Lord of Stars, the little spider broke free from its shackles, and was promoted to a 9th-level legendary creature, guarding the Dark Land with the Big Spider. Now, more than 70% of the gods' faith areas in the astral realm were affected. The four most seriously damaged were Heaven's Merciful Father, the Lord of Blood and Fire, the Mother of Earth, and the Lord of 10,000 gold. A rough estimate suggests that due to the decline in faith, the strength of these four gods has dropped by about 1/10. Except for the Virgin Mary, the other three powerful gods are ranked in the top 10. They are close to the level of the four emperors, but now they should be just at the ordinary level 10 peak. Never since ancient times have the gods been so weak. Of course, Nora would also treat them differently. Some powerful gods who were not too aggressive, and had not bullied Nora, would not be taken care of by Nora. For example, Dream Lady's Island, who had released the Blue Dream Star Lord. This powerful god should be thankful. He showed some kindness to Nora at the beginning. Thus, it avoided the fate of rapid extinction. Those who dance the most happily die the fastest. For example, the two of the seven gods, Storm Emperor and Eternal Fire. Under the domino effect, the gods in the star realm suffered defeat on both ends on the battlefield. On the one hand, they were defeated by the coalition forces of Phasian, and on the other hand, they lost more than they won to the Zerg, and successively lost several powerful gods. At present, not counting those killed by the Zerg, the Star Realm has lost 120 gods in the Phasian battlefield. The Zerg should have killed and devoured more than 30 gods. Of the 700 gods at the beginning of the war, only about 550 remained. During its heyday, the Star Realm was said to have thousands of gods. In less than 10,000 years, half of them had perished. Of course, the dead were mostly lower gods and weaker gods. As the Heaven Fighting Alliance advanced to the Wangxiang Forest, a large number of middle-level gods would fall. More than 100 level 10 demons died. Half of them died at the hands of the Chaos Emperor, who was breaking into the abyss. If most demons had not fled, Levi's kill count would have been much higher. Counting the demons exiled to the multidimensional realm, there are probably only about 400 level 10 fighters in the abyss. There are probably only about 300 people who can actually be deployed on the battlefield. The main reason is that there are too many deserters in the abyss. Therefore, at most, there are only about 800 level 10 fighters in the Star Realm and the abyss. There were still about 300 people being held back by the Zerg and unable to escape. There were only about 500 people fighting on the battlefield. Certainly, as the number of ancient towers was exhausted, the losses of the Phasian coalition forces also increased visibly. This was because the coalition forces had more elite combat power, were well trained, and had tacit cooperation. On the battlefield of Phasian, the coalition forces' losses were basically less than half of those of the Xing-Yuan alliance. If Levi's killings were also counted, it was only 1/3. During hundreds of years of war, Nora lost more than 70 level 10 warriors. 4 legendary wizards have fallen, namely the Final Fantasy, the Burning God Shaman, the Queen of Wind, and Miss Tianhai. The divine wizard Fenji was surrounded by the enemy and unable to escape, so he blew himself up, taking a weaker god with him, but his soul escaped. After returning to Nora, he entered the spare body and saved his life. This body was an avatar he prepared for himself. With the advanced cultivation level of the 9th ring, it would take a long time for him to step into the realm of legend, so he could be considered dead. Moreover, the clone's qualifications are not very good. Whether it can become a legend is still unknown. The idea of the Burning Silence divine wizard was to fight with the 9-ring body first, and then after the war was over, he would disintegrate on his own, reincarnate, cultivate again, be reborn well, and become a legend again. Compared to the Queen of Wind, she is considered a legend of the older generation. Of course, her lifespan is still far from over. She is a senior 10th ring expert and was assassinated by the powerful Godlady of Night. She blew up her legendary magic weapon and other trump cards and escaped with serious injuries. Unfortunately, she was discovered by a queen who was waiting behind. In the end, only the queen's true spirit escaped and entered the reincarnation cycle to be reborn. It turns out that once there is a chance, these Zerg will never let go of the opportunity to devour Nora. These guys must be guarded against. When the war of defeating the sky is about to be won, Nora must be prepared for a new war, and cannot give the Zerg a chance to grow. Miss Tianhai suffered the most. Her true spirit did not have time to escape. She was destroyed by a powerful god, the goddess of death, with a secret method, and could not be reincarnated. On the side of the ancient wizard, the supreme wizard was killed. Among the powerful aliens, Whale Emperor Son, Miss Echo, Star Overlord, Giant Wood King, and the two brothers Stone King, a total of 5 powerful men fell. Those who were able to be reincarnated were sent into samsara. No, there is no way. War is so cruel. The giant civilization also lost a level 10,000-eyed titan. In order to avenge him, the 1,000-eyed swordsman went deep into the 1,000 hills and killed 2 weaker gods in succession. He fought a fierce battle with a powerful god, and the two ended in a draw. He then temporarily withdrew for the sake of the overall situation. The elder of the beast tamer civilization, the emperor of all beasts, fell. Chapter 3192. 2 shadow strongmen have fallen. The Nightmare Camp has lost a total of 30 strongmen. The Underworld has lost 26 Nether Emperors. Many fell on Nora's side as well, but the rebellious gods and the support of level 10 strongmen arriving from the multidimensional plane bolstered the ranks. The Heavenly Chopping Alliance army still counts 600 members. With a dual advantage in numbers and quality, Nora has little reason to worry about achieving victory in the war with minimal cost. This year, on the Soren continent, vast water vapor surged forth. The ocean hung inverted in the sky, and an earth-shaking anomaly reverberated in all directions. This day marked the ascension of the genius San Shui Heim to legendary status. He wielded 81 witch marks. The day of legend coincided with Heim's 4,000th birthday. In the wizard civilization, reincarnated rebuilders of 4,000 years reaching legendary status are scarce. Many become legendary in their later years. Since the arrival of the Golden Era, this has improved somewhat, yet 4,000 years still marks him as exceptional, comparable to legendary reincarnation. Upon exiting seclusion, Heim immediately contacted the Sea Knight. The reincarnated legend is now also an 8th circle wizard and level 8 knight, leading a battle group in the 589th star zone, commanding a liberation movement. Upon seeing Heim's legendary status, the Sea Knight finally let out a sigh of relief. He spoke. I won't catch the heavenly chopping war. Heim, once you're ready, go to the Astral World for me. I lament I fell too early and can't slay a god to prove my path. Heim responded, Teacher, take care. The Sea Knight replied, Yes, I'm not far from level 9. The Star Zone task holds little danger. I have legendary trump cards and safety is certainly not an issue, so don't worry about me. Heim nodded, then turned off the communicator. His face, calm for thousands of years, finally showed signs of excitement. With a mortal body, he would slay gods. This had been a dream for countless strongmen throughout the ages. This day, he finally awaited. Heim's legendary title is the Boundless Master. His legendary profession is Heart of the Star Sea. His mythical path is not confined to the ordinary meaning of the sea, but also includes the vast ocean of stars, harnessing the intangible power of starlight. The future potential is limitless. His legendary demiplane is the ocean of stars. His legendary witch prime minister is star flowing and celestial rotation. His legendary honorific is calming as water rings round, silent heavenly stars eternal. Heim's potential is not inferior to that of the former Great Council President Emmon. One is as fiery as the burning sun, the other as virtuous as water. The extremities of intense heat and eternal tranquility define them. Possessing either character, one is destined to achieve greatness. The battle on Nora reached a turning point. The end of the Lord of Chaotic Stars' life finally arrived. The Vajra demon body shattered into fragments, broken by Hera using the Death Sword energy. The remains orbited a supreme-level demon core ceaselessly. A demonic aura of supreme earth fire power riddled the area, turning a stretch of millions of miles into a life-forbidden zone. Spacetime holds no meaning here, and disorder prevails. Hera gasped heavily. Her breathing was infused with the power of life and death. The cosmic celestial had disintegrated, scattered into dust. Herman temporarily returned to Nora for respite. To wear down the Lord of Chaotic Star, 5/3 of Nora Skynet's energy, and half of the mechanical creations were consumed. These represented centuries of development efforts. The cost was undeniably large, but the Supreme is inherently challenging. The 8 formation map battle group also suffered severe damage. Although no members died, many strongmen sustained injuries, lightly or heavily, depleting their foundation and necessitating long-term recovery. Fighting the Supreme and suffering no deaths is already a miracle. The battle group mainly provided side support. The direct confrontation was relentlessly handled by the 2 cosmic treasures, the Cosmic Celestial, the Fallen Star Lord, and Hera. With a gesture, Hera beckoned the Earth Fire Demon core over. She murmured to herself, The Lord of Chaotic Star is a fusion of Earth Fire Demon. The Lord of Buried Stars is a fusion of Feng Shui Demon. Earth and Fire, Feng Shui, that is chaos. This item might be useful to Levi. One should not be fooled by the Chaos Emperor's might, tearing through the abyss. His realm is still level 10. To destroy great enemies like the Star Ancestor, Abyss Will, and Mother Nest's Will, Levi must ascend to the Supreme. With his performance, he can certainly achieve overwhelming victory. In this way, Nora can secure a definitive win. Of course, even if Levi does not ascend to Supreme, given Nora's current performance, the heavenly chopping war can grind down the Star Realm abyss over thousands of years. The Star Ancestor's strength has been steadily declining. Eventually, it will fall to level 11 middle stage. Then, the balance among the 4 great Supremos will break completely. But as a result, the duration of the war drags on. Each year drawn out brings countless lives to perish due to the conflict, and countless families are shattered. Whether it is the Nether Emperor or the level 10s of Nora, they will continually fall in succession. Although Nora can bear a prolonged war with its current foundation, Levi is unwilling. Not to mention the variable like the insects. This is the great tribulation that Soren fears most. All of this requires Levi to become supreme. On the other side, the Lord of Buried Stars and Dark Emperor Helos both showed despair. 3 Supremos invaded Nora. Not only did they fail to capture it, but they lost one. This battle was lost. The Star Ancestor and Abyss will have not issued any retreat orders. At this point, advance or retreat both lead to demise, so it is better to gamble. With one less supreme, things are much easier for Nora. Hera didn't have time to rest. She joined the battlefield of the dragon, besieging the Lord of Buried Stars. 5 giant beasts were all burning themselves, striving for ultimate ascension. What fuels them is the desire for victory. Fortunately, the Lord of Buried Stars is new to Supreme, and his realm is unstable. He is currently teetering on the brink of losing himself. Whether he becomes lost or falls, it can crack Nora's predicament. What Hera needs to do is extinguish him before he becomes lost. Chapter 3193. He acquired the Supreme Feng Shui magic core. As for the Dark Emperor, the divine power had increasingly dried up over time. Its strength weakened, compounded by the significant reduction in the belief lands of the Dark God system. A fall from grace was inevitable. For now, he would let the battle group and the Dark Ancient Tower, and the small spinning top, hold them off. 40 years later, Nora calendar 4800, Astral World, Thousand Hills countries. The wild dog god, riding the void demon dog, galloped wildly. He carried the ancient divine artifact sunbreaking divine bow on his back. Undeniable fear masked his expression as death approached. A figure riding a purple divine dragon coursed through the sea of ruins, rapidly closing in. The heavenly artisan moved with lethal focus. The wild dog god shouted, his voice cracking with rage. I am the subordinate god of the blood fire dominator. He is among the top 10 gods of the astral world. Hunting me down is akin to seeking your own death. His lordship has already come. The heavenly artisan remained unmoved. He pointed to the sky, then swung his hand forward. A sky-reaching treasure tower crashed down. Even before it landed, a vast vacuum area appeared in the sea of ruins. Countless creatures scattered in a panic. The wild dog god felt terror seizing his heart. He controlled the demon dog to slip into the void, narrowly dodging the attack. In the direction he fled, a bright golden light shot forth from the sea of ruins. Clouds parted to reveal a divine apparition. A sacred and majestic ancient god of chaos emerged across the heavens. Above and below heaven, I alone reign supreme. He extended a palm from an infinite height and slapped down. The blow landed. The wild dog god was blasted away. His divine power barrier shattered instantly. The void demon dog whimpered in fear as the giant hand grasped it. Gondalf stood atop the ancient god's head. If it were not for saving this little guy, you would already be dead. The void demon dog surged with joy, realizing it could escape disaster. Thank you, Lord, for your mercy. Heros is willing to be your steed. A wise man submits to circumstances. If not now, when? Gondalf collected it into the demon-clearing ancient tower. I do not need you as a steed. Just come with me. I will follow your command, Lord. A long rainbow shot over, piercing the clouds. The wild dog god drew his bow for a sneak attack on Gondalf. Gondalf simply raised his right hand and caught the arrows. He laughed. Stop making meaningless struggles. He was now not far from becoming a 10-ring senior. Moreover, as a chaos wizard, weak god attacks were easily blocked. Only top-level strong beings held the qualification to fight him. The wizard tower descended, suppressing and killing the wild dog god. Gondalf held the divine bow and smiled. This divine artifact is not bad. I will keep it. Ace nodded. This should be the last subordinate god of the blood fire dominator. Gondalf looked toward the horizon. Next will be the blood fire dominator himself. Let us retreat for now and come back to meet him when I am a 10-ring senior. In his heyday, the blood fire dominator possessed 13 banners. As time passed, under the insect onslaught and assassinations by the 3 heroes, he had become a lone commander. His strength was possibly no greater than an ordinary level 10 peak. As long as Gondalf ascended to a 10-ring senior, the Gondor 3 heroes would have the confidence to kill him. Soon after, an ominous figure rushed in. The Bloodfire Dominator arrived. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. If he had not recently siphoned strength from the War Monarch at the Nora battlefield, he might have already fallen from the ranks of powerful gods. He knew that the Chaos Emperor was targeting him. After all, the Gondor 3 heroes were all avatars of the Emperor. After a fit of impotent rage, the Bloodfire Dominator returned to the battlefield. He once believed that with the Star Ancestor around, the Astral World would remain eternally undying, and he himself would be immortal. Now, he saw the Astral World in turmoil, and his foundations in jeopardy. The Star Ancestor was also self-absorbed in his own difficulties. A sense of melancholy washed over him. He knew that an era was about to end. Bottomless Abyss, 639th layer. The further down one goes, the broader the Abyss layer becomes. Each is equivalent to hundreds of large worlds, with dense demonic aura forming vast oceans, breeding countless worms. Levi marveled at the immense foundation of the giant behemoth. Fortunately, he had Gondafa's avatar. After seizing control of the abyss, he planned to station it there, periodically clearing any level 10 demons threatening Nora. Only in this way could long-term stability be ensured. As for completely eradicating the abyss, it was unrealistic and unnecessary. The abyss could serve as a trial ground and resource point for the Nora 1 clan in the future, similar to the Nightmare World. The 639th layer was primarily oceanic. Here, the water elements were extremely dense, but they were polluted by demonic aura. Those who lived here included the Sin Sea Witch Fat, a level 10 peak powerhouse, one of the harem of the deceased water demon lord, now living in exile. Levi appeared slightly helpless, really fast at running away, huh? Fortunately, his primary purpose in venturing into the abyss was not to target these level 10 beings. A boundless blood sea swept forth, revealing a demonic body the size of 1,000,000 miles. From the blood sea emerged the half-dead corpse of a giant beast, clad in armor-like demonic scales. It resembled a sea snake with a dragon's head, adorned with a single horn glistening in black light. Its blood eye stared at Levi, instinctively fearful. Not bad. There are finally traces of a mythical creature. The Sea Dragon Emperor, a water element dragon clan, reached level 10 at adulthood. The one before him was in his prime, with strength at the level 10 middle stage. Levi collected it into the ancient tower for purification and transformation. While the Blood Battle Spirit and the Shadow Dragon group were clearing the demons on this layer, he sat cross-legged within the infinite land to meditate and cultivate. He aimed for the ultimate realm. Warfires raged, and another 100 years passed. Astral World. A black-haired figure traversed the Sea of Ruins. He had an imposing manner and an innate regal air. It was primordial demon Lord Suin. He was still at level 10 middle stage, with progress extremely slow. Chapter 3194. However, his strength had already surpassed that of ordinary top experts. Both walked the path of chaos, and their power was extraordinary. Of course, in the terminology of the energy sect, chaos is known as mixed element. Therefore, the pioneers of the past were also called mixed element ancestors. Like the Gonda 3 heroes, Suin possessed skill and daring. He did not participate in regular military actions. Instead, he lurked in the depths of the astral world, hunting solitary gods. Over the years, he had slain several subordinate gods. A sudden realization gripped him. He looked downward. Lord Victor has also entered the 6th realm of the energy sept, the true realm of the sword immortal. Soon, this demon lord can finally leave this universe, where the sky is high and the bird flies freely. The Golden Star Sword Tower remained hidden within the star ruins, breathing golden sword energy. This place was the former Rainbow Sea where the Dusk Spear had been nurtured, and it remained rich with metal elemental power. Gondaf and Ace stood with their hands behind their backs on the peak of the Wizard Tower. A third level 10 energy sect practitioner is truly not easy to find. Currently, the level 10 energy sect is essentially just the one mixed element ancestor. Many level 9 practitioners exist, several dozen people in total. Like the 4 sons of the energy sect, all have already reached the peak realm. But there had not been a level 10 practitioner until now. Lord Victor has set a good precedent. Beneath the golden clouds, Lord Victor's figure blurred. He turned into a vast, invisible sword energy, galloping across the universe, untouched by calamity, freely roaming the void. Sword sect 6th realm, the immortal sword immortal. At this time, the soul, body, and golden stone chi of the sword sect practitioner were all condensed into the nurturing Kinkan invisible sword chi, a true immortal god, freedom extreme intent. These were also the theories of the primordial demon lord. He was not a sword cultivator, so he only let Lord Victor use it as a reference. Surprisingly, Lord Victor truly mastered it. His physical defense had always been a weak point. However, after entering the realm of the immortal sword immortal, physical defense no longer mattered. Lord Victor fell on the Golden Star Sword Tower, continuing to comprehend the marvels of the sword immortal. His black hair fell over his shoulders, becoming increasingly discordant with the style of this universe. It appeared as if he had been photoshopped in. A sense of repulsion washed over him. Because he himself was a legendary wizard, this feeling was not intense. It does not matter. Once I transcend the universe, these are no issues. Lord Victor no longer worried about it, rapidly stabilizing his realm. Gondaf and Ace continued as his protectors. The 3 of them later refined some oddities for cultivation. Gondaf had already stepped into the 10-ring senior realm. Although the realm was not high, the 3 of them combined could easily slay top experts, especially since Lord Victor was level 10 in both the energy sept and wizardry. 10 years later, 3 figures soared into the sky, disappearing into the void. A massive insect queen corpse plummeted to the ground in the blood-fire divine domain of the Thousand Hills countries. A towering figure with a blood-red face and fangs, holding a long spear, landed on the ground. He devoured the insect queen's corpse like a bloodthirsty beast, absorbing its strength. Inside the insect queen's abdomen lay several remains of gods that appeared like insects. The blood-fire figure devoured them all together. Devouring one's kin was a common occurrence for him. After eating and drinking his fill, the blood-fire figure dragged the insect queen's corpse into the divine kingdom. He gazed at the flickering divine fire. Unprecedented weakness washed over him. He wandered through the now empty divine kingdom, eventually arriving above it. The vast divine true form stood tall in the universe. He thrust the spear of blood and fire beside him. He sat cross-legged, waiting quietly. The once bustling divine domain was now desolate and bleak. Not long after, 3 figures approached in a triangle formation, hovering in the void. The Bloodfire Dominator opened his eyes and sneered. "You have come." Ace stepped forward. It seems you are ready, Lord Ares Tadel. The blood fire dominator spat. Regardless of victory or defeat, I will not shy away. Since the ancient era, I have witnessed countless storms. I was ultimately defeated by Sauron. I regret only that the gods were too merciful, not eliminating Nora in time. If time could reverse, the astral world should have destroyed Nora during the ancient age. The gods believed that without Sauron, there would be no today. Gondalf laughed. He said, "What use is there in destroying Nora? You stole the astral world's fruit, blocked the path of evolution, and the path of wisdom, attempting to use divine faith to turn the beings of the multidimensional plane into caged golden canaries, but that will eventually lead to backlash. Kill one Sauron, there will be thousands of Saurons. Destroy one Nora, and there will be countless Noras. The downfall of the astral world is only a matter of time. No civilization is eternally undying. The astral world will fall, as will Nora." The blood fire dominator did not argue. He stood up, spear in hand, pointing at Gondalf. "If I can destroy the Emperor's 3 duplications today, it would be a renowned deed. Come, let me see the mortal's methods. Blood, blazing fire, war, and slaughter." Over 10 innate and acquired gods' authorities intertwined to create a giant bloody fire monster phantom reaching the heavens, ferociously arrogant. If not for the heavy damage to the belief land and the exhaustion of divine power, such gods' authorities would surely be of 4 emperor level. Gondalf clenched his fists. The ancient god of chaos appeared, exuding unrestrained arrogance. Nightmare black dragon, wild god, Yaksha, and other special spiritual creatures comparable to a weak god emerged. He took the initiative to attack, striking down with a palm. The cloud chi parted, revealing a 100,000-mile palm print. Radiant King Heavenly God Palm. The bloody fire monster wielded the long spear, stabbing toward the giant palm. The shocking collision made the blood fire divine domain tremble. Heavenly craftsmanship. Ace stood firm. Behind him, countless giant soldier phantoms forged by skilled craftsmen appeared, lining up on the ice and fire-encircled Taiji formation, advancing one after another to attack the bloody fire monster. The divine power barrier burned fiercely, erasing these giant soldiers. But the Taiji formation rotated, and giant soldiers continuously gushed out. There were also more than 10 ice and fire special spiritual creatures attacking around the bloody fire monster, like a flock of crows harassing a dying wild ox. The bloody fire monster roared in pain. Vast divine power poured out, burning uncontrollably. He had become an internal combustion engine about to explode, acting with no scruples. Lord Victor lifted his hand, sketching the 7-star orbit. Golden small swords lined up, forming a god execution sword formation covering the blood fire divine country. The sword formation kept tightening, destroying the divine country, with occasional kinkin invisible sword chi shuttling back and forth, repeatedly impacting the divine power barrier until it shattered its defense. The Gondor 3 heroes joined forces, firmly pressing the blood fire dominator underfoot. After a decade-long battle, the blood fire dominator's divine power depleted. His barrier could no longer hold, collapsing under the impact of the dragon and elephant, the god execution sword formation slicing the divine body. Divine blood splattered, and divine bones shattered. The blood fire dominator's form began to swell, evidently about to self-destruct. Radiant King Dingyu. At the critical moment, Gondalf exerted all his strength to deliver a powerful palm strike. With this blow, space-time stagnated, unmoving like a quagmire. The blood fire dominator, moving in slow motion, showed a look of despair, awaiting death helplessly. Sword formation, heavenly star destruction. Lord Victor pointed downward, transforming the golden small sword into a great sword. The great sword fell, stars dimmed, and all things perished. The bloody giant monster shattered into countless dust particles. Even the true soul was annihilated, vanishing without a trace. Nora Calendar 4920, the Gondor 3 heroes slayed the blood fire dominator in the deep red basin. Nora Epic, Volume 8, Twilight of the Gods. Chapter 3195. Above the ruins of the Divine Kingdom, Gondalf picked up a dozen divine personas floating in the void. These are the essence of the Heavenly Father, brimming with the flavor of truth and rules, the primary spoils of this battle. He stood there for a moment, letting his gaze drift over the battlefield before speaking. This fiery fire godhood, Ace, you can refine it into an oddity. Fiery fire, the most crucial divine persona of the blood fire dominator. Bloodlines, wars flow, temporarily seal it, maybe we can still cultivate a few more legendary wizards out of it. When a god falls, all things flourish. Gondalf spoke these words with a soft tone. Ace picked up the spear of blood and fire. It is an ancient divine artifact, far more potent than the sun-breaking divine bow, akin to a top-grade treasure. I will take these divine weapons, and when there is time, I will remelt them. Together with Amethyst, we will rebuild the wizard tower, and add a few more divine weapons, and that should suffice. Lord Victor stared at the items with intensity. Bloodfire is dead. Next up is the sovereign of 10,000 gold. The 10,000 gold divine status is extremely important to him. If refined, he could quickly step into the realm of a 10 ring senior, thereafter advancing to 10 rings perfection, which would also be much easier, laying the foundation for stepping into the Supreme in the future. After cleaning up the battlefield, 3 figures transformed into rainbows and flew away. Millions of years later, this place may become a relic, telling the history of the descendants and their god slaying. Time flows like water, the sun and moon like jumping marbles. Star shifting, stars in the sky continuously dim. Most are from those self-proclaimed gods, the fake gods, and some from even older star gods. The furious bull collapses with a thundering crash, its horns already shattered. The jade rabbit leaps over, landing beside it, eyes filled with tears. Crino, stand up. The bull gasps, the blood glow in its eyes gradually fading. I am tired, let me rest. Hera, after I die, place my remains in the multidimensional plane. My will and bloodlines will decompose on their own, flowing into the universe. One day, we might meet again. At that time, I might not be called Crino, but that will be me. Upon speaking these words, the bull closed its eyes. The star god has fallen, eternity grieves, the astral world mourns. The jade rabbit traced a line to open a stargate, placing Crino's corpse in a corner of the multidimensional plane, the world on the giant beast's back disintegrating, vanishing into smoke. The power named bloodlines disappeared into the void. Years later, this universe might birth powerful legendary cattle, mythical creatures, representing another form of rebirth for the bull Crino owed. Hera wiped her tears. 500 years of heavenly chopping war, 36 star gods, now only 24 remain, the other 12 have returned to the heavens, eternally resting. Hera hummed the star god ballad, joining the new war. In the year 5000 of the Nora calendar, the last heavenly cutting army charged into the forest of myriad phenomena. Over 500 level 10 strongmen from multidimensional planes convened their army here. Behind them, the star wilderness had long been flattened. Weak gods died or surrendered. Now, only about 400 star gods remain. About 350 abyss demons. Less than 400 could effectively stop the heavenly chopping alliances, 500 strongmen. Others were surrounded by the Tia insect race, slowly being devoured. The insect race's power continued to grow, with hopes of becoming the second giant, second only to Nora. The insect race had over 100 insect queens, and more than 100 soldier species with clear roles. Though few in number, each insect queen required a top-level strongman to restrain. Strong insect queens, rivaling the 4 emperors, were also in no short supply. Of course, the most terrifying are not the insect queens themselves, but their ability to rapidly reproduce insect species. Continually devouring organic matter, they could efficiently breed insect species. Their expansion speed even surpassed the mechanical school's creation of mechanical creations. From beginning to end, the number of insect queens was always far less than the astral world. But they made a mess for a large group of gods. Most exaggerated of all, the insect queen's death rate was even lower than Nora's level 10 units. According to the current trend, if they waited until Nora resolved the astral world and abyss to fight the insect race, Nora's future war will undoubtedly be difficult. The insect race's development speed is too fast, even Nora is no match. They took advantage of the heavenly chopping alliance, restraining the astral world's main force, engaging in all types of sneaky maneuvers, reaping fishermen's benefits, growing stronger day by day, and repeatedly provoking the heavenly chopping alliance. This has caused Nora considerable trouble as well. For Nora, currently defeating the astral world and abyss is only a matter of time. Addressing the insect race must also be put on the agenda. Under the Chaos Emperor's chairmanship, the Supreme Council launched a new round of remote meetings, unanimously deciding to preemptively encircle the insect queens, dispatching special personnel to infiltrate the battlefield of the insect race, and Heavenly Father, timing the opportunity, striving for dual objectives. If all fails, prioritize exterminating insect queens. The gods are now less of a threat. Compared to their peak, they are down to just a third in numbers. The star ancestor is not far from falling in realm. Still, the insect race poses a bigger threat. Of course, to deal with the insect race, Nora still requires several supreme combat powers to restrain the mother nest's will, so the netherworld ancestor and others need to free up their hands. Once the star ancestor falls in realm, and Levi breaks through the abyss, that will be the day of starting the siege on the insect race, when Nora will stand against 3, fighting to the bloody end. Bottomless abyss, level 649. Death energy and demonic aura intertwined, creating an abyssal ecosystem akin to hell. Long ago, this place belonged to a top-level strongman of demon lord level. Blood prison demon King Callus, an expert in the path of death, extremely powerful. It should be the abyss's top-level death system demon, but in ancient times, it fell in war with the underworld. Chapter 3196. The area became empty, but under the dense death energy, many powerful demonized undead and death-type demons spawned. Now, the shadow dragon group swept through them. Inside a secret room, Levi opened his eyes. His aura became increasingly formidable. Even without the Klein crystal ball, his spiritual force had reached 190,000. After the blood battle armor upgraded to a cosmic level supreme treasure, the bloodbath effect enhancement on the 7 major attributes increased from 70% to 100%. This meant Levi's maximum spiritual force was 380,000. Emmon transcended to supremacy with 200,000 spiritual force. Levi possessed twice the amount Emmon had. Without ascending to supremacy, Levi already had the power to confront the netherworld ancestor and chaotic servants head-on. Unfortunately, from the current situation, not stepping into supremacy would obviously not work. The strength of the star ancestor might fall, but the abyss will, and the mother nest's will would not. Relying on the underworld source river was not enough to annihilate these two. Besides, although the underworld was an ally, one must always remain cautious. To let Nora have the dominant power, Levi had to ascend. Just supremacy, what was there to fear? In the end, it was still the mother of darkness that might secretly cause mischief. His ancestor body and soul of chaos fused, but which was stronger was still uncertain. This master of the universe, the mother of darkness, made it. I, Levi, could do it too. I just did not want to. Levi encouraged himself internally. He opened the proficiency panel. So far, the legendary spells he created early on were cultivated to the maximum. During the Abyss breakthrough, he also researched many new non-professional legendary spells. These involved the 7 elements, light and darkness, life and death, spacetime, poison, sealing, dream, elemental magnetism, bloodlines, and all existing sects in the wizard world, totaling 36. Except for spacetime spells that could only begin learning with a primordial soul, all other spells had corresponding sequences. From the 1st circle to the 9th circle, there were prerequisites that covered the myriad spells of the world. These 36 legendary spells and corresponding sequences were compiled by Levi into a thick spellbook. Rather than a book, it resembled a slate. The raw material was the clay pot found at the alien insect ruins before. Levi discovered that using it to engrave spell models made it easier for others to comprehend, so he turned it into a memory slate. On the slate, Levi carved the book title, Dusk Codex, Legendary 36 Techniques. He used 2 languages, the common wizard tongue, and the language of his previous life. In case future transmigrators saw this book, they would know the Emperor was a fellow countryman. If I leave this universe, these 36 skills of the Emperor can be passed down through eternity. Levi murmured in his heart. Besides legendary spells, there were some changes on the panel. The Strength Rune, Chariot Rune, Magic Rune, Hanging Rune, and many runes had faded, dropping 3 levels like the Hermit Rune. Their amplification effect for him was almost non-existent. With his current strength, he no longer relied on these runes. Without them, it did not affect him much. What affected him more was the Moon Rune, which enhanced lifespan. It was still intact, indicating the rightful owner had not fallen yet. A 500% enhancement of lifespan was not necessary for an undying being like him, but it still had great use for Elena. After thinking for a moment, Levi summoned a sorter clad in 7-colored armor, identical to Levi. Master, what are your orders? The sorter asked. Levi commanded, you go to the Astral World, protect the Jade Rabbit Star God, and Ares Star God. 7 treasures understand. The sorter replied. 7 treasures now also had 4 Emperor-level combat strength. It was difficult to aspire further. Following Levi was not much use. With its protection, Hera and the others would be safe. Along the way, the star gods helped Levi greatly. Now that the victory in the Astral World War was preliminarily settled, Levi felt he could appropriately protect them to reduce unnecessary sacrifices. After handling some miscellaneous matters, he ended the retreat and checked the Shadow Army's achievements during this period. There were already 6,000 monsters and 600 demon kings. As for demon emperors, the number remained at 49, which was very hard to surpass. Disaster, death, and the lost 3 emperors also reached the maximum supreme realm. To strive further, one still needed to transcend to supremacy. So Levi allocated large resources to other shadow soldiers. After all, shadows could not be stored. He aimed to clear the abyss, allowing all 100,000 shadows to reach level 6. Monsters would break 10,000, and demon kings would break 1,000. This was a quasi-giant level of force. As for Leon, this freeloading nether emperor, it had smoothly ascended to level 10 peak, becoming a top powerhouse. In its inventory, there were still plenty of soul cans. If all were absorbed, it should be able to reach 4 emperor levels. Overall, with Levi here, the underworld's resources would not be wasted in the slightest. Body, soul, even shadow, all had their places. A month later, a level 10 shadow captured another kind of demonized legendary creature. It had an ape-like form, not a very large body, with grievances swirling around it, and seemed to contain a realm within. Levi smiled. I did not expect there to be a hidden ghost ape here as well. The hidden spirit king, one of the former purple crystal ape kings, practiced the Holy Spirit skill by absorbing the spirit of the hidden ghost ape, which could absorb a true soul into the body and prevent its escape to reincarnation. Levi had already collected 7 series giant apes. He also made the School of Spiritualism and Beast Tamer Continent collaborate to bring up the Chaos Giant Ape, birthing a new mythical individual for the ape clan. A pleasant surprise. He put away the ghost ape, sending it into the eternal star abyss for transformation. 3 years later, Levi cleared the 649th level. Chapter 3197. At this moment, the strength of the blood battle spirit has already surpassed Hera, reaching higher supremacy. Once he breaks through the 666th level to advance to mid-stage, it should pose no great challenge. The abyss will has left at least 1/3 of the demons to guard, intending to leave itself a retreat option in case the astral world suffers total defeat, allowing for a comeback. It probably did not anticipate the heavenly conquest battlefield would be so arduous, trapping it, and so many demon-strong figures in the astral world, enabling the Chaos Emperor to move unhindered. Now the situation is that as long as it cannot break free, with Levi's strength, even if the chaotic servant arrives, it won't be able to block him. A regular supreme coming would merely be delivering itself. The Abyss Realm Worm has already lost control. Should it descend into the abyss recklessly, the Star Ancestor will soon be devoured. It will lose its sole ally, and what awaits is also death. Now, its only opportunity is to seize the remains of the Star Ancestor after its fall, and claim them solely. Once the Star Ancestor is devoured, its power will surely increase dramatically. In this way, It would then have qualifications to contend with the underworld source river. After comprehensive analysis, it can only stay on the supreme battlefield. The sunk cost is enormous, leaving no turning back. Levi raises his hand. Sword chi soars to the sky, tearing through barriers. The mighty army follows him into the 650th layer. This was once the domain of the Fire Demon Lord. Later it was occupied by the Wind Demon Lord, now barren of people, leaving a vast land behind. The last 16 layers, and we return home. Shadows scatter and integrate into this world. 30 years later, Nora battlefield. Destroy the Astral World. Destroy the Astral World. Accompanied by earth-shattering explosions, the fallen Star-Lord exploded. Its demon claw fiercely grasped the Dark Emperor, unfazed by the divine arts bombarding its body, refusing to let go. Having endured for hundreds of years, it had reached the fallen Star-Lord's maximum limit. As a puppet, it had exerted all its shine and heat. Its self-destruction was a program preset by Sauron. The self-destruction shockwave directly impacted the Dark Emperor, this supreme god considered a trump card by the Astral World. Its life swiftly ebbed away, leaving only the true soul fleeing from the aftermath. Hera transformed into the grand palm of life and death, capturing the true soul. Though not the Nether Emperor, she also controlled the authority of life and death. Helos's true soul had already given up struggling. Having fought to this extent, it had in fact lost hope for the Astral World. Yet for a supreme existence reliant on the Astral World like it, there was no other path. So it hadn't thought of fleeing. Helos laughed manically. One day, all gods will return. The path of faith has long penetrated deep into people's hearts. Nora cannot possibly completely eradicate it. The multidimensional plane needs all gods. Hera, just you wait. With the supreme fallen, the true soul disintegrates. Vast spirituality surges into the Astral World above, infused into the underworld source river, subtly enhancing the aura of the supreme will. The rise of the Astral World has also seized numerous authorities initially belonging to the underworld. The star ancestor was too formidable. The underworld source river couldn't do anything about it. Now it seems with both principle and interest, it's been recouped. Henceforth, with the successive fall of the Dark Emperor and the Lord of Chaotic Star, only the Lord of Buried Stars persists amidst the combined siege at the Nora battlefield. Hera picked up the fallen Star-Lord's demon core and stored it away. Inside lies the wisdom tablet left by Sauron, the ancient star demon, a demon controlling the power of stars, containing supreme power, which might also be useful to Levi. Having successively slain 2 supreme beings, Hera was also nearing her limit. She sat cross-legged, nurturing and resting, consolidating her supreme power. The Lord of Buried Stars roared at the sky. Its emergence did not reverse the tide. On the contrary, it hastened the Abyss's demise. The Star-Abyss Alliance's momentum has dissipated. Thus, after enduring another 20 years, the Lord of Buried Stars exhausted its final strength, reluctantly self-destruct under the siege from Hera and numerous strong figures. Hera swiftly withdrew from the battlefield, her gaze complex. The center of the self-destruction, the Void Dragon, Power Dragon, Mind Dragon, King of 10,000 Dragons, and Star Beast, none evaded. Having fought to this point, they too were at the end of their resources. The domain burned out completely, gradually dissipating. Under the residual waves of the self-destruction, the 5 beasts were also erased. The Power Dragon's sturdy body persisted until after the self-destruction. Its flesh had dissipated, transforming into a vaguely defined power rule, faintly shaping into a giant dragon's form. It gazed at the cracked dragon slayer sword, murmuring to itself, "A good sword indeed. I, Grennas, have twice engaged in heavenly chopping. The first time, following the frost giant ancestor, defeated and imprisoned, endured for 300,000 years, later fortunately aided by Sauron, secretly approached the supreme ceiling, hibernating to this day. This time, heavenly chopping, slayed the Lord of Storm, slayed the Lord of Mountains. Star realm gods, all retreat upon seeing me, now slayed a supreme demon. This era has no regrets. This sword, let it remain in Nora. This sword is so weighty, in this universe apart from me, few can wield it in battle. The Chaos Emperor counts as one, leaving it in Nora won't let it gather dust and rust. Dragon Slayer, this meaning isn't quite favorable. Better to rename it Star Slaying. The Star Slaying sword fell into Hera's palm. Feeling the hefty weight, she solemnly said, "Wish you a smooth journey. If destined, perhaps one day in the future spacetime, we'll meet again." Void rule, spirit rule, power rule manifest. As if the great path descended, unable to stare directly, the true souls of the 3 dragons then vanish into the underworld source river, disappearing. Perhaps one day, a legendary dragon may emerge, but it will no longer be any of them, unless like the time dragon, merging all time dragons from the timeline of the river of years into oneself, becoming a unique supreme dragon, reflecting ancient times. The king of 10,000 dragons and the star beasts' forms gradually began to fade as well. Chapter 3198. In the beginning, they merely sent down divine power incarnations. For the sustained battle, they eventually allowed the gods themselves to descend to the mortal realm. It has now reached its finale. Hera adjusted her stance, gazing at the king of 10,000 dragons. "It seems neither of you have ever considered surrendering to the astral world." The king of 10,000 dragons shifted, his scales rattling. "We have an agreement with Sauron. Although we cannot witness the annihilation of the astral world, seeing this scene makes it worthwhile." The star beast nodded. "If possible, when Nora wins the war, please preserve a sanctuary for the star beasts. When the stars return, we shall come back." These 2 mighty gods vanished into smoke. Above the astral world, their divine fires extinguished, the divine kingdom cracked open, collapsing with a crash. The altar lay buried beneath the ruins, recounting the tragic past. The epic battle in the land of Nora concluded. Dragons fell, like the end of an epic. Nora calendar, year 5050. Strength, void, spirit, 10,000 dragons, star 5 dragons chopped heaven. Slain a supreme demon, at the 665th layer of the abyss in Nora, perishing together with it. The Supreme Council awarded the 5 dragons the group star's medal, and the Emperor bestowed upon them the title 5 Directions Emperor Dragon, to be revered for all ages. All dragon clan must revere the Emperor Dragon. Death Throne Hela, and other mighty beings, formed the 8 formation map battle group, consecutively defeating supreme demons, at the 664th layer of the abyss, and the astral world supreme god Helos. Nora and the underworld lost 4 top-level mighty beings, all awarded the group star's medal, and the Emperor bestowed upon them the title Heavenly Pillars. East Pillar, Mountain Giant King Raffi. West Pillar, Shadow Queen Nami. South Pillar, 9 Death Swordman Jin. North Pillar, Ancient Nether Emperor Longt. Nora Epic, Volume 8, Twilight of the Gods. The Land of Nora. Hela rested for a while. She gazed at the projection of the Chaos Emperor. No problems on my side. Levi smiled. Thank you. What are your plans next? Hela stretched. I haven't decided yet. I'll rest first. I'm truly worn out, so to avoid losing myself, I plan to sleep for 100 years. Lord Emperor, you don't mind, do you? Hela's tone held a playful edge. She wasn't complaining about Levi. Levi responded with a wry smile. Of course not. He knew about Hela being the daughter of Sauron, and the Netherworld ancestor. No wonder Hela asked if he was familiar with Sauron. Hela probably mistook him for Sauron's illegitimate child. He had fought to the 653rd layer of the abyss, just 13 layers short of breaking through. By then, Hela would awaken, and they could wage war in the astral world, beginning the extermination of the insects. Before Hela closed the projection, Levi spoke awkwardly. In my absence, I'll leave the Nora matters to you. Hela waved her hand. Got it. Ending the transmission, she sealed the supreme battlefield with the power of life and death. The eye switch appeared, her shoulders slumped with fatigue. Thank you, lady, I'll handle the trivial matters next. Hela nodded and returned to Nora. She descended to the Earth core land. Nora's will trembled, not with fear, but with excitement. Or perhaps, tension. Behind Hela, the death throne appeared, and she sat upon it. Her eyes gleamed with amusement. Feigning strength, she smiled and asked, Father? Nora's will remained silent. Hela shook her head and muttered to herself. Rest assured, I came to terms with this long ago. I know you have already died. What remains here is only a trace of will and obsession. Forget it, I'm going to sleep. Supporting her head with her right hand, she rested on the throne. The supreme breath echoed in the Nora core. Nora's will quieted down. In the dark, a pair of gentle eyes watched over the sleeping Hela, like a father watching his beloved daughter sleep in the middle of the night, afraid to make any movement or sound, lest he wake her. Sometime later, the grass and trees of Nora, the mountains and rivers, countless things resonated and vibrated, creating sounds of flowing water, cracking earth, wind, thunder, and ocean waves. All sounds permeated the earth core, weaving a simple melody in this space, like a babbling stream surrounding Hela. Hela kept her eyes closed, yet her eyelashes trembled. She had never heard this melody, but she instinctively understood its meaning. In this universe, perhaps only 2 have heard it. One is Levi, the other is Father. A deep, magnetic male voice sang. The dark sky hangs low. The bright stars accompany. Insects fly. Insects fly. Who are you yearning for? The dark ancient tower fell into the eastern sea. With a boom, the tower collapsed from the 6th layer, falling into the sea, and the Ark Sauron used for carrying the Nora 1 clan as a backup escape plan also sank. It was merely a cosmic-level supreme treasure. After battling 3 supremes, it reached its maximum. Yet the 10th layer of the ancient tower remained intact, meaning transmission was still possible, though by now, Nora's mighty ones likely had no transmissions left. This ancient tower met its end. Of course, by paying a certain price, inviting supreme beings, and some strongest weapon craftsmen, there might be a chance for reconstruction, as the tower's functions were numerous. But these are tales for another time. After the tower split open, the life within it gazed at the new world. They would integrate into Nora, becoming part of the new world's Sky City. The small top that was shaken out with many gaps whimpered, and returned to its owner, Daydreamer, heavily damaged and in urgent need of repair. But now, all of Nora's mighty ones were fighting outside. Those who stayed behind included some legendary artifact makers, yet repairing a cosmic supreme treasure was immensely difficult. While Daydreamer worried, a figure quietly appeared above the eastern sea. It had a dragon head and human body, forged entirely of steel, and carried a forging hammer on its back, with a floating furnace forged from stars behind, the fire roaring. Master Balong. It was the first time in 300,000 years it had stepped into the land of Nora. Sensing the arrival of a mighty being, the Frost Witch and Spiritual Venerable appeared. Upon seeing Master Balong, they showed expressions of surprise. Master, why have you come to Nora? Master Balong, despite being an absolutely neutral blacksmith master, smiled. Though it collaborated with Nora, their relationship was purely transactional. Appearing here would certainly arouse suspicion from the Star Realm abyss. Master Balong smiled. This place is my home. I am the third duplication of Sauron. The Frost Witch revealed a shocked expression. We are unworthy descendants paying respects to the ancestor of wizards. She hastily bowed, and the spiritual venerable stood too stunned to speak. Legendary wizards appeared, coming to pay homage to Master Baolong. Master Baolong quickly waved them off. You're mistaken, I'm not Sauron. I'm just his third duplication, now independent. After the Dragon Slayer sword shattered, Master Baolong felt a mysterious force disappear. The limitation imposed upon it by Sauron's will vanished. It no longer had to pretend as the artisan god, no more acting. It could go anywhere, do anything. No one controlled it. But having lived for countless years, there seemed to be only one thing it found intriguing. That was forging. So it followed its heart, arriving in Nora. Here, it could genuinely connect and exchange with the Nora artisan god. For better than living alone in darkness. As for absolute neutrality, Star Realm and Abyss were cooling down. Why fear the Star Ancestor? Moreover, its strength wasn't weak. Else, how could it forge the Dragon Slayer sword? Chapter 3199. You are not Soren? The Frost Witch confirmed again and again. Master Baolong replied. I am really not. Of course, if you insist on treating me as Soren, I have no objection. Seeing this, many legendary wizards showed some disappointment. How much they wanted to see the figure of the ancestor of wizards in this era. It was he who created the current golden age, and the giant Nora. He is a person without precedent, and no one will be able to surpass him. In terms of achievements, no one can match him. After all, the Chaos Emperor also stands on the shoulders of the giant Soren. Whether it was Soren or not, in short, it is a good thing that Master Baolong came to Nora. The Frost Witch immediately held a meeting to welcome them. The Daydreamer was even more relieved to hear the Master coming. Master, no matter how much it costs, please help us repair this treasure. And this ancient dark tower. Thank you for your help as well. Master Baolong looked at the two broken treasures. No problem. Give me some helpers and leave the repair work to me. There is no price to pay this time, for Soren has already paid it. It breathed the sweet air of freedom and recalled the past. Right now, there is only one person who can understand Master Baolong's feelings. That is the Holy King Tinwei, who is traveling in the vast universe. Beside it, the Black Sun Adam follows. The latter's temperament seems to be different from before. Before the forging restoration work begins, the Daydreamer asked casually. Master, you are the third clone. Then who are the second and first clones? Is the Lord of the Fallen Star also a clone? Master Baolong shook his head. I do not know, maybe. Maybe there is a fourth clone, a fifth clone. My backup plans are like the stars in the sky, countless. At the end, it looked at the starry sky and sighed with emotion. The Daydreamer suddenly realized something. Those who have accomplished great things in ancient and modern times all have clones. The Chaos Emperor also has 4 clones. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the sound of the horn, Master Baolong began the forging work. This time, it is not alone. Nora Skynet. Herman felt the supreme power slipping away. He expressed sincere gratitude. Thank you, Saint. Madison's figure emerged from the void. I have been in trance for too long and need to sleep for a while. I may have to miss the next war, but you are not far from becoming a god-level mechanic. Study and comprehend diligently the knowledge I impart to you. You can take that step, Herman said. The seniors have helped us Nora so much, returning a favor many times more. Madison nodded and disappeared. Al, Deep Space Ronin, and other Skynet mechanics appeared beside Herman. He said, after this battle, too many mechanical creations were lost. The war is not over yet, so we cannot relax. Everyone should speed up production and transform resources into mechanical combat power. Clear, everyone has seen how powerful the mechanical god is. Their current dream is to create their own cosmic god in Nora that is strong enough to challenge the Supreme. The god of the universe can use Skynet, which spans multiple dimensions, to attack regardless of time and space distance. Any evil force that disturbs Nora will be brought to justice. The war is not over yet. The Phaeton coalition is still fighting on the Star Realm. The Emperor let Nora take a short rest and prepared to start a new round of war. The enemy this time is the Dark Zerg. Once Hela wakes up and he returns from the abyss, they can take action. 10 years later, Beatty Heaven. The silver-haired knight in silver armor fought against the 10th level Calamity in the storm for 3 years. When the storm subsided, he stood upright in the void with his sword to rest. Behind him, a lifelike creature that looked like a horse, a dragon, and some other creatures came gracefully stepping on the storm. It was none other than the mythical creature, the Jade Unicorn. Star Knight, I did it. The Blood Knight's eyes were excited. He finally achieved the ultimate goal of his life. Let the family bloodline rise step by step, and set foot into the realm of mythology. At dusk, the round table sounded and the Emperor's projection emerged. He said with emotion and relief, 6,000 years of ups and downs is really not easy. Congratulations, old friend, you have become the 3rd Star Counselor of our Twilight Parliament. The Emperor was now in an extremely dangerous abyss, but he still cared about the Twilight Temple. This moved the Blood Knight so much that even a strong man like him could shed tears. The hardest working one is not them, but the Emperor. Blood Knight said, thank you, Captain. Once I have stabilized my realm, I will charge into the Star Realm. While there are still gods to kill, I will also fight for the false reputation of a god killer. If I go too late, I will lose it. Killing a god has always been the highest honor. This is a challenge from mortals to the highest power in the universe. It is the ultimate goal of many practitioners. Levi said. From now on, you will not have to fight like this anymore. You can enjoy your old age and train some outstanding descendants, so that the Jade Unicorn bloodline can reach new heights and be passed down forever. By the way, go to the treasury and get a divine item to reforge the divine weapon. The Blood Knight nodded. The Emperor is so thoughtful. He is still the same as before, without any change. Blood Knight, real name Brad, leader of the Blood Apostles. He met the young Emperor in 1016 of the Old Holy Calendar. They became friends through swords, and he once guided the Emperor to step into the wizarding world. The Blood Knight has served as the deputy leader for a long time. He later created the Jade Unicorn bloodline, and was hailed by later generations as the Ultra Ancestor of the Unicorn. The Blood Knight is the third star knight of the Twilight Parliament. His mythical title is Sky Ranger. His night star is Pegasus trampling the stars. His night motto is, the eagle soaring in the sky, and the paladin piercing through the dark night. The Emperor said, being in a sea of blood and hell, I yearn for light. With noble character, shining in the world, he is a true legend. This excerpt is from the Twilight Past, biographies of 18 writers. Blood Knight. The golden crow flies, the jade rabbit walks away, and 30 years pass by. Year 5100 of the Nora calendar. The 659th floor of the abyss. This was once the territory of the Dark Spider Queen. When Levi arrived here, there was only a huge net covering the sky, and the sun coming towards him. Even a top-level strong man would be trapped if caught off guard. Chapter 3200. Levi exhaled, and the Red Emperor's dragon breath gushed out. The giant net melted before it even got close to him. Levi laughed, noting that the Spider Queen had actually left a trap for him. He looked at the endless black forest and ordered the Legion to start hunting demons. He remarked that the Dark Spider Queen was likely one of the most poisonous creatures in the universe. Its magic core and body would serve as a natural treasure trove of knowledge for Triss. The Spider Queen was originally assigned by the will of the Abyss to guard this realm, but as Levi broke through, it fled. He had already sent people to investigate its whereabouts. Levi was determined to capture it. His senses spread out, and he discovered that this world was inhabited by spider demons across the mountains. These were all top-grade highly toxic materials, and the location was a treasure trove. He mused that there were still 7 levels left before they could break through the abyss. It would not be easy. Without realizing it, he had already spent 500 years in the abyss. Levi muttered this to himself as he watched the sea of blood swallowing the demons in the distance. The aura of his bloody battle spirit was already infinitely close to the mid-level 11. It would not be long before he could break through. He found a safe place and convened a remote Supreme Council meeting via a round table. Apart from those currently fighting, other level 10 warriors came online one after another. Levi addressed the assembly and asked everyone to report their situation. The Frost Witch spoke first. She confirmed that Nora was fine. Lady Hela was sleeping in the center of the earth. Master Beilong had arrived and was repairing the Dark Ancient Tower and the Dream Whirl, and the School of Mechanics was making great efforts to restore their systems. Several legendary talents they were tracking were about to be promoted. The Lord of Biming, Commander-in-Chief of the Heaven-Killing Alliance, reported next. They were clearing out the mid-level gods in the Wangxiang Forest. Within 500 years, they should be able to advance to the Thousand Hills Kingdoms where the main forces would meet in victory. In recent years, losses had increased significantly due to the Zerg. It felt as though the will of the Hive was deliberately suppressing them. There were 8 times when the Zerg actively attacked their legion, and they were driven out every time. However, this caused casualties, affected the progress of the war, and resulted in the loss of several level 10 generals. At present, including the surrendered gods, they still had more than 480 level 10 gods. From the beginning of the war to now, the actual loss of level 10 gods had reached more than 200. 2/3 of them had been reincarnated with the help of the underworld, and 1/3 had passed away forever due to many changes. In the astral realm, there were 370 gods and 280 demons in the abyss. The number of those who actually participated in the war against the heavens should be no more than 400. The gap between the sides was growing larger. Their tactics were currently relatively conservative. They were focusing on preserving manpower, while waiting for support from Nora and Levi, the Chaos Emperor. They aimed to crush the Xing Yuan coalition with absolute numbers. If nothing unexpected happened, the war between the Supreme and the Underworld would end within 1,000 years. Levi addressed the warriors regarding their contributions. He stated that all level 10 warriors, who were not from Nora or the Underworld, but had made contributions to this battle would be recorded in the book. After the war, they would be given treasures or divine objects as gifts. Those who sacrificed themselves could also be included in Nora's star monument and enjoy eternal reverence. One could also find their afterlife and, if necessary, awaken their past life memories. This awakening was different from reincarnation. The latter was a rebirth, while the former simply involved carrying memories that did not belong to the individual's original life. The Lord of the North Sea agreed. The war under the Supreme Being went smoothly overall. Nora's sacrifice was less than half of that of the Xing Yuan Federation. Levi was confident of victory. Above the highest, Levi had also been observing. He predicted that within 200 years, Xingzu would fall out of the ranks of giants. This old fellow's foundation was too profound. With only 1/3 of the Star Realm gods left, he could still barely maintain the late 11th level. One could imagine what his peak period was like. Of course, this was also related to the fact that those who were killed were weak gods. Only a few of the middle and powerful gods were lost, and these were the foundation of the Star Ancestor's power. The will of the abyss had not changed much in strength. Because the Mother River was constantly digesting the power of nightmares, the abyss was weaker than the Mother River. Moreover, although it was not a path of faith, its body had been damaged by Levi, and 1/3 of the abyss demons had been killed or injured, which had negative effects. Its strength should no longer be at its peak. The impact, however, was not significant. The will of the Mother Nest was worth mentioning. Its power was obviously growing. The Zerg under its command continuously plundered the resources of the cosmic realm to feed the Mother Nest, making its strength comparable to the will of the abyss. If it were allowed to swallow up the Star Ancestor as well, its strength might even surpass that of the peak Star Ancestor. The evolution of the Brood and the Zerg was too fast. When it first came to the Star Realm, the Brood only had 50 types of troops under its command, but now the number had doubled, or tripled. The situation in the other two supreme battlefields was relatively stable. The Dark Ancestor monopolized the God King and God Mother, and was not inferior. With the reduction of the Star Realm, the strength of these two was falling without limit. They would fall out of the highest realm within 100 years. At that time, the Underworld Ancestor could easily kill them. The battle between the chaotic waiters was peaceful and calm. Ammon and the Fire King, the two supreme and highest level figures, besieged an old creature who was no longer at his peak. Although they did not have much advantage, they did not have any disadvantage either. They were restraining this guy, but if they wanted to kill it, they would have to wait for the new Supreme to come for support. As for Kaz, this person had not taken any action so far. But Levi did not place his hopes on Kaz. This person had helped Nora twice, so there was no obligation to help them all the time. Helping was a favor, but not helping should also be a way of expressing gratitude. Moreover, Kaz was hunted down by the Supreme well twice, and must have been injured. Maybe he was still hiding somewhere to recover. Levi concluded the meeting. He told everyone to hold on for a while longer. He would soon be able to leave the abyss and lead his elite army into the Star Realm. That would be the day of the grand offensive. The others expressed their support and gratitude for his hard work. They voiced their disbelief at the pain he endured in the abyss for 500 years and thanked him as the Speaker of the Grand Council. To be continued. Hope you liked today's video. Join the community by subscribing and dropping a like. I'll be back with another update as soon as possible. See you then.